At this time, Xuanhuan had already enlarged the Xuanhuan cauldron to the size of Jiangsu, and slapped his palms on the cauldron continuously, and khaki wind blades as large as Zhang flew out one after another, falling on Dongfang Moran's body continuously, making Dongfang Moran suddenly, in a trance, he fell against the light curtain. On the other side, Minghua, Xuanhuan, Inxia Fairy, and other Tianjiao, and two other sages besieged Xuanming's resentful fetus, and the other hundreds of big Luoluangxians used magic attacks in the distance. However, Xuanming's resentful fetus has become more and more powerful, with various spells at his fingertips, and the magical power of being able to teleport allows him to easily avoid various spell attacks. And his own supernatural powers that can devour mana make him almost invincible. Why does he have so many supernatural powers, and there is no end to it? Minghua roared again and again, recalling that he had eaten the meat of Xuanming's resentful fetus just now. His stomach felt nauseated, extremely disgusting. This guy is not poisonous, is he? The rest of the saints are also worried, and they are always on guard against the melee attack of the Xianming resentment. The power of the Xianming resentment is very powerful. Although it is not as good as the cute baby, it is not something they can resist. Fairy Inxia held a milky white long sword in her hand, and the shadow of the sword blasted towards Xianming resentful tail, but Xianming resentful tail did not dodge, and absorbed all the magic power when it was forced. The air buzzed, and Xuanhuan charged with 4 long swords, piercing into the body of Xuanming's resentful fetus, and the blood was scattered and splattered. The great pain made Xuanming's little purple-black face more ferocious. I want to eat you, eat. Xianming complained to the sky and screamed loudly, the sharp sound pierced the eardrums, making people's souls tremble endlessly. The violent demon energy erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire fairy city in an instant, forcing all the saints to retreat, including the cute baby. The ruins below were dispersed by the infinite demonic energy, and even outside the city, one could see the soaring demonic energy, connecting the sky and the earth. Yun Xiao was suspended in the void, looking at the soaring demonic energy with interest. This thing is indeed very powerful. If it grows up, it will indeed be a trouble. Yun Xiao muttered to himself. But even though Xuanming's resentment is a bit against the sky, she is confident to overcome it. Although the golden Jiaojian is not as good as the 24 Dinghai pearls against the sky, it is definitely not something that can be stopped by a saint. Even in the early stages of the Holy Realm, Yun Xiao dared to fight. Even though Xuanming's resentful fetus is strong, it is still becoming a saint, not a manifestation of it. On the other side, Su Haoyan took out a pitch-black blade from the storage bracelet. It was the Shantian sword of the Grand Commander of the Shantian sect. Dozens of black and blue gemstones are inlaid on the surface of this Shantian treasure blade, and a fierce evil spirit emanates from the blade, as if there are countless evil spirits and fierce ghosts roaring. Di Jiang, this precious blade is given to you, Su Haoyan said with a smile. He threw it to Di Jiang while speaking. The Shantian treasure blade is an innate treasure. It was collected by him after he killed the 12 commanders of Shantian, and it has never been used. This knife is the treasure of Xuanzhenman's suppressing sect. Su Haoyan was thinking about who to use it for. It couldn't be better to give him to Di Jiang now. The Shantian treasure blade can automatically absorb the evil energy between heaven and earth to strengthen itself, and the ancestor which is the beginning of the origin of the evil energy. With the cooperation of the two, it is Absolutely seamless. After catching the knife, Dijiang was stunned. Their ancestral witches like to go straight, but they don't like to use weapons, especially magic weapons. How can they use them without mana? But in the next second, he sensed the endless evil energy in the Shantian treasure blade, which made him frown. What a knife! He couldn't help but praise. The face is full of joy. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The former Grand Commander used the Shantian sword to kill countless powerful stars, but he couldn't break Hichu Luoshu's defense. It's not that the Shantian Bao blade is weak, but that Hichu Luoshu is too strong. Dijiang, you stay by my side. Tai, go and capture Songlian Shanzuan for me. Su Haoyan laughed softly. There is a strong man in the Holy Realm in the Fairy City, and he was given the Shantian sword to enhance his strength. Master Tai nodded, stepped forward, and disappeared instantly. At this time, a group of monks flew towards this side, and one of the women in blue was stunned for a moment after seeing Su Haoyan. When she remembered the scene of Su Haoyan treating the cute baby that day, her little face couldn't help but blush. When she saw Minghua's tyrannical posture, she and his classmates were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the boy who was bullied that day turned out to be the legendary cute baby. Thinking of their reprimand to Su Haoyan and others, he felt ashamed in his heart. So he couldn't help shouting, "Follow up, we will take you out." When Su Haoyan and Dijiang heard this, they both looked at the woman with strange expressions. The leader of this group was a tall and slender woman in her 40s. Her charm was still there, but her brows were very indifferent. When she heard the voice of the woman in blue, she immediately shouted, "Su Linlin, what are you doing? This stall is still open. Contact strangers and come back quickly." The woman named Su Linlin froze for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, "Master, there are only 2 of them, why don't we take them with us?" "No, although we know Shanzuan, we can't just take people out," the leading woman said decisively immediately. A businesslike look. "No? I'm afraid it's an old friendship? Go away, I don't need you to take it with me." Songlian Shanzuan didn't even let his disciples go, how could he let them go? It's fantastic. When Su Linlin heard this, her face flushed red. The leading woman's face showed murderous intent, but she didn't bother too much, and sternly shouted, "Go, get out of here." As she spoke, she flew towards the city wall. The rest of the disciples followed closely. Su Linlin glanced at Su Haoyan, gritted her teeth, and followed closely. She just felt a little guilty towards Su Haoyan, but she didn't have any friendship. So there's no point in making the master feel bad for Su Haoyan. Looking at their leaving backs, Su Haoyan shook his head and said, "This woman is so naive." Dijiang nodded slightly. Su Linlin innocently explained that she is kind, but this kind of kindness is extremely fatal in the starry sky. At the same time, outside the big formation, Songlian Immortal Venerable looked at Shanming Yuanyu, who was getting stronger and stronger with each battle. The fanaticism on his face became more and more intense, and even a smile appeared on his face. "It's perfect, just as I expected, without flaws." Songlian Shanzuan muttered to himself, thousands of natal supernatural powers gathered in one body, how strong would that be? Supernatural powers can be acquired through practice. But the natal supernatural power is closely related to one's own blood. If you are not of the same race, it is impossible to practice the same natal supernatural powers. With thousands of natal supernatural powers, the Shanming resentful fetus is absolutely superior to the heavens and all races, and must be an invincible existence at the same level. At this moment, Songlian Xuanhuan suddenly saw an old Taoist approaching him. It was Tai Daoist. Daoist Tai walked in the void, with a calm face, looked at the creatures gathered in front of the blue light curtain and said softly, "Get out of the way." When the creatures heard this, they were startled. This place is far away from Xuanming's resentment. They thought it was safer here, so they all gathered here. Naturally refused to leave. Seeing this, Master Tai shook his head, raised his legs, and walked straight to Master Songlian. Another self-righteous person, really stupid. There was a sarcasm on the face of the old immortal. Although he couldn't see through Tai's cultivation, he thought that Tai used some treasure to cover up his cultivation, so he didn't take it to heart. In this period of time, it is rare to see the Holy Realm. Even if there are, they are all fairy-level existences in various fairy worlds. Even if he was killed, he would never have thought that Master Tai was a strong man in the Holy Realm. Moreover, he is also a super strong man in the late stage of the Holy Realm. Songlian Xuanhuan's master has lived for countless years, and has never seen the existence of the late stage of the Holy Realm. So strength and vision limited his judgment. His treasure plan was perfect, but he didn't expect that there would be an odd number like Xuanhuan. Immortal Tai quickly came to the light curtain. He gently raised his left hand and placed it on the blue light curtain. This scene made Songlian Xuanhuan's master burst out laughing. The Bibo Tailon formation is a heaven-reaching formation. Why is it that a mortal like you can break it at will? The old immortal said with a smile. The words were full of disdain and contempt. The Bibo Tailon formation cost him countless spirit stones in exchange for it. For this moment. In fact, according to the plan of the old immortal, it will take a few days before the birth of the embryo. But the intrusion of Xuanhuan and Tai real person disturbed the resentful fetus, let his breath leak out, disturbed the cute baby, and caused Xuanming's resentful fetus to appear several days in advance. Daoist Tai was expressionless. He pushed lightly with his left hand, and there was a soft bang. The blue light curtain was smashed like paper, and a hole for only one person appeared in an instant. At this scene, the old fairy opened his mouth wide, and the countless creatures below were directly petrified on the spot. Humph! Daoist Tai snorted softly, waved his sleeves, and the violent wind hit the light curtain with a bang, directly smashing the entire Bibo Tailon formation. Countless azure blue mana shards scattered throughout the ancient fairy world. And the picture was extremely spectacular. There was an instant silence between heaven and earth. Tianjiao and the powerhouses all stared blankly at Master Tai, breaking through the formation so easily. Fairy Insha's beautiful eyes widened, and a storm arose in her heart. It turned out to be him. Could it be that Emperor Haoyan is also in the city? The scene of Daoist Tai easily killing Dongfang Bai is still vivid in my mind. Fairy Insha has a deep memory. She turned her head quickly, and began to look for Xuanhuan's figure in the fairy city. Minghua was also dumbfounded when she saw that the Bibo Tailon array was easily broken by the old Taoist priest. He couldn't break through the large formation with all his strength, but the old Taoist was extremely relaxed. He suddenly felt rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't have a deadly confrontation with Daoist Tai that day, otherwise the end would definitely not be much better than that of Bibo Tailon. How is it possible? How did you do it? The old immortal venerable turned pale, with fright. His body couldn't help shaking. I can no longer maintain a calm mood. Daoist Tai strolled towards the old immortal. it was obvious that Daoist Taiyu was running towards him. Songlian Shenzhuan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that there was such a master hidden in the fairy city. But Xianming's resentful fetus has already been born, and he has paid a huge price for it. How could he give it up? Since you want to die, don't blame the deity for being rude, the old immortal said in a cold voice. While speaking, he raised his right hand, and he took out a machete about 2 feet long. Compared with his height, this scimitar is like a spear. This scimitar was like pouring mercury, and as he shook it, there were streaks of silver light flashing. Master Tai sneered and said, Old Immortal Venerable, I respect you as an Immortal Venerable. If you are captured with bare hands, I will let you die with dignity. The extremely rampant words pierced deeply into the heart of the old immortal, causing him to release the coercion of the holy realm in an instant. Rumble. The entire ancient fairy world shook violently, and countless monks suddenly felt that a mountain was added to their bodies, which was extremely heavy. The monks in the city had no time to pay attention to him. They set up the escape lights one after another, and flew out of the city. Those strong men who had no way to deal with Xuanming's resentment also gave up their attacks immediately, and scattered like birds and beasts. Neither the old immortal nor the resentful child of Xianming are something they can fight against. Run away. That old Taoist is really strong. He even smashed the big formation arranged by the immortal, and dared to fight with the immortal. Hurry up and withdraw, the old man must have a conspiracy. The monks ran and cursed. The impression of Xuanming's resentment on them was too terrifying, and no one wanted to fight against it anymore. At this moment, Xianming resentful fetus is gnawing on a gnawed bloody corpse. Blood all over his face. This corpse was a big Luo Luanxian, whose head was smashed by him, and the corpse was eaten as a delicacy. He, you are so delicious. Xianming resentful child dropped the half-gnawed corpse, and chased after those fleeing to Luo Luanxian. As for the saintly powerhouses, they have fled without a trace. Even someone as strong as Duanyuanjian chose to flee immediately. Fairy Inxia did not leave immediately, but flew towards the city, making her cat demon extremely anxious. Fairy, run away quickly, what are you looking for? The cat demon cried anxiously. The hair all over his body stood on end, and his body was trembling because of tension. It's a pity that Fairy Inxia didn't pay attention at all, and quickly searched for Su Haotian's breath. On the other side, Menghua was not fighting Xuanming's resentment, but turned around and flew towards Songlian Immortal. Venerable. Like a flash of lightning, the petite figure crossed the entire fairy city in the blink of an eye, approaching the old immortal Venerable. Menghua's furious roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, with a scorching aura lingering all over her body. She bypassed Daoist Tai, and punched the old immortal with one punch. There was a flash of anger on the face of the old fairy. This brat is really haunted. Immediately, he swung his scimitar and slashed at Menghua. The cute baby didn't lose her mind. She swayed suddenly, avoided the knife light, and then punched out from the air, and wherever the wind of the fist passed, knocked out the dense space cracks in the void. The pupils of the old immortal shrank suddenly, and in the next second, a terrifying fist wind fell on him, blowing his robe back and flapping. The terrifying fist wind swept across millions of miles, and quickly rewound the creatures that were rushing towards this side. The collapse of one after another mountain peaks shocked everyone's hearts. With the power of one punch, the mountains are torn apart. If it falls on a human being, it will definitely be difficult. The old immortal gave a cold snort and rolled up the scimitar, and bursts of light from the sword scattered the wind of the fist. Calm was restored in the void. But Minghua's anger has not subsided. Just when he was about to strike again, a white shadow flew over him one step ahead. The pupils of the old immortal shrank suddenly, and the figure of Daoist Tai appeared in it. When it was getting bigger and bigger, before he could react, a big hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up high. What kind of speed is this? Minghua's eyes widened with apprehension. The old immortal venerable was covered in cold sweat, and wanted to slash at Daoist Tai with his knife, but was blocked by a big sleeve. The fairy in the ancient fairy world was strangled by someone and held high in the air. In the eyes of those monks in the distance, this scene was like seeing a ghost. Seeing this, the fleeing creatures almost vomited blood in fright. Xuanhuan stopped and trembled in fright when he saw what Master Tai did. It turns out that he is so terrifying, he muttered to himself. His eyes were full of fear. All of a sudden, he felt very lucky that he didn't do anything indiscriminately outside the city, otherwise he would have been decapitated long ago. Where are they sacred? Xuanhuan's eyes were full of fear, he muttered to himself, trying to find clues in his mind. Daoist Tai narrowed his eyes, stared at Xuanhuan and said, because you offended someone who shouldn't be offended and did a stupid thing. That's why you ended up where you are now. Sensing the killing intent in Tai's eyes, Xuanhuan's scalp was numb, and before he had time to think about it, he exploded with mana and was about to break free. However, Daoist Tai was too powerful, leaving a purple-red strangle mark on his neck. Who are you? Xuanhuan asked tremblingly. The hand holding the knife couldn't help shaking. He was accidentally strangled by Tai Daoist. What does that mean? It shows that Daoist Tai's cultivation base is higher than his, and it is more than a little higher. Could it be that he is a super strong man in the middle stage of the holy realm? Immortal Venerable's eyes are full of horror. The strong man in the middle stage of the holy realm are all figures in the starry sky with one hand covering the sky. Daoist Tai's eyes are full of jokes. The difference in realm directly leads to the level of vision, so that Songlian Immortal Venerable can't imagine his horror at all. Thinking of this, he pulled out the yin-yang sword on his back, turned into thousands of sword threads, and stretched at a high speed, like a silver dragon biting towards the immortal. Immortal Venerable was so frightened that he hurriedly backed away, trying to distance himself from Tai Daoist. However, Wan Qianjianxi's speed was extremely fast. Without giving him any chance at all, he was tightly entangled in the blink of an eye. The cute baby behind Daoist Tai stared wide-eyed. What kind of move is this? Who is that man? He was able to fight against the Immortal Venerable, and it has firmly gained the upper hand. No matter who they are not comparable to me. What should we do? Shall we take action to support Lord Xuanhuan? How to support? You want to die. Immortals and demons talked a lot, and the number of them who surrounded the fairy city was still increasing. In the blink of an eye, it broke through a million. Daoist Tai holds a sword with hundreds of thousands of sword wires that are more than hundreds of thousands long, like a silver-white Milky Way across the starry sky, shocking the eyes of countless creatures. The immortal, who was tightly entwined by the sword wire, struggled hard, but in vain. Is this thing a congenital treasure? Xuanhuan's eyes turned red, and he was gnashing his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Daoist Tai smiled slightly, pulled the 100,000-meter sword wire, and slammed into the ancient immortal realm. Booming. A mountain peak that was 10,000 feet high was knocked down by the speedy immortal venerable. A huge boulder of hundreds of feet swirled and smashed, and it was about to hit Xuanhuan's body. Fairy Yinsha suddenly appeared and slapped the boulder away with one palm. Di Jiang held the Shantian sword tightly, and looked at Fairy Yinsha warily. Xuanhuan also looked at her in surprise. Although the huge rock just now couldn't hurt him at all, he still wondered why Fairy Yinsha wanted to save him. Could Fairy Yinsha want to kill him? I want to work with you. There was a meaningful smile in Fairy Yinsha's eyes, which made Xuanhuan even more puzzled. Want to cooperate with me? Not interested. Xuanhuan flatly refused. Are you kidding me? Now that he has many soldiers and generals, does he still need to cooperate with others? As soon as he finished speaking, a strong stench came towards him, and when there was a rumbling sound, he looked up. Just in time, I saw Shanming Yuan running towards him with a ferocious face. I want to eat you. Xuanming's resentment screamed excitedly, making Xuanhuan's goosebumps pop out, and what frightened him the most was that this guy was holding an arm in each hand, gnawing while flying. Eat a fart. Xuanhuan cursed in his heart. Without him saying a word, Yunxiao quickly flew over from the other side. Yunxiao had been staring at Shanming's resentment, and when he saw him rushing towards Xuanhuan, he quickly responded. The demon seeks death. Yunxiao let out a roar, and a pair of golden scissors appeared in her hand. When the scissors were opened and closed, it sounded like two golden dragons roaring silently. As soon as the golden light that was cut by the golden dragon shone, Xuanming's resentful fetus suddenly became in a trance. There was a loud click. Xuanming's resentful fetus was cut in half by the golden dragon, and the two halves fell towards the ruins at a high speed. Boom! Xuanming's resentful fetus fell into the ruins, splashing smoke and dust thousands of feet high. Hiss! What kind of treasure is that? Fairy Yinsha's beautiful eyes widened, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Countless strong men had nothing to do with Shanming's resentment, but they were cut off by the woman with the scissors. If the scissors were cutting towards her just now, then she must be like Shanming, resenting the fetus, with her head in a different place. For the strong, the blink of an eye is the eternity of life and death. Seeing this, Xuanhuan said softly, cut him to pieces. This thing wants to eat him. Uncle can bear it, but Aunt can't. Yes. Yunxiao responded with a smile. After speaking, it turned into a sharp arrow and rushed down. However, when Yunxiao dispersed the billowing dust and smoke, what caught his eyes was an extremely haunting scene. I saw that the two halves of Xuanming's resentful fetus were actually carried by a layer of blood-red light, approaching each other, and they were connected together in the blink of an eye. The blood-red granulation was growing wildly, and an intact Xuanming's resentment was born, standing in front of Yunxiao. Seeing this, Yunxiao frowned, the golden dragon scissors clicked, and the roar of dragons and tigers suddenly sounded, and she cut the Shanming resentment fetus in half again. The two halves of the fetus are cut into pieces again. In the distance, with a bang, Dongfang Mo fell into the ruins covered in blood, and then staggered and flew away indiscriminately. Shenong, who was holding the Shenong cauldron with one hand, was unscathed. And even his clothes were not wrinkled, completely beating Dongfang Moran. Besides them, Daoist Tai was also beating Songlian Shenzhuan violently. Thousands of sword wires are hundreds of thousands of meters long, frantically swinging, and Songlian Shenzhuan, tied at the end, has no power to resist. If it wasn't for the scimitar in his hand, he would have been smashed to pieces. However, he still couldn't avoid suffering from flesh and blood. At this time, his robe was torn, his body was covered with blood, and the corner of his mouth was even bloody. However, knowing that he was defeated by Daoist Tai, he still didn't want to beg for mercy. There is some face for the immortal, but more because he still has hope. I hope Daoist Tai will leave after he has finished torturing him. However, he thought too well. Soon, the sword silk entangled Songlian Immortal Venerable and quickly pulled it down from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters, directly throwing it on the vast plain of the ancient fairyland. The terrifying power shattered the plain instantly, and a wide crack extended to both sides at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the crack extended to both ends of the ancient immortal realm. Countless mountains collapsed, and the sound of rumbling was endless. The monks who were fighting stopped fighting one after another, looking down in horror. I saw that the ancient fairy world was slowly separating to the two sides with that crack as the center. Immortals exploded in an instant, screaming again and again. What kind of power is this? Am I dreaming? Is this a catastrophe? At this moment, those high and mighty immortals panicked and looked at Master Tai with fear in their eyes. Just looking at the posture of Tai Daoist violently abusing the immortals, it is not something they can participate in. Yun Xiao and Shen Nong were also taken aback, and they all looked at Master Tai in horror. Could the old man be angry? Su Haoyan was also frightened. He had no doubt at all that the all-power blow of Master Tai could shatter the ancient fairyland. It's so pitiful, life and death are unknown until now, even if he is not dead. It is not very comfortable. Crazy, all crazy. Mingwa looked at the real Tai, who was like a godman, and she became timid. For the first time in his life, he showed a timid look. It's broken, you will be punished by God if you destroy the ancient immortal realm. Doesn't this old man know? Mingwa muttered to herself. The real Tai at this moment was all focused on Xianzuan, and couldn't hear his words at all. On the other side, in the vast ruins, the shattered body of the Xianming resentful child was reorganized again, and it was crawling towards a corpse not far away. Although he was able to reorganize infinitely, he was still unavoidably seriously injured. All the bones in his body were shattered, like a puddle of mud, crawling on the ground, looking extremely permeable. Hungry. Eat, eat, eat. Xianming resentful fetus was talking to himself, and came to a corpse with a hideous expression, and began to bite it. He is condensed from countless grievances, and he has thousands of natal supernatural powers. He has the cultivation base of becoming a saint when he was born. When he was weak, his instinct was to eat, and only by eating non-stop could he make up for his losses in killing. Yin Xiao looked back and saw his disgusting side and almost spit it out. If this kind of monster survives, it will definitely be a great disaster to the world. Although Yun Xiao is not a good person, he does not allow such evil things to remain in the world. Thinking in his heart, he rushed towards Xuanming's resentment again. Su Haoyan said to Fairy Yinxia, "Cooperate with you? Then tell me, what reason do you have?" Fairy Yinxia was still in shock, but when she heard Su Haoyan's question, she woke up immediately. She tried her best to calm down and said, "I can help you defend against the enemy, and I will also tell you the secret of the 9 character mantra." The secret of the 9 character mantra? Su Haoyan narrowed his eyes immediately, wondering what secrets are hidden in Linzi mantra, which is something that the system cannot judge. Where to put the baby, it makes him itchy. Just when Su Haoyan was in a dilemma and hesitating, Yun Xiao had already come to Xianming Yuan Tai, and the golden scissors cut off again, cutting off Xianming Yuan Tai's body, cutting off one of his legs in an instant, and waving the scissors again, kept cutting out. However, Xianming's resentment and the cut-off calf disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yun Xiao, and he punched her with his fists. Yun Xiao has quick eyes and quick hands, and dodges in time. And Xuanming's resentful fetus seemed to have been cut out of the real fire, and fell into a state of rage, punching punch after punch, wanting to smash the sky. However, Yun Xiao has experienced hundreds of battles, has extremely rich personal combat experience, and has great supernatural powers. Facing the torrential attack of Xianming's resentful fetus, he did not appear flustered at all. Evil, eat your aunt. Amid Yun Xiao's furious roar, Jing Jiaojin cut towards Xuanming's resentful fetus with whistling wind. In an instant, two purple-gold giant dragons entangled with each other, roaring towards Xuanming's resentful fetus with unparalleled terrifying power. Su Haoyan Dijiang and Fairy Yinxia had to avoid the sharp edge temporarily, due to the rumors of hunting. This woman's cultivation base is unfathomable. What is the origin? Fairy Yinxia was shocked in her heart. She was in the middle stage of entering the holy realm, but compared with Yun Xiao, her whole person's aura was far different. Then look at Daoist Tai, who brutally abused Songlian Immortal Venerable in the distance. Both of them work for Su Haoyan. She couldn't imagine what kind of power Su Haoyan had to be able to send two super strong men as bodyguards. The power behind him must be quite large. Even so huge that he couldn't imagine it. Could he be from the holy ruins? Fairy Yinxia thought in horror. But at this time, Su Haoyan's voice sounded. To cooperate with you, what price should I give? In the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of Linzi's supernatural powers. As long as Fairy Yinxia didn't make excessive demands, he decided to cooperate with her. The condition is very simple. I hope you can accompany me to a forbidden place and protect me. Fairy Yinxia said with a smile. A pair of beautiful big eyes flicker and flicker, like a clear spring. People will fall into it accidentally. Forbidden place? Su Haoyan's heart has long been like a rock, unmoved. At this time, he frowned. The forbidden place in the starry sky must not be simple. It is known as the tomb of the strong, and no matter how strong a monk is, he will almost die if he enters it. Ding. Trigger the side mission, protect Fairy Yinxia. Mission details. Fairy Yinxia hopes that the host will protect her to go to the forbidden area. If the host successfully protects her from entering and exiting the forbidden area, the system will reward the host with a chance to summon a strong man. Once the peak of the strong man chance. The system prompt sounded at this time, letting Su Haoyan know immediately that the forbidden area must be full of dangers. Immediately, Su Haoyan said in a deep voice, I agree, but I have to get the heavenly book before I can. I wonder if the fairy is willing to wait. Fairy Yinxia was taken aback when she heard this. She didn't expect Su Haoyan to make trouble in the ancient fairy world because of the Book of Heaven. But after thinking about it again, Songlian Immortal Venerable is no match for Daoist Tai. Isn't the heavenly book in Su Haoyan's bag? Can. Fairy Yinxia replied very simply. At the same time, Shenong had lifted the lid of the Shenong cauldron, and in an instant a strong suction came out of it, covering the dying Dongfang Moran. In it. In an instant, Dongfang Moran was pulled into the Shenong cauldron. With a Bang, the top cover was tightly buckled on the Xuanhuan ding. Ding. Complete the side mission, Song Lingdao's wrath. Get a chance to summon a strong man. A chance to be a strong man at the peak. A chance to be a strong man dungeon. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a happy smile. With the reward this time, he can now exchange for a diehard pinnacle. The strong men around him, whether it is Dijiang or Xuanhuan, are all terrifying existences, comparable to Tai real person. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan suddenly became excited. Grinning silly fairy. Inxia couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. What's wrong with you? Fairy Inxia asked suspiciously. Dijiang has become accustomed to it. Xuanhuan raised his head slightly, shook his head vigorously, raised his eyebrows and said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly feel handsome again." Handsome? The jade face under the veil of Fairy Inxia twitched fiercely, speechless to the extreme. The fall of Dongfang Moran surprised the monks who flew from afar. My God, the master of Song Lingdao was actually killed? How could this be? Dongfang Moran has fallen. Who is that person? What kind of treasure is that black cauldron he is holding? It's really too strong. Song Lingdao lost Dongfang by and Dongfang Moran won. After another. His strength has been greatly damaged. What happened in the ancient fairy world? The fall of Dongfang Moran shocked all the monks watching the excitement. In the ancient fairy world, the creatures are respected by the three forces of Song Lingdao, Yuanyue sect, and Zuanshanmen, and the strength of Dongfang Moran Taoist can even be ranked among the top 5 existences. His fall is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the ancient fairy world. To make matters worse, Dongfang Bai also fell some time ago, making people think that Song Lingdao seems to have fallen. All the creatures have deeply remembered the majestic appearance of Xuanhuan when he took over Dongfang Moran. If they meet in the future, they must not offend. On the other side, Songlian Xianzuan, who had regained his freedom, slowly flew out of the crack. He was still holding the scimitar that had been broken in two, and the corners of his mouth kept bleeding. He looked at Master Tai, gritted his teeth, and couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. This person's strength is against the sky. So strong that he almost despaired. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in the starry sky? Songlian Immortal Venerable roared, his hair disheveled, and his body in dilapidated condition faintly seemed to be going all out. Facing his gaze, Master Tai's face was indifferent, and he said softly, Songlian, don't you give up? Songlian Immortal Venerable has been insane in cultivating Xianming resentful fetus. Over the past countless years, I don't know how many unconscionable things have been done. How can such a person deserve the title of immortal venerable? It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a devil. Coupled with Xuanhuan's hatred for Songlian Immortal, Master Tai will naturally not let Songlian Immortal die easily. He wanted Immortal Songlian to be tortured and die in despair. Songlian Immortal Venerable wanted to escape, but Xuanming's resentful fetus was still here, so he couldn't bear it. Gritting his teeth, he decided to fight. After thinking about it, he raised his scimitar and pointed it at Master Tai. In an instant, a domineering and terrifying aura erupted from his body, shocking everyone, and trembling the ancient fairy world that had been turned into two halves. I don't believe it, I can't defeat you, Songlian Xianzuan said coldly. The tone was full of madness. Everyone turned to look at him, including Xuanhuan Xuanhuan, Yun Xiao. Inxia Fairy Dijiang and others. The immortals and demons watching the battle from a distance became even more commotion. It's not good to retreat quickly, Xuanhuan is going to make a unique move. My god, isn't this the trick that killed Wang Xiafeng 170,000 years ago? Who is this person? How can he force the immortal to use his supernatural power? Hiss, could it be that the scene from 170,000 years ago can't be reproduced? Immortals and demons exclaimed again and again, retreating quickly, for fear of suffering an indiscriminate disaster. Su Haoyan's face darkened instantly. 170,000 years ago, Songlian Immortal Venerable was overlooking him and raised this saber, using his strongest supernatural powers, to decapitate Su Haoyan. That knife, even after 170,000 years, he never forgot. I want him to pay back 10 times and 100 times. Su Haoyan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Fairy Ainxia looked at him in surprise. It seems that Su Haoyan and Songlian Xuanhuan have known each other for a long time, and they seem to have enmity with each other. Endless mana was poured into the knife, and a strong light appeared, shining brightly like a bright moon. Daoist Tai had no expression on his face, just stood there waiting for Songlian Xuanhuan to display his peerless supernatural powers. He wants to defeat Songlian Immortal Venerable with a brutal attitude. Crazy, they are all lunatics. Is he going to destroy the ancient fairy world? Minghua yelled and cursed, and immediately turned around and left without hesitation. Don't dare to wait a minute longer. Boom. The billowing sky thunder came at an extremely fast speed, covering the starry sky for tens of millions of miles, and the vast sky pressured the sky above the ancient fairy world, making all living beings tremble with fear. Millions of immortals and demons stared in horror at the scimitar held high by Songlian Xuanhuan. Most of them have participated in the Great War 170,000 years ago, and they are well aware of the heaven-defying power of this supernatural power. Su Haoyan was not worried that Daoist Tai would be defeated, so he ordered. In his heart, system, let's start summoning super experts. I want to watch the battle and summon super experts at the same time. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan look at Songlian Xuanhuan full of playfulness. Even though they were separated by thousands of miles, Su Haoyan could still feel the soaring evil spirit. In the midst of thunder and thunder, it was like the end of the world. This knife is called, breaking the sky crazy sword. Songlian Xuanhuan said coldly. As soon as the words fell, he slashed fiercely at Master Tai. In an instant, countless saber chi crisscrossed all directions, and the powerful light irradiated the ancient fairyland, and the strong below the Dou realm felt dark in front of their eyes. The powerhouses above the Dou realm were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the world seemed to be smashed by this knife, and the real Tai was instantly submerged by countless sword chi. At this critical moment, Immortal Tai suddenly opened his eyes wide, opened his arms suddenly, and a fiery red mask suddenly appeared, covering Immortal Tai firmly within it. At the same time, the 9 golden red coiling dragons roared directly into the sky-filled blade lights, smashing those mighty blade lights into pieces one after another. Rumbling explosions came and went, sweeping away in all directions. Dijiang quickly blocked Su Haoyan, and the ruins of the ancient fairyland below were swept up by the strong wind. The weak, immortal soldiers and generals and all creatures were like dust. Sweep away with the wind. Rumbling. Countless mountains and rivers jumped upside down, and giant peaks collapsed. Even those flying islands were smashed to pieces. The whole scene is like the end of the world. The countless monks who came to the ancient fairy world were stunned. What happened to ancient immortal realm? Hiss, the ancient fairyland was destroyed? How is this possible? Could it be that the ancient immortal world encountered a strong enemy? Who dares to fight against Xuanhuan immortal venerable? Hurry up and run away, don't pass by, or you will definitely die. This aura, could it be that Xuanhuan immortal venerable is fighting with the strong? I don't know how many years the ancient fairyland was run by Xuanhuan Xuanhuan, but it was destroyed today. What a pity. The monstrous saber energy and 9 golden dragons burst out from the ancient fairy world and drifted towards the endless void. The stars that were close were immediately exploded. Like bombs one after another, the shock wave of the prototype swept away in all directions, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Dou Yu from the legend of unofficial history. Will the host summon again? In the howling wind, Xuanhuan heard the system's notification sound. He chose to call again without any hesitation. Dou Yu? Is your head caught in the crack of the door? It's useless. Ding! The system is starting to call again. As the system prompt sounded, the devastating aura finally stopped. Daoist robed, with his hands folded in his sleeves, he looked calmly at Xuanhuan immortal venerable who was leaning on his knees and panting in the distance. This is impossible? Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Xuanhuan Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is already his strongest supernatural power. He has exhausted all his mana and concentrated it on Tai Daoist, but it has no effect at all. The supernatural power just now is to destroy a big world, but it is all concentrated on Tai, but it has no effect. It can be seen how high Tai's cultivation is. Do you have any other supernatural powers? If you have any, use them quickly. I don't have time to accompany you here. Master Tai asked impatiently. The indifferent tone seemed to not take Xuanhuan Xuanhuan seriously at all. Standing in the starry sky, the two superpowers stared at each other, and the aura they exuded was completely different. Daoist Tai was relaxed and indifferent. Xuanhuan Xuanhuan seemed to have exhausted all her strength and was exhausted. Faced with Tai's mocking tone, Xuanhuan immortal venerable was so angry that his lungs would explode. No way. He's too powerful, I can't beat him at all, I should leave with Xian Ming's resentment. Xuanhuan Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and thought. Want to escape? Master Tai raised his eyebrows and asked. With a contemptuous tone, it was obvious that Xuanhuan immortal venerable was not taken seriously. Rumble. At this time, the sky thunder rolled, and it was about to blow down, as if it wanted to destroy the ancient fairy world. Looking around, the ancient fairy world that was divided into two was filled with dust, and was further divided by the thunder, and the original appearance could no longer be seen. The terrifying knife just now almost destroyed the ancient fairyland. If most of the attacks hadn't been taken down by the real Tai, the ancient fairyland would have been destroyed long ago. This immortal venerable will never fail. Xuanhuan Xuanhuan snorted coldly. As soon as the words fell, the body swayed. Suddenly, and in an instant, thousands of clones filled the endless starry sky, all holding scimitars. The densely packed Xuanhuan immortal venerable rushed towards Master Tai, making everyone's scalp tingle when they saw it. Master Tai sneered, and with a wave of his sleeve, thousands of Xuanhuan Xuanhuan's avatars collapsed directly. But Xuanhuan Xuanhuan's real body flew towards Xuanming's resentful fetus. At this time, Yunxiao pressed Xuanming's resentment tire on the ground and cut it, but unfortunately this guy couldn't cut it to death at all. It turned into pieces, and it would return to its original state in a blink of an eye. Extremely perverted. Even attacking with divine sense is useless. The Xuanming resentful embryo has thousands of bloodlines, which is equivalent to the fusion of thousands of strong men, and the power of the soul has reached an extremely terrifying level. Seeing Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable attacking this way, Yunxiao didn't panic at all. Get lost, Grandma! Yunxiao roared angrily. At the same time, the golden Jiao scissors followed and cut towards Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable. Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable was caught off guard, and an arm was directly cut off by the golden dragon scissors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Daoist Tai's 10,000 Dao sword thread rolled up again, wrapping his body in it again. Just after waking up from the pain, Immortal Xuanhuan hadn't reacted yet, and was directly pulled back by Daoist Tai. The sword wire, hundreds of thousands of meters long, flicked fiercely. The violent gust of wind scraped off layers of the ancient fairy world. Boom! Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable was thrown out by thousands of sword threads, and hit a huge planet, smashing the planet directly. Such a picture made the creatures watching the battle from a distance open their mouths in shock. Even those Tianjiao are terrified. Xuanyuanjian did not leave, but watched the battle from a distance in the starry sky. Looking at the exploding planet, he swallowed reluctantly, and his body was already covered in cold sweat. Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable is a strong man in the Holy Realm, but in the hands of this old Taoist priest, he has no power to fight back. Xuanyuanjian's body could not help but tremble. Where did such a powerful old monster come from? And as soon as he came out to challenge the Lord of the ancient immortal realm, he suddenly felt that the starry sky was about to change. Coupled with Xuanming resentment. That is the existence that has killed countless world lords. Could it be that the Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable violated the rules of heaven and was abused so violently? Daoist Tai quickly flew into the starry sky, swung a whip made of 100,000-meter long sword wire at will, and smashed a planet into pieces again. Repeatedly like this, Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable was thrown back and forth by Daoist Tai like a ball, smashing into incomparably huge planets one by one, making all living beings dumbfounded. Is that ball-like person Master Xuanzuan? How do you feel that the Immortal Venerable is so weak? It's completely finished, the ancient fairy world is about to be destroyed. Who is that person? Could it be an immortal from another star field? It's really strong, even the immortals were hanged and beaten. The ancient fairyland ushered in an unprecedented catastrophe. The monks talked a lot, their voices were full of panic, that was their protective umbrella, but now they were hanged and beaten. If the Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable died, the ancient fairy world would definitely be in turmoil. The immortals could no longer bear the pressure in their hearts. After all, Xuanhuan held the heavenly book in their hands. If Xuanhuan died and the heavenly book accidentally fell into the hands of others, they would definitely not end well. Give it to me, support Xuanzuan. A burly man covered in golden armor shouted in a deep voice. While speaking, he drew out his sword and rushed towards the real Tai. Seeing this, millions of immortals and demons all set off and rushed towards Tai real person. Catch the death team. Su Haoyan shook his head and chuckled, Master Tai's horror and the entire ancient fairy world are not his opponents. Fairy Yinxia, next to her, was shocked when she heard this. Who is this old Taoist? How powerful is he? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan, which comes from myths and legends. Do you want to call again? The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to narrow. Xuanhuan is one of the ancient mythical beasts. It is said that there is a broken mountain in the East China Sea, and Xuanhuan lives on it. Kuei's body resembles that of an ox, but it has no horns and only one leg. It is said to have a thunderous roar. The strength is terrifying. Although Xuanhuan was one of the top 10 divine beasts in ancient times, he did not worship any power and practiced alone. So there are very few legends about him. But one thing is certain, that Xuanhuan will never be a chicken. Just summon him. Don't restore the memory of the previous life. Xuanhuan made up his mind. The demon emperor Dijun was outside, although Xuanhuan did not worship any power in the prehistoric times. But I have to guard against it. The appeal of the demon emperor is really too strong. Although Xuanhuan's strength is not too high, he is still reluctant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan, which comes from ancient myths and legends. Immediately, he called up the list of Xuanhuan's attributes. Xuanhuan, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 10 great beasts. Lucky level, Dou Yu Wonderland Dzogchen realm. Cultivation method, heaven shocking roaring method. Supernatural powers, shocking roar. Sun moon divine light. Stomp on the sky. Magic weapon, mace. Loyalty, 84/100. Dou Yu Wonderland is complete. Xuanhuan showed a satisfied smile. Don't look at Xuanhuan, Tai Daoist. Yunxiao and Shenong, they are nothing compared to each other, but looking at the entire starry sky, Luowan Wonderland, Dzogchen must be a super strong person occupying one side. You must know that this is not the age where the holy face is everywhere. At the same time, Master Tai tied Songlian immortal venerable again, so that he could not escape. Facing the millions of immortals and demons attacking from all directions, Daoist Tai showed undisguised disdain in his eyes. The 9-dragon god fire shield was activated again, and 9 purple-red, 1,000-foot-long fire dragons roared in all directions. In an instant, 9 long dragons roared out, like 9 golden-red tornadoes, attacking the immortals, coming from all directions. Faced with such momentum, the faces of the immortals and demons changed drastically, and they cast spells to resist. The war will be triggered in an instant. The cute baby who had already fled to the horizon looked back, but his attention was not on Daoist Tai, but on the thunder clouds billowing in the sky above the ancient fairy world. A phantom appeared faintly in the sea of thunder. It's over, Tianwu has finally come. Minghua gritted her teeth and said. The tone was full of fear. Even in the face of Tai, real person, he has never been so afraid. Under the power of the sky, if it is not a saint, no one can resist. Minghua muttered to herself, and the whole person was stunned in the starry sky. Just when the cute baby was terrified, countless fairy demons fell from the starry sky, and screams resounded through the starry sky. It's frightening to hear. Songlian Shanzuan, whose face was covered with blood, was still struggling, but unfortunately it was in vain. What should I do? If this continues, don't I want to fall here again? Songlian Shanzuan gritted his teeth and thought. Although there are millions of immortals and demons helping him as a strong man, he deeply knows that they are useless at all. Definitely not an opponent of Daoist Tai. He had to think of a surefire solution. Now he is no longer in the immortal world and the ancient fairy world that seemed to be desperately trying to save him. What he cares about now is Xuanming's resentment. On the other side, Xianming's resentful fetus was crushed to the ground by Yun Xiao and turned into a meatloaf. But still couldn't kill him. What the hell is this? Is this too resistant to beating? Yun Xiao is already tired of it. Under her feet, under the flash of red light, the already torn Xianming resentful twins immediately merged together, and looked at a corpse not far away, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help drooling. He was starving. Boom, boom, boom. A fairy demon fell from the sky, and Tai Daoist's Kowloon god fire cover continuously released a golden red dragon, blasting a fairy demon down the clouds. It was a single person who blocked millions of immortals and demons. Humph, if you are still obsessed with obsession, I will not be polite to you. If it weren't for his kindness, these so-called immortal soldiers and generals would have disappeared long ago. At this time, Master Tai suddenly saw the rolling thundercloud, and his face suddenly changed color. No, something is wrong. Daoist Tai suddenly shouted. Let Su Haoyan, Fairy Inxia, Dijiang, and Shenong all look up. I saw that the billowing thunder had already covered the entire ancient fairy world, and the terrifying heavenly power permeated the entire ancient fairy world. Unfortunately, everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle between Daoist Tai and the fairy demon. He didn't notice the thundercloud above his head at all. Su Haoyan frowned. For some reason, looking at the rolling thunderclouds, he felt a sense of horror. Could it be that the Eye of Destiny will appear again? Boom. A blue thunderbolt of about 1,000 feet swung down and landed on the 9 fire dragons between Daoist Tai and the fairy demon. In an instant, the 9 fire dragons were blown away, and the huge shock force sent Tai real person flying a full 100,000 feet before he stabilized his body. He clutched his chest, looking at the thunderclouds that kept coming down in horror. In a trance, the thunderclouds transformed into a tall figure. But extremely huge. Is that Tianwu? Master Tai's complexion changed wildly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Immediately, he hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, get out of here quickly. The sound rolled out, like thunder, resounding through the stars. When Su Haoyan heard this, he stopped hesitating and shouted, Yun Xiao, come back quickly, let's get out of here. As soon as the words fell, he gave Shenong a wink, and Shenong immediately understood, put his hand on his shoulder, and took him into the ancient fairy world in a blink of an eye. Fairy Inxia and Dijiang also broke out at full speed and quickly left the ancient fairyland. Yun Xiao, who was beating Xianming's resentful fetus, gave a low drink, turned around and disappeared. Seeing that everyone followed, Master Tai turned around and flew back into the distance. The sky thunder boomed continuously, falling on the broken ancient fairyland. And at the same time, many black thunderbolts found Master Tai and bombarded him. Daoist Tai waved his palm to resist, and the tyrannical magic power surged out like a vast ocean, turning into a giant golden palm, facing the thunder and lightning, and was instantly scattered. The body was beaten so that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards, smashing planets one by one. Along the way, immortal Master Songlian was entangled by the sword thread, and felt uncomfortable too. Then he smashed the planet, and almost lost his breath. Xuanhuan was frightened. He didn't expect the sky thunder to be so terrifying that even Daoist Tai, in the late stage of the Holy Realm, couldn't bear it. Quick, get out of here! Xuanhuan shouted. Xuanhuan nodded, carrying Xuanhuan and on his shoulders, and flew towards the depths of the starry sky at full speed. Yunxiao helped Dijiang fly away at full speed. Fairy Yinxiao was naturally not slow in entering the Holy Realm, and the group disappeared into the depths of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The sky thunder bombarded indiscriminately, flying wantonly. Minghua, Xuanhuan, and other saint-level powerhouses also flew indiscriminately in any direction. Millions of fairy demons are like headless flies, slamming around, trying to avoid the thunder. Screams, one after another, resounded through the starry sky, covering up all sounds. Why is Tianwu targeting us? It's over. Who on earth has offended Tiandao? The ancient immortal realm is an immortal realm recognized by heavenly Dao. And now that it is destroyed, heavenly Dao will naturally be furious. What do we do? Where do we go from here? Hurry up and escape? The immortals scolded again and quickly fled in all directions. Thunder after thunder fell on the broken ancient fairy world, destroying the world. The powerful Tianwu not only destroyed the ancient immortal realm, but also the stars around it were devastated and destroyed one after another. A catastrophe that swept across the entire ancient fairyland began to erupt. Once the Tao of Heaven is angry, no one can stop it. After flying for a full hour, Xuanhuan and the others stopped. It's hard to imagine how far a strong person in the Holy Realm would have to fly for an hour in a row. Xuanhuan looked back and saw Master Tai flying towards Songlian Immortal. Venerable. At this time, the real Tai was scorched all over, and looked a bit embarrassed. The rest of the people also had lingering fears. The power of Tian just now was really frightening. Is that Tianwu? Yunxiao was a little out of breath, and asked in shock. When Tianwu erupted, he even felt a sense of collapse. Xuanhuan said solemnly, the majestic power of heaven, once the way of heaven, is angry, only a saint can resist it. Saint? Yunxiao was in a daze, that is to say, the terrifying Tianwu just now was equivalent to a saint getting angry? Thinking that everyone was fighting against the saint just now, she felt chills down her spine, but luckily she escaped quickly. Master Tai said in a deep voice, it's because I didn't think well enough. The way of heaven here is different from our previous life. It has its own rules, and just now we offended the way of heaven here. Offended heaven? Xuanhuan raised his head and looked at Songlian Immortal Venerable behind. Daoist Tai. This guy was caught by them, but Tianwu didn't follow him. Could it be that Tianwu's wrath has something to do with this guy? When he thought of the time when Tian lay condensed and came out, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. Could it be caused by the destruction of the ancient fairy world? Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock. Master Tai said solemnly, it should be for this reason, we can't appear in the ancient fairy world for the time being. It's really sad, all calculations are to exclude the way of heaven. Although he doesn't know what the ancient fairy world has become now, Xuanhuan doesn't want to go back. Well, let's find a place to stop and interrogate this guy. Xuanhuan stared at Songlian Xianzuan and said coldly. At this time, Songlian Immortal Venerable had passed out, and a thunderbolt happened to fall on him. Earlier, almost killing him. After a while, Xuanhuan and his party landed on a barren planet. There was no vegetation in this planet, but there was a small amount of water, and the Temperature was so high that ordinary people could not live on it. Plop. Xuanhuan Immortal Venerable was thrown on the ground by Daoist Tai, gradually waking up his consciousness. Xuanhuan, Yunxiao, and Dijiang each found a place to sit down, surrounded by a pile of rocks surrounding Xuanlian Xianzuan. Su Haoyan cleaned up the robes on his body. At this time, Xuanlian Xianzuan also slowly opened his eyes. It happened to see Su Haoyan standing in front of him. As soon as he saw Su Haoyan, his pupils widened instantly, and he wanted to stand up, but found that the mana in his whole body was sealed, and his body couldn't even move. What's going on? Xuanlian Xianzuan was terrified and extremely nervous, and the previous scenes gradually recovered. He was abused, beaten, unable to fight back. He tried his best to turn his head and look to the side, just in time to see Daoist Tai sitting cross-legged not far away, healing his wounds on the ground. The majestic power of the sky caused Tai Daoist to suffer serious injuries, and needed to heal his injuries, but there was no pill in the lucky mall that could quickly recover from the injuries in the Holy Realm, and Su Haoyan was helpless now. It's time for Xuanhuan and Dijiang to return to their peak form. But should we let Dijiang or Xuanhuan? Su Haoyan was a little tangled. Tai Daoist is now injured and needs someone to replace him. He has 3 peak opportunities, 4 strong dungeons, and 1 skill inheritance. He once asked the system that if he wanted to be loyal to the peak, he had to use up all of these in exchange for a loyal peak. That is to say, he has only been loyal to the peak once now. The peak of Yunxiao is not enough now, only Xuanhuan and Dijiang are eligible. There is also the Kuanyo, who has not arrived. If it is at its peak, it will only become a saint if it dies. It still doesn't seem to be thoughtful. At this time, Xuanlian Immortal Venerable shifted his gaze to Su Haoyan again. The more he looked at Su Haoyan, the more familiar he looked, and he always felt that the young man in front of him was somewhat familiar. It seems to have seen it somewhere. And many more. Why is this person so similar to Wang Xiaofeng from 170,000 years ago? As soon as this thought came out, Xuanlian Immortal Venerable immediately shuddered, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face showed disbelief. Su Haoyan saw Xuanlian Xianzuan wake up, stepped on Xuanlian Xianzuan's chest, looked down at him, and said in a cold voice, "Xuanlian, do you still remember who I am? You are Wang Xiaofeng? Is this impossible?" Xuanlian Immortal Venerable's eyes widened and his voice trembled. He has been dead for 170,000 years, yet he is still alive? Back then, Wang Xiaofeng impressed him the most. Although his cultivation was not too high, the blood of the ancient demon god was too perverted, and the reason why he cultivated the Shanming resentful fetus was inspired by the blood of the ancient demon god. A long time ago, by chance, he met another Gui demon god, who was Wang Xiaofeng's predecessor. Incomparably powerful, he was envied and attracted the encirclement and suppression of powerful people from all sides. And Su Haoyan's previous life was the only descendant of Gui demon god who successfully escaped. In the following time, he accidentally discovered that Wang Xiaofeng was of the blood of the Gui demon god, and suddenly he was born with a poisonous plan. Wanting to get the blood of the Gui demon god, he launched a war against the holy court of the Xuanchu Great World. When he saw Su Haoyan at this moment, he felt like he was in a dream, and it was a veritable nightmare. There is no way, the strength of Gui demon god has penetrated into the bone marrow, making him tremble from the depths of his soul. Immortal Songlian's thoughts turned suddenly, and thousands of possibilities emerged spontaneously. It made him very confused. Hee, that's right, it's me. You can't remember better. My name used to be Wang Xiaofeng, but now I'm Emperor Haoyan. Su Haoyan sneered. Seeing Songlian Xianzuan's horrified expression, he felt extremely refreshed. The hatred accumulated for 170,000 years finally had a chance to be released. Shenong, Yunxiao, and Dijiang were puzzled, not knowing what kind of grievances there were between Songlian Xianzuan and Su Haoyan. At the same time, they were also very interested in Su Haoyan's background. In their hearts, they all thought that Su Haoyan was extremely mysterious. And there might be a mysterious and powerful force behind him supporting him. The kind of supernatural power that can summon the strong from other worlds is incredible when you think about it. Wang Xiaofeng. Emperor Haoyan. Celestial Master Songlian was almost scared to pee, and exclaimed. Impossible, absolutely impossible? Aren't you already dead? Why are you still alive? Looking at the Tai Zhenren and others beside him, he suddenly realized that these people were invited by Su Haoyan to take revenge. Want to really kill me? You really don't have enough weight. Su Haoyan snorted coldly, the foot on the chest suddenly exerted force, and the bone exploded, and immortal Songlian spewed out blood with a puff. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Songlian Xianzuan muttered, as if caught in a demonic barrier. It seems that he dare not accept this fact at all. Everything happened so suddenly, even if he was stronger than him, he couldn't accept it. Su Haoyan smiled contemptuously, and he was not in a hurry. After Songlian Xianzuan calmed down, he was persecuting him and interrogating the whereabouts of the heavenly book. After obtaining the heavenly book, it was the time when Songlian Immortal Venerable died. He turned to Dijiang and said, Dijiang is coming with me. Although Dijiang was a little puzzled, he still followed Su Haoyan to the depths of a valley in the distance. Although Yunxiao and Shenong were a little curious, they didn't bother to inquire, because it was exceeding their authority and they were suspected of committing the following crimes. This guy should be scared stupid, right? Looking at the sluggish Songlian immortal, Yunxiao sneered. It's really sad and lamentable that the immortal master who controls countless living beings has fallen into such a field. Shenong nodded, he was thinking about a question. Songlian Xianzuan said just now, did Su Haoyan lose his mind? And is it a reincarnation? Could it be that Su Haoyan was really a certain powerful person from ancient times who was reincarnated and rebuilt? If this is the case, it makes sense why Su Haoyan can control the supreme supernatural power. Perhaps the former Su Haoyan needed the existence they looked up to. Su Haoyan and Dijiang came to the mountains several miles away, and Dijiang asked curiously, Your Majesty, why did you let me come here? After careful consideration earlier, Su Haoyan decided to let Dijiang return to his peak first. If the subordinates were promoted in the order of first come, Dijiang would be the first to worship him. And as the ancestral witch of space, once Dijiang returns to his peak state, he will not necessarily be worse than Shenong. I want you to become stronger and reach your peak state. Su Haoyan smiled mysteriously and said softly. Dijiang's expression was shocked, and he became very excited immediately. He asked tremblingly, Your Majesty, is what you said true? Seeing the Shenong family, who came one after another, Yunjiao's cultivation base was higher than his, which made him feel like a knife was twisted, very uncomfortable. He used to be the ancestor witch, the top powerhouse in the prehistoric land. How could he be reduced to the point of being protected by others? He was unwilling. Of course it is possible. Xuanhuan laughed. At the same time, I said in my heart, fuse 3 times of the peak of the strong, 4 copies of the strong, and 1 skill inheritance into 1 peak of the loyal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a chance to become a loyal peak. Ding. Dijiang will die loyal to the peak. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, and then a black hole suddenly appeared on the top of Xuanhuan's head, and the powerful and unparalleled suction pulled Dijiang into it. Seeing this, Dijiang was shocked, and subconsciously resisted this pulling force. Don't struggle, this is one of my supreme supernatural powers. After entering, it will bring about a qualitative change in you. When Dijiang heard this, he immediately felt relieved. After following Xuanhuan for so long, he believed that Xuanhuan would not deceive him. In the next second, he was sucked into the black hole above Xuanhuan's head. Disappear. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, turned around and returned to the real person. Tai, Shenong and Yunxiao suddenly found that Dijiang had disappeared, and even his breath disappeared without a trace, which made them puzzled. Where's Dijiang? Did something happen to him? Shenong asked with a frown. Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled. If there is an enemy, can you still not feel it? After half a day, he will return, and I hope it won't scare you. Daoist Tai, who was healing his wounds, opened his eyes and looked over. He was the first among these people to enjoy the pinnacle of diehard loyalty, and he immediately guessed where Dijiang had gone. How powerful will Dijiang be when he has recovered to his peak? Master Tai slowly closed his eyes and continued to heal his injuries. The 12 ancestral witches are equivalent to seniors to Daoist Tai. The legend of the Lich War has a long history, and he is deeply aware of the tyranny of the ancestral witches. Zhuwu must be extremely tyrannical after returning to his peak. He really felt a little pressure now. Daoist Tai has always been the strongest existence under Xuanhuan's subordinates. Now that there are more Dijiang, who will he be in the future? Strong? Zhu Juin? He didn't dare to imagine, because the more he thought about it, the more he felt that for Xuanhuan, anything was possible. Scare us? Yunxiao looked curious. Could it be that Dijiang could become as strong as Tai Daoist? Are you kidding me? Shaking his head, he ignored it. Neither he nor Shenong thought much about it. If he knew that his guess was very correct, he would definitely be quite frightened. Immediately, Xuanhuan set his sights on Songlian Xianzuan. After being sealed by Daoist Tai, Songlian Immortal Venerable was like a mortal, lying on the ground like a lunatic, muttering something all the time. The poor generation of immortals actually ended up like this. Xuanhuan naturally wouldn't have the slightest sympathy. He was even a little puzzled. There were some demonic obstacles in Songlian Xianzuan first, so Xuanhuan was going to wait for Songlian Xianzuan to recover before persecuting, otherwise if he was in a hurry and Songlian Xianzuan chose to commit suicide, wouldn't he be in vain? And after waiting for him to regain his sanity, he will definitely negotiate terms with himself. Xuanhuan can cheat the heavenly book first, and then kill him. When dealing with enemies, a little honesty is nothing. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone was resting. The real Tai seemed to be seriously injured, and he was still in the process of healing. Injured by Tianwu, even if he is a strong person in the Holy Realm, he will be severely injured, and Xuanhuan has a deeper understanding of the way of heaven. As the saying goes, the way of heaven cannot be violated. About an hour and a half later, 4 dragons pulling a cart suddenly flew up from the sky, and it was Fairy Inxia. Because she couldn't keep up with Shenlong's speed, she was thrown off, and she couldn't catch up until now. Looking at the 4 dragons pulling the cart, Xuanhuan smiled. This woman has some tricks. It is not easy to find traces that have been lost for more than an hour. That's good, so as not to miss a mission. Although I am already very strong now, but the strong are even stronger. After entering the starry sky, I still need to strengthen myself. And to be strong, you have to complete the task. After getting the heavenly book, he needs to go back to the Xuanhu Great World, then unify the Great World, and finally accompany Fairy Inxia to the Forbidden Area. Not long after, Fairy Inxia landed in front of Xuanhuan with her cat demon in her arms, and said coquettishly, "Why are you running so fast? Are you going to get rid of me?" Missed the supernatural power of Lindsay, she didn't want to miss that opportunity again. And Xuanhuan is the most powerful helper to help her get that opportunity. Xuanhuan spread his hands and said, "Run too slowly, but you will die." Fairy Inxia rolled her eyes, but suddenly saw Songlian Xuanzuan lying on the ground beside her like a madman, and couldn't help sighing. Songlian Xuanzuan, who was once high above the sky, unexpectedly fell into such a field. It's really self-inflicted. One must know that his master is not as strong as Songlian Xuanzuan, which shows how terrifying Xuanhuan's subordinates are. "Sorry, you have to wait for a while," Xuanhuan said softly. Looking at Songlian Immortal Venerable, he was full of playfulness. He didn't drive Fairy Inxia away, but planned to use Fairy Inxia's mouth to announce his arrival. Because his ultimate goal is to win the ancient immortal realm. But for the Emperor, fame is the most important thing. To punish Songlian Immortal Venerable in front of Fairy Inxia, if this matter gets out, many powerful and talented people will come to worship him in the future. At the same time, he can also intimidate Fairy Inxia indirectly, and he can't have other thoughts when accompanying her to break through the forbidden area. Fairy Inxia smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, I have time to wait." As soon as the words fell, she found a corner and sat down on her own, and began to practice. Xuanhuan didn't bother with her, but found a boulder and sat down by himself. Start to rest. Time passed quickly. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a tyrannical aura came from outside the sky, causing everyone to open their eyes. Half step into St. Fairy Inxia frowned slightly, and she suddenly realized that Dijiang had disappeared. She has seen Dijiang's strength with her own eyes. The leapfrog battle against Su Yueluan shocked her heart. Just when she was wondering, an extremely tall man flew over. It was Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan in human form is 3 feet tall, with an unknown fur wrapped around his waist, long messy hair tied behind his head, bearded face, purple pupils. Standing there like a monster. Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan and knelt down on one knee, and said loudly, "My name is Xuanhuan. I heard that Emperor Haoyan is a hero, and he recruits heroes from all over the world, so I come here to pay homage." The sound was like thunder, which made the eardrums of all the people present go numb. Even Daoist Tai opened his eyes and looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Not far away, Fairy Inxia was stunned for a moment. A strong man from Dou Luan's wonderland Dzogchen came to worship? Why didn't she encounter such a good thing? Emperor Haoyan has become famous recently, but compared with her, the veteran her reputation is more than a little bit worse. Su Haoyan gouged out his ears viciously, and helped Xuanhuan up with a smile on his face. Xuanhuan, very good, I want you. Yun Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, and her heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Could this be Xuanhuan, one of the top 10 divine beasts? Although he and Xuanhuan were not in the same era, he had heard of the names of the top 10 mythical beasts. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan's voice was still so resonant. He looked at Xuanhuan, Yun Xiao Tai, and especially Su Haoyan's face on the shoulder of the. His face twitched violently. Leaving other people aside, he is very familiar with Zhu Wu, one of the 4 fierce beasts, and in terms of strength, he is stronger than the 10 beasts. But in terms of potential, their top 10 beasts are farther away than the 4 fierce beasts. In addition, the people here are all higher than him, especially the old man, sitting cross-legged, which gave him a feeling as if he was facing an abyss. Wiping off his cold sweat secretly, Xuanhuan was so proud when he put it away. He found a boulder and sat down honestly. Afterwards, everyone continued to meditate cross-legged, and Su Haoyan was also waiting for Dijiang's return. In the desolate valley, gusts of cool wind blew, making everyone's clothes rattle. Ding! Dijiang has returned to his peak and has reached full loyalty. The system prompt sounded suddenly, pulling Su Haoyan, who was practicing, back to reality. He stood up slowly, causing Xuanhuan, Yun Xiao, Xuanhuan, and Fairy Yinxia to open their eyes and look at him in surprise. As for Zhonglian Xianzuan, although he has recovered his sanity, his eyes are empty and lifeless, as if he is already dead. Su Haoyan didn't leave, he planned to let Dijiang release him in front of his face. What's the matter with you, Your Majesty? Yun Xiao asked suspiciously. Looking at Su Haoyan's smiling face, it was obvious that something had happened. Su Haoyan didn't answer aloud. At this moment, a big black hole suddenly appeared on his head, and an aura capable of tearing everything burst out from the hole, startling Yun Xiao, Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and Yinxia. The fairies stood up together, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Daoist Tai, who was healing his wounds, suddenly stood up and looked over here. When he got up, his expression suddenly changed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Being severely injured by Tianwu, he was seriously injured and needed a long period of treatment. At this time, a figure like a demon god slowly came out of the dark hole. It was Dijiang. His height was close to 2.5 feet, his muscles were extremely exaggerated, his clothes were bulging, his back was thick, and his whole body was surrounded by purple lightning. With sharp and deep eyes, long purple hair fluttering in the wind, extremely domineering. The pinnacle of space ancestral witches. The terrifying aura scared Xuanhuan, and Yinxiao's eyes widened. Xuanhuan was so frightened that he almost lay down on the ground, and the breath of the Holy Land made him terrified. Dijiang fell in front of Su Haoyan, didn't look at everyone, knelt on the ground directly, and said excitedly, "Chen, Dijiang, thank you for your promotion." Although he was very calm, his voice trembled a little, and he seemed very excited. If he is allowed to cultivate to the peak state by himself, it will be impossible to achieve it without hundreds of thousands of years. But it took Su Haoyan less than a day, and while he was moved, he was filled with infinite awe. Of course, most of all of this comes from the system. Full value of loyalty, extremely domineering. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, helped Dijiang up himself, and said, "You protect me personally, and of course I won't treat you badly." While speaking, he recalled Dijiang's attribute list in his mind. How strong is Dou Yu at its peak? Dijiang, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, space speed ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. Luck level, late stage of manifestation. Kung Fu, prove the truth with strength. Supernatural powers, speed shuttle. The real body of Dou Yu. Only fast. Special attribute, Panga great god's will, indomitable, once activated, the combat power will increase dramatically. Loyalty, 100/100. The late stage of the holy realm. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction, and what made him happy was that the special attribute was triggered. He has summoned many strong men so far, but there are not many strong men with special attributes. The most abnormal thing is Yang Jian's attribute, the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Dijiang's gaze scanned the crowd, and finally landed on Tai Daoist. In the next second, he cupped his hands at Tai Daoist and said in a deep voice, "Daoist, please rest in peace of mind. I will protect you now." As soon as this remark came out, Master Tai smiled slightly and nodded. Knowingly, the other strong men looked at Dijiang in surprise, and Xuanhuan smiled slightly. In this way, Dijiang became the number one under Xuanhuan's hands. Finally, Dijiang set his eyes on Songlian Xianzuan, who was on the ground, and the dazed Songlian Xianzuan suddenly tensed up and trembled with fright. This breath, how is it possible? Songlian Xianzuan's thoughts collapsed in an instant. He never thought that. Apart from Tai Daoist, Xuanhuan's subordinates also had a super strong man who far surpassed him. Every small level of the Holy Realm is a level that is difficult to cross, and some monks may not be able to break through in their entire lives. Fairy Insha's beautiful eyes also widened, and the cat demon in her arms was hairy, hiding in her arms and shivering. The absolutely powerful aura made Fairy Insha feel that the sky was about to collapse. She had never felt such awe-inspiring aura before Daoist Tai and Songlian. Immortal Venerable never had such a terrifying aura. It made Dijiang's height in his heart instantly increase. How is it possible? Isn't he the great Luoluan Wonderland Dzogchen? Fairy Insha set off a storm in her heart, feeling unbelievable. In one day, a cultivator who had completed De Luoluan's fairyland surpassed her just like that. She suddenly thought that just now Dijiang seemed to say that Xuanhuan gave him his ability to become stronger. Can a De Luo true immortal have such heaven-defying supernatural powers? At this time, Fairy Insha suddenly felt that this world is so strange. Could it be that she was only dreaming before? But no matter what she thought was unbelievable, Dijiang returned strongly. But it made the atmosphere weird. Both Shenong and Yunxiao felt a little uncomfortable, because Dijiang's aura was really terrifying. Even though he restrained himself a lot, it still made the people around him uncomfortable. This is actually one of the reasons why Huangdening didn't like being with Dou Yu. Because the ancestral witches don't have a soul, they can't completely restrain their aura. Of course, they don't want to cover up their aura. After chatting with Dijiang for a while, Xuanhuan came to Songlian Xianzuan and said playfully, "Songlian, do you want to die or live?" Songlian Immortal Venerable's eyes lit up when he heard this, because Tai Daoist has been injured, he has hope, and thinks that he can find a chance to escape. But with Dijiang's return, his hopes were dashed again. Now hearing that Xuanhuan wanted to let him go, he was filled with hope in an instant. "Of course I want, how can you let me go?" Songlian Xianzuan said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Yinxia shook her head and sighed that she no longer had the backbone of a fairy. 170,000 years ago, the old man was wrong, but haven't you come back to life now? And I have become what I am now, can we even it out? Evened out? Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He stepped on the chest of Songlian Xianzuan, and he couldn't control his strength, making Songlian Xianzuan spit out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't make a sound. In order to survive, he endured it. 17,000 years ago? Fairy Yinxia was a little dazed, but she could tell that Xuanhuan was less than 20 years old, which was extremely young for a strong man in the starry sky. It's a far cry from 170,000 years. Could it be that he was talking about the grievances from the previous life? I have been drifting in the turbulence of time and space for 170,000 years. Do you know the pain I endured during that time? Xuanhuan's voice was cold, and the terrifying killing intent was almost condensed into essence. Dijiang, Yunxiao, and Shenong's Kuan stepped forward and surrounded Songlian Xianzuan in the middle. Their breaths acted on Songlian Xianzuan at the same time, causing him to spurt blood one after another. His face was as pale as paper. Hand over the heavenly book, and how to use it, maybe I can forgive you. Xuanhuan asked in a cold voice. The purpose of his coming to the starry sky is to write Zixao's name on it. Let her live forever. Bible? Are you for the book? Songlian Xianzuan's face changed wildly, and he asked in a trembling voice. Why do you want a heavenly book? The Book of Heaven is a symbol of his identity. If he loses the Book of Heaven, he will lose the protection of the Tao of Heaven, and at the same time lose his rule over the ancient fairy world. Are you in control? In a word, to give or not to give? If you don't give it, then I will take your soul and refine your soul, and destroy your body and spirit. In these 3,000 great worlds, I don't believe that you are the only book from heaven. That is to say, you are not the only one for me choose. Xuanhuan said in a cold voice. He once inquired that there are other fairy worlds in the starry sky. With the existence of the fairy world, there must be a heavenly book. In his opinion, the Book of Heaven is equivalent to the existence of the list of gods in the previous life. When Songlian Xianzuan heard it, his heart swayed. If the body and spirit are destroyed, no matter how many plans he has, it will be useless. No matter how many honors he has, he will be turned into fly ashes, and his name will be silent in the long river of time forever. What about Xuanming's resentful fetus? As long as you hand over Xuanming's resentful fetus to me, I will hand over the heavenly book to you. Songlian Xianzuan quickly made a decision. After all, only living can enjoy everything. Using the entire fairy world in exchange for Xuanming's resentment, this deal is considered in the long run, and there will be no disadvantages. Fairy Yinxia felt that Songlian Xianzuan must be stupid. Xuanming's resentful birth is so important in the heart of Songlian immortal. Could he still rely on Xuanming's resentment to make a comeback? I don't have the thing of Xuanming resentment. I don't know where it is. Maybe it has been killed by Tianwu, or it may have escaped. Xuanhuan said with a cold snort. Xuanming's birth resentment talent is extremely terrifying, and it must be a big hidden danger in the future, but Xuanhuan didn't care about that much at the time. Upon hearing this, Songlian Immortal Venerable first showed anger, then fear, and finally all turned into resentment. Immediately he was caught in a battle between heaven and man. He didn't know how many years he had lived, so he naturally didn't believe everything Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, this old guy doesn't want to drink a toast, why don't you let me torture him? Xuanhuan has just arrived and wants to show off. At this time, he glanced at Songlian Immortal Venerable and said in a low voice. Dijiang also nodded. Although he didn't speak, he didn't object. Yun Xiao directly took out the golden scissors, and the golden scissors opened and closed, intending to cut off Songlian Xianzuan. Seeing this, Songlian Immortal Venerable felt chilled in his heart, and already hated everyone in Xuanhuan. What if you don't mean what you say? Wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to fetch water from a bamboo basket? Songlian Xianzuan asked sternly. It has weakened in momentum. Do you still have a choice? You can only trust me. Xuanhuan smiled contemptuously. He doesn't need to explain to the other party, because there is no need for that. Only by driving him to a corner can he be desperate. Boom. In an instant, Dijiang erupted with the aura of the late stage of the holy realm, and the terrifying killing intent unreservedly hit Songlian Xianzuan's body, causing him to spurt another mouthful of blood. No, I promise you. Songlian was already scared, completely scared. Facing Dijiang's terrifying killing intent, he only felt that he was in the 18th floor of hell, and his whole body was trembling from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, Dijiang slowly withdrew his terrifying power. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and said, hurry up and hand it over. Songlian Xianzuan gritted his teeth, what a shame. Although he was unwilling, he did not hesitate. With a tremor of his right hand, a milky white light ball flew out of the storage bracelet and landed on the ground beside him. Because the soul and mana are sealed, he can only take things out, but cannot use them. Xuanhuan bent down and picked it up, and when the strong light dissipated, a pair of books inside was revealed. The whole body was as white as jade, and when he opened it, there were densely packed names on it. These names floated slowly in the book, shining brightly. Bible? Seeing this, Fairy Inxia immediately recognized it. Breathing suddenly became rapid. That is a good thing that countless souls want to get. How does this thing make me recognize the master? Xuanhuan asked calmly. In order to prevent the heavenly book from being severely banned by Songlian Immortal, for the time being, he can only let Xuanhuan hold it. Although he has reached the Luan fairyland, he is like an ant to Songlian Immortal Venerable, so he has to be careful. Just erase the imprint of my soul on it. After Songlian Xianzuan said this, his face was as dead as life, but if he wanted to get rid of his imprint on the heavenly book, he needed to cultivate beyond him, and Xuanhuan happened to have such a strong man under his command. When Xuanhuan looked at him, he didn't know what to do. Dijiang has no primordial spirit, and Daoist Tai was seriously injured, which made him a little embarrassed. However, at this moment, Master Tai stood up with a pale face, and said weakly, Your Majesty, let the old minister come. Tai, your injury? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. Daoist Tai shook his head and said, It's okay, it's just a soul imprint. It's okay. After speaking, he came to Xuanhuan, took the heavenly book, and pressed it on his forehead, while chanting mysterious incantations. The next second, he suddenly wiped the heavenly book. Tianwu erupted with dazzling light in an instant, making everyone nervous. The ancient fairy world changed hands like this? Fairy Inxia felt a little complicated and her breath was short of breath. What he didn't expect was that she actually witnessed such an epic making scene with her own eyes. Daoist Tai's pale face changed slightly, but he still endured the injury and expelled Songlian Xianzuan's spirit in the heavenly book. Puff. At this time, Songlian Immortal Venerable, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and became even more depressed. When all the light faded, the Book of Heaven returned to its original appearance. Your Majesty, it's done. Master Tai forced a smile and said. Su Haoyan felt a little warm in his heart. He took a deep look at Master Tai, then took the heavenly book and said, You have a good rest, you don't need to make any further moves. Master Tai nodded, and Xuanhuan and Yunxiao supported him to go back and sit down, continuing to heal his wounds. Holding the heavenly book that everyone in the starry sky dreamed of, Su Haoyan took a deep breath and asked, How should I recognize the Lord? He is not at ease if other people are allowed to control the heavenly book. Song Lian stared at the sky with blank eyes, and said weakly, Put your soul imprint into the heavenly book, and then drip blood essence. Su Haoyan nodded, but instead of doing so, he hesitated. The rest of the people did not disturb Su Haoyan, waiting for his decision. Fairy Ainxia took a deep breath and looked away. Since the heavenly book does not belong to her, she must cut off this thought to prevent her Taoist heart from being unstable. Whoosh. Just when Su Haoyan was hesitating, there were bursts of piercing sounds from the sky, accompanied by a strong aura. It is menacing, arrogant, and obviously has bad intentions. Su Haoyan and others looked up together, only to see a famous cultivator skimming from the sky, with great momentum, pushing away the clouds along the way, and approaching at an extremely fast speed. Why are they? Fairy Ainxia's complexion changed drastically, and her eyes were full of fear. Looking around, Su Haoyan saw that there were about 100 monks attacking this side, and their cultivation levels were good, and everyone was above him. 2 are at the Holy Realm, and the rest are all de Luo Jingxian and above. Xuanhuan said softly. The tone was relaxed, and he didn't take this group of people seriously. However, why did such a group of strong men come to them? This planet belongs to the kind of planet that was abandoned in the starry sky. Moreover, it is extremely remote, and the group was able to find this place, apparently following them. Yunxiao showed a look of disdain. They have 2 who have completed the Holy Realm, 2 who are strong in the Holy Realm, and 1 who has entered the Holy Realm, and Fairy Ainxia is also a Saint Realm. Some people dare to trouble them. Are they tired of work? Su Haoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very puzzled. Why could someone track this place? Isn't it for them? He looked up at Fairy Ainxia, and found that she was also extremely shocked. The leader of these people was a man in a black brocade robe. His hair was tied back, his face was cut like a knife, and one eye was closed tightly down, like a vicious god. Emperor Haoyan, right? Let's see how you escape today. The man in black shouted angrily. As soon as the words fell, he closed his hands and then opened them suddenly. A white light flashed, and in the next second, a 3-foot-long silver-white long knife appeared in his hand. At the same time, a domineering aura soared into the sky. With a loud roar, he slashed towards Su Haoyan with a ferocious face. Yunxiao hurriedly stood in front of Su Haoyan, and Jing Jiao cut it out with a bang. There was a click. There was a sharp sound like steel rubbing against each other, which made people's eardrums vibrate. With a flash of silver light, the long knife held by the man in black immediately snapped in 2. Humph, dare to come here to ask for wildfire with such strength, it's really beyond self-control. Yunxiao snorted coldly, and the golden dragon scissors continued to cut. The violent force directly blasted the man in black, flying, and even the hundreds of people behind him were all blown away. The man in black's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Entering the holy realm is complete." Yun Xiao smiled contemptuously, and immediately jumped up, leaping towards the hundreds of people over there, ready to slaughter them all. At this time, he came to Xuanhuan with a serious face and said with a terrified face, "It's better to repel these people, it's not right to kill them all." Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Why, these people have something to do with you? They are an organization called the Star Alliance, and the leader is Jiang Yun." Fairy Insha said in a deep voice. The beautiful eyes are full of jealousy. Xuanhuan frowned. He had heard some legends about the Star Alliance. Recently, the leader of the Star Alliance was none other than Demon Lord Xuanhuan, who once destroyed a big world with his own power. Very brutal. Why did the Covenant seek him? Xuanhuan suddenly became a little irritable. When he first came to the starry sky, he made countless enemies. Although Demon Monarch Xuanhuan has been living in seclusion, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the Star Alliance are even more terrifying and powerful than the ancient fairy world. It is said that there are several existences in the Star Alliance who have surpassed the holy realm. So you should not offend them. Fairy Insha persuaded. Are there several saints? Xuanhuan's brows gradually relaxed, and a smile filled his face. What's the matter? After a long time, it was only the manifestation of the saint, and I thought there was a saint. Without a saint, would Xuanhuan be afraid? Yun Xiao, I only want one who can breathe. Xuanhuan shouted. The sound rolled out, resounding throughout the planet. Fairy Insha's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and the cat demon in her arms was already trembling. Compared with the Star Alliance, the forces behind Fairy Insha are nothing at all. For her, the Star Alliance is a giant existence, which she cannot afford to provoke. Now that she is with Xuanhuan, the Star Alliance will definitely consider her as a gang. Thinking of this, she felt a little terrified and depressed. Your order, Yun Xiao said with a chuckle. The golden scissors in his hand had grown to the size of 100 feet, and in an instant they looked like two golden dragons, their figures intertwined, quickly harvesting lives one by one. As expected of the golden flood dragon scissors, it is simply an artifact for harvesting. Xuanhuan couldn't help admiring. Shenong smiled and nodded. Dijiang was a little disdainful, and Kuan Yao looked envious. Golden dragon scissors? Fairy Insha looked slightly startled, and at the same time, her mind was running extremely fast, trying to find the name Jin Jiaojian. The battle was over in a blink of an eye. Except for Jiang Yun, all members of the Star Alliance died tragically because their bodies were cut off. Even the soul was crushed. Among them was another person who entered the holy realm. Teams like two saints and dozens of big luos rarely appear in the starry sky. Jiang Yun's two arms were gone, the cut was bloody, his breath was weak, and his face was pale and bloodless. A big battle that should have been rocking the mountain was cut by Jin Jiao. And it ended quickly. Fairy Insha was completely stunned by the speed at which the battle ended. Like this. I'm not dreaming, am I? That's Jiang Yun, who is famous in the starry sky, and known as the Butcher. And those big luo. That's it, simply wiped out? Although Yun Xiao had beaten Xuanming's resentful fetus violently, but the special blood of Xuanming's resentful fetus could not kill him no matter what. which made the effect of the battle at that time far less shocking than it is now. Who is Emperor Haoyan? Fairy Yinxia was full of doubts. The Xuanhuan family tortured and killed the Taoist master of Tsongling Dao. The Daoist Tai brutally tortured the Tsonglian. Immortal Venerable, Dijiang's aura was extremely violent, and now Yunxiao instantly wiped out more than 100 strongmen of the Star Alliance. She tried hard to guess Su Haoyan's origin in her heart, but she searched the entire starry sky, but couldn't find the answer she wanted. Boom! Jiang Yun was thrown to the ground by Yun Xiao, and then stepped on by Yun Xiao with his feet, making him lie on the ground, unable to move. A generation of saints lying on their stomachs in such an indecent position. If it spreads, it will definitely drop your jaw. Answer me, why did you come to attack me? Su Haoyan said in a cold voice. Being chased and killed by a huge force for no reason, no one would have a good temper. With blood on Jiang Yan's face, he said ferociously, "Humph, winner and loser. You can kill me if you have the ability. The Star Alliance will not let you go. From now on, there will be no room for you in the entire starry sky." Hey! The bones are quite hard. Yun Xiao snorted coldly, and stepped hard on the sole of his foot, stepping Jiang Yan's head deeply into the soil. Su Haoyan sneered and said again and again, "Don't think that I will be afraid of your broken Star Alliance. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken." As soon as the words fell, he gave Yun Xiao a wink. Yun Xiao understood, and immediately stepped on Jiang Yan's head like a rotten watermelon with his foot, which was extremely cruel. Its vitality also disappeared. But in the next second, Jiang Yan's primordial spirit teleported and appeared in the void. "Emperor Haoyan, when I come back, you will die tragically." Jiang Yan's voice resounded through the earth, and the speed was extremely fast, flying out of the planet in the blink of an eye. "Di Jiang!" Su Haoyan shouted sarcastically. In fact, without his order, Di Jiang turned around and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Jiang Yun Yuanshan, and he stretched out his big hand like a cattail fan to grab one. "You, how is it possible? You can't." Before Jiang Yun could finish his Yuan mythology, Di Jiang grabbed him so hard that his soul flew away. The once prominent superpower of the Star Alliance fell like this. Di Jiang is suspended in the void, turbulent and majestic. As soon as he turned around, he left the starry sky and appeared beside Su Haoyan in the blink of an eye. With such a frightening speed among the people present, perhaps only Daoist Tai can compete with him. "Are you really going to have trouble with the Star Alliance?" Fairy Yinxia was still a little worried, so she couldn't help but ask. The tone was obviously urgent. "That's the Star Alliance, a power that covers the sky with one hand in the starry sky. Although Jiang Yun and his party have been wiped out, he believes that the Star Alliance has already known the news. In the future, she will also be regarded as Su Haoyan's gang by the Star Alliance. Becoming the target of the Star Alliance, even thinking about it makes her tremble with fear." She was totally caught off guard. Su Haoyan spread his hands and laughed. "Everyone has come to kill them, so why are they still stretching their necks and waiting to be killed?" Fairy Yinxia was taken aback for a moment. It seemed that what Su Haoyan said made sense. If it was her, what would she do? Of course it was a counterattack. Su Haoyan's rhetorical question made her at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Jiang Yun and the others were obviously aggressive, and they didn't admit the wrong person at all. It's nothing more than a bunch of rabble from the Star Alliance. Let's take over his lair in the future, Yun Xiao said disdainfully. Both Shenong and Dijiang showed contemptuous smiles. Although Kuei didn't know how powerful the Star Alliance was, he was also worried when he saw that Dijiang and the others looked relaxed. Seeing this, Fairy Inxia sighed slightly and said nothing more. Although she is afraid of the Star Alliance, she hasn't reached the point where she is extremely afraid. Since she has been targeted, don't think too much about it. Her purpose has never changed, and she must get the things in the forbidden area. At this time, Xuanhuan asked in his heart, "System, if I want to let the Heavenly Book recognize the Lord, is there any way to get rid of the shackles of the Heavenly Tao in the future?" The Tao of Heaven is not a living thing. It is a rule in the dark, an order that restricts the form. The host does not need to take it to heart. It is controlled by the Tao of Heaven. Even if the host has not let the book recognize the master, know under the Tao of Heaven, what is the difference? If the Heavenly Book is allowed to recognize the master, the host will have many ways to get rid of the shackles of the Tao of Heaven in the future. The system's answer made Xuanhuan suddenly realize he was a little bit of a dead end before. Thinking of this, he put the Heavenly Book on his left hand and made a lifting gesture. With his right hand, he forced out a drop of blood essence and dripped it on the Heavenly Book, and the Heavenly Book suddenly burst into bright light. Immediately, he separated a primordial spirit from the sea of consciousness and entered it into the Book of Heaven. Start to identify the master. Everyone surrounded him to prevent him from encountering any danger. Fairy Inxia also set her eyes on Xuanhuan. To be honest, it was the first time she saw a fairy being born after living for such a long time. Obtaining the Heavenly Book is equivalent to becoming an immortal venerable. Even if you don't control a part of the immortal world, you are still an immortal venerable. After becoming an immortal venerable, the immortal world will be under his control. Suddenly an immortal venerable lying on the ground stared blankly with horror. He witnessed with his own eyes that Xuanhuan and others easily wiped out a faction of the Star Alliance, and now that Xuanhuan is making the Heavenly Book recognize the master, his heart is as if a knife is being twisted. The guy he once regarded as an ant is now riding on his head. This matter is too big a blow, and no one will feel better. In fact, what worries him the most now is whether Xuanhuan can keep his word, and whether he can survive. According to his understanding of Wang Xiaofeng should be a man of one word and one who keeps his word. Unfortunately, he was dead wrong. The current Xuanhuan is not the Wang Xiaofeng of 170,000 years ago, but Emperor Haoyan. On the other side, Xuanhuan's blood essence and soul have been printed in the Heavenly Book, and Xuanhuan feels that he has some kind of connection with the Heavenly Book. At this time, he slowly closed his eyes, and the picture in his mind was beautiful, vast, densely packed with stars, shining, and this picture was still running non-stop. In the blink of an eye, a dilapidated picture appeared in his mind. Could this be the ancient immortal realm? Xuanhuan's expression was shaken, and he was immersed in the scenes in his mind for a while, forgetting to return. The vast universe is filled with rays of light. This is a huge and vast continent, suspended in the starry sky. This place is also a huge big world. The stars floating around are like gravel in comparison. In this big world, there are cities and kingdoms everywhere. Dynasties. Kingdoms, countless. Boom. There are two towering peaks standing somewhere in the mainland, and between the two peaks, there is a wide and powerful waterfall. Like a galaxy, falling in the void. The waterfall fell into the river below, creating a monsoon of mist. Diffusion in all directions. Xuanhuan stood on top of the cliff, his robe rustling in the wind. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, wearing a blue robe. With white hair hanging over his shoulders, his figure was similar to Xuanhuan's, but his face was like a skeleton, his eyes were hollow, and his eyes were white. Less black. This person is filled with a trace of death from the inside out. It was a dead air that made even the soul twitch. Xuanhuan seemed to have known about this person's arrival for a long time. So there was no surprise on his face. If I beat you, will you really accompany me to the Kanglan ancient road? The skeleton man glanced at Xuanhuan and asked in a hoarse voice. Xuanhuan glanced at him and said with a smile, Xian Yi, do you think that the poor will lie? You don't need to beat me, as long as you go through 3,000 moves in my hands. Xian Yi. This man who looks like a skeleton is the leader of the demonic Dao, Xuanhuan. Majuan, the leader of the Star Alliance. Hearing this, Demon Lord Xuanhuan fell silent. Xuanhuan's arrogance from the bottom of his heart is not just pretending. People with this kind of arrogance will not make promises easily, and once they promise, they will not break their promises. Actually, I am also looking for opportunities to become a saint. Helping you is also helping yourself. Call. Xuanhuan let out a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, and the heavenly book in his hand slowly withdrew its strong light. Now, he has let the book recognize the Lord. From now on, he is already considered an immortal. It's just that there is no fairyland of its own. After letting Tianwu recognize the master, there seemed to be something surrounding him in the dark. When he felt this thing, he had a feeling that this was the right given to him by the way of heaven. At the same time, he can contact all the immortals and demons in the ancient fairy world through the Book of Heaven. It is no exaggeration to say that he can wipe out all the immortals and demons with just one thought. From another perspective, he is equivalent to owning an extremely huge force. The army of millions of immortals is invincible. Just thinking about it made his heart beat. However, he just thought about it for a while, and then took out the jade bottle containing Zixa's blood essence, pointed a little inside, and then began to write on the heavenly book. The Book of Heaven once again burst out with bright white gold light, which was incomparably gorgeous. Zixia? Fairy Insha's eyes jumped, the name was obviously a woman. Could it be that all that Xuanhuan did was for this woman? For some reason, when she looked at Xuanhuan again, there was a sudden sense of ambiguity in her eyes. She always thought that Xuanhuan was the kind of man whose interests were above everything else, but she never expected to have such a tender side. The Xuanhu Great World, the heavenly world of the Southern Territory, on the Heavenly Emperor Peak. By Suzhen, Linghu Shanlan, Lei Yao, Feng Huang, and Shen Zhener were by Zixiao's bedside. Zixiao lay quietly on the bed, her hair was gray, although she was wearing a veil, she couldn't hide her old face. Hey, look, Sister Shanlan's stomach is moving, this little guy is really dishonest, can't he wait to come out? Shinjiner's small face was full of curiosity, she kept staring at Linghu Shanlan's stomach. Bai Suzhen covered her mouth with a light smile and said, of course, can His Majesty's children be honest? Linghu Shanlan had a happy expression on his face. Rubbing his belly, he murmured, don't ask to be like His Majesty, how against the heavens, it's Best to be safe and sound. Xuanhuan, what are you worried about? Now that the entire Xuanchu great world is about to be unified by the Haotian court, this child will definitely grow up smoothly and healthily in the future. Lei Yao said coquettishly. I was also fantasizing about when I would be able to conceive Su Haotian's child. Looking at the laughter of the sisters, Zixia looked envious, but it was a pity that her lifespan had come to an end, and she no longer had the right to enjoy this kind of happiness. Sensing her gaze, Fenghuang couldn't help pulling Zixia's hand to comfort him. Don't worry, your majesty will definitely succeed. You must know that your majesty has never lied to us. Bai Suzhen and the girls also nodded, and they all comforted each other. They all care about each other, and there is no jealousy. This is also the reason why Su Haotian didn't accept many concubines. Tired of those harem competitions in the previous life, Su Haotian would never allow his harem to become like that. Zixia nodded, and just about to speak, at this moment, a dazzling golden light penetrated the roof of the palace, and fell softly on Zixia's body. In an instant, Zixia was covered by the golden light, like a golden man. A strange energy quickly flowed through her whole body, the wrinkled skin quickly recovered at a speed visible to the right eye, and her body immediately flew up. Boom, Zixia smashed through the roof and flew out of the palace. Let the 5 daughters of Bai Suzhen follow them out quickly. A vast heavenly power instantly filled the sky over the holy city, causing countless monks to raise their heads in shock. At the highest point of Xingdi Peak, on a cliff, there are 2 figures standing at this moment. I was watching all this quietly. Unexpectedly, His Majesty really succeeded. Zhao Gongming said with emotion. Ba. When His Majesty returns, it will be the time for Hao Tian to enter the starry sky. Sun Wukong was dressed in a golden cassock, looking at the vast heavenly power descending from the sky, his eyes shone with golden light. On the other side, in a temple in the holy city, the Tathagata Buddha looked at the vision in the sky with a bright smile on his face. At this time, Zixia regained her magnificent face again, and the veil flew away, revealing a face that turned all living beings upside down. All over the sky, golden petals descended from the sky and sprinkled on her body, making her look like a fairy. Somehow, she seemed to see another self jumping into her body, which gave her a sense of fullness that she had never felt before. Boom. Dou Yu Ocean Wonderland. Dou Yu is really a wonderland. Dou Yuojian Wonderland. The early days of Deluoluan Wonderland. This situation made the 9 guards below, Bai Suzhen and the others stare wide-eyed in disbelief. They didn't expect Su Haotian to get the heavenly book so quickly. The danger in it will definitely not be less. When the strong light dissipated, Su Haotian smiled slightly, knowing that he had succeeded. Zixia turned the corner. Then he put the Book of Heaven into the lucky space. How could he put such a treasure outside? Ding. Complete the side mission. Let Zixia rank among the immortals. Get a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to be a strong man at the peak. A chance to be a strong man dungeon. The system prompt sounded at this moment, which made Su Haotian completely relieved. Puff. Immortal Songlian not far away couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his last ties with Tianshu were completely broken. Su Haotian turned to look at Songlian Immortal, and said with a smile, D. Jiang, kill him. The powerhouse of the Holy Realm should still be dealt with by the Holy Realm. And he should be given a certain amount of respect. Isn't it? The jade face under Fairy Insha's veil twitched, while the faces of Shinong, Yunxiao, and Kuang Yao showed no expression. "You're cheating, playing tricks, you lied to me." Songlian Immortal Venerable suddenly became anxious, and cried out in surprise. His tone was full of panic. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his dignity and hand over the heavenly book. That was at stake with his life. All these grievances were just to survive. But in the end, it turned out to be a scam. Su Haoyan sneered and said, "Speaking doesn't count? Why didn't you treat my people like this in the past?" As soon as the words fell, Di Jiang came to Songlian Xianzuan and looked down at him as if looking at a dead body. "Wang Xiaofeng, you can't be a rascal like this. It doesn't match your status as an emperor at all. You will be looked down upon by others." Songlian Immortal Venerable cursed angrily. "My heart is full of despair. He is not reconciled. His plan has just begun, he can't just die like this. It's a pity that you can't live by yourself." Di Jiang raised his fist, and with a destructive aura, he slammed on Songlian Immortal Venerable. It exploded with a bang. The rubble flew across, and the billowing dust and smoke drowned everyone, and the whole planet trembled. Ding. Complete the main task. Seek revenge from the Songlian Immortal Venerable. Specially reward the host with a chance to summon a strong man. A chance to be a strong man dungeon. A chance to be a strong man at its peak. Another system prompt sounded in his mind, filling Su Haoyan's face with a smile. The great enemy in my heart was finally eliminated by myself. The resentment of 170,000 years has finally turned to ashes, dust to dust. But he couldn't be happier. Because the holy court is no longer there, those old friends and subordinates have long since disappeared. Fairy Inxia took a deep breath, watching Songlian Xianzuan being killed. She still felt a little uncomfortable. The immortals are all old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, and the death of each immortal will cause violent vibrations in the starry sky. And she also knew that the next immortal venerable had appeared. Although his strength is not very good, Su Haoyan is indeed considered to be the next immortal venerable. However, Su Haoyan has tyrannical subordinates. With the help of Di Jiang, Tai Zhenren and others, he can easily control the ancient fairy world. Su Haoyan turned his head and said with a smile, "Everyone rest here for a few more days, and we will leave. Now that the heavenly book has recognized him as the master, it doesn't matter when he returns to the ancient fairyland. At any time, millions of heavenly soldiers will be under his control." "Your order." Everyone responded in unison. Everyone knew in their hearts that the reason why they stayed for a few days was because of Tai's injury. Su Haoyan came to a corner and sat down, and ordered in his heart, "The system has started to summon the super strong." Completed 2 tasks in a row, allowing him to get 2 summoning opportunities. "I hope to be able to summon the strong man of my heart." Ding. Start summoning superpowers for the host. The system beep sounds at this time. Su Haoyan couldn't help looking forward to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Concubine Yang from ancient legends. Do you want to summon again? Puff. Su Haoyan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. What is this all about? Resummon. Concubine Yang, do I lack beautiful women? I really don't know what to say. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Su Xian from the Legend of the White Snake. Will the host summon again? What the hell, Su Xian? Do you think I will recruit him? Summon me again. Just kidding, besides being able to cry, what's the use of this guy? Besides, Bai Suzhen is my queen now. There is another chance to summon, no matter who is summoned, he must accept it. I hope it's not too disheveled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Li Yuanba, who comes from ancient myths and legends. What the hell? What happened today? Why is it all? No, wait. Is this person special? Li Yuanba, the general of the Tang dynasty with double hammers? Could he be the reincarnation of someone powerful? Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something. From the time he got the system to now, every strong man summoned has some special identities, such as Dou Yu. And so on. They are all reincarnations of a certain Yobi Deneng. The strong system never summons mortals to come in, restore the memory of the previous life, and call out the attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Anyway, now is his last chance, he wants to see who this Li Yuanba is. Li Yuanba is a famous double-hammer general in history, with infinite strength, but because of his simple mind, he was deceived to death. Of course, his reputation is still not as good as Dou Yu, Lubu, and other powerhouses. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Luck level, late stage of deluge in Wonderland. Cultivation method, Jinpeng. Supernatural powers, Da Ping transforms, the sky collapses and the earth cracks, and the golden hammer fixes the sky. Magic weapon, shaking god hammer. Loyalty, 100/100. Golden winged rock? Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, but immediately asked with bright eyes, could it be the younger brother of King Kongxian of Ming Dynasty? Da Ping? There are beasts and birds in all things, and the phoenix is the head of the birds, and the phoenix has the spirit of mating to give birth to the peacock and the rock. The rock here is the golden-winged rock bird, and the peacock was born to his mother. Although the system's answer is the same as the information obtained in Xuanhuan's book. But he was really shocked when he learned from the system. Then how strong is Li Yuanba back to his peak? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. The golden-winged rock is the younger brother of the first peacock in the world, so its strength will naturally not be inferior. The system cannot participate in this kind of estimation, and the host needs to practice it. The system's answer made Xuanhuan secretly roll his eyes. Pretender. Continue to summon superpowers. Xuanhuan decided to use up all the 2 summoning opportunities. Li Yuanba is the reincarnation of the golden-winged rock, and he can be regarded as a potential existence. Ding. Start summoning superpowers for the host. A system beep then sounds. Let Xuanhuan's heart calm down instantly. At this time, the night has come. Looking up, the starry sky is filled with stars everywhere. Once the hatred of 170,000 years has been avenged, Zixia is also among the immortals. Although there are still many powerful enemies around the starry sky, at this moment, he suddenly feels very relaxed. Whether it was 170,000 years ago, or when he had not traveled through time, he was never as relaxed as he is now. Although he was an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary in his previous life, his busy life made him very fulfilled. Compared with the present, he has a very special kind of happiness. For a moment, Xuanhuan's thoughts drifted away, as if he had entered the vast sea of stars. Although the main soul has been awakened, Xuanhuan's heart is still looking forward to the time with the earth. If there is a chance, I must go back to earth and have a look. Xuanhuan secretly decided. Fairy Ainxia, not far away, has been observing Xu Haotian. The blue-clothed boy leaned against the boulder and looked up at the sky with a calm face. This scene touched Fairy Inxia. Ever since she met Su Haotian gave her an impression of arrogance. But when she saw Su Haotian write the word Zixia on the heavenly book, she changed her attitude towards Su Haotian. Seeing that Su Haotian seemed to be missing someone now, Xian felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She walked in the starry sky and met countless amazing geniuses, but only Su Haotian gave her a strange feeling. What kind of person is Emperor Haotian? Fairy Inxia is filled with curiosity. There are few men in this world who can interest her. Su Haotian should be the first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the overlord of Western Chu. Xiangyu comes from unofficial history. Will the host summon again? The system prompt sound interrupted Su Haotian's thoughts, which surprised him a little. Xiangyu? HT? It sounds awesome, but I just don't know how strong he is at his peak. In the world of mythology, although Xiangyu is very powerful, he is a loser. After all, and history is written by the winners. The loser perishes forever. Do you want to call again? Su Haotian began to hesitate. What if he was summoned by a rookie? Don't take the risk. Although this is not very good now, it is a celebrity. After all, and it may bring you good luck. Thinking of this, Su Haotian ordered, it's just him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. Xiangyu, from unofficial legends. Identity, reincarnation of Emperor Yao. Lucky level, De Luo Jin Wonderland Dzogchen. Kung Fu, Xian Tianju. Magic weapon, Moon Sky Halberd. Ability, double pupil Kamui. Loyalty, 95/100. What the hell, the reincarnation of Emperor Yao? It's amazing. And the De Luojin Fairyland is perfect, half a realm higher than Li Yuanba's. Su Haotian did not expect that this feather was actually the reincarnation of Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao among the 3 emperors and 5 emperors is really good. It seems that this is another potential stock. All in all, these 2 summons were quite good. Su Haotian thought beautifully. In the depths of the starry sky, a great magic ship sails quietly in the endless starry sky. The hulls are all made of 1,000-year-old exotic wood. The flag with the shadow of the demon cult fluttered in the wind. Most of the star fields in the starry sky have oars floating, so that the creatures will not get lost in the starry sky. And this Dharma boat also has spiritual energy floating in all directions. There are 4 attics on the French boat, 1 in the front, 1 in the front, and 1 in the middle. Each has dozens of floors. There are monks on each floor, and the strength of the breath is different. At this time, at the top of the attic in the front, stood a stalwart figure, looking at the beautiful starry sky in a daze. He is burly and mighty, nearly 3 feet tall, wearing a black brocade robe, with golden withered claws on his body, making him look a bit creepy. His long red hair was left behind his head, curved horns protruded from both sides of his head, and under his thick red eyebrows were a pair of scarlet ferocious eyes, giving off an evil feeling. He is the leader of the contemporary Star Alliance, named Devil Emperor Dry Sha. Powerful, dominant in the starry sky, with few opponents. He is also the younger brother of Demon Lord Xuanhuan, and in order to be jealous, he suppressed Demon Lord Xuanhuan, and deliberately gave himself the title of Emperor. However, although the name is overwhelming the other party, the actual reputation is still not as good as Xuanhuan Majuan. At this time a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him, and after turning into substance, he knelt on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, Jiangyun's soul has disappeared, and the hundreds of disciples he took away have also fallen." When Demon Emperor Dou Yu heard this, he frowned. Xinsheng asked, "What task is Jiangyun going to perform?" Jiangyun is one of his many disciples and also one of the few masters in the Star Alliance. Jiangyun in the late stage of the Holy Realm spent a lot of his cultivation resources. Although he had a master-student relationship, he didn't react too much, as if it was just an ordinary subordinate who died. It seems to be about the task of chasing and killing Emperor Haoyan. Emperor Haoyan is a famous figure in the ancient fairy world recently, and his own cultivation level is very low. It is mainly his subordinates. It is said that he once killed the clone of Sword Lord Dongfeng by waiting for the famous strong black shadow replied. He paused and continued, according to the latest news, Emperor Haoyan and his party also killed Dongfeng Moran of Songling Dao, and even immortal Songlian was taken away by them. Songlian Immortal Venerable was actually defeated? The Devil Emperor Dou Yu was finally moved. Because Songlian is a strong man. In the Holy Realm even he may not be able to defeat immortal Songlian. Yes. The strong man who defeated Songlian Xuanhuan was also wounded by the thunder tribulation sent down by Tianwu. That's why Jiangyun dared to dispatch to carry out the mission. So that's the case. Do you know who issued the task? It is a nameless person called the Demon Emperor. Devil Emperor Dou Yu fell into deep thought. The starry sky here is quite far away from the ancient fairyland. The Star Alliance is the largest killer organization in the sky. It can also be called Starry Sky Mercenaries. As long as you have a treasure that the Star Alliance likes, or a huge amount of money, the killers in the Star Alliance will take action. Because of the high success rate, they are famous in the starry sky. Over time, the Star Alliance has a bad reputation. Those who were hunted down were afraid of their vicious name, so they didn't dare to kill them, which made them very smooth all the time. However, Jiangyun had a high status in the Star Alliance, but Emperor Haoyan dared to kill him, which was already regarded as a provocation to Demon Emperor Dou Yu. Therefore, Devil Emperor Dou Yu was very angry. Let Zhang Wuchen take someone to kill Emperor Haoyan, and this emperor will also go and deal with that guy named Hongyun Patriarch. After the Demon Emperor Dou Yu gave the order, he turned around and disappeared in place. Under the sky. I am Li Yuanba, and I am here to pay homage to your majesty. I hope his majesty will take you in. At this moment, in front of Su Haoyan, a young man like a black tower knelt on one knee and said loudly. Standing beside Su Haoyan was a man in jet black battle armor. This man had a refined demeanor, extraordinary heroism, and a cold face. He held a long halberd in his hand, and his waist was straight. He belonged to the category of a fierce general. It's a pity that his cultivation base is too low, and everyone who sits down doesn't take him seriously. Yuanba, hurry up, I hope you and Xianyu can charge forward for me. Su Haoyan put his arms around the two of them and said warmly. Let the two feel flattered. Hastily patted his chest to express his loyalty. The two were very excited because the strong people around Su Haoyan were stronger than them, and all of them were once prominent figures. And among these great people, Su Haoyan could still treat them like this. How could the two of them not be moved. At this moment, he had the urge to shed blood for Xuanhuan. Ding. Trigger the side mission The Wrath of the Star Alliance. Mission. Details, because the host killed Xuanhuan, the disciple of the leader of the Star Alliance, the Emperor Kusha. The Emperor Kusha was extremely furious, and sent Zhang Wuchen, a strong man of the Star Alliance, to attack him. Kill the host and prepare for revenge. If the host kills Zhang Wuchen, he will get a chance to be a strong dungeon, a chance to be a strong man. The system prompt sounded, making the corners of Xuanhuan's lips twitch. With such a rewarding task, it seems that this Wuchen is not a very powerful person. Withered Demon Emperor? Zhang Wuchen? What the hell? Come one and kill one, come two, I'll take care of it all. Laughing loudly, Xuanhuan led Li Yuanba and Xiangyu towards the crowd. Xuanhuan laughed for no reason, making the two people around him confused. But the others had been with Xuanhuan for a long time. So it's no surprise. Later, after Xuanhuan introduced the two to everyone, he walked towards Fairy Inxia. Fairy, you have been in the starry sky for a long time, do you know who Zhang Wuchen is? Xuanhuan opened his mouth and asked. While speaking, he sat cross-legged next to Fairy Inxia, very close. Let the cat demon be very alert. Zhang Wuchen? Fairy Inxia frowned, and then asked back, why do you ask him? Is it because you offended this guy that Xuanhuan wanted to kill you? Xuanhuan shook his head and said helplessly, you seem to have said the wrong thing, okay? Fairy Inxia glanced at Xuanhuan suspiciously and said, Zhang Wuchen is one of the elders of the Star Alliance. His strength surpasses that of a saint. He once slaughtered all living beings in the big world. The name of the demon is so great that no one in the Star Alliance would dare to provoke him. Appear. Xuanhuan frowned, thinking about it, it was indeed reasonable. Because even Xuanhuan, who was in the late stage of the Holy Realm, was killed. If they want to continue to complete the mission, or seek revenge from him, they have to send higher combat power. There is another one called Devil Emperor Drai Sha. What does this guy do? Is he the leader of the Star Alliance? Xuanhuan asked another question in his mind. He wasn't afraid of the Star Alliance, but wanted to understand the distribution of forces in the universe. If he wants to rule the universe, he must first understand the various forces here, especially the forces led by the demons. Devil Emperor Kusha is the current leader of the Star Alliance, with a high level of cultivation. It is rumored that he and Lord Xuanhuan are brothers. The two broke up a long time ago because of trivial matters. Lord Xuanhuan retired, and the Star Alliance returned to Kusha. Devil Emperor, he only used the Emperor name in order to compete with his senior brother. It is a pity that most of the powerhouses in the Star Alliance still trust Xuanhuan Demon Lord. Fairy Inxia explained patiently. Let Xuanhuan feel like being a guest on a celebrity interview program. What breaks can there be between brothers and sisters? The Star Alliance gradually grew up under the hands of Lord Xuanhuan. It was also at its most glorious time that Lord Xuanhuan fought with Tai Shinqin. Since then, Lord Xuanhuan suddenly announced his retirement, and Tai Shinqin also disappeared after that. His life and death are still unknown. Fairy Inxia continued. As soon as she mentioned that kind of top-notch, powerful person, her beautiful eyes would shoot out. She is not envious, but envious. I envy their strength against the sky. Using the 3,000 great worlds as a chessboard, you compete for it. This kind of world-style game is exactly the goal pursued by countless monks in their lives. Tu Ginseng. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the leader of the human race in the Xuanhu great world? I really didn't expect that he was still alive and still floating in the universe. From this point of view, Tai Shanqin may also be a strong person in the holy realm, otherwise how could he fight Xuanyu Demon Lord, and of course it does not rule out that he has died in the hands of Xuanyu Demon Lord. Although the current Star Alliance is still one of the strongest forces in the starry sky, it is no longer as brilliant as it was when Lord Xuanyu was there. Especially with the emergence of the holy ruins. Fairy Insha sighed. She had never said these words to anyone else. It belongs to Xinmi. But Xuanhuan's background is extremely mysterious, and he is not an ordinary person at all. Tell him in advance, and there is also the meaning of further communication. Holy ruins? Xuanhuan raised his brows. It is not easy to paste holy characters in this world. According to Fairy Insha, the holy ruins are obviously stronger than the Star Alliance. The holy ruins doesn't just refer to a single force. I don't know the specifics. I only know that there are saints in the holy ruins. Fairy Insha said in a complicated way. Saint. All the monks who have achieved the great Luo realm have more or less heard of the existence of saints who live forever in the world and are immortal. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and asked, where is the holy ruins in the starry sky? I really don't know about this. Because the holy ruins are so hidden, they rarely even appear in the starry sky, and they don't participate in the competition of the 3,000 great world forces. Fairy Insha said with a wry smile. This answer made Xuanhuan slightly relieved. Don't look at the powerful people under his powerful hands are even more terrifying, but in front of the saint they are all children playing house. As strong as Jin Yuanzi, Kong Xian, etc., they almost died in front of the saint. The demon emperor Di Jun, the eastern emperor Tai, and the 12 ancestral witches dare not stand still in front of the saint. Looking at the entire mythological world, there are only a few who have become saints. That is, Daozu Hongjun, Laozi, Yuanzhi Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian, Jian, Zhuanti, Nuwa, have reached the realm of saints. It is said that the great god Pangu also reached the existence of a sage, and even surpassed the existence of a sage. Because Pangu created the heavens and the earth, even the way of heaven was created by him. In addition, Ho-Tu among the 12 ancestral witches, because of his body incarnation in the 6 realms of reincarnation, under the powerful merit. Because reincarnation is always there, Ho-Tu will not die. Already equivalent to the existence of a saint. Moreover, there is a Taoist named Yang Mei in the unofficial history. It is said that he was born earlier than Taoist Hongjun. Of course, unofficial history is unofficial history. It's not true. That is to say, if I destroy the Star Alliance, the holy ruins will not intervene? Xuanhuan said with a smile. Fairy Insha was stunned for a moment, and said dumbfoundedly, you really are not so arrogant. Ever since she wandered the stars, she had heard of the Covenant a lot. Even though she has reached the Holy Realm now, the Star Alliance is still huge in her heart, which makes her tremble. But he didn't expect that Xuanhuan's desire to destroy the Star Alliance was really extremely arrogant. Haha, although I am arrogant, I never lie, and I do what I say. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, then got up and walked towards Yunxiao and the others. Looking at Xuanhuan's leaving back, Fairy Yunxiao was shocked, suddenly. Could it be that the Star Alliance will really be destroyed by his hands? After returning to the original place, Xuanhuan calmed down and began to practice. The sun rises and the sun sets, another day arrives on time. Xuanhuan and others flew away from this remote planet. Xuanhuan originally wanted Fairy Inxia to go to the ancient immortal realm to wait for him, but he didn't expect Fairy Inxia to suddenly become interested in the Xuanchu great world, so he decided to go and have a look. Regarding this matter, Xuanhuan did not express any rejection. The forces behind Fairy Inxia are definitely not small. If they can get along well with each other, it will also be beneficial to the development of the Xuanchu great world. At the same time, the battle in the ancient fairyland was also known to all the forces in the entire starry sky, which shocked all the forces in the ancient fairyland. The ancient immortal starfield has hundreds of millions of planets, more than 200 big worlds, and basically countless small worlds. Just the number of living beings is immeasurable. When they heard the great news that the ancient fairyland was split in half and Songlian was arrested, everyone was shocked. In the ancient fairyland, Songlian Xianzuan is a supreme god. It's hard to believe that someone could kick Songlian Immortal Venerable from his seat. Emperor Haoyan? Are you talking nonsense? Dongfang Moran, the master of Songling Dao, is dead? How powerful is Emperor Haoyan? Indeed. At that time, Xuanyuanjian, Su Yueluan, Fairy Inxia, and other Tianjiao were all present. They witnessed all this with their own eyes. Right now, the ancient immortal realm is in turmoil. It doesn't seem fake. Who is Emperor Haoyan? Where did he come from? Even Songlian Immortal Venerable has been arrested. Could it be that Emperor Haoyan is a genius in other fairylands? News like this resounded on countless planets, and the news spread to other star fields, because the matter was too explosive. Soon another even more explosive news exploded in the starry sky. Jiang Yun of the Star Alliance was killed by Emperor Haoyan, and the Star Alliance has sent masters to kill Emperor Haoyan. Xuanming's resentful fetus suddenly appeared in a small world, cruelly devouring all the living beings in this small world. For a time, the entire ancient immortal starfield fell into unprecedented turmoil. Although Xuanhuan didn't know all of this, he could guess from his soaring fame. Now his fame value has grown to 600 billion, like an explosion. The lucky business district is updating the treasures that make Xuanhuan's eyes shine every day, and he can spend again to help Haoyan court further develop. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting on the faucet of the four dragons, pulling the cart, and Wu Wu was about the size of a foot, hanging out with the cat demon. Time passed quietly as Xuanhuan searched for the lucky mall. 3 days later, Xuanhuan and his group finally saw the shadow of the Xuanchu Great World. Seen from a very far distance, the Xuanchu Great World is like a minefield, completely opposite to the peace of other great worlds. Xuanhuan was not pleasing to the eye, and said, "Today, this layer of lightning cover will be broken." Di Jiang, Yun Xiao, Shen Nong, and Master Tai nodded one after another. Even Songlian Immortal Venerable died in their hands, so a mere seal is nothing to worry about. Fairy Inxia came out of the carriage and looked at the big world of Xuanchu, with deep curiosity flashing in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the mysterious world is hidden here. The planets near the Xianxian Great World are all barren lands, with no signs of human activities. It belongs to an extremely remote place, and Fairy Inxia usually wouldn't fly to this place. Who knew that the Xuanchu Great World was here? The Xuanhu Great World is also extremely famous in the starry sky. Because the immortals in the ancient fairyland were all from the ancient fairyland. The Xuanhu Great World has a long history, and it is definitely one of the earliest birthplaces of the human race. Tai Shinqin, who once fought against Xuanyu Demon Lord, is from the Xuanhu Great World. But why is there a thundercloud seal in the Xuanhu Great World? Fairy Ainxia thought suspiciously. Thinking of the hatred between Su Haoyan and Songlian Xianzuan, she seemed to have guessed something. Kuainyo, Xiangyu, and Li Yuanba also looked at the Xuanhu Great World curiously. Many powerful people from previous lives are now in the Xuanhu Great World, so they are naturally interested in it. Di Jiang flew out suddenly, rushing directly towards the Xuanhu Great World. In an instant, his figure skyrocketed, reaching a height of 100,000 feet in the blink of an eye. Standing incomparably stalwart in the starry sky. Fairy Ainxia, Kuainyo, Li Yuanba, and Xiangyu were dumbfounded. The real body of the ancestor witch. Shenlong's eyes sparkled, and Master Tai also opened his eyes. He and Di Jiang were both in the holy realm, but Di Jiang's aura at this moment made him extremely shocked. Although he is powerful, he has not fought against Zhu yet. Of all the people present, only Kuainyo had seen the terror of the ancestor witch. So at this time it was even more like being there, and the whole person stood there trembling. A look of horror appeared on his face. I am Di Jiang, and today I am ordered by Emperor Haoyan to break the sky. Liberate the Xuanhu Great World. Di Jiang let out a roar, and his voice resounded through the seal, resounding through the entire Xuanhu Great World. Thousands of domains, countless creatures suddenly burst into an uproar. Who is Di Jiang? Is it Emperor Haoyan's subordinate? Breaking the sky? Oh my God, is it finally going to break the sky? This voice came from above the sky. What a great news! The whole mysterious world is boiling. The pot exploded in an instant. All creatures are talking about it. Especially in Haoyan court, it was extremely jubilant. In the holy city, Hui, Xingtian, and Quafu, 3 people have just returned to the holy city after conquering a domain, and they are ready to have a good time with each other. At the same table are Yang Jian, Guan Yu, Yuan Hong, and other generals. Di Jiang, ancestral witch. Xing Tianting stood up suddenly and exclaimed. Quafu and Hui were equally excited. They are all formed by the essence and blood of the ancestor witch. Di Jiang is equivalent to their parents. The second generation of great witches worships the ancestor witch very much. How can they not be excited when they hear Di Jiang's name now? The rest of the powerhouses were also excited. They have all heard the name of Di Jiang. At the top of the Holy Emperor Peak, Sun Wukong looked at the sky and muttered to himself, even the ancestor witch has appeared, so what the hell is his Majesty? His predecessor was fighting against the Buddha, and after the battle of the Buddha's clone, he was named the ancient Buddha of Nanwu, Great Sage King. It belongs to the level of great elders in Buddhism, known as the past Buddha of Buddhism. But the strong men from all walks of life who appeared in Haoyan court now made him feel ignorant and ignorant. He could no longer understand Emperor Haoyan's past and future. At the same time, Di Jiang slowly raised his fist, which was comparable to a mountain, and Huang Yin lingered, with the power of destroying heaven and earth spilling out, shaking the world. The transparent mask slowly emerged. Di Jiang's eyes froze, and he punched out a domineering punch. Even though it was far away, Xuanhuan could feel the monstrous aura. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that could stop Dijiang's blow. It's really strong, Fairy Insha muttered to herself, and the 4 black dragons became even more uneasy. Boom. A solid fist hit the ceiling mask, and in an instant, endless yellow light poured into the mask along Dijiang's fist, and all the creatures in the Xuanhu Great World looked up at the sky. The thundercloud rolled violently, like the end of the world. The indescribable terrifying coercion unleashes the entire mysterious world. It is so powerful that it is as powerful as Dou Yu, and it is so powerful that it makes everyone terrified. Collapse. The ceiling mask was like glass, shattered, and the billowing thunderclouds covering the mysterious world instantly rolled back into the depths of the starry sky. The powerful fist wind caused countless mountains in the Xuanhu Great World to shake, and the lakes and seas were violently tumbling. Soon, the thunderclouds were blown away by Dijiang's fist wind, and the sky of Xuanhu Great World became bluer, and everyone could vaguely see Dijiang's majestic figure. Absolutely domineering. One punch broke the seal that had imprisoned the creatures of the mysterious world for a long time. The heroes of all parties, big and small forces, all looked at the sky, and the shock in their eyes could not be added. Facing such a strong person, even their big hearts were instantly shattered. Stop holding on, surrender. Standing on the top of the raging fire, Emperor Yan said with a wry smile. In a trance, he saw figures of the same era as the ancient emperor, Supreme Master Tong Yu, Sword Master, etc., and those figures had already left him, leaving him alone, struggling to support in this world. The world has changed, the world that belongs to them is gone, and the current era is surnamed Su. Easy hit. Xuanhuan looked at Dijiang's light punch and the terrifying and majestic back, and sighed. The heroes of the Xuanhu Great World want to join forces to break the sky, but now it seems that it is simply unrealistic. However, Dijiang could easily freehand, so Xuanhuan had to sigh, why is there such a big gap between people? Immediately, the 4 black dragons pulled the strong men and flew towards the Xuanhu Great World. The 100,000-foot-tall Dijiangshu floated in front of the Xuanhu Great World, overlooking the entire land. His facial expressions showed no joy at breaking the seal. In his opinion, breaking the sky is so simple and easy. Soon, he returned to normal, landed beside Xuanhuan, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I'm back." Xuanhuan smiled and waved his hands and said, "Would I still be worried if Dijiang is out?" Dijiang laughed out loud, very happy. Obviously Xuanhuan's flattery jest now made him very comfortable. Yun Xiao, Shen Nong's heart is not feeling well. Before, Dijiang was very careful in front of them, but now they need to be careful. Make them feel bad. Fairy Insha looked at Dijiang in awe, and the 4 black dragons also pulled the cart obediently, not daring to yell anymore, and ran towards the Xuanhu Great World obediently. After the 170,000-year thundercloud dissipated, the continent of the Xuanhu Great World was fully revealed in people's sight. It has become as magnificent as other big worlds. The blue and blue are intertwined, which is extremely beautiful and magnificent. The 4 dragons pulled the cart into the atmosphere, passed through layers of white clouds, and everything in the big world was clearly visible. "Haha, I'm back," Xuanhuan murmured. Everyone behind was very curious about what Haoyan Court would look like. After Shen Nong knew about Dou Yu's existence, he also became very interested in Haoyan Court. What kind of scene is it like when powerful people from all walks of life gather in Haoyan court. The 4 dragons pulled the chariot across the peaks, across the plains, and past the battlefields and cities along the way, making all the creatures look up. The 4 dragons of Xuanhuan fairyland roared past the clouds like 4 huge hurricanes, and the whole scene was extremely spectacular. Hiss, what is that? Is that a dragon? My God, it's so scary. Could it be Emperor Haoyan? Hey, it seems that it is really Emperor Haoyan, the strong man who calls himself Dijiang has just broken the sky. Who said Jin Yuanzi is the most powerful man in the world? I think Dijiang is. Watching the 4 dragons pulling the cart, the monks exclaimed and talked a lot. How spectacular the scene was, they hadn't recovered from the shock yet. And the dragon passed by again, could they not be excited? Su Haoyan stood on the dragon's head, letting the strong wind pass by. When he came back again, although he had only been out for 2 months, his identity had changed drastically. Now he is the real emperor. The Emperor of Heaven is the head of all immortals. After letting Tianwu recognize the Lord, he will be called immortal, venerable, and he can also be called Heavenly Emperor. From now on, the Xuanhuan Great World is not his everything, but a territory of his. I want to restore the Xuanhuan Great World to its former prosperity. Su Haoyan muttered to himself. It is said that a long time ago, the Xuanhuan Great World was a big world in the middle of the starry sky, and it was extremely prosperous. At that time, the human race had not yet risen. Later, the world changed drastically, and the major races declined, and the human race took the opportunity to rise. By the time of Emperor Yin, the only race that could compete with the human race was the monster race. Taishinkan might still be alive, so Su Haoyan guessed that Emperor Yin might follow Taishinkan to pursue the highest realm. The purpose is to become stronger. The human race in the Xuanhuan Great World is their descendants and the place where they rose up. They have fulfilled their responsibilities, and they should live for themselves. The human race has always relied on itself to stand firm among all races. Legends say that the Xuanhuan Great World is the birthplace of the human race. A long time ago, Xuanhuan created human beings, and then he fled to the sky, on the other side of the starry sky, and scattered the seeds of the human race all over the starry sky, letting the human race spread all over the starry sky. When will the Xuanhuan Great World be the hometown of the human race? Fairy Insha landed beside Su Haoyan, and told the secret that Su Haoyan didn't know. It turns out that all the human races in the starry sky were created by Xuanhuan. Could it be that Xuanhuan is a saint? Nuwa became a saint by creating human beings, but the human beings she created were not as good as Xianxian. Can Xuanhuan become a saint? Su Haoyan couldn't help asking. Dijiang and Tai Daoist are also listening curiously. Fairy Insha glared at Su Haoyan, and said angrily, I don't know, how long ago did that happen? Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, put his hands together and said, I thought you were a history book. History books? What's that? Fairy Insha asked suspiciously. As the saying goes, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The Buddha said, don't tell, don't tell. Su Haoyan said in a pretentious manner. It made Fairy Insha very anxious. The speed of the 4 dragons pulling the cart was extremely fast, coupled with the talent of flying, they quickly traveled through half of the continent. In the Xuanhuan Great World, in less than half an hour, they arrived in front of the southern sky world. Brother, welcome home. Yuling Yunyao suddenly appeared, with a small face, she threw herself into Su Haotian's arms in excitement. During the intimacy, she said in a childish voice. Su Haotian caressed Yunyao's little head dotingly, with a fatherly smile on his face. Fairy Yinxia looked at Yunyao in Su Haotian's arms in shock. With his cultivation in the middle stage of the holy realm, he could clearly see that Yunyao was a spirit body, and only 1.5 years old. However, it was the spirit body that made her so terrified, because the spirit body would not take millions of years to form if it wanted to open the spirit. And the spirit body in Su Haotian's arms is only 1.5 years old, not only enlightened, but also intelligent enough to be equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. This puzzled her. How the hell did he do it? Fairy Yinxia looked at Su Haotian complicatedly. I became more puzzled. Little guy, were you naughty during the days when your brother left? Su Haotian asked with a smile while carrying Yunyao on his shoulders. In his heart, Yunyao has been his child since the day she was born, and he must protect her well. Of course not, Yao Yao is very obedient. She always stays by the sisters-in-law's side. The sister-in-laws love Yao Yao very much. With a wave of her small hand, Yunyao opened the Nanyushan world into a big hole for the 4 dragons to pull carts in, and then said to Su Haotian with a giggle. That cute little appearance made Fairy Yinxia want to go up and hug her, and love her fiercely. Entering the world of Nanyushan, Su Haotian immediately laughed wildly. I'm back. The sound was like a bell, and when it rolled out, it shook the entire southern sky world. Let all the monks cheer up instantly. Oh my God, it's His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor who is screaming. Didn't it mean that His Majesty is in retreat? It's really His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Oh my God, I only worshipped the heavenly court for 3 days, and I saw His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that His Majesty came back from the sky and broke the sky by the way? With Su Haotian's return, countless floating islands exploded in an instant. And monks took off one after another, trying to find Su Haotian's figure. The 4 dragons roared and flew, and the Wu had become the size of 100 feet, soaring into the sky with yelling, rushing towards the holy city. In the holy city, one after another figures rose into the sky. They were the experts of Haotian court. Qingshu Dea Deshenjin, Master Lingbao, Xingtian, Hui, Quafu, Yuan Hong, Yang, Jian, Neza, Huang Tianhua, etc., are densely packed, covering the entire holy city in the blink of an eye. Feng Huang Leiyao, accompanied by Suzhen, Zixia, Shenzhener, and Linghu. Xuanhuan, who had a big belly, stood on the Xingdi peak and watched the 4 dragons roaring towards them. The eyes of Zixia, who had regained her youthful breath, were full of excitement, and Bai Suzhen and the girls all looked excited. Linghu, Xuanhuan even wept with joy. Although Su Haotian had only been away for 2 months, they were worried. Because Su Haotian was going to the fairyland full of dangers. The sound of dragon chant came from the sky, shaking the entire southern sky world. Soon, all civil and military officials in the sky above the holy city could see the 4 dragons pulling carts, rushing towards them at a fast speed. There were also several bursts of aura that soared to the sky, making them feel extremely trembling. It's really powerful. Lei Jinzi muttered to himself, narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and looked serious. In the past, he was also Su Haotian's #1 general, and even saved Su Haotian's life. But now that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be by Su Haotian's side, how can he not make him depressed? For example, Yuan Hong, Yang Jian, Neza, Jiuling Yuansheng, etc. It's not that Xuanhuan abandoned them, it's just that there are more and more powerful people who worship them. Even if Xuanhuan never treats them badly, they will inevitably be compared. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable, but there is nothing I can do. In a sense, Xuanhuan has treated them very well. Looking at the holy city, the smile on Xuanhuan's face became brighter and brighter. Although the Xuanzhu Great World has not yet been completely unified, as long as there are no accidents, it will be fine. Because the ancient emperor was not rescued by a mysterious strongman, a big stone was hanging in his heart. Now that the holy city is fine, he can finally rest assured. In the future, he plans to let Daoist Tai and Sun Wukong guard the Xuanzhu Great World, and Di Jiang and Zhao Gongming will follow him to fight in the starry sky. It is quite exciting to think about it. There are also those strong people with great potential who can return to their peaks, such as Li Yuanba, Xiang Yu, Guan Yu, Tathagata, Randang, Shen Nong, and so on. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. Behind Yunxiao, Shen Nong and other powerhouses could not help but look towards the holy city ahead curiously. Shen Nong felt the breath of Dou Yu, Di Jiang felt the breath of Hou Yi, Xing Tian, and Qua Fu. Yunxiao felt the breath of senior brother Zhao Gongming, and Kuan Yu felt the breath of Bai Zai. They were shocked one by one. They didn't expect that there was someone they were familiar with in Haotian court. Your Majesty is really unfathomable. Shen Nong sighed in his heart, and his awe of Xuanhuan became more and more profound. Soon the 4 dragons stopped in front of the holy city. They were huge, not much smaller than the holy city. It caused a great deterrent to the holy city. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was standing on the dragon's head, otherwise the holy city would have been messed up. Welcome your Majesty back to heaven. Tens of thousands of civil and military officials shouted in unison. Their voices were neat and powerful. Although they were all curious about where Xuanhuan had gone, they were extremely excited when they thought of Di Jiang's powerful momentum before the sky is broken. The name of Emperor Haotian will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and they will be famous in the history after following such a great emperor. Ha ha ha, all the gentlemen are in peace. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, with unparalleled domineering. Then he went on to say, everyone disperses first, and after an hour, go to court. As soon as the words fell, he stood up and flew towards Xingdi Peak. Di Jiang, Taizhenren, Shenangshi, Yunxiao, Kuan Yu, Li Yuanba and Fairy Yinxia followed closely behind. Clouds. Zhao Gongming, including Shi Tianjun, looked at Yunxiao and exclaimed. Jiang. Xia, Shen Gongbao, Yang Jian and other strong men from the conferred God War also showed shocked expressions. Empress Sanxiao was extremely eye-catching in the conferred God War, and even shocked the saint in the end. It can be seen how powerful they are. Yunxiao pays respects to senior brother. Yunxiao came to Zhao Gongming and greeted Dao excitedly. Afterwards, she stared at Jiang Xia and the others intently. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. If Xuanhuan hadn't been considered, she would have made a move a long time ago. Commander Di Jiang, Hui, Qua Fu, and Xing Tian shouted excitedly. The Wu clan all had Pangu as their father, so they naturally didn't call Di Jiang an uncle, but the great commander of the Zhuwu tribe. Fairy Yinxia stared at Su Wukong, who was standing in front of the crowd, wearing a golden cassock, and Zhao Gongming, who was chatting with Yunxiao, with a look of shock in their beautiful eyes. It's 2 more powerhouses at the Holy Realm. She turned her head to look at Xuanhuan, her eyes were extremely complicated. How many cards does he have? At this time, Xuanhuan saw everyone's expressions and didn't explain too much. The civil and military officials above the holy city gave way one after another, bowed their waists, and saluted Xuanhuan. The picture is incomparably spectacular. Xuanhuan led everyone to the Xingdi Peak in a blink of an eye, and said, with a smile, Feng Huang, take this ferry down to rest, Bowen, take Dijiang, and the others to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to wait. Tai will not participate in the court meeting. Good. It is important to rest and recuperate. When he mentioned Daoist Tai, his tone became extremely heavy. Daoist Tai was hurt by the way of heaven, so he felt a little guilty. Your order. Feng Huang and Lu Bowen took the lead. Both of them were a little excited, because these are superpowers in the mythical world. After taking them all away, Xuanhuan came before Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shen Zhener, Linghu Shanlan, Lei Yao. A group of court ladies followed behind. How about it? When did I say that I was in a hurry? Everything is going smoothly and Zixia will be ranked in the fairy class. I will never break my promise. Xuanhuan opened his arms and smiled. Zixia couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself into Xuanhuan's arms, crying loudly. Xuanhuan didn't say anything, he hugged Zixia tightly and greeted the other concubines at the same time. Hey, this kid is really interesting, he didn't come out early, otherwise how wronged my concubine will be. Xuanhuan held Linghu Shanlan's jade hand and said with a smile. It made Linghu Shanlan's pretty face flush. Comforting Zixia, who was as beautiful as a fairy, Xuanhuan put his face on Linghu Shanlan's stomach. He could clearly feel the powerful qi and blood in Linghu Shanlan's body. Qi and blood. Fortunately, Linghu Shanlan's cultivation has reached the Tai San Fairyland. Then he held up Zixia's small face, and kissed Zixia's small mouth, with a bang, which made Zixia very shy. My concubine, how does it feel to be a fairy? Zixia raised her head, cast a seductive wink at Xuanhuan, and said coquettishly, even if you become a fairy, the concubine is still your Majesty's concubine. One sentence made Xuanhuan almost lose his temper. He has not known the taste of meat for dozens of days, and his heart is extremely itchy. Your Majesty, why don't you tell us about your experience during this time? Bai Suzhen's voice brought Xuanhuan back to reality. Xuanhuan laughed loudly, put his left arm around Lei Yao, his right hand around the returned phoenix and said, Go to the royal garden and I will tell you a story. It took half an hour to go to court, so I took this opportunity to spend a while with all the girls. Inside the Holy Emperor Peak, in the Imperial Garden, Xuanhuan was sitting in the gazebo with all the girls. I can't think of a genius in the starry sky being so cowardly. It should be said that Daoist Tai is too powerful. Your Majesty, you are too powerful. You have encountered so many powerful enemies in such a short period of time. Tai Daoist is also so strong that he killed all the way, even destroying the ancient fairy world. Listening to the chattering of the girls, Xuanhuan smiled and remained silent. The danger of the starry sky is a bit more terrifying than what he said. If it wasn't for Tai Daoist's strength, he would have died long ago, and couldn't die anymore. At this time, Xuanhuan felt that the time was coming, so he stood up and said with a smile, You guys talk first, I'm going to the court meeting. After finishing speaking, he walked out of the stone pavilion, and the 9 Dragon Supreme dark gold robe instantly appeared on his body, making his temperament instantly become extremely noble and domineering. The imperial prestige is mighty and inviolable. Whoop, whoop, whoop. At this time, the 9 guards of the heavenly court soared up from every corner, stood around Xuanhuan in an instant, protected Xuanhuan, and roared towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This scene made Bai Suzhen feel a little dazed, thinking of the scene when she met Xuanhuan for the first time. She felt a sense of pride spontaneously. She was Xuanhuan's first strong person, and she watched Xuanhuan grow up step by step with her own eyes. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Xuanhuan sits high on the dragon chair that symbolizes supreme authority. Today's Hall of Supreme Harmony has been renovated and further expanded to accommodate 10,000 officials. The dragon chair is wide and suspended in the air so that Xuanhuan can see the officials in the whole hall. The hall is resplendent and magnificent, with huge golden pillars regularly arranged in it, and all the officials looked at Xuanhuan enthusiastically. They all wanted to know what Xuanhuan was going to do next. The sky is broken. The Xuanhu Great World will soon be unified. So is it about to enter the outer space? Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Shen Nong, and others stood in the first row, because they were the most powerful and also made great contributions. I went to the fairy world outside the sky for 2 months. Xuanhuan spoke slowly, and the first sentence made nearly 10,000 officials widen their eyes, and their breathing became short of breath in an instant. Wonderland. That is the dream place of countless cultivators. Xuanhuan actually walked around the fairyland in 2 months. How could they not be excited? Your Majesty, what kind of place is the immortal world? Yang Jian asked, curiously. He was Erlang Xianqing's engine in his previous life, and he once guarded the Lingxiao Palace and Nanshanmen. He doesn't know if the fairyland in this world is the same as the fairyland at that time. Xuanhuan said with a smile, the fairyland there is called the ancient immortal realm, and it is extremely far away from the Xuanhu Great World. Along the way, I passed countless worlds of different sizes to a big world. Like the Xuanhu Great World, I only saw a dozen places. He began to talk about what he had seen and heard in the ancient fairy world, and what happened along the way. Of course, he didn't say anything about those powerful enemies, so as not to worry these civil servants and generals. All the officials were attracted and fascinated by Xuanhuan's story. They didn't expect the fairyland to be so wonderful. Yuan Hong, Neza, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and other generals listened intently, wishing they could immediately enter the sky and kill someone. When they heard Di Jiang and Tai Daoist show their might, they also followed Xuanhuan's storyline and became excited. Later, Xuanhuan entered the ancient fairy world, and many strong men, even Tianjiao, had no choice but to be tortured by Yun Xiao, causing all the strong men in the hall to look at the weak Yun Xiao standing next to Zhao Guangming in shock. Then Xuanhuan talked about the Shenong family who easily killed the master of Tsangling Dao, Dongfang Moran, who had reached the perfect holy state. The whole hall suddenly became a sensation. It is no secret in the southern heavenly world that above the great Luowan Wonderland is the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, the existence that they admired was helpless in front of Shenong. Shenong must be in existence, not inferior to Yunxiao. There was no fluctuation on the faces of those strong men who recovered the memories of their previous lives, because the Emperor Shenong was the existence of the top strong men under the saints. Tai Daoist also beat Songlian immortal venerable to the point of being helpless, and even split the ancient fairy world into two halves. Xuanhuan continued talking. Telling these battle scenes can unite the strong people of Haotian court. There must be countless enemies in Haotian court in the future. If there is no determination to win, it will be difficult for Haotian court to stand on the top. After telling all the experiences, the hall fell silent instantly. All the strong men were shocked, unable to recover for a long time. Lu Bowen took a deep breath and asked, "Your Majesty, are you an immortal now?" As soon as the words fell, all civil and military officials looked at Su Haotian excitedly, their eyes full of anticipation. If Su Haotian achieves the position of immortal venerable, can they also be in the immortal class? That's right, I'm an immortal venerable now, but I'm also a heavenly emperor. Su Haotian laughed wildly. Let the hall instantly fry the pot. 2 months ago, Su Haotian declared himself the Emperor of Heaven, which made people think that Su Haotian was ambitious, and at the same time they didn't think highly of him. Think he's arrogant. However, today, Su Haotian has really become the Heavenly Emperor, and he is also the Heavenly Emperor who controls the Heavenly Book. It is unbelievable. Next, everyone will work together to rectify the Xuanhuan Great World. I will select talents from all over the world, and then go to the ancient immortal realm. I will unify the ancient immortal realm and develop the Haotian court to the immortal realm. Su Haotian waved his hands vigorously and said, "Long live the Emperor of Heaven, long live, long live." Thousands of officials knelt down neatly and shouted loudly. The huge sound echoed for a long time over the holy city. It made all the courtiers in the holy city boil. There is an aura called Haotian. Even if they couldn't hear the discussion of the Supreme Harmony Hall, they knew that the Emperor of Heaven was going to make another big move. Next, let the world know that Haotian court is going to relocate the ancient immortal realm. Su Haotian stood up and smiled. He is confident that once this news spreads, those forces and cities that are still trying to resist will collapse in an instant. Your order. Lu Bowen and other civil officials suppressed their excitement and replied loudly. Following Su Haotian was the most correct choice they made in their lives. Because it's so cool. There are extremely exciting things to do at all times, and Su Haotian becomes the Emperor of Heaven, the Immortal, and as officials of the Haotian court, they will definitely be able to rank among the immortals, become immortals, and gods. In the follow-up time, I will select candidates who will go to the fairy world, and those who have meritorious service, and the Haotian court will be promoted. I will divide the Haotian court into the immortal Haotian court and the mortal Haotian court. So I hope that all the ministers will make contributions. Tian will only become stronger and stronger, and you will also go up, without end. Su Haotian's voice was full of provocative power, as if his words instantly paved a way for everyone to reach the sky. Even if they were not selected to go to the ancient immortal realm, they would still be able to increase their ranks through their own efforts. Thousands of officials were so excited that they bowed down to Su Haotian one after another. The shouts of the ministers and Su Haotian's wild laughter gathered together, shaking everyone's hearts. Su Haotian sat down slowly and signaled Lu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, Jiang Zia, and others to report back the results of this time. Most of Haotian's troops have now withdrawn, but there are still troops fighting. Even if Su Haotian did not return, at most 1 month later, the Xuanhuan Great World would be completely unified. After all, the Xuanhuan Great World is too big, and Haotian's troops are Still very limited, so it naturally takes time to occupy it step by step. Up to now, the number of domains directly under Haotian court has reached 412. In the afternoon of that day, Haotian court suddenly announced to the world that Haotian court was about to move to the immortal world. As soon as this news came out, hundreds of domains in the entire Xianxian world suddenly exploded. Wonderland? Emperor Haotian hasn't woken up yet? How is this possible? The sky was broken by Dijiang. Did Emperor Haotian come back from beyond the sky? My God, why is Emperor Haotian's footsteps so fast? It's really scary. Emperor Haotian is really the #1 monster in the world. That is to say, as long as you return to Haotian court, you will have the opportunity to visit the immortal world in the future. Such remarks are being discussed in all domains of the Xuanhuan Great World. Everyone was very excited when they heard the announcement that Haotian court wanted to move to Tianwu. Who dares to say that he did not cultivate to become a fairy? For monks in the Xuanhuan Great World, the fairy world has always been a legendary existence. Well, I never thought that fairyland really existed. What does it mean that Emperor Haotian wants to move to the immortal realm? It means that the fairy world has been conquered by Emperor Haotian. Could it be that even immortals and demons can't stop Emperor Haotian's progress? They had doubts in their hearts, but when they thought that Dijiang even broke the sky, they stopped doubting immediately. With such a strong person in his hand, who can stop Emperor Haotian's footsteps? For a time, those domains that were still swinging surrendered one after another. In just 5 days, except for Pingtian Palace, the whole world has been owned by Haotian court. But Haotian court did not embarrass Pingtian Palace, which surprised everyone in the world. By the way, who is this demon Emperor Pingtian? Why can he stay out of it all the time? Hui shook his head with a puzzled look on his face. I heard that the Monkey King Buddha in Pingtian Palace has always been in Haotian court. Neza is also full of gossip. Let the other powerhouses also turn their heads to look curiously. Pingtian Yaodi was once considered the only existence capable of competing with Emperor Haotian. But because he didn't participate in the Baixiong conference, he missed the opportunity to become famous. Now Emperor Haotian is already the immortal in the fairy world, and he has no strength to catch up. Monkey King, Shenong, Yunxiao Dijiang, etc. were all moved. This is the master who once ruled the heaven and later converted to Buddhism. After the Wutian World War, he was named the ancient Buddha of Nanwu, great sage. Became the supreme elder of Buddhism. Only Zhao Gongming smiled and remained silent. Only he knew about Su Haotian's relationship with Pingtian Palace. But Su Haotian didn't come forward to clarify. Naturally, he had his plan and he couldn't do it for him and destroy Su Haotian's plan. At the same time, on the Holy Emperor Peak, in the Imperial Garden, Su Haotian, who was meditating cross-legged, was suddenly awakened by the system notification sound. Ding! Complete the title task, World Overlord. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances to summon a super strong man. 1 chance to die loyal to the peak. 1 chance to copy the strong man. 1 chance to be the peak strong man. And trigger the Fairy World Overlord task. Ding! Trigger the title task, Master of the Immortal World. Task details. If the host leads his subordinates to become the Lord of the Immortal World and control a part of the immortal domain, the system rewards the host with a Chance to summon a designated strong man, a chance to be a strong man. A chance to be a strong dungeon. A skill inheritance, a chance to hear the sermon in person. And trigger the task of the master of the way of heaven. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes immediately. Is the Lord of Heaven behind the Lord of Immortal Realm? However, it is not that simple to complete the mission of the Lord of the Immortal World, and one needs to control one of the immortal domains. There are more than 200 large worlds and countless small worlds in the ancient Immortal Realm, and the task difficulty is not ordinary. Now he has 2 chances to summon superpowers. A pinnacle of loyalty. It's so cool. Xuanhuan is happy. Looking at the holy city under the gazebo, he began to think about it. Now that we have returned to the Haotian court, it is time to promote some old officials. But who will be loyal to the peak? There are many strong people who have achieved the power to manifest their holiness, such as Xiang Liu and Ba, the ancient Buddha of burning lamps, the Tathagata Buddha, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and so on. Don't think about it, let Emperor Xuanwu be loyal to the peak. After all, he has been with me for a long time. And he is the first dragon reincarnated in the world. After weighing, Xuanhuan finally made a decision. He didn't know how strong Emperor Xuanwu was, but he knew that he must be a strong man in the holy realm. When he returns to the pinnacle of loyalty, Haotian court will have 5 strong men in the holy realm. Not even the covenant. In addition, he also has a copy of the strong and a peak of the strong. He decided to use them and not keep them. The system will start summoning the strong first. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. The task of the master of the world gave him 2 chances to summon the strong. Don't keep it, use it up. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Qingfeng. From ancient myths and legends, is the host summoned again? Resummon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Niwa. From ancient myths and legends, will the host summon again? Grandmas. The saint came out after speaking. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said, summon again. He doesn't need to guess, he will run away when summoned, and even abduct Daoist Tai, Qingshu Dajing, and so on. It's simply too much. The loss is not ordinary. This is not the first time he has been summoned to the saint. Fortunately, he still has options. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the barefoot immortal. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Barefoot immortal? Xuanhuan's hands trembled, the veins on his face were exposed, and he was out of breath. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. He almost said it through gritted teeth. What the fuck is this hell? Although the barefoot immortal is one of the immortals, everyone knows that he is a rookie. To be in heaven is to dawdle. The barefoot immortal, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, immortal. Lucky level, early stage of Daluotian Wonderland. Kung Fu, Jindan Avenue. Supernatural powers, feet shaking the world. Magic weapon, Qiankuan fan. Loyalty, 96/100. In the early days of Daluotian Wonderland, let him guard a domain in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Xuanhuan tried his best to calm down his fluctuating heart, and ordered. Continue to summon. It doesn't matter, anyway, I have countless strong people under my command. This one is not bad. Xuanhuan could only comfort himself like this. System, this time you must give me an explanation. Xuanhuan threatened powerlessly in his heart. He doesn't want any more. Cowherds and weaver girls, those are all scum, okay? Ding, start summoning superpowers for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Guanyin Bodhisattva. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Guanyin? Xuanhuan's eyes widened in an instant, and his breathing gradually became rapid. This is a big guy. Her name is unmatched. The Jade Emperor and the Supreme Lord all had to lean back in front of her. Guanyin Bodhisattva has a different perception for Xuanhuan. It was an indescribable kindness. But he also understands that Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva's cultivation will not be too strong. Although her skill is higher than that of Buddha, her strength should be almost as weak as that of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. However, there are also legends that the real Zhihong of the 12 Immortals of Kunlun is the predecessor of Guanyin Bodhisattva. For these legends, Xuanhuan has no way of researching, because in the system, the powerhouses listed are not based on a certain novel or some kind of legend. It is a complex, and maybe several versions are combined together, which can be described as extremely complicated. Compared to Taoist Zhihong, Guanyin Bodhisattva has infinite merits and virtues, and has received countless beliefs, so the system does not treat them as one person, but two different individuals. The system suddenly explained. Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking. The merits and virtues are complete, and the beliefs accepted are countless? If so, Guanyin Bodhisattva should be extremely powerful, right? In many myths, Guanyin Bodhisattva seems to be more victorious than defeated. Thinking about it this way, it seems that summoning Guanyin Bodhisattva is not a bad thing. Let's summon Guanyin Bodhisattva. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan decided to summon Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even if Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva is not strong, it is still good to summon. How Tianting's popularity. Call up the attribute list and restore the memory of the previous life. The reincarnation memory of Guanyin Bodhisattva cannot be lost. Although later generations made some legends utilitarian, Xuanhuan still believes in the compassionate heart of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Soon, the attribute list of Guanyin Bodhisattva was called out. Guanyin Bodhisattva, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Bodhisattva. Lucky level, Xuanhuan Wonderland Dzogchen. Exercise, Great Mercy and Great Compassion Sutra. Supernatural powers, Heart of Compassion. Influence all beings. 1,000 hands. Shine. Thousands of incarnations. Magic weapon, Willow Leaf Jade Bottle, Lotus Stand. Special attribute, can bring peace to the host. Loyalty, 98/100. Xuanhuan Wonderland Dzogchen? Xuanhuan froze for an instant. This result was beyond his expectation. Is it really because of the power of faith? He also didn't bother to ask the system anymore. This kind of cultivation is really good, at least the plan in his mind can be carried out smoothly. In Journey to the West, Guanyin Bodhisattva is the imperial envoy of Buddhism. Especially she often helps Monkey King. But what kind of expression did she have when she saw that Sun Wukong was already at the late stage of the Holy Realm? That is the great elder of their Buddhism. Afterwards, Xuanhuan didn't practice, but wandered around in the lucky business district, intending to exchange for something beneficial to Huayan's court. 3 days later, Pingtian Palace announced its surrender to Huayan court. And here, the entire Xuanchu Great World was unified. Let the Xuanchu Great World explode. An unprecedented event, Emperor Eternal Huayan. Even the former Holy Court failed to do this. Such a major event will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. This is the first time that the Xianxian world has been truly unified. Although the Holy Court was strong last time, it never really achieved unity. Emperor Haoyan can become a great figure like Emperor Yan and Tai Shanqin in the future. I never thought I would be born in such an era. Countless monks are discussing this matter. Of course they understand what the unification of a big world represents. Not just peace came, but fame too. Because their heavenly emperor is ambitious and will never be content with pleasure. On this day, Su Haoyan came to Pingtian Palace, and he brought Phoenix City over. In the main hall, Monkey King, Bull Demon King, Emperor Xuanhuan, and other powerful people are all in the hall. Di Jiang stood behind Su Haoyan, folded his hands on his chest, and calmly looked at all the monks below. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing, because Su Haoyan had already introduced Di Jiang to everyone. Skybreaker, Di Jiang. I don't plan to reveal my identity now, and you don't want to spread my identity, Su Haoyan said with a slight smile. He has grown to love this double identity now. Shen Gongbao asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, why is this? Hasn't the Xuanchu great world been unified by us now? The rest of the powerhouses are also extremely puzzled. Once Su Haoyan's identity is clarified, then their Pingtian Palace is bound to skyrocket. Now Pingtian Palace is ranked in the 5th level domain. If Su Haoyan has the support, even the 9th level domain will have no problem. Haha, the Xuanchu Great World is not my end point. In the future, the Pingtian Palace will be independent from the Haoyan court and fight for me in the starry sky. Su Haoyan smiled and said something that made everyone short of breath. Could it be the same as before, making Pingtian Palace and Haoyan court a double-edged sword? If that is the case, then they will have a better chance of making contributions. Take off further. Great, then let me take the lead, Chen Xiang said excitedly. After Sun Wukong's apotheosis, Chen Xiang's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and now he has reached the great perfection realm of Dou Yu, second only to Bull Demon King, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Qin Hua in Pingtian Palace, and has been able to rank among the top 3. Of course, his master, Sun Wukong, is not included here. These 3 storage bracelets contain formations, exercises, secret techniques, treasures of heaven and earth, etc. You should make good use of them, and I will give you the Phoenix City to Pingtian Palace, so those who fly in the Starry Sky Fortress, after that, will be controlled by Monkey King. Phoenix, flying in the starry sky. Su Haoyan took out 3 storage bracelets and handed them to Monkey King. Phoenix City is a city of life, and it seems to be different from the magic weapon of flying. Su Haoyan can make Phoenix City take off without mana. When he goes to the ancient immortal realm, he will take Phoenix City with him. Thank you, Your Majesty Ron. Sun Wukong took the lead and led everyone to thank Su Haoyan. Then he gave some details. Before Linghu Shanlan's child was born, he didn't plan to leave the Xuanchu Great World. As for Fairy Yinxia, she wasn't in a hurry either. It wouldn't be a problem for her to wait a few years. After explaining everything, Su Haoyan took Di Jiang and left Pingtian Palace without anyone seeing him. Beautiful, monotonous starry sky. The densely packed figures stepped on the magic weapon and flew towards them at a very high speed. There are nearly 300 monks of various races, such as monks of the human race and monks of the monster race. They are not too far away from the Xuanhu Great World. When they saw the mysterious world, they were all shocked. They all stopped to watch the Xuanhu Great World. Is that the great mysterious world? It seems so, but haven't I heard that the Xuanhu Great World was sealed by the ancient immortal realm? Now it seems that the seal has been broken. Could it be because of the arrest of Xuanhuan Immortal? Hurry up, go back and report the news. The Xuanhu Great World is the cradle of immortals and demons, and there are countless treasures in it. This is a good opportunity. These monks were excited. Immediately, he flew away in the direction he came. And went. During the 170,000 years of being sealed, many forces were staring at the Xuanhu Great World, but because the Xuanhuan Immortal was standing behind, they all stayed away. Now that the seal is opened, it's like a fat sheep being targeted by wolves. In the southern sky world, Xuanhuan is accompanying her in Linghu Shanlan's palace. Now, Linghu Shanlan may give birth at any time, and usually because of her heavy body, she seldom leaves the bedroom. My concubine, if it's a boy, I'll call it Su Ling Tian, if it's a girl, I'll call it Su Shiyuan, how about it? Xuanhuan touched Linghu Shanlan's stomach and said with a smile. No matter. In the previous life or in this life, it was the first time for him to be a father. As for the Wang family, even he himself didn't believe it, it was the product of another absurdity in his previous life. Now even he was a little surprised that the woman who spent the night with him would have a child. He and that woman just met each other by chance, without any relationship. 100,000 years have passed, and he still vaguely remembers that woman's true face, including her name. He just vaguely remembered that something similar had happened before. Linghu Shanlan smiled brightly when he heard it, and said, the names are similar this time. Xuanhuan chuckled. Regarding naming the child, Xuanhuan still has a headache. After all, he is the Emperor of Heaven. The names of his descendants should not be casual or too vulgar, and must contain ambition. After chatting with Linghu Shanlan for a while, Xuanhuan got up and left. Now Linghu Shanlan needs a lot of time to rest. Xuanhuan can't keep disturbing her. It has to be said that even he himself can't imagine how powerful this child's blood talent is, and the food that Linghu Shanlan eats every day is huge. In order to supplement nutrition for the child, Xuanhuan specially aimed at this point and collected a large amount of treasures from heaven and earth to nourish Linghu Shanlan's body. He is now very much looking forward to the future of this child. At the same time, he also began to miss Shui Miao Miao. When she left, she was also pregnant, and she might have given birth now. It's just that she is wandering outside and is still in the inheritance of fate, so she must have suffered a lot. Inexplicably, Xuanhuan suddenly felt distressed. Later, after discussing with the system, he realized that the location of destiny inheritance should be in an independent space, without any redundant people, only the inheritors identified by destiny. Yunfeng suppressed the melancholy in his heart, and soon came to his bedroom. He had time now, and was ready to use up his long-cherished sermon. Opportunities. I hope it can make his cultivation break through. He sat cross-legged on the jade bed, and told the system in his heart. System, send me to the Taoism dojo. Ding. The host is about to enter the legendary powerful dojo. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan felt dizzy in his brain, his eyes turned black, and he was in chaos for an instant. I don't know how long it has passed, maybe it's just a second, maybe it's 10,000 years. Great, the Patriarch Dojo is open again. I didn't expect so many monks to come to listen to the sermon. You are not talking nonsense, Patriarch Bodhi is a land god. Patriarch Bodhi, this time I must listen carefully, and hope to gain something. The chaotic voices around pulled Xuanhuan back to reality from his confusion. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that he was standing at the foot of a high mountain, surrounded by densely packed humans, monsters, and other creatures of various races. The mountain was undulating, and in front of it was the hillside of Yimapinguin. On the top, sat an old man with silver hair and fair skin. At this moment, he closed his eyes tightly, and he didn't know what he was muttering. The breath of the whole person is ethereal, as if it is integrated with the surrounding world. Patriarch Bodhi. Xuanhuan's expression was startled. He heard the discussions of monsters and human monks around him, and then he realized that sitting on it was Sun Wukong's master, Bodhi Patriarch. It turned out to be Patriarch Bodhi. Although he was Monkey King's master, Monkey King was not allowed to recognize him afterwards. In fact, this is where the great wisdom of Patriarch Bodhi lies. On the one hand, he developed a love for Sun Wukong, and on the other hand, he calculated the future disasters of Monkey King, but he still did it. Resolutely teach Sun Wukong to become a useful person. To be able to teach the existence of Sun Wukong's great power, Patriarch Bodhi must have real talents and practical learning. In the prehistoric world, Bodhi Patriarch, Xuanhuan, Dijun, Demon Emperor, Tai, 12 ancestral witches, Kong Xian and other great powers are all great powers on the same ladder. I'll go. I'll make a lot of money this time. Although Xuanhuan was at the same level as Patriarch Bodhi, where would he go to find Xuanhuan now, and there was no time. And in the lucky system world, time will slow down countless times. 1 day equals 100 years. Whether it is meeting Bodhi Patriarch or Xuanhuan Dashian's ashram, he will be very excited. Quiet. At this time, Patriarch Bodhi suddenly opened his eyes, and the plain but majestic voice made hundreds of thousands of monsters down the mountain, and human monks instantly quiet down. From Xuanhuan's point of view, the entire mountain is occupied by countless creatures, densely packed, coupled with the ups and downs of the mountains. It is extremely spectacular. It seems that Patriarch Bodhi is sitting on a high place, overlooking the whole earth. Patriarch Bodhi looked slowly, but stayed on Xuanhuan's body for a while. In an instant, Xuanhuan felt a sense of horror of being seen through everything. What's going on here? Isn't this an illusion? Xuanhuan thought in horror. It's a pity that the system didn't make a sound. He couldn't help but want to scold people. Does he have to pay the price of his life for the opportunity to hear the sermon? Patriarch Bodhi was also a little surprised now, thinking in his heart, this young man actually possesses the cultivation base of Deluasion's fairyland. It's incredible, what a genius. He deeply remembered Xuanhuan's face, and then turned his gaze away. Xuanhuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a little depressed. But he didn't know that Patriarch Bodhi already had a heart of love for talents. If he behaved well, he would be accepted as a disciple after the sermon was over. My Bodhi. I feel that everything in this place is spiritual. I want to leave. A chance here. How much you can listen to this sermon depends entirely on chance. Patriarch Bodhi said indifferently. Let hundreds of thousands of living beings shout, Patriarch is merciful. Then Patriarch Bodhi began to preach, and as soon as the first sentence came out, the world fell silent. Heaven and earth, everything is a spirit, the place of Tianwu. Tao is Tao, very Tao, famous, mother of all things. Therefore, always have no desires, so that you can observe its beauty, and always have desires, so that you can observe their beauty. The voice of Patriarch Bodhi seemed to have a suction force, and Xuanhuan was immersed in it in an instant. On the other hand, most of the other monsters around him were confused and obviously couldn't understand, but they didn't dare to interrupt Patriarch Bodhi. Can sit there stupidly thinking hard. Some of them scratched their heads, some were stunned and didn't know where to start, and some had sad faces. It's really life. As the sun rises and the sun sets, time passes quickly during the Bodhi Patriarch's sermon. Patriarch Bodhi closed his eyes tightly, and the voice of preaching never stopped, and he didn't mean to be dry at all, as if he would never feel tired, no matter when he preached. A month later, those creatures who had scratched their heads and looked distressed turned and left. At the same time, there were also many monsters, and the monks came after. Hearing the news, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, listening with gusto and fascination. Sometimes he would appear to be contemplating, sometimes doing exercises and experiments, and sometimes bursting with inspiration. In addition, there are also some talented monsters, and a small number of human beings have also entered into meditation, and began to keep up with the rhythm of Bodhi Patriarch's preaching, and began to practice. Another 2 months passed. With Patriarch Bodhi as the center, green grass and flowers grow on the entire mountain. From rooting and sprouting to growing up, each green grass does not exceed 5 breaths, making the entire mountain colorful and colorful. The thunderclouds gathered here unexpectedly took a detour, not daring to get close to Patriarch Bodhi, causing heavy rain pouring down 10 miles around this mountain, but here alone, the sun is shining brightly. The years are like a white horse passing by, time gradually passes by, and it will never return. Patriarch Bodhi has been preaching for 15 years, and Xuanhuan's cultivation is unstoppable, reaching the peak in the middle stage of Dou Yuan's fairyland. It seems that the breakthrough speed is slow, not even as fast as his previous speed in the outside world. But you must know that he listened to the Tao here, and he did not rely on any external forces such as elixirs, natural materials, and earthly treasures, but simply relied on cultivation. How many creatures will stay in the early stage of Dou Yu's fairyland for a lifetime and cannot take a step forward? In addition to Xuanhuan, there are many monsters who also broke through in the past 15 years. But in comparison, human monks have made more breakthroughs, which can show the level of wisdom. This sun is really extraordinary. Patriarch Bodhi stared at Xuanhuan and thought fierily in his heart. From his point of view, all living beings now have a cyclone above their heads, which is a phenomenon that occurs when spiritual energy enters the body. Among them, Xuanhuan's cyclone stands out from the crowd among millions of creatures and is unique. These two come from the same place, but have different names. The same name is Xian, and Xian is also Xian, the gate of all mysteries. Patriarch Bodhi's preaching has continued for 15 years without stopping. He has preached 15 times, and he still has no intention of stopping. It's not that he doesn't talk to the depths anymore, but if he continues to talk to the depths, the creatures at the foot of the mountain will most likely go mad. Repeating it over and over again can make those half-knowledge easier. If you break through, and then go deeper, this is the best way to practice. It turned out to be like this, it turned out to be like this, I understand. Xuanhuan touched his chin and muttered to himself, as if he had fallen into a kind of mystery. In his previous life, he was at the peak and he was in the holy state. Compared with the Bodhi patriarch, he was far behind. In addition, when the main soul awakened, because he was afraid that he would not be able to accept it and collapse, he did not awaken all his practice experience, so at this time he was still like a hungry primary school student. Immediately, he adjusted the rhythm of his practice, and in an instant, billowing spiritual energy poured into his body crazily, startling the demon cultivators around him, and the human monks woke up suddenly, and when they were very annoyed, they did not dare to make a sound, so as not to disturb Patriarch Bodhi. Sermon. Time flies by without a sound. 30 years later, almost all the demon cultivators around Xuanhuan have changed, and he is getting closer and closer to the late stage of delusion. Wonderland. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the late stage of delusion Wonderland. 30 years later, almost 70 years have passed since Patriarch Bodhi preached. Xuanhuan successfully broke through to the late stage of delusion. Immortal realm, and the breath of soaring manna was particularly conspicuous among millions of living beings. Who is that guy? In just 70 years, he has broken through 2 small realms, and he's still in the Dou realm. So the monks of the human race are so terrifying. This person is definitely not simple. Leave him alone, let's practice ours. The monsters were whispering. Xuanhuan didn't take this into consideration at all, he was still concentrating on listening to the sermon. Everything in the world comes from enlightenment. Each of the 3,000 avenues has its own way. Listening to Master Bodhi's preaching, Xuanhuan's understanding of life and death became more thorough. And even Dou Yu's understanding of the Saint Bodhi Ju became clear. Patriarch Bodhi devoted himself to preaching for the first 50 years, and observed Xuanhuan for the next 20 years. This son is a dragon and phoenix among men. If he is accepted as a disciple, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. He is even more talented than Wukong. Patriarch Bodhi thought to himself. Throughout the history of the human race, the highest achievers are the 3 emperors. They all achieved the sub-sage by relying on their supreme merit. Apart from them, there is no other human genius who can be found. It is undoubtedly a great irony for the human race known as the cultivator of the holy body. However, Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to Patriarch Bodhi's attention. In fact, even if he felt it, he didn't pay much attention to it. As soon as the sermon was over, he would leave immediately. Why do you care so much? As for worshipping Patriarch Bodhi as a teacher, he only accepts subordinates. The preaching was still going on, and Patriarch Bodhi began to explain the more profound truths of Taoism, which made most of the living beings look distressed. Because they couldn't understand, they even felt dizzy. Starry sky. Huge magic ships sailed in the vast starry sky, and their destination was the mysterious world that appeared in front of them. At this time, on the frontmost French boat, stood a tall and stalwart man with his hands behind his back, a red gown fluttering in the wind, red hair casually draped over his shoulders, and an extraordinary handsome face. Late stage of delusion Wonderland. Mysterious world, without the seal of the ancient fairy world, you are mine. From now on. The greedy look on the man's face. He was filled with excitement when he thought that the Xuanhu great world was the origin of immortals and demons. There are hundreds of French boats behind this huge French boat, and each French boat has at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers on board. The reason why they came to attack the Xuanhu Great World so quickly was because the Xuanhu Great World was too famous, and they were afraid that they would come late and not get any benefits. The ancestral home of the ancestors of the human race. How many graves of immortals and demons are buried underground? There are also many inheritance places that have been handed down forever. A bright smile appeared on the Sequoia man's face, as if he saw that he had swallowed up the mysterious world. He's already skyrocketed. Seeing that the Xuanhu Great World was approaching, he couldn't help shouting loudly, "Creatures of the Xuanhu Great World, listen carefully, I am the world. Master of the eternal night Great World, Hu Xinghe, from today, the Xuanhu Great World will under the restraint of the eternal night Great World, anyone who refuses to obey will be shot to death. Evernight Great World? Hu Xinghe." For a moment, the whole mysterious world exploded in an instant. Eternal night Great World? Could it be that there are other great worlds beyond the sky? The genius just broke, and outsiders came to rob? This voice seems to be very strong. It's really too slow to seek death. As soon as our Xianxian world was unified, some people came to seek death. Don't be afraid, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is an existence that can conquer even the fairy world, and the eternal night world is nothing to worry about. Hundreds of realms were yelling curses, although many creatures were a little bit shocked, but they all believed in Emperor Haoyan. Looking ahead, every rise of Haoyan court has never failed. At this time, in the sky world of the Southern Territory, 3 figures suddenly soared into the sky. They were Yang Jian, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Li Yuanba. Haha, 2 big brothers, don't argue with me, he is mine. Li Yuanba hadn't fought since he voted for Emperor Bai Hushan. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to fight against a strong man from beyond the sky. Could he not be excited? However, as soon as his words fell, Emperor Xuanhuan held the swing demon sword and passed by Li Yuanba and Yang Jian at an incomparable speed, before disappearing into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Let Li Yuanba and Yang Jian look at each other, dumbfounded. Recently, although they found that something was wrong with Emperor Xuanhuan, they didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. I'm furious, Yang Jian roared, and then chased Guan Yu at full speed. It's a pity that the 2 of them couldn't catch up with Guan Yu even with all their strength. Call out. Emperor Xuanhuan flew out of the Xuanhu Great World and came to the starry sky. He was dressed in a light green robe, holding a magic sword in his hand, and his expression was indifferent. I've been holding back for a while, and I just happened to try my skills. Emperor Xuanhuan twisted his neck and said with a light smile. At this time, Emperor Xuanhuan had recovered to the peak of his loyalty. He is no longer Emperor Xuanhuan, but the #1 dragon in the world. Zulong. His attribute list has also changed. Emperor Xuanhuan. From other names. Yu Xingzhenjuan Xiantian God, the incarnation of Jin Ke, Tianzuan, who destroys demons, Tianzuan who saves suffering for the end of the catastrophe. Master Yushu. Myth system. Taoism. Belongs to system, 4 saints of the North Pole. Race, Zulong, the first dragon in mythology. Magic weapon, swinging demon sword, trapping demon ring. Cultivation method, 8 desolation demon god kung fu. Luck level, late stage of manifestation. Loyalty, 100/100. In the late stage of the Holy Realm, he jumped directly to the top combat. Power of Haoyan Court. On par with Emperor Jiang, Taizhenren, and Monkey King. Zhao Gongming is in the early stage of the Holy Realm. It has to be said that the current Haoyan court unknowingly has 5 strong men in the Holy Realm. But the gap is still relatively large, there are 5 people in the Holy Realm, and there are not many people in the Holy Realm. There are a lot of big Luoluanxians next. Of course, it is already very good for a general big force to have 3 manifesting saints. 5 are superpowers. In the 3,000 great worlds, who else should the Haotian court be afraid of? Looking at the 100 spaceships approaching ahead, Emperor Xuanhuan laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. On the Dharma boat in front, Hu Xinghe also noticed the aura of Emperor Xuanhuan. He frowned, and Emperor Xuanhuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's aura is terrifying. Hu Xinghe felt uneasy, but he was not afraid. The top combat power of a big world is the late stage of the Great Luolan Wonderland, and the Xuanhu Great World has been sealed by the ancient immortal realm for 170,000 years, and has lost contact with Tianwu, so it is impossible to have an existence beyond the Great Luolan Wonderland. But they didn't know that even if there was no Su Haotian, the former ancient emperor was also in the Dzogchen realm of Daluolan's fairyland, and there was also the demon emperor Dijuan and others. But if the ancient emperor were to face Hu Xinghe, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. Because there are many more great Luoluanxians in the Yongye Great World than in the Xuanhu Great World. Of course, the situation is different now, because Su Haotian, the biggest variable, has appeared. Just you? Want to stop us alone? Can you stop teasing me? Hu Xinghe said sarcastically. As soon as the voice fell, a tyrannical aura erupted from all the French boats behind. Almost every one of their ships has strong men above the Great Luoshu Fairyland sitting in command. The Great Luolan Fairyland has reached as many as 20 statues. In addition to Hu Xinghe, 21 great Luoluanxians are enough to destroy a certain big world in the ancient immortal star field. So in the situation of being confident, Hu Xinghe is not afraid of Emperor Xuanhuan at all, and he has even fantasized about the scene of Emperor Xuanhuan kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy. In the nearby starry sky, their eternal night world is like a gigantic existence. There is no scruple at all. Emperor Xuanhuan sneered, not talking nonsense, holding the magic sword in his hand, and rushed towards more than 100 spaceships in the Yongye Great World. Court death. Hu Xinghe snorted contemptuously, and immediately gave the order to attack. However, at this moment, Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly shouted, "Go to hell!" Terrifying, the domineering voice contained endless killing intent, and it rolled out. Before Hu Xinghe could react, he became deaf in an instant. Those with weak cultivation will directly die violently. At the same time as the blood spattered the French ship, the team suddenly became chaotic. Li Yuanba and Yang Jian, who came afterward, were also deafened by the loud shout, and even the Xuanhu Great World heard the loud shout. Dijiang, Shenong, Zhao Gongming, Kuanyo, and other powerhouses also fought in their respective courtyards and looked up to the sky, as if they saw the battle in the starry sky. A loud roar shook the world, causing heavy losses to the eternal night great world. Emperor Xuanhuan instantly turned into a giant golden dragon with a thickness of 100 feet and roared towards the FA boat. Covering his ears, Hu Xinghe, who was squatting on the French boat and screaming, was submerged in an instant by the giant dragon before he could react. It directly blasted more than 100 French boats into pieces, and the violent wind and waves released it extends forward for millions of kilometers, and it does not know how many small worlds are affected along the way. The starry sky shook, Yang Jian and Li Yuanba were dumbfounded. Emperor Xuanwu's transformation into a giant dragon made them terrified, and they couldn't even resist. Too strong. The eternal night great world and its leader Hu Xinghe were not spared, and the entire army was wiped out. They didn't even have time to see what the inside of the Xuanhu great world looked like before they were instantly killed. Too overbearing. Looking at the figure of Emperor Xuanwu again, Li Yuanba and Yang Jian couldn't believe it for a long time. Isn't this too overbearing? Li Yuanba murmured to himself with a trembling voice. Yang Jian was also dumbfounded. In the past, in front of Emperor Xuanwu, he was always a superior existence, and occasionally pressed and beat him, but now he surpassed him by a lot. Emperor Xuanwu turned back into a human body and smiled contemptuously. His gaze suddenly turned to the distant starry sky, and there was a Dharma ship floating in the starry sky, obviously passing by here, which made the scene just now stunned for an instant. Whoever dares to violate the Xuanhu great world will die. Emperor Xuanwu let out a roar, even though the aura in this starry sky was extremely thin, his voice still resounded through the tens of billions of starry sky. The frightened boat left quickly. The cultivators in the Xuanhu great world also heard his words at the same time and were extremely excited. It's really mighty. Which general from our mysterious world is this? Hearing this voice sounds like Emperor Xuanwu of Haotian court. At this time, hundreds of domains are discussing crazily, and virtually, there is a kind of cohesion in people's hearts. From then on, facing the enemy, all the soldiers and civilians in the Xuanhu great world stood in the same camp, and Hao Tianting easily killed the invading enemy, which made them feel very proud. Emperor Xuanwu put away the demon sword, turned around and flew towards the Xuanhu great world, came to Li Yuanba and Yang Jian, seeing the shocked expressions of the two. Emperor Xuanwu laughed and said, "How about it, do you still want to challenge me now?" For Yang Jian, he is still relatively close. Although Li Yuanba joined later, Li Yuanba's stupidity made him feel a kind of closeness. So for the two of them, he didn't put on airs, but flew towards the Xuanhu great world with his arms around the two of them. The three Emperor Xuanwu soon returned to the southern sky world, although no one saw this battle at close range. But it caused people in the entire Xuanhu great world to discuss this matter. The Xuanhu great world has just been unified, and there are still some dissatisfied voices, even dissatisfaction with Su Haotian, but now they are all praises. This is not an internal struggle in the past, but facing the outside world. The Xuanhu great world Hao Tianting is still as strong as ever. How can the monks in the Xuanhu great world not be excited? Even though Emperor Haotian was unhappy with the unification of the Xuanhu great world, Haoshanting stood in front of them now, bringing them unprecedented peace of mind. How strong is Haotian court? Now I think it is not a bad thing for Haotian court to unify the Xuanhu great world. Now that Haoshanting is here, even if a strong enemy comes, we don't have to be afraid. In the past, we were all envious of Haotian court, but now we are also members of Haotian court. One family, don't talk about two families. After the battle, all the creatures in the Xuanhu great world were extremely excited. At the same time, I also have expectations, looking forward to my own world outside the sky. The attack of the Evernight great world brought Tianwu closer and closer to them, and hope was no longer a dream. Is about to become a reality. At the same time, Su Haotian was still listening to the sermon in the system world. 90 years have passed since Patriarch Bodhi started preaching. Almost all the monks who are still listening to the Tao have made a breakthrough, and Xuanhuan has reached the late stage of the delusion. Immortal realm, only one step away from the great perfection realm. There has been such a great improvement in just 90 years, and his talent even. The Bodhi Patriarch was amazed. If you listen to the sermon here for thousands of years, what about 10,000 years? Wouldn't that be able to reach an unbelievable level? At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, surrounded by gorgeous flowers. Spiritual qi came from all directions and poured into the top of his head, forming a vortex visible to the naked eye. It makes the surrounding sea of flowers sway in the spiritual energy like waves. The tree of the world is growing slowly, the trunk has become thick, and the whole tree is shining golden on his dantian. His yin and yang. Babies have also grown a bit taller, further enhancing his strength. Gooey demon god's tyrannical aura overflowed, so that within 100 meters around him, no creature dared to approach him. No matter the cultivators of the two races of human and demon, they would look at Xuanhuan from time to time, with not only envy in their eyes, but also jealousy and even more horror. Where did that guy come from? Feeling his blood, it seems to be very strong, it is definitely not a pounce on the human race. Is this guy the reincarnation of an ancient power? This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously at all. He took away our aura. Monsters and human monks were all talking about it, but they all kept Xuanhuan's appearance in their hearts. But Xuanhuan didn't care about these demon cultivators, because he and them met by chance, so he didn't need to care at all. The preaching continued. 10 years flew by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Dzogchen realm of delusion. The system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Patriarch Bodhi's preaching for 100 years made Xuanhuan leap from the middle stage of Daluozen Wonderland to the great perfection of Daluozen Wonderland. He is definitely the one who has made the fastest progress among all these monks. Feeling the soaring magic power in his body, Xuanhuan was very excited. For 100 years, he was engrossed in listening to the Tao and practicing. And he didn't feel that things were right and people were wrong. It's like a big dream. Okay, that's all for the deity. Everyone go away on your own. If there is a destiny in the future, we will see you. Patriarch Bodhi opened his eyes and said softly. The voice clearly entered everyone's ears, shocking everyone's expressions and instantly waking up. While they were amazed, they were disturbed in their samadhi and did not feel any discomfort, not to mention going crazy. Patriarch Bodhi's sermons are really incomparably mysterious. Ding! The host is about to leave the Bodhi Patriarch dojo. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, and then Xuanhuan's vision gradually blurred, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. Patriarch Bodhi, who had been paying attention to Xuanhuan, suddenly stood up. His pupils narrowed, and he said incredulously, "Where's the person?" Patriarch Bodhi looked stunned, and he swept away with his divine sense. Unwillingly, only to find that there was no breath of Xuanhuan. He immediately became depressed. He had observed Xuanhuan for 100 years, and he had no other intentions. He just wanted to take Xuanhuan as his disciple. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to disappear so quickly, without any precautions. Immediately, depressed, he randomly picked 30 monks with some qualifications from the foot of the mountain as registered disciples. Forget it. Outside Xuanhuan's bedroom, by Suzhen, Shenzhener, Zixia, Fenghuang, Lei Yao and the pregnant Linghu Xuanhuan were angrily yelling at the maid. Even Jiawei knelt on the ground and shivered, with a look of sadness on his face. "Where's your majesty? Didn't you say he's in retreat? But what about others?" Bai Suzhen's pretty face was full of anger and panic. Su Haoyan was taken away without anyone noticing. It made her feel like the sky was falling down. The ladies of the palace were so bewildered that they knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Feng Huang comforted, "Sister Zhenzhen, don't worry, your majesty is blessed. And nothing will happen." "Will he leave for something?" Although he said so, the jade hand hidden in the sleeve was covered with cold sweat. But at this moment, an incomparably tyrannical aura came from the depths of the palace, causing all the girls to turn pale in an instant. "His Majesty!" They quickly ran into the palace, only to see Su Haoyan sitting cross-legged. The whole palace was trembling slightly. Bai Suzhen and Zixia hurriedly rushed in front of Su Haoyan, desperately checking her body. At the same time, Bai Suzhen said urgently, "Your Majesty! Where have you been? Are you okay?" Su Haoyan looked confused, and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Is it not well? Is there anything wrong?" "Didn't I explain it before? I'm in retreat. What are you guys doing?" Su Haoyan frowned. "Did something happen to Haoyan court? My God! It's only been a day since I left. Do you want to make such a fuss?" Fu Huang's almond-shaped eyes widened suddenly, because she noticed that Su Haoyan's cultivation had reached the great perfection of delusions. Fairyland. How is it possible? In just one day, how did His Majesty break through 2 small realms in a row? Fu Huang's heart was full of turmoil. Even if she knew that Su Haoyan was the reincarnation of Wang Xiaofeng from the Holy Court, she still felt that this matter was really unbelievable. Because time is too short. However, when she thought of Su Haoyan's supernatural powers that can instantly make a strong person stronger, she was a little stunned. Could it be that His Majesty used that magic on himself? Hiss. Feng Huang gasped. She could no longer imagine what that mysterious supernatural power was. What kind of height was Su Haoyan in the past? Retreat? But you're not in the palace either? Bai Suzhen scolded. It frightened her just now. She couldn't imagine at all. If Su Haoyan really disappeared from now on, what should they do? Haoyan Court will definitely be in a situation where there is no leader, and it will become a mess in an instant. Those strong men are all arrogant masters. In the entire heavenly court, only Su Haoyan can suppress them. Linghu Xuanhuan, Lei Yao, Shen Zhen'er and his daughters also looked at Su Haoyan curiously. Regarding this, Su Haoyan pretended to be mysterious, and said with a smile, "Well, it's a secret, you are not allowed to spread it to the outside world. And in the future I will retreat like today, so you don't need to make a fuss. Unless I have been missing for more than 5 days. You can act." As soon as this remark came out, the girls became even more curious. But Su Haoyan just didn't say it. After all, this is a big matter related to the system, and he must not let the second person know, even if the relationship is close. It's not that Su Haoyan doesn't believe them. In fact, if this kind of thing is accidentally leaked out by them, it will definitely cause a catastrophe. Who in this world would not be tempted by someone who can summon a strong person who can be exchanged for countless treasures, and even a treasure that can be cheated in an instant? Even saints are not exempt. Su Haoyan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, let's not talk about this. What kind of big thing happened in the heavenly court? Why did you come?" Because if there is no major event, Bai Suzhen and the girls will not come here. After all, he only retreated for a day. Oh, I almost forgot, it's like this, there is a world lord called Yongya. Great world leading troops to occupy our big world, but fortunately, General Xuanhuan wiped out all the opponents with his own power. Phoenix spoke. As soon as this matter was mentioned, she couldn't help a burst of excitement in her heart. She didn't expect that Emperor Xuanhuan, the #1 dragon in the world, was really so strong. More than 20 great Luoyuanxians, plus tens of thousands of soldiers were instantly killed by Emperor Xuanhuan. One must know that her cultivation base is only de Luoyuanxian, so it means that she was also instantly killed in front of Emperor Xuanhuan. It's incredible to think about it. Xuanhuan suddenly realized, and asked, there are no casualties, right? Xuanhuan didn't feel surprised that other big forces were eyeing the Xuanchu Great World, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. According to Fairy Inxia, the Xuanchu Great World is quite famous in the starry sky, and legends of the Xuanchu Great World are spread everywhere in the starry sky. Because Yendi, Taishenkan, Songlian Xianzuan and so on all came from the Xuanchu Great World. Songlian Xianzuan and Taishenkan are strong men of the same era. After Taishenkan handed over the power to lead the clan, he took a group of geniuses to the outer space to look for opportunities. Among them, Songlian Immortal Venerable is one of them. That was a long time ago. Taishenkan and Xuanhuan Majuan ruled the starry sky, and they were called the double lords of the starry sky. At that time Ouyang Jing, the sword god, was still dancing on the list of arrogance. Songlian Xianzuan is just an ordinary minor cultivator, serving as a helper. As for the cute baby, I don't know if there are any. From ancient times to the present, the Xuanchu Great World has been the most famous existence in the 3,000 great worlds. It was only after being sealed by Songlian Immortal Venerable that he withdrew from the struggle for starry sky status. In fact, from a certain point of view, Songlian Xianzuan's sealing of the Xuanchu Great World is also protecting the Xuanchu Great World in a disguised form. Of course, Xuanhuan would not regret killing him, because he and the former Holy Court seemed to be brutally murdered by him. That guy was quite loud, but he was wiped out by General Xuanhuan before he entered the Xuanchu Great World. Phoenix shook his head and said. Xuanhuan nodded without showing any surprise. It was a piece of cake for Emperor Xuanhuan in the late stage of the Holy Realm to kill the army. Hey, Eternal Night World! Xuanhuan chuckled, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. It's already very good that he doesn't provoke others, but someone came to provoke him recklessly. The Eternal Night Great World has become the first big world that Xuanhuan wants to conquer when he enters the starry sky. Your Majesty, is this a breakthrough? Lei Yao couldn't help asking. Seeing that Xuanhuan broke through in one day, she was very happy. Xuanhuan nodded and smiled and said, a small breakthrough is nothing to worry about. Little breakthrough. The corners of Lei Yao's mouth twitched, Bai Suzhen calmed down at this moment, only to find that Xuanhuan's cultivation level made him unable to see through. She immediately widened her eyes and covered her small mouth with disbelief on her face. Other than Feng Huang and Zixia, they couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation, but the expressions of Lei Yao, Feng Huang and Zixia were enough to explain everything. What? Are you envious? Okay, after all the work is done, I will raise your cultivation base. He is not bragging. Now there are various high-level exercises, pills, and rare treasures in the world in the Lucky Mall, which can make a few girls stronger every minute and every second. Thank you, Your Majesty. The girls immediately cheered up. In the early morning of the second day, Xuanhuan summoned the burning lamp Tathagata, and he planned to restore the two of them to the peak of the strong. After all, the two had worshipped him for a long time, and it was time for him to give them a chance. In the imperial garden, Xuanhuan looked at Tathagata and Randang while drinking tea. Tathagata belongs to that kind of solemn, and slightly majestic image, while Randang is thin, unsmiling, and somewhat dull. Your Majesty, are you saying that you want us to restore our peak cultivation? Randang's eyes flickered with a look of shock. This time, Xuanhuan recruited them, and the agreement was obvious. Because they see this kind of thing a lot. So my heart was always excited. Although Tathagata didn't say a word, his excited face revealed his true inner thoughts at this moment. Of course, it's just that what I'm worried about now is, can you be absolutely loyal to me? Xuanhuan asked slowly. He planned to promote the 18 arhats after the two peaked. Because he intends to vigorously develop Buddhism, as he continues to recruit powerful people, his subordinates will definitely appear in different camps. Now the Yaozu and Taoism are closer, and the disciples of Jiejiao are also good. These are relatively normal. So far, although the Buddhist one under him has Sun Wukong, a strong man in the late stage of the Holy Realm, it is difficult to support alone, and he needs to work harder. And Xitigarbha is busy unifying the underworld, and has no time to manage the affairs of the underworld. So now Tathagata, Randang, is the best candidate. Amitabha. It's all because of His Majesty's kindness that this old monk is here today. He will definitely assist His Majesty faithfully in the future. Randang said seriously. Tathagata knelt down directly facing Xuanhuan. It is practical action to express your heart. Although Tathagata is now the leader of Buddhism, his cultivation level is not high, which makes him very depressed. Now that Xuanhuan can make him stronger, how could he give up this opportunity? Xuanhuan smiled slightly. What he wanted was the attitude of the two of them, and immediately ordered in his heart. Ding! Tathagata Buddha is about to return to the peak of the strong. Ding! Randang is about to return to the peak of the strong. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, and then the black hole appeared above the head, sucking the two of them in instantly. The royal garden instantly regained its calm. Xuanhuan did not leave in a hurry, but drank tea leisurely. At this time a figure suddenly flew in the sky. She is dressed in white clothes that are more snowy, sitting cross-legged on a snow-white rosette. With a kind face. With a faint smile. The right hand holds a vase as white as jade, and the left hand stands in front of the chest in the shape of a bergamot. The whole person exudes a faint fluorescent light, giving people a sense of sacredness and solemnity. It is the great mercy and compassion, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva flew to Xuanhuan, bent down and said, "The poor monk. Seize your majesty." Xuanhuan had explained that she didn't need to salute Xuanhuan, because he always felt that he should respect Guanyin Bodhisattva, and this kind of respect should not only be shown in words, but also in actions. "How are things going?" Xuanhuan asked with a light smile. Some time ago, he specially sent Guanyin Bodhisattva to walk among the people, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, while leaving behind a legend of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva has countless clones, and she can transform into thousands of bodies. Although she has no combat power, she can do many things instead of the deity. In this day and age, the battle of luck is still very important. Avalokitesvara, Monkey King, Tathagata, Randang, 18 Arhats, and other Buddhist eminent monks are already inseparable from the heaven. People who believe in these eminent monks are equivalent to believing in Hao Tian, and their luck will definitely increase. The way of heaven always has its own trajectory, and the battle of luck is just a shortcut to prove itself to the way of heaven. Xuanhuan does not have his strong men to write in the book of heaven. Because when the book of heaven manipulates the gods, it will make the gods and demons become puppets of the Tao of heaven. If he wants to defy the sky, all his subordinates will become thugs of the Tao of heaven. Your Majesty is benevolent and merciful to the people. Naturally, the poor monk must do his best. The poor monk has dispatched clones to every corner of the Xuanhuan great world to help the people escape the sea of suffering. Guanyin Bodhisattva said softly. Xuanhuan nodded endlessly. Now there are 5 great Buddhas in Buddhism, the Tathagata Buddha, the Burning Lamp Buddha, the Namo Great Sage King Buddha, Sun Wukong, Ksitigarbha, and Yu Guanyin, plus the 18 Arhats. I hope you will really be compassionate, don't deviate from your heart in everything. Xuanhuan said meaningfully. To prevent them from swelling, Xuanhuan vaccinated Guanyin Bodhisattva early. Although their Buddhism is basically listed, they perform their own duties and do not touch anyone. Therefore, Guanyin Bodhisattva must distinguish his position. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva nodded, still with a warm smile, and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, in this life, the poor monk knows his position. Xuanhuan smiled in satisfaction, and then explained a few more words before letting Guanyin Bodhisattva leave. Then he officially issued a notice, the world should respect Guanyin Bodhisattva, and she is the only one who saves suffering. This announcement is for people with ulterior motives, to confuse the public. After that, everything was on track. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky, his eyes glistening. He now expects Zhang Wuchen from the Star Alliance to come and send him a mission. In the starry sky, news about Hu Xinghe leading the powerhouses of the eternal night world to conquer the Xuanhuan world spread quickly. Because it was related to the Xuanhuan great world, once the news spread, it aroused strong attention from all parties. What? Hu Xinghe led thousands of troops and was wiped out before entering the Xuanhuan great world? And the whole army was wiped out? It's true. It is said that there is only one person from the Xuanhuan great world. Hasn't the Xuanhuan great world been sealed? The seal has been lifted. How is it possible? The strength of the Evernight great world is not small. In the starry sky, wherever there are people, they are discussing this matter. Since they stepped into the Xuanhuan great world, they have heard legends about the Xuanhuan great world. The Xuanhuan great world has been famous in the ancient fairy world for a long time. All of a sudden, more and more creatures started to take action, exploring the mysterious world in groups, including many big worlds and big forces. 3 days later, in the Imperial Garden, Di Jiang and Emperor Tianwu were drinking together, while Xuanhuan was practicing Futian palm in the distance. He has already practiced the first 4 palms of Futian palm, and is now practicing the 5th palm. Futian palm is one of his strongest supernatural powers, followed by Yin Yang, life and death wheel, time domain, great void art, and so on. Ding. The burning lamp Buddha has returned to the peak of the strong. Ding. Tathagata Buddha has returned to the peak of the strong. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded, causing Xuanhuan to stop practicing. and called up the attribute list of the two. Lighting the lamp, the early stage of the Holy Realm. Tathagata, the middle stage of the Holy Realm. And the loyalty has reached full value. What Xuanhuan didn't expect was that the two Buddhas were so powerful. Really incredible. I said, can the system give me an explanation? Xuanhuan was a little excited. Rulai Randang is now a die-hard loyalist. How? Can he not be excited? Up to now, Haotian Court already has 7 powerhouses in the Holy Realm. Daoist Tai, Dijiang, Emperor Zhenwu, Sun Wukong, Zhao Gongming, Burning Lamp Buddha, Tathagata Buddha. Looking at the 3,000 great worlds in the universe, who the hell can stop me? Xuanhuan's heart suddenly began to swell. Shenong, Liyuanba, Xiangyu, and Yunxiao are all potential stocks. Steadily manifest the Holy Realm. What Star Alliance, Demon Lord Xuanhua, and Sword God Ouyang all knelt down in front of him. You can sing anything. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan was extremely excited. The predecessor of Randang was the deputy leader of the interpretation of teachings. Later, he turned to Western Buddhism. His strength is unfathomable. With his current cultivation base, it is normal. The Tathagata Buddha came from journey to the West. He is the well-deserved leader of Buddhism. At that time, he was in the realm of sagehood. Because there is no holy existence, the Tathagata dominates the world of journey to the West. It is normal to have such strength. Of course, although the Tathagata's strength is a little higher, if the two Buddhas fight, the Tathagata may not be able to win. At most, it will be evenly matched. Xuanhuan was stunned after listening to the system's explanation. To say 1,000 words and 10,000 burning lamps has double blessings of elucidation of teachings and Buddhist faith. Although the cultivation base is not as good, the strength is not weaker than the Tathagata. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking in his heart, a black hole suddenly appeared on the top of his head, and immediately after the lamp was lit, Tathagata stepped out of it. The two Buddhas landed in front of Xuanhuan, very excited. The two monks immediately knelt down to Xuanhuan, and said excitedly, Ba, thank you for your grace of rebuilding. Although Emperor Zhenwu didn't make any sarcasm, the disdain on his face could still be seen. Excellent, excellent. It is all thanks to His Majesty's supernatural powers, which even a saint can hardly match. Tathagata smiled slightly, and at the same time, dispelling the sarcasm of the two, he gently slapped Xuanhuan flatteringly. Xuanhuan nodded and said, I only hope that you will do your duty for Haotian Court in the future, and don't let me down. After chatting casually for a while, Xuanhuan let the two Buddhas leave the Imperial Garden. Now that Sun Wukong is already sitting in the Pingtian Palace, the two Buddhas followed him unconsciously. The 3 powerhouses in the Holy Realm are also a force that cannot be ignored in the starry sky. After they left, Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Now that he has made all the arrangements, he is waiting to find time to send Pingtian Palace out of the Xuanchu Great World so that Pingtian Palace can develop independently outside the sky. There are 3 saints, and no one in the ancient immortal star field can stop their footsteps. Deep in the starry sky, in a misty place, there is a blue-gray continent floating on it, and there are many peaks on it, each of which is like a sharp thorn, which is extremely penetrating. At this time, there was a sound of breaking through the sky, and a man in white came from the sky with a flying sword on his feet. His face was cold and indifferent. His long hair was casually tied behind his head, although his figure was not Burly enough, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. There are also two flying swords stuck behind him, and they collide with each other in flight, making a clanging sound. This person is none other than the gentleman in the sword, and the sword lord. Qin Tong looks just as good as his clone. Known as the Sword King in the starry sky. He is the proud disciple of Sword Master Ouyang Jing. One of his avatars has the cultivation base of the late stage of entering the holy state, and its main body is even more powerful, with the cultivation base of the manifesting holy state. Qin Tong quickly flew into the blue-gray continent, passed through one after another dangerous peaks, high mountains, and finally landed on the top of the highest mountain. There is a figure sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain at this moment. He is 10,000 feet above the ground, and the entire top of the mountain can just accommodate him sitting cross-legged. If he moved the slightest bit, he would fall right away. This figure was wearing a black robe, with gray hair and long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked about 40 or 50 years old, his eyes were closed, and his two eyebrows were like two blades. The face gives people a very majestic feeling. He held a black sword in both hands and put it on his lap. He sat there, motionless, not even breathing. Qin Tongfei went to the side of the mountain, bowed to the man and said, "Master, the disciple is back." This man in black robe is none other than Sword Master Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing's life can be described as a legend. When Xuanhuan and Taishinkan dominated the starry sky, he was still leading the list of starry sky talents. In the absence of a chance to learn from each other, develop silently. After Xuanhuan and Taishinkan retired, he suddenly broke through to manifest his holiness and became invincible all over the universe. Even the current devil emperor Drai Sha was defeated by him. Fortunately, Ouyang Jing didn't start a sect, but only accepted some disciples, including Qin Tong. Seeing that Ouyang Jing didn't say a word, Qin Tong immediately became more courageous, and he said, "Master, I need help from this disciple." "Oh?" Ouyang Jing didn't open his eyes, as if there was no one in front of him. Qin Tong didn't care, because he was used to the master's indifference after hundreds of thousands of years of getting along, so he felt uneasy and said, "It's like this, a close friend of this disciple died tragically, and this disciple sent a clone to go." He began to explain the ins and outs of the matter, without exaggerating or concealing things. He is a sword king, so he still has certain principles in doing things. He refused to obey anyone in his life, but he obeyed his master, Ouyang Jing. Moreover, his achievements today are all due to Ouyang Jing, because he has lived with Ouyang Jing since he was a child, and he has a special feeling for Ouyang Jing. When he finished speaking, Ouyang Jing slowly opened his eyes. "Emperor Haoyan?" He actually defeated Sunlian Immortal Venerable. Could it be that this son is the descendant of some hidden old monster? Ouyang Jing muttered to himself. It's just that his expression was always indifferent, as if Su Haoyan was just a drop in the ocean and couldn't arouse his interest. In fact, this is indeed the case. Although Sunlian Immortal Venerable controls the ancient fairy star field, his strength is not enough in Ouyang Jing's eyes, because Sunlian Immortal Venerable's strength is only at the early stage of the holy realm. "Yes, master, the disciple is worried that going alone will, so," Qin Tong said cautiously. If Ouyang Jing made a move, then the matter would not be a problem. In his heart, Ouyang Jing is invincible. No one in the world can defeat him. Ouyang Jing raised his eyes to look at him, making Qin Tong's heart shudder. The hairs all over his body suddenly turned cold, and he was sweating profusely. Hastily lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. "You mean, let the teacher avenge you?" Ouyang Jing's voice turned cold in an instant, making Qin Tong tremble in fright, knelt down in the air, and said quickly, "The disciple is afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "Are you afraid of death?" "Master." Qin Tong was so frightened that he was trembling all over, kneeling in the void, not daring to raise his head. Facing Ouyang Jing's sternness, he didn't know how to explain it. In fact, he had expected such a result a long time ago, but he didn't give up. So he came here nervously. There is really no way, because when he faces immortal Xuanhuan, he may not be able to guarantee victory. Emperor Haotian's subordinates easily destroyed immortal Xuanhuan, which shows that his strength is higher than immortal Xuanhuan. It can be seen that he is definitely not the opponent of Emperor Haotian. Ouyang Jing slowly closed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Your matter, you should find a way to solve it yourself. As a teacher, you never take action against juniors, and you don't want to fight against those with low strength." He hadn't made a move for 100,000 years, so naturally he wouldn't make a move for a junior. Looking at the entire starry sky universe, there are not many people worthy of his shot. Qin Tong hesitated to speak, knowing that what Ouyang Jing decided would never change. But when he thought that he had to face Emperor Haotian and his subordinates alone, he felt uncertain. After hesitating for a while, Qin Tong sighed secretly and said to Ouyang Jing, "Master, please pay attention to your health, and this disciple will leave first." As soon as the voice fell, he turned around and was about to leave. At this time Ouyang Jing said again, "Tonger." Qin Tong paused, his face beamed with joy. He thought Ouyang Jing had changed his mind. "Now that you have manifested yourself, you have to think clearly about what you have done, don't embarrass yourself, and don't regret what you have done." When Ouyang Jing spoke, he didn't open his eyes, but it made Qin Tong fall into thought. Because he knows that his master never talks nonsense. Could it be that master meant something else? Qin Tong suddenly became uneasy, but he didn't dare to ask. After nodding, he turned around and left. The blue-gray continent fell into silence again. Ouyang Jing fell into samadhi again, motionless, and his breathing gradually disappeared. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Linghu Shanlan finally gave birth. Su Haotian and a group of concubines waited anxiously in front of the bedroom. "Is it a son or a daughter?" Su Haotian looked expectant. Speech is incoherent, and the nervous expression is beyond words. He wasn't worried that Linghu Shanlan would have a difficult delivery. Because Linghu Shanlan is not immortal, this place is still Haoshanting, so naturally there is no such problem. Bai Suzhen and his daughters are also looking forward to it. After all, this is Su Haotian's first child, and whether it is a boy or a girl is very important. Since ancient times, without accident, the eldest son is the future prince. Although Su Haotian is still extremely young, there are still some things that must be done according to the rules. Not only Xingdi Peak, but the entire Xuanchu Great World knew that Linghu Shanlan was about to give birth. Emperor Haotian is so against the sky, will his children be bad? At this time everyone in the holy city stopped their work, and they were all looking forward to the result of Linghu Shanlan's birth. "Hey, guess, are the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven a boy or a girl?" Of course it's a boy, and he will definitely be a super little strong man in the future. Yes, if it's a boy, it's definitely more crazy, and if it's a girl, it's much gentler. That's different. A boy is a prince, but a girl can only be a princess. There was a lot of discussion among the people, and people even set up a big gamble because of this, guessing the gender of concubine Xuanhuan's birth. Bai Suzhen looked at Xuanhuan walking back and forth, rubbing her hands. With sweat running down her face, she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, aren't you very capable? Why don't you know if it's a man or a woman?" As soon as Xuanhuan heard this, his complexion instantly collapsed. It was strange to say that the child in Ling Xuanlan's stomach seemed to be covered with a veil, and his spiritual consciousness could not penetrate it at all. For this reason, he also asked the system, and the system gave him the answer that the power of the Wheel of Fortune might be inherited by this son. This result made Xuanhuan look forward to it even more. What kind of talent against the sky will his child have? Wow! At this moment, a baby's cry suddenly came from the palace. It was extremely loud, and Xuanhuan and others were immediately overjoyed. It can be regarded as born. Xuanhuan came to the palace gate, rubbed his hands, and waited anxiously. Soon the palace door opened, and a middle-aged female doctor came out with sweat on her face, and said excitedly to Xuanhuan, "His Majesty concubine Xuanlan gave birth successfully, and she is a little prince." Boom! Xuanhuan's mind exploded instantly, his heart was ecstatic, and he rushed inside immediately. Bai Suzhen's daughters were also very happy, and they followed closely. Seeing this, Lei Yao smiled slightly. The prince was born so early, it's good to save a lot of trouble. The bloody scene of the court prince's dispute since ancient times is the best evidence. After that, there will be a battle for the crown prince. In short, the emperor's house is extremely deep. Xuanhuan had arrived at Ling Xuanlan's bed at this time, only to see that Ling Xuanlan's face was pale and covered in sweat, and beside her lay a chubby little fellow, still howling nonstop. Different from mortal babies, this little guy's voice was so loud that it penetrated the palace and echoed over the Holy Emperor Peak for a long time. Even the people in the holy city could hear it clearly. "This is born. Damn it. This voice is so loud and extraordinary, it must be a monster. This is the first child of the Emperor of Heaven. This voice is so loud, the qi and blood must be extremely powerful, 100 times stronger than a mortal fetus." Not only ordinary people are discussing, but also civil and military officials are discussing in their respective mansions. A few years later, they will not only serve Xuanhuan, but also have an extra little prince. Xuanhuan didn't know that the whole holy city was boiling. He is holding the little guy now, looking at his child with a smile on his face. Babies are born with wrinkles on their faces, but this little one not only has no wrinkles, but has a bright red face. Feeling Xuanhuan's gaze, his crying gradually subsided, but he stretched out his little hand and grabbed Xuanhuan's face. "This is Jindan?" Zixia quickly covered her little mouth with her hand, and looked at the little guy in Xuanhuan's arms in disbelief. Seeing this, Bai Suzhen's daughters quickly swept the child's belly with their spiritual sense. It was found that there was indeed a golden pill in the little guy's body. Jindan. A golden elixir from birth. Even Xuanhuan's body trembled. He hastily checked carefully. The child's body was indeed golden pill. Ha ha ha. I'm really amazing, I'm really awesome. Xuanhuan lifted the child high, laughed, and couldn't help but swear in surprise. The girls were stunned for a moment, but they immediately became overjoyed. They couldn't help but look forward to what kind of monster their son would be. In the future, Xuanhuan, who stepped on the bed, also showed a bright smile, with a look of happiness. From today onwards, I will give you a name, Ling Tian, Su Ling Tian. Xuanhuan said with a doting face, smiling. Officially named his son. Haha. I have a son. I have a son. Xuanhuan held Su Ling Tian up and laughed, completely treating the people around him as heir, immersed in happiness and unable to extricate himself. Seeing Xuanhuan looking crazy, all the girls showed happy smiles, and Xuanhuan wept with joy. Before giving birth, she was extremely worried, because her delivery was delayed for more than half a year. She was really afraid of giving birth to a monster, even if she didn't dislike it. But what about Xuanhuan? Fortunately, everything is her imagination. On that day, Haodian court issued an announcement to the world, Emperor Haodian's first prince was born, named Su Ling Tian. The whole world celebrates. As soon as the news came out, the entire Xuanchu great world shook. Emperor Haodian's prince was born. This news is no small matter. For the world of cultivation, dozens or hundreds of years are very short. The little prince Su Ling Tian will definitely become the pride of Haodian court. And even the whole world in the future. That night, the entire holy city was drinking and reveling, and the civil and military officials were all speculating about the little prince's talent and who would be the little prince's master. Become the master of the first prince, and he will surely soar into the sky in the future. In the early morning of the next day, Daoist Tai, Emperor Tianwu, Shenong, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Xingtian, Hui, Yuan Hong and other civil and military officials of rank 3 and above were already waiting outside the palace. Everyone, don't argue with me. The little prince worships me as his teacher. And he will definitely become a strong one in the future. Hui snorted. His father, Di Jiang, did not come, and most of the ancestral witches were withdrawn and did not like to accept apprentices. Not to be outdone, Yun Xiao said, "Look at how rude you are, the little prince is so cute, of course I have to teach him? Do we women know that carefully?" Yuan Hong lifted the iron rod and said, "The little prince should go to the sky and enter the earth. Zhou Tian escapes all kinds of methods, so I am the most suitable." The rest of the powerhouses expressed their opinions one after another. At this juncture, no matter whether it was the mighty Xianxing or the weaker Da Luo Wanqian, they would not give an inch. Daoist Tai stood there smiling all the time, without speaking, but his expression was full of confidence. After a while, the gate of the palace was opened from the inside. Xuanhuan walked out with Su Ling Tian in his arms, and Xuanhuan was still resting. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you all here?" Seeing this, Xuanhuan frowned and asked. As soon as his words fell, Emperor Tianwu said first, "Your Majesty, I volunteered to be the master of the little prince. Everyone understands the principle of being a teacher for a day and being a father for life, and in that era, the relationship between master and student is the relationship between father and son. If you become Su Ling Tian's master, you will definitely have an extraordinary status in the future." The rest of the strong men spoke one after another, and Xuanhuan reacted. And suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Looking for master? Su Ling Tian was born just 1 day ago. These guys are really anxious. Xuanhuan pretended to be angry and said, "What's the hurry, this little guy won't look for master before he is 5 years old." Su Ling Tian's body contains the blood of the ancient demon god. Although it is not pure, it is still half of the ancient demon god. Xuanhuan will Stimulate the blood within 5 years, allowing him to practice rapidly in the future, like a rocket. The little guy had a golden core just after he was born, but that doesn't mean he's transformed into a spiritual power. On the contrary, he doesn't have any mana in his body now, it's just that he has strong energy and blood. According to Xuanhuan's guess, this little guy's talent must be extraordinary. In the future, like him, he can take the path of dual cultivation of Dharma and body. Invincible in the same realm. When everyone heard this, they looked at the little guy in Xuanhuan's arms. Reluctantly. Afterwards Xuanhuan dismissed the crowd, leaving Daoist Tai alone. Such a scene made everyone understand everything in an instant. It turned out that Xuanhuan had already planned in his heart. For Tai Daoist, everyone is very convinced, omnipotent, and proficient in all kinds of directors. Even Emperor Xuanwu of the same realm dare not be absolutely sure to defeat Daoist Tai. Tai, take a look, my son, how about this small body? Xuanhuan handed Su Lingtian over to Tai Daoist. Master Tai smiled and took Su Lingtian carefully. This little guy was blushing, and looked extremely cute, especially those big elf eyes, flickering, so that the heart of Master Tai instantly melted. Daoist Tai has taken in many apprentices, but he has never taken in a baby. Although Neza is also very young, Neza is not a child. At best, he was a teenager. Daoist Tai has long intended to take Xuanhuan's children as apprentices. Xuanhuan is naturally very clear about this. Looking at Xiao Lingtian lying in his arms now, the more he looks at it, the more he likes it. The meridian has no impurities, it is extremely pure, and the body contains golden elixir. Although the dantian is still open, the talent is powerful. The most important thing is that he has inherited His Majesty's heaven-defying blood. The qi and blood are particularly powerful, and there are born from flames. I have absolute confidence in cultivating him into a rare genius in the world. Daoist Tai was amazed. Su Lingtian didn't disappoint him, he always had this plan. At the beginning, he wanted to accept Xuanhuan as his disciple, but the monarch and his subjects were different, and Xuanhuan's cultivation was finalized, so he turned his attention to Xuanhuan's child. Hearing Tai's praise, Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. If it wasn't for his low level of cultivation, this child's talent would be even higher. In the future, when he breaks through the Great Luolan Wonderland, the aptitude of his children will become even more monstrous, and he might be able to enter the heavenly gate as soon as he is born. If he becomes a saint, the offspring. TSK, unimaginable. At the same time, after the ministers dispersed, the news that Daoist Tai would become the master of the little prince also spread. Who is the real Tai? Heotianting is currently the #1 strongest on the bright side, and no one can compete with him no matter in terms of strength or military exploits. Although the latecomers Xuanwu Emperor and Dijiang are not weak, they are still not as powerful as Tai Daoist in Heotianting. For a while, the holy city became more and more lively because of this matter. Early the next morning, Fairy Inxia came to see Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan, who was practicing in the imperial garden, asked Feng Huang to bring her in. I said, Emperor Huan, your son was born, and your wish has been fulfilled. How about it, when will you leave for the forbidden area? Fairy Inxia asked angrily as soon as she came in front of Xuanhuan. There is no lack of jealousy in the words. For some reason, when she heard that Xuanhuan's concubine had given birth to A son for him, she became inexplicably irritable. Xuanhuan slowly recuperated, smiled, and said, "Come on, why, is the fairy tired of staying?" Fairy Yinxia is a strong person in the middle stage of the Holy Realm, and she may be able to break through to manifest the Holy Spirit in the future, so Xuanhuan is still willing to make friends with her. Listening to her tone, Xuanhuan suddenly felt that this woman was a little different from her usual indifferent personality, and seemed to have a slight jealousy. Could it be? Xuanhuan's expression became playful. "It's okay to see you, why don't you set off early, and go to the forbidden area?" Facing Xuanhuan's aggressive gaze, Fairy Yinxia hurriedly chose to dodge. "Then can you tell me, where do you want me to accompany you? What kind of forbidden place?" Xuanhuan said with a smile. "Now there are 7 gods in the Xuanchu Great World, just remove the 3 from Pingtian Palace and leave 2 to protect them. The forbidden place we want to go to is called Prison Domain. It is a small world where the strong man imprisoned Emperor Zun in ancient times. It is said that prison Emperor Zun once imprisoned countless vicious strong men in the prison domain, refining them alive change. Countless years have passed, and the prison area has become a place of death. Because of too much resentment, ordinary creatures dare not enter." Fairy Yinxia slowly introduced. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Xuanhuan had heard of the name Prison Domain when he was wandering in the starry sky. No one knows where prisoner Emperor Zun came from. At that time Emperor Yan took him to fight against the demons, and broke into a small world by mistake. That's where the prisoner Emperor Zun's cave is located. At that time Emperor Yan was still envious of prisoner Dizuan's supernatural powers. Where, in a cave, many supernatural powers of prison Emperor Zun are recorded. On the wall, countless treasures of heaven and earth are stored, and there are countless magic treasures and spirit stones. The most important thing is that prisoner Emperor Zun left a passage on a giant peak. At the end of the starry sky, the heavenly void Emperor Spirit. Prisoner's sky is extraordinary, the avenue is mysterious. The short 2 lines of words shocked Emperor Yan a lot. Until now, Xuanhuan didn't understand it. At that time Emperor Yan became dazed after seeing these 2 lines of words. If he remembered correctly, Emperor Yan had become crazy since then. Keep practicing, keep fighting, just don't rest. It's like going crazy. Until one day, Emperor Yan suddenly disappeared. After that, Xuanhuan, as the god of war and the first domain master of the southern region, protected the holy court, continued to fight in all directions, slaughtered all disobedient ones, and allowed the holy court to rule the mysterious world in name. Therefore, Xuanhuan still remembers the name prisoner Emperor Zun very clearly. In his heart, he was placed at the same height as Chandi, the yin and yang wheel of life and death. These 2 superpowers from who knows how long ago have influenced Emperor Yan and Xuanhuan, a pair of master and apprentice. The prison area has been a dangerous and evil place since ancient times. It is very terrifying. Under the Dalual Wanxian, there will be people who come and go. Even becoming a saint is very dangerous. Fairy Yinxia spoke on her own, without seeing Xuanhuan's expression. She paused and continued, "I heard that the cute baby escaped from somewhere." Xuanhuan frowned. He still had a deep impression of the cute baby. Although he looked like a child, he possessed terrifying power. So, the prison area is really dangerous. "Well, I decided to go with you," Xuanhuan said with a smile. He felt that there seemed to be important clues to Yandi's disappearance in this prison. Emperor Yan was his master and the one who influenced his whole life. He loved him like a father and son. Even after 170,000 years, he never forgot him. Fairy Inxia blinked her eyes, a little surprised. She thought that Xuanhuan would break the contract or hesitate if she told the danger of the prison. But I didn't expect him to agree so readily. Could it be that She couldn't help but think too much. Women are really emotional animals. She has practiced for tens of thousands of years, and has never known what feelings are. Because from the day she became successful in cultivation, she has taken on the important task of raising the sect, and has been burying her head in hard work. Especially after becoming a genius, she has become a cold-blooded animal. The door will not let her go. After all, Zongman spent too much on her. How could she be handed over to others? Of course, if the other party far exceeds Fairy Inxia too much, such as a peerless genius like Xuanhuan Yunfeng, her sect will definitely offer her with both hands, because the sect will also be promoted to a higher level. After half a month, I will accompany you for a walk. Xuanhuan looked at the gentle smile on Fairy Inxia's face, and said. He deliberately stared at this woman, and felt that this woman was indeed a beauty, and her frown and smile could indeed captivate the soul. So, I'll wait for you for half a month. Fairy Inxia couldn't bear Xuanhuan's aggressive gaze, and after agreeing, she turned and left. Xuanhuan laughed. He didn't expect this woman to be shy. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan hummed a little song and walked towards Linghu Shanlan's palace. Seeing his son every day has become a great pleasure for him. Half a month's time is fleeting. For the past half-month, Xuanhuan didn't cultivate, and stayed with Xiao Lingtian and Linghu Shanlan every day. During this period of time, apart from reforming the Xuanchu Great World, Haotian Court is also establishing teleportation points. He wants to make teleportation points in all regions of the world directly reach the southern sky world. At the same time, Xuanhuan also spent a lot of effort to establish a special teleportation point that can lead to the ancient fairyland. Such teleportation points are extremely high grade, and the price is also quite high. It cost him a full 100 million reputation points. He established a teleportation point in the Holy City, and the other side was set up in the ancient immortal realm. At the same time, his domain-level policy has also been thoroughly implemented. In the future, every domain in the Xianxian world will desperately climb up in order to rank. Regarding the consideration of rebellion, I'm sorry, I'm busy climbing up. Who has time to think about that? On this day, Xuanhuan left Emperor Tianwu and Daoist Tai to sit in the Xuanchu Great World. He only brought Zhao Gongming, Di Jiang, Shenong and Fairy Inxia, and a group of 5 came to Phoenix City. Fairy Inxia stood in the hall below, extremely shocked. Her gaze has been on Sun Wukong, Tathagata, and Randang. The cultivation bases of these 3 people seemed to her to be as deep as the sea, and she had only felt this feeling in Dijiang and Tai Daoist. Appear the Holy Realm. Oh my God, there are 3 more saints appearing. How many saints are there in Haotian Court? Fairy Inxia's beautiful eyes have become extremely complicated. Looking at Haotian, who was talking and laughing happily with everyone above, she suddenly felt that she had never seen his true face. Haotian is a mystery, people can't see through. Ba. Your Majesty, we are all ready. Let's go. Sun Wukong stood behind Tathagata Buddha and said loudly. As soon as Sun Wukong's words fell, the strong men standing in the lobby suddenly became excited. Go to the stars and become famous in the universe. Such a thing, just thinking about it makes people's blood excited. Okay. Then let's go. Xuanhuan laughed and said. As soon as his words fell, he heard a loud bang. Boom. The entire Phoenix City trembled, and then it slowly rose into the sky, causing the creatures in the city to turn pale with shock and fly away one after another. Fairy Inxia turned pale with fright. The huge city moved. Is this city a treasure? The Phoenix City rose from the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble, and immediately soared into the sky, and after piercing through the clouds, it went straight to the sky. What a shocking scene it was. It made the creatures who saw it with their own eyes exclaim in surprise. At this moment, in the city, in Phoenix, after Starry Sky, Phoenix City can be changed to Pingtian City, and I won't be with you. Everything depends on your development. Because I have to accompany this beauty to play in the forbidden area. As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned their attention to Fairy Inxia. The strange eyes made Fairy Inxia feel a little uncomfortable. This woman is very beautiful. What is the relationship with His Majesty? Fairy Inxia's face was also hot, especially Xuanhuan's word beauty, which made her both happy and shy, but she still said softly, I never thought that you, the Emperor of Heaven, have so many backhands. Although she didn't know why Pingtian City went to the Starry Sky, she always felt that in the future, this Pingtian City would be famous in the Starry Sky. Xuanhuan laughed and didn't explain. He wasn't afraid that Fairy Inxia would know, because Pingtian City hadn't really risen yet, so it didn't matter. Who knew? As for the future, hey, maybe she is one of her own. Look at how kind Our Majesty treats you, Fairy. Why don't you become the concubine of our Haoyan court? Zhao Gongming laughed and winked, making Xuanhuan really want to give him a thumbs up. What a beautiful assist. Fairy Inxia rolled her eyes beautifully, but said nothing. The others couldn't help but laugh out loud. 3 hours later. In the Starry Sky, the 4 dragons pulled a chariot and flew out of Pingtian City, flying in the opposite direction. Xuanhuan, Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming, and Shenong stood on the dragon head. Fairy Inxia didn't return to the car either. She stayed by Xuanhuan's side and introduced him to the prison area. The prison is about 20 days away from here, and the monks who enter the prison generally have extraordinary strength. Although it is within the scope of the ancient immortal world, it is not controlled by the ancient immortal world. The chaos is extremely chaotic. There are countless restrictions in the domain. Someone once spent tens of thousands of years in it to get out. The reason why I'm going to the prison this time is because I want to get the glass cold night grass. Fairy Inxia said slowly. In fact, even she herself didn't know why she wanted to tell what she was looking for. She seemed to trust Xuanhuan very much, and she was not worried that Xuanhuan would become greedy at all. Glass cold night grass? Xuanhuan frowned. What is this thing? Fairy Inxia didn't know what was going on in his heart, so she explained. This herb is a spirit herb with yin and cold attributes, which can help me break through the bottleneck. That's it. Xuanhuan nodded. His expression was calm and uninterested. Seeing this, Fairy Inxia seemed to feel that she had taken advantage of this time, so she thought for a while and said, You helped me a lot this time. And me, besides the supernatural powers of Lindsay, if Heoxiantian needs anything in the future, you can tell me directly. I will definitely help you. Although our Yuesian palace does not belong to the ancient immortal star realm, but its strength is not inferior to that of ancient immortal realm. Moon Immortal Palace. Xuanhuan secretly wrote it down. Then he asked casually, you came all the way to the ancient immortal realm just for this glazed cold night grass? This is just one of them. In addition, there is the supernatural power in your hand. Fairy Inxia brushed her hair by her ears as she spoke, her eyes were a little annoyed. Xuanhuan laughed, but didn't say anything. He actually had great expectations for prison. Not for Liu Lihanyukeo, but for Emperor Yan and Emperor Prisoner. The 4 dragons pulled the cart and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Very quickly, running in the opposite direction of Pingtian City. Sun Wukong, Tathagata Buddha, and Burning Lamp Buddha stood on the city wall, looking at the direction where Xuanhuan was going. How do I feel that His Majesty will shake the world again? Tathagata said with a slight smile. It seems that every time Xuanhuan takes people out, the situation will change wherever he goes. Sun Wukong shook his head and said with a smile, Your Majesty is a real Dragon Emperor with a decisive and strong character. Moreover, the starry sky is a place where dragons and fishes mix. For Xuanhuan, he is now completely convinced. If it were them, Feng Yun, Xuanhuan, could do it. But they can't do it to unify one big world and defeat the fairy world within a few years. Ran Dang, Tathagata was able to recover to the peak, and it all depends on Xuanhuan. What does this mean? It shows that although Xuanhuan is very small, very young, and his cultivation base is very low on the surface, he is much stronger than them. At Ba. With Dijiang, Zhao Gongming, and Shinnong's company, who else in the ancient fairyland can threaten His Majesty? We will meet again next time. Maybe His Majesty will stand even higher. Tathagata clasped his hands together and said calmly. After breaking up with Ping Tianqing, he started an extremely boring journey. He sits cross-legged on the dragon's head to practice Dijiang and Zhao Gongming every day, while Shinnong rests on the other 3 dragons. For their state, daily practice is no longer that important. If you want to improve your realm, you only rely on chance. Xuanhuan still needs a lot of time to practice if he wants to break through the realm of the Deluo realm and reach the golden immortal of the Deluo. Because enlightenment in the Taoist place of Patriarch Bodhi allowed him to gain a lot. Therefore, the speed of practice is also faster. It is not too far to break through Deluo Jinxian. Time passed quickly in the rush and practice. Along the way, they encountered many Dharma boats and starry sky islands, and they didn't stop to rest, and the monks knew that Fairy Inxia had arrived as soon as they saw the 4 dragons pulling the cart. On this day, someone still blocked their way. But Fairy Inxia from Yuesian Palace? Inzaya Shilong, can I bother you? The speaker was a frivolous man in a flowery shirt. This person is holding a paper fan, and at his feet is a white scimitar, standing in the void. His gaze casually glanced at Xuanhuan and the others. Xuanhuan was directly ignored by him because of his weak cultivation, but Dijiang surprised him slightly. But Shinnong and Zhao Gongming knew that the restraint of the breath made 11 Lang somewhat confused. Xuanhuan almost burst out laughing. 11 Lang? Brother, are you playing ghost movies? It turned out to be the famous 11 Lang. Why are you in the ancient immortal realm? Fairy Inxia is light and airy, extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. Fuck. So it's Tianjiao. Su Haoyan couldn't help but look at this guy. He looks quite handsome, but this outfit, and those frivolous eyebrows, are a bit flattering. My son traveled the world of 3,000 days just for that chance. 11 Lang shook his head, pretending to be personable. This appearance will definitely make the young girl fall into his arms, and as for Fairy Inxia, he may be daydreaming. Su Haoyan shook his head and smiled, leaving him alone and continuing to practice. Famous on the Tianwu list, he will be sought after wherever he goes in the starry sky. Although Su Haoyan ruined the ancient fairy world, his name has not yet entered the Tianwu list, because he does not rely on his own strength, but the strength of his subordinates. In that case, the little girl wishes you all the best. Fairy Inxia's answer, anyone with a discerning eye will know that this is seeing off a guest. Those who are interested will quickly get out of the way. Let Fairy Inxia leave. This is what a gentleman does. In the carriage, the cat demon yelled, and said, I really want to kiss Fangza about everything. Although Lang is a character in the starry sky, he is far behind Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Fairy Inxia shook her head and said with a smile, Xuanhuan Yunfeng is a rare genius in a million years, and he is among the top 10. Of course 11 Lang can't compare, but although I admire Xuanhuan Yunfeng, I don't like Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Peak. Hee hee. Fairy fell in love with Emperor Haoyan? Faced with the cat demon's narrowness, Fairy Inxia spit lightly, but did not deny it. But 11 Lang outside did not move away, standing there a little anxious. He has been in love with Fairy Inxia for a long time and finally met here. How could he let it go? I don't know where the fairy wants to go. 11 Lang smiled all over his face and asked brazenly. Prison area. 11 Lang hesitated for an instant. The prison area is one of the most dangerous places in the ancient fairy world. Let people smell the color change. Puff. Su Haoyan couldn't help laughing out loud anymore. This kind of scene was too embarrassing, he couldn't hold it back. 11 Lang's face turned ugly for a moment. At this juncture, Su Haoyan's laughter was extremely ear-piercing, as if he was laughing at himself. In fact, he was really laughing at him. Forget it, I will bear it. 11 Lang managed to force a smile, and decided not to mind the kids' ridicule. After all, he is also a saint, and Fairy Inxia has 2 saints. Breaking into the prison should not be a problem, right? If you are in danger, and you are a hero saving the beauty, maybe you can get closer, or even just thinking about him makes him hot. Thinking of this, he pretended to cough and said with a smile, the prison is too dangerous, why don't you let me go with the fairy? Di Jiang and Zhao Gongming also burst out laughing. It's just that the contempt in the laughter was too strong. I'm afraid this guy doesn't know how to write the word dead, right? Dare to snatch a woman from their majesty? Don't bother young Master 11. The prison is extremely dangerous, and even I am not sure of getting out of it. Inxia's voice sounded again, making Xishalong even more embarrassed. Doesn't this sentence mean that he is not as good as Fairy Inxia? Su Haoyan was a little annoyed and said, Go, get out. Picking up girls is not what you do. 11 Lang was already very nice, but when he heard Su Haoyan's words, he became even more angry. The eyes looking at Su Haoyan were extremely fierce, as if they were about to tear Su Haoyan apart. What are you looking at? I've never seen a handsome guy. What are you looking at? I've never seen a handsome guy. The hot-tempered Zhao Gongming cursed with his mouth open. Su Haoyan couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Fairy Insha pursed her lips and snickered in the car. But it made 11 Lang explode in anger. Humph, a slave, what right do you have to interrupt? 11 Lang said coldly. If it wasn't for Fairy Insha, he would have made a move a long time ago. He is ranked lower than Fairy Insha in the Starry Sky list, but it doesn't mean that he is weaker than Fairy Insha. The assessment of those lists is not very accurate. What the hell? You're courting death. Di Jiang became angry instantly. The terrifying murderous aura blasted towards 11th Lang like a hurricane, making 11th Lang's hair suddenly stand up. His scalp numb, and his thighs trembled. Forget it, he's not sensible, don't worry about it. Xuanhuan suddenly said. The other party didn't come to find fault. He's just a young man who pursues beautiful women. After all, he is not a bloodthirsty generation. And if there is a feud, Fairy Insha will definitely bear the brunt. Although he is extremely arrogant, he is responsible for everything he does. And will not hurt the innocent, especially now that he has such a different meaning for Fairy Insha, let alone lead the fire over. Get out! Di Jiang roared angrily. Shi Lang was so frightened that he didn't dare to look at him with cold sweat streaming from his forehead, and even the hand holding the fan trembled. This person is terrifying. 11 Lang said in horror. Under Di Jiang's gaze, he even felt that he would die at any moment. Young Master 11, let's leave. They are not something you can offend, and they are not my subordinates. Listen to my advice, don't offend them. Fairy Insha explained. But it surprised Shi Lang. He looked at Xuanhuan and immediately understood. Could it be that these people are Xuanhuan's subordinates? 11 Lang looked at Xuanhuan fiercely, but finally chose to leave, and did not let go of his harsh words for the sake of face. He is not stupid, Di Jiang's cultivation base is obviously higher than his own. If he gets annoyed and kills himself, it will be wrong. Looking at his leading back, Xuanhuan shook his head. This person is quite smart and knows how to advance and retreat. If this person doesn't know how to advance and retreat, and wants to make progress, he doesn't mind telling him how to behave. God, don't be angry. Fairy Insha said. There was a slight apology in his tone, as if he was afraid that Xuanhuan would misunderstand. If it was someone else, she wouldn't be so humble. Xuanhuan shrugged and said with a smile, it's okay, the more people chasing you, the more attractive you are, the more discerning I am. Haha. Humph. When Fairy Insha stomped her feet in the car, she said coquettishly. It made Xuanhuan's bones crisp. The 4 dragons pulled the cart and continued to fly forward. According to the itinerary estimate, they will be able to reach the prison area in another 10 days. 11 Lang's departure was honest, and he didn't do the move to rescue the soldiers. It seemed that the matter was over. 10 days passed quickly. On this day, they came to an area with very few stars, but the spiritual energy permeating the starry sky was extremely thick, even so thick that it formed a sea of clouds. Because the solar galaxy is far away from here, it is extremely dark here. When the 4 dragons pulled the cart here, Xuanhuan could even feel the solemnity and a strong murderous aura. The front is the prison area. Counting this time, I have come twice. Fairy Insha suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan and spoke. Her beautiful eyes stared forward, her pretty face was full of fear. The second time? Xuanhuan asked with a raised eyebrow. Could it be that Fairy Insha failed last time and returned? Fairy Insha said with resentment on her face, because the evil spirit here is too heavy. I didn't go in. I thought everything would be fine if I got the supernatural power of Lindsay, but it seems that this woman is obsessed with Lindsay's supernatural powers. Xuanhuan was thick-skinned, and said with a smile at this time, it seems that you are lucky, because you met Jin. Fairy Inxia rolled her eyes. This stinky guy is really shameless. When she was not familiar with Xuanhuan before, she thought that Xuanhuan was a very thin-skinned, arrogant person who loved face, but after she got to know him well, she realized how shameless this brat is. The four dragons pulled the cart and continued to move forward, and soon the jail appeared in front of everyone. I saw a huge island floating in the dark sea of clouds, like a huge giant beast, floating there quietly, and above it was a thundercloud hundreds of millions of miles away. Countless thunder and lightning were constantly chopping down, trying to split the giant island broken. Xuanhuan looked up, only to feel that the prison area was gray, and there was a feeling of dizziness when he looked at it. It looked very strange. This island is full of evil spirits, and it is regarded as an unknown island, Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. Even if he is a consummate saint, his scalp feels numb and his heart trembles, which shows the horror of the prison. Fairy Inxia nodded and said, at the beginning, I felt that the evil spirit inside was too heavy, so I didn't go in. Don't you just say you're afraid and you're done? Don't worry, just admit it. No one will laugh at you. Xuanhuan joked. Fairy Inxia really wanted to slap him. However, after all, Xuanhuan also felt that the prison was extremely gloomy. The huge island is surrounded by lightning, but the surrounding starry sky has no light, no life like stars, and no starry sky garbage, meteorites, etc. In short, where the giant island is floating alone, it is like a monster crawling there. The rumbling thunder sounded like a roaring giant beast, making people tremble with fear. Don't worry, Your Majesty, with Dijiang around, you will be guaranteed safe. Dijiang patted his chest and said. Obviously, the prison area was not taken seriously. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, in that case, let's go in now. After he finished speaking, he jumped up and flew towards the prison area. Dijiang, Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming followed. Fairy Inxia took the cat demon and followed closely behind. Four dragons pulled the cart and waited in place. Soon they came to the lightning area of the prison. Although Dijiang is not the thunder and lightning ancestral which, his spatial supernatural powers are also extremely good. The extremely violent thunder and lightning disappeared suddenly before they touched his body, and then, Fairy Inxia heard behind them a loud rumbling sound from 100 miles away, and a nearby star instantly shattered. Such a scene made Fairy Inxia's pupils shrink suddenly. What kind of supernatural power is this? The explosion of the stars just now was obviously caused by the movement of the lightning here. Fairy Inxia was a little terrified in her heart. The prison had imprisoned countless strong men. They fought frantically in the prison. Their murderous intent and endless resentment had undergone countless years of deposition and had changed qualitatively, even substantively. Because the nature of resentment is intolerable by the Tao of heaven, the sky. Thunder spread all over the prison area. In fact, in a sense, it is also warning the creatures not to approach. However, the most indispensable thing in the world is people who are not afraid of death. It is really because countless strong men have fallen in the prison area, and there are countless opportunities. So there are many adventurers. During the flight, Xuanhuan also saw creatures moving far away. Because of The distance, they were all avoiding lightning and wanting to rush into the prison. Interesting, Xuanhuan said softly. He suddenly had a premonition. Emperor Yan once entered the prison. After the battle between the monsters and the monsters, Emperor Yan suddenly disappeared. From now on, it is obvious that he has gone to the sky, but can he not enter the famous prison? At the end of the starry sky, the heavenly void emperor spirit. Prisoner's sky is extraordinary, the avenue is mysterious. These two lines of words appeared in front of Xuanhuan's eyes again, making him ponder. What do these two lines represent? He remembered that when he got the system before, the system once said that he was transformed by the secret of Dou. Could it be related to these two sentences? What is the meaning of Tianwu Emperor Spirit? Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. At the same time, they easily passed the minefield and were about to enter the prison area. Looking around, the prison area is extremely barren, and the towering peaks are like phantoms of demon gods in the dark night. While it was chilling, it also gave goosebumps all over. Ah! I hate it so much, I hate it so much. At this moment, a voice full of resentment suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, which frightened Xuanhuan and the others. They looked up, but they couldn't find anyone. This is the unjust soul of the prison. A saint once escaped from the prison. According to him, there are ghosts floating everywhere in the prison, and they growl from time to time. That person hasn't closed his eyes to sleep for tens of thousands of years. Fairy Insha said in a solemn tone. Only those who are truly in prison can experience the horror here. This place is far scarier than the legends. Wronged soul? Xuanhuan and the others were thoughtful, and soon they fell to the ground and came to the edge of the prison area. In front of them was an endless wilderness, and at the end of the land were dangerous peaks like the tips of knives, stabbing directly into the sky like long thorns. Wrong! Zhao Gongming suddenly exclaimed. Xuanhuan and others followed his voice to look. But they found that the starry sky behind them disappeared inexplicably. In its place was desolation. As if they appeared in the depths of the prison. Is there a phantom array here? Zhao Gongming asked, with a frown. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, there is no phantom array here. The little cat demon in Fairy Insha's arms was so frightened that its hairs stood on end, and its cat eyes widened. Let's go. The purpose of our trip is to find the river of death. There is Liuli Hanyukeo by the river. Fairy Insha said. Standing here, she could already hear the sound of water flowing. Let her have a kind of expectation. If they could find Liuli Hanyukeo quickly, they could also get away quickly. Xuanhuan nodded, and the group walked forward. They dare not wander around in the prison area. According to what Fairy Insha said, there are countless restraint formations in the prison area. If they are not careful, they may fall into hell forever. After they traveled several thousand meters, a white figure suddenly appeared where they were standing. In a trance, it can be seen that it is a woman in white, with an illusory figure, bleeding from all 7 orifices, her eyes fixed on Xuanhuan's back. Full of resentment. Gooey demon god, I hate gooey demon god. The woman in white's voice was full of endless hatred, and immediately she chased after Xuanhuan and the others. Xuanhuan, who was walking, seemed to have suddenly discovered something, but when he looked back, there was no one there, except for the desolation. There was nothing. Xuanhuan frowned and said, there is murderous intent nearby. Murderous look? Xuanhuan and Zhao Gongming stood on the left and right sides of Su Haoyan. Dijiang stood in front, Fairy Yinxia and the cat demon stood behind Su Haoyan, and they all looked around vigilantly. At this time, Dijiang suddenly roared and punched to the front right. In an instant, the woman in white with bleeding from 7 orifices happened to appear right in front of Su Haoyan, trying to tear Su Haoyan apart. But he was blown away by Dijiang's punch. The fierce wind of the fist blows up a layer of the ground, and as the dust splashes, Su Haoyan and others use their power to block the oncoming dust. What the hell is this? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. Xuanhuan said, this is a soul body, but it is different from ordinary soul bodies. This thing has too much resentment, almost condensed into substance. It is hard for them to imagine what kind of torture they have experienced to produce such a heavy wronged soul. Fairy Yinxia's willow eyebrows were tightly clustered. The wronged soul just now gave her an extremely dangerous and frightening feeling. She is a little lucky now. Fortunately, she did not come alone. A group of people continued to move forward, but at a much faster speed. When they left, the woman in white appeared again, her eyes were bleeding and she was still full of resentment. But this time, she didn't chase after her. Instead, her figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared. The prison area is like a big world, but it is all wilderness, and there are many weathered bones along the way. They walked forward for about 2 hours before everyone stopped. Hey, something's wrong. Why do I feel like I'm going around in circles? Su Haoyan said doubtfully. Because the mountain on the far horizon is still far away, the sound of running water is still clear, and it is flowing in all directions, but they just can't get to the place. According to their footsteps, they have already arrived. Dijiang and the others had already seen something was wrong, but they didn't say anything because they couldn't see what was wrong. Suddenly Xuanhuan sacrificed the Xuanhuan Ding. He carried the Xuanhuan Ding in his left hand and slapped the ding with his right hand. Hum. The humming sound rippling, making Fairy Yinxia's eyes brighten. She clearly remembered the scene of Xuanhuan holding the small tripod and torturing Dongfang Moran. Seeing the Xuanhuan Ding again, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Will this tripod help them get out of trouble? Xuanhuan continued to hit the Xuanhuan tripod, and circles of green ripples rippled in all directions, with fluctuations visible to the naked eye. Boom, boom, boom. Booming and bombing sounded one after another, and I saw that hundreds of meters away from them, the ripples suddenly hit something, crackling, and smoke billowing. Zhao Gongming's face was extremely ugly, and he cursed, there are so many restrictions in this damn place. Thankfully they did not fly, but walked, otherwise they would have been injured. Su Haoyan frowned, feeling very puzzled in his heart. Could it be that the restriction of the prison area will not be exhausted due to the passage of time, but the more frustrated it becomes, the more powerful it becomes? However, at this moment, there was a sudden billowing wind and sand in front of him. The outside of the prison area was covered by thunderclouds, so it looked extremely dark. Amid the rolling thunder, there was a sandstorm, which was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary people can't see things at all in this state. But Su Haoyan and others are not ordinary people. They all looked at the dust storm ahead with frowning, murderous, terrifying and murderous. Even Dijiang narrowed his eyes, looking at the dust storm in front of him. He said, that's a person who has reached the completion of the Holy Realm and has reached the half-step manifestation of the Holy Spirit. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful existence as soon as I got here. What will happen after that? Xuanhuan was a little depressed, and he asked, Fairy, are you sure you have lived here for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years? Fairy Insha fell silent. She couldn't answer because she didn't know either. Now she began to wonder whether those legends were fabricated by someone. Prisoner Emperor, I will not kill you, I swear not to be human. A roar came out clearly in the dusty sky, accompanied by heavy panting. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a vague figure looming in the wind and sand. There seemed to be something behind him. His steps were difficult and slow, but the murderous aura became stronger and stronger. Is this guy a strong man who was once imprisoned here, by Emperor Zun? Same as Minghua? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Fairy Insha was a little hesitant, but she still said, maybe? I actually don't know much about it, because I haven't been in before. Who would dare to break into the most dangerous place in the ancient immortal domain for no reason? The countless bones have given rise to the ancient immortal realms. Reputation. No one knows about the prison realm, and the authenticity of those ancient legends cannot be believed. At least Fairy Insha has never seen the monks who escaped from the prison. All she knows is through collected information. Authenticity has yet to be verified. Soon, the figure had entered their vision. Let Xuanhuan and others see his true face clearly. This is a middle-aged man of unknown age, more than 3 feet tall, festered all over his body. His entire head has turned into a veritable skeleton. One eyeball is hanging outside, and the other eyeball is still intact. At this time, looking at Xuanhuan and others, he grinned happily. It made Xuanhuan get goosebumps all over his body. The most exaggerated thing is that he is dragging a spear in his hand, a pale bone spear. This long spear glowed with a silvery white light, like the spine of some kind of ferocious beast, and the tip of the spear was trident-shaped, which looked extremely strange. While dragging the spear, he couldn't stop panting like a lone wolf. This murderous intent seems to have turned into reality. Zhao Gongming roared in a low voice, although he was also consummated, but this person gave him a very dangerous feeling, especially the spear. Fairy Insha seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly exclaimed. Could this person be a gun demon? Gun devil? Xuanhuan looked at Fairy Insha strangely, waiting for her to explain further. Legends say that there was a fierce gun wielder in the prison, and countless strong people were killed by him. It is even said that he used these corpses to satisfy his hunger. Fairy Insha said in horror, and quickly concentrated on preparing for the battle. Fill your hunger with corpses. Xuanhuan felt sick for a while. Dijiang smiled disdainfully. Shenong and Zhao Gongming became alert with serious expressions. At this time, the cat demon exclaimed, No, this guy has the power of fierce resentment. The power of resentment? Xuanhuan shuddered suddenly, because he had heard of the power of fierce resentment in his previous life. Devouring hundreds of millions of resentful souls can become the power of fierce resentment. However, only those devils who are extremely vicious, crazy, and without any reason can obtain the power of fierce resentment. Creatures with the power of fierce resentment will not be recognized by heaven, and will not be accepted by hell. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. No matter where he goes, Lei Hua is with him. Will fly to ashes and annihilate. At any time. Could this person have devoured hundreds of millions of resentful souls? Xuanhuan was a little horrified. He didn't expect that something in the legend would actually appear in front of him. However, he is also a little strange. Fairy Insha's cat demon is not simple. No wonder, she has been with her all the time. At this moment, the gun demon moved. He picked up his spear and ran towards Xuanhuan and the others, his speed getting faster and faster. The entire wasteland was shaken and trembled. Humph. Awful. Zhao Gongming snorted coldly, raised his hand, and slapped the 24 Dinghai beads towards the gun demon. Zhao Gongming, who owns the Dinghai pearl, is an existence that can fight against the Holy Spirit, so naturally he will not be afraid of the spear demon, who is half-stepped to manifest the Holy Spirit. 100 feet of wind and sand, like a long dragon, whizzed towards it. The two figures collided with each other in an instant, and the gun demon suddenly raised his head, and his fragmented head turned, giving people a sense of absolute horror. He didn't dodge, but hit Ding Heizu with his skull. Boom. Zhao Gongming directly smashed Ding Heizu on the forehead of the gun demon. And the long dragon-like wind and sand behind him exploded instantly, forming a vacuum zone with a radius of hundreds of feet. Di Jiang stood in front of Xuanhuan, blocking the violent wind and sand for Xuanhuan. The wilderness under the feet split open like a spider web, covering a radius of 10,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. Zhao Gongming's complexion changed drastically, he roared, gritted his teeth, blasted out with violent force, and pushed forward. The unimaginable force made the gunman roll back immediately. The tip of the split spear stuck to the ground, and rushed all the way, drawing a long streak until it disappeared into the distant horizon. That's it? Xuanhuan was a little surprised, but he was also a little bit expected. The general perfection of the Holy Realm could not withstand the bombardment of Ding Heizu. But the gun demon should be fine because of his vicious power. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force struck like a crushing rotten one. In the rolling gravel, Zhao Gongming Jining crossed his hands and formed a bow shape, stabilizing his body so as not to be blown away. Shenong and Fairy Yinxia are all like this, mobilizing the strength of the whole body, not letting themselves move a little bit. Zhao Gongming blinked and dodged quickly, only to see the gun demon coming from a distance in a blink of an eye, raising his spear high with both hands and slashing downward, intending to split the entire land. Boom. Zhao Gongming had quick eyesight and quick hands, and he dodged in time, and the spear was within a hair's breadth of him dodging. With a single shot, the ground trembled and then shattered, billowing dust and smoke splashed thousands of feet high. Xuanhuan flew up quickly, and arranged a mask outside his body with magic power to protect his body. Looking around, the whole land was turned into ruins immediately, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The whole sky was occupied by flying sand and rocks. Xuanhuan couldn't even see Zhao Gongming's spearmen. Zhao Gongming was furious, and with a wave of his hand, he blasted Ding Heizu at the gun demon. The gun demon fired his long spear. His movements were extremely fast, never sloppy, and he was not inferior to Zhao Gongming at all. Ding Heizu bombarded the spear in the blink of an eye, splashing countless sparks, but this time the spear demon was not repelled. The two staggered in the air and fought fiercely together in an instant. One by one, the bands were hit by them, making the air continue to resound with roaring and explosive noises. In the howling wind, Xuanhuan stood behind Di Jiang and asked, "Can Zhao Gongming win?" The fighting power of the gun demon is extremely powerful, beyond his imagination. He couldn't believe that in the same realm, there were still people who could fight against Zhao Gongming, who was less likely to hold Heizu, without losing the wind. It made him feel unbelievable. Equally matched, this person's fighting power actually increases with anger. The more angry he is, the stronger his strength will be. Dijiang narrowed his eyes, and said. At the same time, there was a sparkle in his eyes. Could it be that this person is also hanging up? Xuanhuan thought suspiciously. At the same time, Ding Hei's light was flickering, and the figure of the gun demon was only slightly sluggish, which did not affect the combat effectiveness. However, Zhao Gongming saw the opportunity and appeared behind him in an instant, and punched the gun demon on the back of the neck with a wave of his hand. If it is an ordinary person who has reached the Holy Realm, he will be bombarded by this punch. However, the gun demon just shook it and was fine. Instead, Zhao Gongming's arm was numb from the shock. Zhao Gongming couldn't help cursing secretly. What is this guy made of? Why is he so tough? In an instant, the gun demon regained his consciousness, and shot him with a backhand. Dijiang, kill him. Since Ding Haizhu can't help the gun demon, he can't let Zhao Gongming continue to fight. He doesn't want Zhao Gongming to have an accident. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Dijiang shot out with a bang. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of the gun demon, condescending, showing a cruel smile, and his horror was no less than that of the gun demon. He doesn't have any nonsense about it. Immediately blasted a punch. Boom. The bowl-like fist landed on the gun demon's chest, smashing through his chest, and the blood spurted wildly. The gun demon didn't even fly backwards, and got stuck directly on Dijiang's fist. The picture is extremely shocking. The mighty gun demon seems to have just died like this. Zhao Gongming looked terrified. He was beside Dijiang, looking at Dijiang in shock. He still felt the power of Dijiang up close. Not so strong. He shuddered at the thought of such a punch falling on him. Xuanhuan also gasped. Although he was far away, he could still feel the aftermath of the punch that made his soul tremble. Fairy Inxia and the cat demon were already dumbfounded. The fierce gun demon is so vulnerable in front of Dijiang? I'm going to kill you. Prisoner Emperor. The gun demon gritted his teeth. Let Dijiang snort secretly. He is indeed a lunatic. In order to get revenge, a generation of strong people turned themselves into such an existence that is neither human nor ghost. It is not known whether it is his pity or the sorrow of the world. At this time, in the distance, a man was looking at Dijiang stupidly. He was wearing a xingyi, and the blood on his face had dried up. He held a machete with a gloomy cold light in his hand. And still trembling. It is obvious that the bottom of my heart is extremely restless. That's Bailey Shi. The man in xingyi said in horror, as if he was dreaming. Bailixi seems to be a person's name. At this time, he suddenly saw Fairy Inxia standing at the side. He was overwhelmed with joy and flew over quickly. Sensing the sound of piercing through the air from behind, Xuanhuan looked back and happened to see him flying towards this side. I'm going to stop it. Fairy Inxia. The man in xingyi shouted loudly to make Fairy Inxia and Xuanhuan look back quickly. What the hell is a boy? Xuanhuan's face darkened in an instant. Although the man in xingyi has blood all over his face, it can still be seen that he is a handsome man. In the past, he would definitely dismiss it, but now that he has so much interest in Fairy Inxia, Xuanhuan is a little jealous. Fairy Inxia frowned and asked, King Lingzi, why are you here? The man in xingyi quickly fell down, and said with excitement, Fairy, you don't know, I have been trapped in the prison for hundreds of years. I finally met an acquaintance. Trapped for hundreds of years? When Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, and Fairy Inxia heard this, they suddenly became weird. At the same time, Dijiang pulled his arm out of the gun demon's chest, and, with a flick, he threw it to the end of the sky, and disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Zhao Gongming asked, strangely, why didn't you kill him? Dijiang opened his mouth and said, this person can't be killed. He is an immortal body. Even if he is cut into pieces, he will not die. It seems to have something to do with the prison area? Immortal? Zhao Gongming gasped, no wonder this guy's body is so hard. On the other side, Fairy Inxia asked with some doubts, King Lingzi, you are one of the top 50 existences on the Starry Sky Arrogance list, and you in the late stage of the Holy Realm can't escape? The prestige of King Lingzi is still great in the Starry Sky. It is said that he is already a perfect existence in the Holy Realm. I didn't expect him to be trapped in prison for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years in the Starry Sky is not a long time, so no one cares about his whereabouts. The top 50 powerhouses in the late stage of the Holy Realm? When Xuanhuan heard this, his eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, the current Starry Sky list is still strong. It took 100,000 years to cultivate to the late stage of the Holy Realm, and his talent is absolutely extraordinary. It took Xuanhuan, who had the blood of the ancient demon god, more than 30,000 years to break through to the Holy Realm. It can be seen how difficult it is for a monk to become a saint. The restrictions in the prison are ridiculously strong. It is a miracle that I survived. Qing Lingzi smiled wryly. The tone is sad and embarrassing. Fairy, is this person a strong man from your moon immortal palace? It's so powerful that even Bailey she can be blown away with one punch. Qing Lingzi couldn't help sighing. Bailey she? Fairy Inxia's beautiful eyes widened immediately, and the cat demon next to her let out a shrill cry. Bilixi? Isn't that the number one talent in the Starry Sky 700,000 years ago? Fairy Inxia asked incredulously. When Bailey she was mentioned, her eyes were filled with wonder. 700,000 years? The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched, and Dijiang and Zhao Gongming also flew over at this time. Qing Lingzi said in a deep voice, yes. It was him. He didn't die back then, but broke into the prison alone. For some unknown reason, he turned into a demon in the end. Moreover, he swallowed hundreds of millions of resentful souls, and finally became a demon. Such a miserable end. I met him several times in the prison, and he killed all the monks who met him. And he died while enjoying the pain in the world. As he said that, Qing Lingzi's eyes showed shock. I have lingering fears. Xuanhuan was a little speechless, and said sarcastically, everyone who met him died. It's very strange, why didn't you die? Qing Lingzi looked at Xuanhuan suspiciously, how dare this little immortal Deluo speak wild words? But facing the puzzled eyes of Fairy Inxia and others, he could only reply. Because I am Bilixi's registered disciple. The words are amazing. Puff. Xuanhuan was almost choked to death by his own saliva, and Fairy Inxia couldn't help asking, how could you be Bilixi's disciple? Qing Lingzi was a little embarrassed, and said, it's just a registered disciple, and he was also a disciple accepted by Bilixi in the last period. After he disappeared, he might not remember me anymore. If it wasn't for the token he gave me, he was killed long ago. This matter is unbelievable. Qing Lingzi, who ranks in the top 50 in the Starry Sky, is actually the original number 1 registered disciple? It's just unbelievable. Fairy Insha took a deep look at King Lingzi and said, "It doesn't matter. Whether it's true or not, why are you looking for me now? Do you want me to save you?" When Qing Lingzi heard it, he nodded desperately like a chicken pecking rice. And said, "Yes, I'm almost suffocating here. Those rumors before were really harmful." Looking at the angry King Lingzi, Xuanhuan and others, they were really speechless. It seems that this kid is indeed going crazy. Fairy Insha didn't answer King Lingzi's words, but turned to Xuanhuan and asked in a negotiating tone, "Shall we take him?" "What?" King Lingzi was instantly dumbfounded. Fairy Insha actually used such a respectful and negotiating tone to ask a little Dou Yu true immortal? What's the situation? Although his ranking is much higher than that of Fairy Insha, after seeing Di Zhong's tyrannical methods, he will naturally not play big cards. He just felt unreal when he saw Fairy Insha asking a Dou Yu true immortal. Could it be that he has been trapped here not for hundreds of years but for tens of thousands of years? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pain in the ass. His face instantly became ugly. Xuanhuan was a little strange. Why did this kid suddenly look ugly? But he has already seen that this kid doesn't mean that much to Fairy Insha at all. This kid's eyes are full of longing for life. "Are you familiar with prison?" Xuanhuan asked. He is not an idiot, and the young spirit who has lived in the prison for hundreds of years is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. He absolutely did not believe that there was no other danger here except Bilixi. "It's pretty familiar. I've been able to live up to now, and I've followed Bilixi. I have to say that this old guy is really weak. If he hadn't been trapped for 700,000 years, he would be able to compete with the current Xin Yi Demon King, Ouyang Jing, is comparable," Qing Lingzi quickly explained. In the end, the word old guy was used, showing no respect to master at all. "Okay, take him with you." Xuanhuan shook his head and said. While speaking, he winked at Zhao Gongming, telling him to keep an eye on this guy. Qing Lingzi obviously didn't notice Xuanhuan's small movements, and when he heard Xuanhuan's words, he suddenly became elated. Immediately, he patted his chest and said, "It's really lucky. I finally met a living person. Although I have met them before, they were killed by Bailey Shi as soon as they came in. That lunatic, killing people, that's all, but he still eats human flesh. This is not ordinary disgusting. Although he is my master in name, he has never taught me anything, and it would be embarrassing to say it. Let me tell you, don't let me shake it out, otherwise how can I hang around in the starry sky?" This kid's mouth was like a machine gun, and he never stopped once he opened his mouth. "Shut up for me." Di Jiang glared at him fiercely, and said viciously. King Lingzi shrank his neck in fright, and immediately froze. At the late stage of Tong Tong's holy realm, he was as frightened as a mouse seeing a cat. Fairy Insha shook her head. She has no friendship with Qing Lingzi, although they have met several times before, but they are just acquaintances. No one thought that Qing Lingzi would have such a long-winded temper. Xuanhuan said, "Don't talk nonsense, lead the way quickly, leave here, we are going to the river of death." Everyone looked at King Lingzi. Qing Lingzi was taken aback, and asked cautiously, "You mean, let me lead the way? What the hell, isn't this nonsense?" Zhao Gongming cursed angrily. This kid was too slow, and he was almost mad at him. "He told me to shut up." "Okay, it's just a waste, don't take it with you." Xuanhuan couldn't bear it anymore, and as soon as the words fell, he turned around and left. He didn't believe it, they couldn't get out without King Lingzi. The group turned and left without hesitation. Immediately, King Lingzi was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is illogical. Don't go, wait for me, I said, can't I lead the way? In the end, King Lingzi completely wilted. This guy might not know how to curse Xuanhuan in his heart. Why are you so indifferent at such a young age? In the end, Xuanhuan and his group took King Lingzi with them. At this time, he was walking forward behind him. As expected, King Lingzi has stayed here for hundreds of years, at least he is familiar with it when he walked here. He first walked 1,000 meters west, then 500 meters north. Finally turned east and walked 300 meters, and then turned south 100 meters, and so on. Turning around, like walking a maze. But strangely, Xuanhuan found that the scenery around them had changed, and the horizon ahead was getting closer and closer to them. It turns out that this is a Chimanduanjia restriction. There is only one real road in this wasteland, like a python, winding and twisting. If we don't walk on this road, we will fall into the illusion and stay where we are until old age, Xuanhuan said with some emotion. Then he paused and continued, it seems that prisoner Emperor Zun is so powerful in array formations that he has reached the level of a god, and I am absolutely incomparable. King Lingzi, who was walking in front, smiled and said, that's right. Prisoner Emperor Zun is an ancient power, which existed before the starry sky era. It is also a power that existed before Xianyi Majuan's debut, and even some people it is said that he and Xuanhu are creatures of the same era. Star era? Xuanhuan heard another new word, so he asked, what is the era of the starry sky? King Lingzi led the way and said, it is said that hundreds of millions of years ago, at the end of the universe, a black hole suddenly appeared, and then countless powerful people flew out of the black hole, fight together. Unexpectedly, the demon clan was the most famous in the starry sky at that time. After the war, all the powerful demon clan were killed or injured. In the end, they were wiped out by all forces. Fairy Insha couldn't help scolding, this is just a rumor, and you actually believe it? Magic. This word was a word that frightened people in the starry sky for a certain period of time. And the current devil is a title that can only be used to describe those creatures who are obsessed and murderous. Most of these monks have practiced exercises handed down from ancient times. However, it is said that a long time ago, demons were actually a race, their blood was powerful, and they were the strongest existence in the world before the monster race. Because of the decline of the demon race, the Yao race gradually rose and became the number one race under the heavenly law. Command all creatures. Knowing that Xuanhu founded the human race, and then fought against the monster race, and the human race had the last laugh. But in today's world, the demon race has always been a vicious existence. Stand against humans. It is an existence that is not tolerated by heaven. But what King Lingzi said today, the demon doesn't seem to be as miserable as the legend says. There are so many things the fairy doesn't know. In the era of the starry sky, if there were no demons, then you and I would never have one. King Lingzi snorted coldly. His haughty expression tells everyone that he knows everything. Don't question me. Fairy Insha fell silent, not knowing how to refute. But Xuanhuan asked suspiciously, is prisoner Emperor Zun as powerful as in the legend? That was the great power billions of years ago, and the prison domain he left Behind has become a Jedi. Xuanhuan has a hard time wondering how strong the prison Emperor Zun has reached. Consummation? Or a saint? Qinglingzi shook his head and said, I really don't know about this, but it is a legendary power, and there are places where he has set foot everywhere in the universe. Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming, and Xuanhuan didn't intervene or interrupt, and listened quietly. And he deeply remembered prisoner Emperor Zun in his heart. They all have a heart of chasing high strength, and now I heard that prisoner Emperor Zun came from billions of years ago, and the time is even farther away. Their hearts are surging. At this moment, the wilderness in front of them began to twist and to form, and then the wilderness was replaced by a lush green forest extending to the horizon. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky, making this place even more eerie. Xuanhuan turned his head and found that the scene had completely changed. The wasteland was replaced by a dense forest. It's just that there is a vacuum zone of tens of meters separating the two worlds. It looked very strange. Xuanhuan was speechless inwardly. If there were no King Lingzi, they might be able to come out, but it would take a long time. King Lingzi walked ahead with ease. As he walked, he said, Are you going to the river of death? It's very dangerous. I once saw Bai Lishi resting by the river of death, but was slapped away by an arm stretched out in the river. Didn't scare me to death. A slap to fly Bai Lishi? Everyone trembled in their hearts, especially Fairy Inxia, who was not ordinary afraid. Thanks to the fairy for letting Emperor Haoyan follow, otherwise. The cat demon said with some emotion. Hearing this, Fairy Inxia's almond eyes rolled wildly. But Qing Lingzi asked suspiciously, Emperor Heaven? Who is so shameless, dare to use the name Emperor Heaven? Do you want to live? Before he finished speaking, 3 terrifying murderous intents locked him in an instant, making him feel cold all over his body, and at the same time, he quickly closed his mouth. Emperor Haoyan, what's your opinion? Xuanhuan said slowly. A Deluo true immortal is actually forcing a person to become a saint. If it gets out, no one will believe it. And this person is also the top 50 Tianjiao in the Starry Sky Tianjiao list. Qing Lingzi shook his head quickly, licked his face, and smiled. I don't dare to have any objections. This name suits you very well, it's very imposing. It's better not to be brave, trapped here for hundreds of years. Finally, someone is willing to lead him out. How dare he offend Xuanhuan? But what makes him depressed is, who is Emperor Haoyan? Why haven't you heard of it before? Could it be a force that has risen in the last century? He understood now that Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming, and Xuanhuan were all Haoyan's subordinates, and had nothing to do with Fairy Inxia. The power behind Xuanhuan must be extraordinary to be guarded by 3 transcendent and saintly powerhouses. Could it be? Qing Lingzi seemed to think of something, and at the same time his face changed drastically. He turned around quickly and dared not talk to Xuanhuan again. This time he was completely honest. The trees here are tall and the vegetation is very prosperous. But it was very humid. The bones of the dead can be seen everywhere. It looked shocking. Along the way, no one spoke a word, and they walked for several hours, but still did not leave the forest. Could it be that we have encountered a formation like that just now? Xuanhuan asked with a strange face. Xuanhuan frowned, and said uncertainly. Impossible. Qing Lingzi didn't look back, and explained, it's really not true, this forest is huge. Since entering this forest, they have not encountered a single living thing. Make them feel less real. Tai Shanqin, I hate you, I want to kill you. At this moment, a gloomy voice came from the front, the tone was full of viciousness and anger. As if to tear everything apart, Xuanhuan's eardrums were almost shattered. He looked intently, and saw a soul body sitting under a big tree in front of him. He was wearing black armor, with his head lowered, and his entire body was covered in dark red blood. And the reason why he is judged to be a soul body is only because he is in the process of changing reality and reality, as if he will collapse and disappear at any time. Seeing this, Xuanhuan suddenly showed a strange look on his face. He muttered to himself, could this guy be a strong man, caught by Tai Shanqin? He suddenly had some doubts, how strong is Tai Shanqin? Why is Tai Shanqin's elder brother Xuanhuan so weak? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan took out the magic weapon to imprison Xuanhuan. The fire was boiling inside, and Xuanhuan was rolling inside, screaming again and again. Boy, let me out quickly. Xuanhuan cursed bitterly. The sound he made also caught the attention of Di Jiang and the others, and they hurriedly looked back. What is the relationship between Tai Shanqin and prisoner? Xuanhuan asked softly. This guy has been burned by the fire for so long, and he is still so arrogant. You little, what the hell, prison? Xuanhuan wanted to scold a few words, but suddenly stopped and asked hesitantly. Apparently he knew about the prison. Tai Shanqin, I swear I will kill you. The soul body in front roared again. Although it died, it has fallen into endless obsession. This life is hopeless. Xuanhuan also heard this voice, and said in horror, crazy, really crazy. You don't want to live, why are you here? King Lingzi and Fairy Inxia glanced at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The things in this magic weapon seem to know the prison area very well. Hurry up and tell me everything you know, and I will consider making you feel better. Xuanhuan said coldly. He used to think that Xuanhuan was just imprisoned in Pingtian City for hundreds of thousands of years, but now it seems that things are far from as simple as imagined. How could Tai Shanqin have reached the same height as Demon Lord Xuanhua hundreds of thousands of years ago? And listening to Xuanhuan's tone, it is obvious that he also knows the existence of the prison domain, and it also shows that Xuanhuan has wandered in the starry sky. Xuanhuan was silent for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, the prison domain is a prison left by the prisoner emperor. Later, he was photographed by the Tai Shanqin, and many restraining formations were added. Then, all the enemies are thrown in, rather than saying that the prison domain was left by prison emperor Zun, it is better to say that it was recreated by Tai Shanqin. When such words came out, everyone was shocked. I really didn't expect that there is such a relationship between Prison Yu and Tai Shanqin. Xuanhuan frowned, he suddenly had a huge doubt, with the strength of Tai Shanqin, it shouldn't be a problem to unify the Xuanchu Great World. You must know that Xuanhuan disappeared after Tai Shanqin left the Xuanchu Great World. Could it be that there is an unknown gap in the history of the Xuanchu Great World? Tai Shanqin is an out-and-out lunatic. Although he is kind and fair to humans, in the Xianshan Great World, he is simply unscrupulous in his pursuit of strength. Ever since he discovered that there are countless innocent souls in the prison afterwards, he spent thousands of years rearranging it, deceiving, and even throwing in the enemy he thought was a threat to him at that time, so that everyone had to the chance of reincarnation. Xuanhuan said with a sigh. The words contained endless complaints about Tai Shanqin. It's hard to think of them as brothers. The reason why I was trapped in Xuanhuan City was because of Tai Shanqin's good deeds. This guy said he wanted to protect me from death for life and life, so that I could fully enjoy the taste of loneliness by being imprisoned in Xuanhuan City. So, I feel ashamed when I hear that people in later generations are singing praises to Taishan, but there is nothing I can do about it. Hiss. King Lingzi couldn't help but gasp, this thing is actually from the same dynasty as Taishinkan? How is this possible? At the same time, he was also shocked that the origin of the prison was so tortuous. After the transformation of the two strong men, prisoner Emperor Zun and Taishinkan, the prison area has completely become a real Jedi. And if you die here, you will never be able to leave, even reincarnated, you will either be swallowed by countless souls, or endure endless suffering. What the hell are you? Qing Lingzi couldn't help asking. Fairy Yinxia also looked at Su Haoyan suspiciously. He didn't expect Su Haoyan to have such a backhand. Dijiang, Zhao Gongming, and Shinno were not surprised, because they all knew about Xuanhuan's existence. Tai Shanqin's brother. I'm Xuanhuan. I'm not a thing. What the hell are you? Xuanhuan was a little out of breath and spoke incoherently. Apparently he pays attention to his status and doesn't allow future generations to insult him. At this time, the ghost under the tree in the distance suddenly stood up and walked towards this side with an iron sword in hand. Although the unforgettable murderous aura was not as good as Bailey Shi's, it was not much different. I said, boy, don't stay in the prison for too long. There are many famous demons imprisoned here, and there are even enemies that even Tai Shanqin can't deal with. Xuanhuan said beggingly at this time. He is now a soul body, if he stays here for a long time, he will definitely become a wronged soul, which is the last thing he wants to see. An enemy that even Tai Shanqin can't deal with? Su Haoyan frowned, no wonder, the prison domain was listed as the largest forbidden area in the ancient immortal star region. The cute baby ran out from here, and as soon as it appeared, the ancient immortal star field was full of chaos, and even defeated the Songlian fairy. It is enough to prove what kind of existence is held in the prison. Just like the previous Bailey Shi, if he escaped, he would be another cute baby. His endless murderous aura and immortal body were even more dangerous than the cute baby. The unjust soul came close, suddenly soared into the sky, and at the same time raised his iron sword and slashed towards Su Haoyan. King Lingzi cursed secretly, and banged his palms from bottom to top, and slammed them out. The incomparable magic power turned into a white-haired tiger, hundreds of feet tall, and galloped away. The wind and waves brought up directly uprooted the trees on both sides, and the gravel and dust scattered in all directions, and hit the unjust soul head on, and it was about to smash into pieces. The berserk mana tiger ran wildly all the way, and a road leading to the depths of the horizon directly flowed out. It was as if the whole world was split into two halves in an instant. In the late stage of the Holy Realm, it really deserves its reputation. If Qing Lingzi is serious, he really has the demeanor of a generation of proud. The prison area is the place where Emperor Prison imprisoned the prisoners of all races. The number of creatures who died here is unimaginable and cannot be counted at all. Therefore, human beings must not stay here for long, otherwise they will definitely provoke existences that you cannot match. At that time, the Xuanchu Great World was still the most prosperous big world in the starry sky, not one of them. As the largest clan at that time, the Yaozu was still playing the role of the protagonist of the world, and the Xuanhu Great World was ruled by the Yaozu. After Taishinkan suppressed me in Xuanhuan City, I said to the creatures who entered Xuanhuan City that Taishinkan left the Xuanhu Great World within a few thousand years. Immediately, the human race in the Xuanhu Great World was once again reduced to the demon race. Slave. Although Tai Shinqin is very powerful, he dare not show his face and even help, because he stayed in the prison for too long in pursuit of supreme power, and was plagued by bad luck. If he returns to the Xuanhu Great World, then the human race you can't stand up, and you can't become the protagonist of the mysterious world. Xuanhuan said seriously. Uncovered an ancient secret. It turns out that the reason why Tai Shinqin did not lead the human race to overthrow the rule of the monster race, but chose to go to the outer sky, was for the prison. For thousands of years in the prison, what did Tai Shinqin do? Let him lose the right to be the leader of the human race. If Xuanhuan didn't know, it was even more impossible for Su Haoyan and others to know. King Lingzi and Fairy Yinxia couldn't wake up for a long time. Obviously they were shocked by this ancient secret. What they knew was that at that time, the Xuanhu Great World was actually the most prosperous big world in the starry sky, but they did not expect that Tai Shinqin would not have made much contribution to the Xuanhu Great World. It has always been indifferent and caring. Now it seems that Tai Shinqin is a human race who does not want to implicate the Xuanhu Great World. I didn't expect Emperor Qin to have such an unknown history. Qing Lingzi sighed. Emperor Qin is the title of Taishinkan. Go ahead. Su Haoyan said softly. After what Xuanhuan said, he became more interested in prison domain. Even a legendary power like Taishinkan is plagued by bad luck in the prison area, which shows the horror in the prison area. As the controller of the prison area, what kind of height is prison Emperor Zun? Su Haoyan couldn't imagine it at this moment. Everyone moved on. Fairy, have you heard of Xuanhuan? King Lingzi asked Fairy Yinxia in a low voice. Fairy Yinxia shook her head. They had only heard of Taishinkan, but not Xuanhuan. They didn't know that there was such a figure in the Xuanhu Great World. Although Xuanhuan is Tai Shinqin's older brother, if he is to be placed in the starry sky, he is completely the role of passerby. Xuanhuan and the magic weapon almost went mad when he heard King Lingzi's words. Because of this secret, everyone became more careful. Prisoner Emperor Zun and Tai Shinqin all participated. Who was not nervous, who was not frightened? After walking for another hour, they finally left the jungle. Outside the jungle is a rugged hilly area, covered with countless bones. The bones of monsters, humans, and other races exist. Those heads, even if they were completely devoid of flesh and blood, would still make one extremely horrified. Countless corpses piled up like mountains. Like ferocious beasts crawling on the ground, and the horrifying emotions spread. Everyone couldn't help but stop, with serious expressions on their faces. The mountains and plains are full of corpses, and you can't see the end at a glance. It's hard to imagine how many people died here. The pungent smell of blood and the smell of decaying and damp corpses wafted in the wind, making people sick. Qing Lingzi shivered fiercely, and said in a trembling voice, "How about we take a detour? No one knows what kind of terrifying old monster is hiding here. He has spent hundreds of years in the prison, and he knows the horror here. Stronger than Bailixi, he is not invincible." He followed Bailixi and saw Bailixi being defeated countless times. If Bailixi hadn't been immortal, his Life would have been over long ago. What's so scary? Di Jiang snorted coldly. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and directly stepped on a corpse. Will he be afraid of Di Jiang, who is in the late stage of the Holy Realm? Fairy Insha didn't say a word, and followed Xuanhuan closely, with the intention of following Xuanhuan's lead. Qinglingzi opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally followed obediently. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in front, followed by a figure soaring into the sky. In the shining golden light, like the sun, it was a tall man with a golden wheel on his feet. His black robe fluttered in the wind, his long hair was fluttering and swaying in the air. Xuanhuan Yunfeng! Qinglingzi exclaimed, his eyes widened, as if seeing a ghost. Xuanhuan Yunfeng! A genius who is rare in a million years in the starry sky. Xuanhuan squinted his eyes, and the name he heard the most from entering the starry sky was Xuanhuan Yunfeng. The top 10 peerless evildoers on the starry sky's proud list. It is said that Xuanhuan Yunfeng only appeared in a million years. Compared with the geniuses in front of him, he is still very young. In the future, he is the most promising existence to compete for the #1 talent in the starry sky. The first Tianjiao is a status that will be recorded in the annals of history. Because they ruled the arrogance of an era, no accident, his future will be a giant in the starry sky. For example, Demon Lord Xianyi, Ouyang Jing, and Bailey Shi all exist like this. Once ranked first in the Tianjiao list. Fairy Insha is very powerful, and King Lingzi is also very powerful, and he is one of the top 50. But they are enjoying themselves, and when they are over 100,000 years old, their fame will definitely plummet. The world only remembers who is the first, and who will remember the next one. Although the Starry Sky list is the potential list of first-class powerhouses in the Starry Sky, but those who can truly dominate the Starry Sky are only the top few. Xuanhuan Yunfeng, who was dressed in black, stepped on the golden wheel, floating in the void, looking forward solemnly, as if a big enemy was coming. Qinglingzi was extremely excited at this moment. He murmured to himself tremblingly, I never thought that a strong man like Xuanhuan Yunfeng could be trapped in the prison with me. I am so lucky. This guy actually thought he was lucky, he was really stupid. Fairy Insha also looked at Xuanhuan Yunfeng with splendor in her eyes. Since the beginning of her cultivation, she had grown up listening to Xuanhuan Yunfeng. At that time, none of them had yet achieved Tianjiao, but Xuanhuan Yunfeng had amazed the stars since he was born. Overwhelming all kinds of powerhouses, he proudly entered the Starry Sky list. There is such a legend in the Starry Sky that Xuanhuan Yunfeng is the next Ouyang Jing. There was another bang. I saw a sudden explosion somewhere in the corpse bone mountain in front, and countless broken bones scattered with pale brilliance, shooting like a sharp arrow towards Xuanhuan Yunfeng. The sound came out. Xuanhuan Yunfeng was expressionless, his eyes were as deep as the stars in the sky. Facing the bone-shattering sharp arrow, he waved his right hand, and the strong wind howled, directly blowing away all the bone-shattering arrows. The clouds are calm and the wind is light. The next moment, Xuanhuan Yunfeng raised his hands upwards, and then pulled them together. Suddenly, his mana gushed out instantly, and in an instant, he condensed a monstrous giant knife, which was as long as 10,000 feet, almost piercing the thunder cloud. The thunder and lightning made Xuanhuan Yunfeng look like a god and demon. Humph, against me, even if you are an ancient monster, you are still not one. Xuanhuan Yunfeng snorted contemptuously, slashed forward with a giant knife. This knife has an unparalleled power to shake the sky, and it seems to destroy the sky. Dijiang quickly raised the height of hundreds of feet and stood in front of the crowd, protecting them from being blown away by the strong wind. Rumble. Xuanhuan hadn't seen where the knife landed, but only heard a huge bang of landslides and ground cracks. The earth trembled, and Xuanhuan was almost blown away. An unimaginable terrifying strong wind hit, but fortunately there was Dijiang protect in front of you. Numerous winds and waves blew wildly to both sides along Dijiang's tall body. Stretching for hundreds of miles, countless tall trees were uprooted, soared upwards, and flew towards the sky behind them. One after another, it seemed that the entire forest was about to fly away, and the scene was extremely spectacular. At the same time, the tall bone mountain in front exploded, countless white and broken bones scattered in all directions, and even the continuous thundercloud was blown away. It seemed that the entire prison was trembling, as if the sky was falling apart, making Xuanhuan unable to feel everything around him. Both Fairy Yinxia and Qing Lingzi looked at Xuanhuan Yunfeng, who looked like a heavenly man, in shock. He was suspended in the dust and smoke all over the sky, and the golden wheel under his feet was like a dazzling scorching sun, shining brightly. He looked down, with a look of contempt on his face, as if the whole world was ignored by him. The black brocade robe on his body is covered with dragon patterns, and it seems to be alive in the dazzling light. As expected of an ancient monster in the world, it's so tough. Xuanhuan Yunfeng muttered to himself, and as soon as his words fell, a figure flew out from the sea of bones below. With a high speed, it appeared in front of Xuanhuan Yunfeng in the blink of an eye. This is a skeleton with a silvery white luster all over its body, short in stature, because it has no eyeballs. Only 2 clusters of purple flames are slowly beating in the hollow of its skull. On his left hand is a giant silver claw, which is extremely sharp. At this time, when he came close, he raised his claws and grabbed Xuanhuan Yunfeng's chest. Seeing such a scene, Fairy Yinxia and Qing Lingzi were extremely nervous. If it was them, they would definitely not be able to avoid this claw. However, Xuanhuan Yunfeng was faster. He turned his body slightly, and easily dodged it. With a light tap of his right foot, the incomparably fast Imperial envoy Golden Will stepped on top of the skull. When there was a sharp metal collision sound, and then the skeleton was thrown out like a cannonball in the blink of an eye. The skeleton exploded after being ejected. The battle is over in an instant. Xuanhuan Yunfeng retreated extremely quickly, and his robe was not stained by the flying bone fragments. He stood in emptiness, overlooking everything below. I saw that the original bone mountain had disappeared, and there was a mess within tens of miles, full of broken rocks and broken bones. Going further, even the jungle was flattened. Less than entering the holy realm is complete. Shenong looked at Xuanhuan Yunfeng and said solemnly. Zhao Gongming's expression was also not good-looking, because Xuanhuan Yunfeng's strength was too strong, and his fighting power was extremely strong. Whether it is the speed of the movement, or the long knife, they are all extraordinary. Xuanhuan Yunfeng's strength and methods must not have been exhausted, it was far more than that. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan Yunfeng and thought about it. From this point of view, the top 10 existences in the starry sky are all above the perfection of the holy realm. Will there be any existences that appear holy? Xuanhuan Yunfeng felt everyone's eyes and looked back. His eyes fell on Di Zhang's body, his face froze. As for Su Haoyan and others, he ignored them. Including Zhao Gongming, the Shinong family was not taken seriously by him. Interesting. Xuanhuan Yunfeng muttered to himself in a low voice, turned around and disappeared into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky filled with bone dust. You were actually underestimated? Su Haoyan was a little speechless. This guy is really proud. Although he was slightly upset, he didn't take it to heart. Xuanhuan Yunfeng just ignored him, and there was no enmity between the two sides. As expected of Xuanhuan Yunfeng, it's just different. Qing Lingzi had an adoring expression on his face. He muttered to himself, as if he didn't care that he was underestimated by Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Fairy Inxia has a calm face. She will surpass Xuanhuan Yunfeng one day. This person is really powerful. According to my estimation, he already has the means to fight the Holy Spirit. Di Jiang returned to normal and spoke. He had some appreciation for Xuanhuan Yunfeng. The courage and strength to break through the prison alone is worthy of his admiration. Of course, Xuanhuan Yunfeng has the potential to compete for the top talent in the world. As long as that pervert reaches 100,000 years old, no one in the 3,000 worlds will dare to compete for the top talent in the world. King Lingzi laughed and said proudly. It seems that the person Di Jiang mentioned is him. Su Haoyan asked, curiously, that pervert? Qing Lingzi pretended to be mysterious, and said, you can't say this, you will know when you enter the starry sky list. His expression was a bit playful, as if he thought that Su Haoyan would not be able to enter the starry sky list. Humph, it's just a ranking list. I will step on you sooner or later. Su Haoyan snorted. If his practice speed is revealed, Qing Lingzi will probably be scared to death. Even if he was reincarnated and recultivated, within a few years, he would reach the great consummation of Deluocean's fairyland from a mere mortal. Who in this world can compare? As for those monks who were born with ridiculously high cultivation bases, they spent an incomparably long time in their mother's womb. King Lingzi smiled lightly and didn't talk to Su Haoyan. If he offended Su Haoyan, Di Jiang would have to punch him to pieces. This person deserves to be the chosen one, and it shouldn't be a problem to break through to manifest the Holy Spirit in the future. Shinong said with a sigh. Without relying on treasures, Xuanhuan Yunfeng has shown that he can rival Xiansheng. If he really has a treasure, or a chaotic treasure, who can stop him? But then again, a strong man like Xuanhuan Yunfeng, there must be a congenital treasure in hand. But Xuanhuan Yunfeng's talent is against the sky. If there is no support from superpowers, how can it be smooth sailing? It's just Xuanhuan Yunfeng. I don't even pay attention to the Devil Emperor. Dry Sha. When Di Jiang heard this, he smiled boldly. At the late stage of the holy realm, Xuanhuan Yunfeng had to practice the theory for hundreds of thousands of years to catch up with him. What's more, Haodian court also has Daoist Tai and Emperor Zhenwu, who are also strong in the late stage of the holy realm. And all die loyal. Therefore, Su Haoyan did not take Xuanhuan Yunfeng seriously. He is absolutely confident that he will break through and become a saint at Xuanhuan Yunfeng's age, or even earlier. The strength will be even stronger. The reincarnation of the strong in the holy court, the luck system against the sky, the wheel of fortune, the tree of the world, the twin babies of yin and yang, the blood of the ancient demon god, etc. If Su Haoyan doesn't top the starry sky list, he will be sorry for himself. Qing Lingzi curled his lips and scoffed in his heart. Didn't he even pay attention to the Devil Emperor Kusha? Can you stop bragging? Do you think you are heaven? Fairy Inxia took it for granted that Di Zhong's strength might really be able to defeat Demon Emperor Kusha. What's more, among the powerhouses she knows, how Tianting also has Daoist Tai, Emperor Xuanhuan, the 3 saints from Pingtian Palace, and a lot of other superpowers. There are so many strong people in the small mysterious world, so she still can't figure out why. A group of people continued to move forward. Because of Xuanhuan Yunfeng's action, although the ground was covered with broken bones, it opened up a lot. The road was unimpeded, and it took about an hour before they came to a cliff. It was only after getting closer that this cliff could be seen. It was a cliff, and it cut the entire land in two. It was about 3,000 feet away from the opposite side. This distance is like a natural moat to ordinary people, but it is not to Xuanhuan and others. What kind of? Wait first, don't rush over, Qinglingzi said in a deep voice. While speaking, he carefully bowed his waist and poked his head out carefully, looking down slowly. Looking at his pouted butt, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched fiercely. This guy really doesn't pay attention to his image as a strong person in the Holy Realm. Fairy Inxia's forehead was covered with black lines. This fellow Qinglingzi was really ashamed, completely embarrassing their Tianjia's face. It seems that there should be some danger below, Shenong said softly. There are formations and restrictions everywhere in the prison area, making it impossible for them to use their spiritual sense to investigate, because if the restrictions are accidentally triggered, unnecessary trouble will be caused. Qinglingzi quickly stood up, waved to Xuanhuan and the others, and said, hurry up, that thing should be sleeping." When everyone heard this, they all showed doubts. What made Qinglingzi, in the late stage of the Holy Realm, treat him so solemnly? After thinking about it, Xuanhuan and others still flew to the opposite side. As promised. When Xuanhuan flew over the cliff, he looked down, and saw that the canyon below was extremely deep, and it was still pitch black. Personally, he felt that something would fly out at any time. Even Xuanhuan, who had seen strong winds and waves, was a little uneasy. How many terrifying existences are hidden in the prison? Countless years have passed, those old monsters are still there, and they haven't disappeared. It's hard to imagine how strong they are now. Fortunately, the unknown things below did not rush out, allowing them to land on the opposite side safely. It's really lucky. 100 years ago, that thing bit off half of Bailey Shi's body as he flew by. It's extremely cruel. Qinglingzi breathed a sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear. Unknowingly, Bilixi has become the standard by which all the strong men in the prison area are measured. Anything that can defeat Bilixi is an extremely powerful existence. And Bilixi himself is half a saint, what could be stronger than him? Lastly, he should also have the cultivation base of the late stage of the Holy Realm. Everyone moved forward again, and there was a clear sound of the river ahead. But they couldn't see where the river was. However, they had just walked more than 10 meters away. Roar. A shocking roar sounded suddenly, and then the earth began to tremble. With a loud bang, a giant black claw suddenly protruded from the canyon and landed on the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, broken stones flew, and each bone finger was as thick as a giant tree. Xuanhuan and others were shocked and looked back. Go. I happened to see a huge skeleton climbing up from the cliff. The skeleton was black and gray. It was very intrusive that there were still rotten pieces of meat hanging on his body, and only one of his heads had fallen out. No, the eyeballs are still rolling constantly. Jade Bone Demon Lord. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. This was the second time he had encountered the Jade Bone Demon Lord. The first time was in the belly of the Deep Sea King. Whale in the Sea of Death. Because the Jade Bone Demon Lord is from the starry sky, it is not very strange to see the Jade Bone Demon Lord in the prison domain. It's just that why is the bone of this Jade Bone Demon Lord black and gray? Does it have something to do with the environment here? And the aura of this Jade Bone Demon Lord is much stronger than the one he encountered for the first time. Its bones are not only black and gray, but also more eerie. Especially the two clusters of green flames floating above his head are even more frightening. What's going on? This guy shouldn't wake up at this time, right? King Lingzi cursed depressedly. While speaking, he took out a fork that was glowing with electric arcs, and put himself on full alert. In the early stages of the Holy Realm? Di Jiang said softly. It made everyone's faces change suddenly. This Jade Bone Demon Lord actually has the cultivation base of the early stage of the Holy Realm? Looking at the whole big world, the powerhouses who can reach the stage of manifesting saints are all at the level of immortals, which shows the rarity of manifesting saints. There is actually a powerful person who manifests the Holy Realm hidden in the prison. No wonder even Songlian Xianzuan dare not do anything to the prison. Xuanhuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Kill him." As soon as the words fell, Di Jiang nodded, and more people came out. Although his figure is very burly, he still looks extremely small in front of the tall Jade Bone Demon Lord, but the aura he exudes is even stronger. Standing there gives people an invincible posture. Dou Demon God. The Jade Bone Demon Lord said suddenly. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically. In an instant. Others looked around cautiously. What's going on? There is also a guy named Gu. Demon God hiding here? Heaven is ruthless. Chaos creatures. The Jade Bone Demon Lord stared at Xuanhuan intently, and said. While speaking, the eyeball kept rolling. Gu Demon God? Could it be the strongest race in the world in the legend? Qing Lingzi muttered to himself, as if thinking of something. A terrified expression appeared on his face instantly. Fairy Yinxiao's eyes were also extremely uneasy. She looked at the Jade Bone Demon Lord, and said to herself, impossible. Wasn't the ancient demon God wiped out by the strong hundreds of thousands of years ago? Didn't the ancient demon god Wang Xiaofeng, who existed in the world, also be wiped out by Songlian Xianzuan? The ancient demon god is a very famous race in the starry sky. The reputation is extremely loud. Known as the strongest race in the universe. Because he was too powerful, he was hated by others, which finally caused Xingshu to attack. In that battle, everyone in the starry sky saw the powerful side of Xingshu, which was a powerful existence that surpassed the Star Alliance. Xuanhuan's face was extremely cold. He didn't expect the Jade Bone Demon Lord to recognize his blood. Everyone in the world knows that his bloodline is extremely powerful, but there are only a handful of people who can recognize him as the bloodline of the Gu Demon God. Probably even a slap is too many. Kill him. Xuanhuan spoke out again. The matter of Gu Demon God must not be exposed. Although Xuanhuan didn't know much about the ancient demon god in his previous life, because when the ancient demon god was exterminated, he was still a child, and in his long memory, he only remembered one name. Wang Mabai. The owner of this name is his father. However, because he was young, his memory is very vague, and he doesn't even remember what his father looks like. Your order. Di Jiang agreed, and rushed towards the Jade Bone Demon Lord with one step. It moves like a rabbit, and the land falls and the ground cracks. Dijiang came in front of the Jade Bone Demon Lord in an instant, and the Jade Bone Demon Lord's eyeballs trembled suddenly. Before he had time to react, Dijiang's right fist blasted out from his waist. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded suddenly, causing everyone's ears to ring in an instant, and the entire cliff continued to shatter. This power, how is it possible? How can it smell like chaos? The Jade Bone Demon Lord screamed, crossing his arms to try to block the blow. But unfortunately, the huge force prevented him from even finishing his sentence, and turned into flying ash. The cliff and the ground on the opposite side collapsed like paper, as if most of the world was smashed by Dijiang's punch. The continuous thunder and lightning were instantly blown away by the strong wind. Countless broken stones and broken bones flew all over the sky, and the huge roar roared violently in the air, and it was impossible to calm down for a while. The sound of whining wind, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, made the whole world even more frightened. Qinglingzi stared blankly at Dijiang's burly back. With trembling lips, he kept talking to himself, "I'm a god. What kind of power is this? An ordinary punch." Even Shenong, Zhao Gongming, looked unnatural. Every time they witness Dijiang's attack, they will be terrified. Even if they are in the same group, Shenong's mood is more uncomfortable. If he can return to his peak, can Dijiang still show his prestige? Xuanhuan was expressionless, and was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, countless fragments gathered from all directions, and an incomparably terrifying aura raged out instantly. Roar! The Jade Bone Demon Lord roared again, and he reappeared in the place where he was standing before, looking down on Dijiang. There was killing intent in that eyeball that kept rolling. In the end it is the Holy Spirit. How could it kill in seconds? Qinglingzi looked terrified and asked, "Are we going to leave now?" Although he is a strong person in the late stage of the Holy Realm, he can't understand the battle of the Holy Realm, and he can't tell who is stronger and who is weaker, between the Jade Bone Demon Lord and Dijiang. But when he saw that the Jade Bone Demon Lord was still alive after being smashed to pieces, he couldn't help feeling fear and uneasiness in his heart. Although Fairy Insha didn't say a word, doubts appeared in her big beautiful eyes. With a delicate mind, she noticed that the Jade Bone Demon Lord seemed to be staring at Xuanhuan all the time. Coupled with the words of the Jade Bone Demon Lord earlier, she couldn't help thinking about it. Is there any relationship between Xuanhuan and Gui Demon God? Fairy Insha began to have a lot of thoughts, thinking deeply. The legend of the ancient demon god is extremely long, but the ancient demon god did not rule the starry sky. It is not that they are weak, but that they seldom move around in the starry sky, and they are independent from another world. Legend has it that during the period of chaos, the figure of the ancient demon god appeared, and he was also one of the creatures of chaos. After the chaos was destroyed, the way of heaven appeared, and the 3,000 worlds appeared. The chaos creatures ended their rule over the starry sky. Among them, the Gui Demon God clan is one of the lucky ones who survived. It's a pity that the creatures of chaos are not recognized by the Tao of heaven. Humph, ugly thing. Dijiang snorted coldly. In the eyes of the Wu clan, the Jade Bone Demon Lord was ugly. So the resurrection of the Jade Bone Demon Lord made him a little bit upset. Wouldn't he lose face if he couldn't kill the Jade Bone Demon Lord? Immediately, he suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already come behind the Jade Bone Demon Lord, raised his hand and punched him. And then disappeared again. Repeatedly, the Jade Bone Demon Lord, who had just recovered, was blown away again. But this time, there was no violent wind and waves, but a restrained energy. When the Jade Bone Demon Lord came out again, his aura suddenly dropped. Gooey demon god, the law of heaven forbids it. The Jade Bone Demon Lord roared, his voice boomed like a bell, and it resounded through the sky in an instant. In the distance, Xuanhuan, who was walking forward, also heard this voice. He stopped and looked back with frowning. Why did the Jade Bone Demon Lord wake up? And he is still a Jade Bone Demon Lord in the Holy Realm, TSK, could it be those guys? Xuanhuan murmured. Shaking his head, he continued on. In the vast starry sky, the Jade Bone Demon Lord is not a rare species. In most of the dead places and Jedi, there are Jade Bone Demon Lords. No monk likes the Jade Bone Demon Lord, and they are extremely disgusted. It was at least the first time Xuanhuan had seen the Jade Bone Demon Lord who could reach the Holy Realm. The Jade Bone Demon Lord is extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. Even if he is as strong as Xuanhuan, he is unwilling to face it. On the other side, Dijiang was already angry. He transformed his body into the size of 100 feet, and his left hand was condensed into the void, and a flaming spear appeared in his hand. And the moment he appeared, he threw it out directly. His strength was incomparably huge, and the 100-foot-long spear flew out at an extremely fast speed with the power to tear everything apart. Boom! The Baizhang spear directly pierced the Jade Bone Demon Lord's chest, and rushed hundreds of thousands of miles, even broke through the restriction of the prison area, and flew into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Zila! The flames flowed down the Jade Bone Demon Monarch's chest, covering its whole body in an instant, causing it to growl in pain. Wang Mabai! I curse you never to be reborn. Curse you ancient demon gods. To die and die. The Jade Bone Demon Lord roared and threw out his arms. Countless bone spears appeared out of nowhere in the sky and blasted towards Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan frowned when he heard this. Did the Jade Bone Demon Lord know his father Wang Mabai in his previous life? Before he could think too much, the Jade Bone Demon Lord exploded and turned into fly ash again, and Dijiang blocked countless bone spears. In the late stage of the Holy Realm, Dijiang easily killed the Jade Bone Demon Lord. The space attribute is one of the most powerful attributes in the world, and its speed is even faster than teleportation. As the leader of the ancestral witches, Dijiang's fighting power is naturally extremely powerful. Oh my god! Qing Lingzi touched his head with an expression of disbelief. The power of the flames in front of him made him tremble. Fortunately, Jiang didn't attack him. This time, the Jade Bone Demon Lord was not resurrected, and had completely disappeared. Dijiang turned around and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Su Haoyan nodded, turned around and walked forward, but no one knew that there was a shadow in his heart. The Jade Bone Demon Lord actually knew Wang Mabai. Could it be that Wang Mabai has something to do with prison? Just like this Jade Bone Demon Lord, with its strength, it is impossible for him to break in by himself. It is also possible that he was not so strong when he first came in, but became stronger here later. The most perverted thing about Jade Bone Demon Lord is to devour flesh and blood to strengthen himself. It didn't break the restriction in the early stage of the Holy Realm, but stayed here, which showed that he couldn't do without it. After the Jade Bone Demon Lord's battle, the whole team became a little silent. As long as Xuanhuan didn't speak and kept his face cold, the rest of the people couldn't say anything when they saw this. Even Qinglingzi, who was always talkative, didn't dare to speak, and wondered in his heart, what's wrong? Fairy Inxia followed Xuanhuan closely, thinking about the relationship between Xuanhuan and Gui Demon God, and what is the relationship between Wang Mabai and Wang Xiaofeng that Jade Bone Demon Lord said? The group of people had something on their minds, and continued to move forward for several hours before stopping again. They came to a tree hundreds of feet high and took a rest temporarily. This big tree has nothing left, no leaves, no branches, and the surface is scorched black, as if it was burned by a fire, but it has been standing up to this day. Xuanhuan looked up at the dead tree, and asked, I'm asking you now, do you really know where the river of death is? The prison doesn't look too big, but after entering, I realized that it is really big, and it feels like a big world. If you go on like this, when will you be able to reach the river of death? When can I get the glazed cold night grass again? Xuanhuan planned to find Emperor Yan's whereabouts after he found Liuli Hanya Ko. Along the way, they have encountered many tyrannical beings, and even the former number one arrogant in the starry sky. Now he is very worried whether Emperor Yan will become one of these fierce creatures. Of course I know. In the deepest part of the prison, where the danger is extremely dangerous, the crisis. As soon as Qinglingzi heard it, he immediately began to talk non-stop. As a strong man in the late stage of the Holy Realm, and even a figure on the Starry Sky's proud list, he can only survive by relying on Bilixi, so in order to divert people's contempt for him, he can only keep bragging, prison. Incomparably dangerous. Fairy Inxia put her hand on her forehead, she was speechless. The cat demon in his arms said angrily, are you a bitch? One sentence made Qinglingzi's old face turn red. Resisting the urge to lose his temper, he gritted his teeth and said, you are the bitch, if not, you are the bitch. I was originally a mother. You, broken cat, stupid cat. Ladies. Puff. Seeing where a man and a cat were bickering like no one was watching, everyone couldn't help laughing anymore. Although Qinglingzi is not an ordinary guy who deserves a beating, he is still very good for adjusting the atmosphere. Xuanhuan began to observe his surroundings. At the end of the sky, there was endless wind and sand, and in the howling wind, the visibility was still very low. Crackling, bang. At this time, the sound of weapons colliding and fighting suddenly came from a distance, and the sound became louder and louder. It seemed that someone was fighting and was approaching several people at a high speed. Zhao Gongming was a little irritable, and couldn't help but swear, what the hell is here again? How long has it been since they came in, but the troubles are coming one after another. It is impossible to imagine what kind of miserable experience they will have if they come in under the holy state. Shenong and Dijiang are very calm, no matter who is strong, they are not their opponents. Soon, 3 figures rushed out from the wind and sand all over the sky. These are 2 men and 1 woman, both of whom were cultivated in Deluo Luanxian. Their bodies were already stained with blood, and they were obviously injured. They all had terrified expressions on their faces, as if something was chasing them. A man rushing to the front suddenly found Xuanhuan and others sitting under the dead tree, and was immediately surprised. Fellow Taoist, help! I am. The man shouted immediately excitedly, but before he finished speaking, a big blood-red mouth struck from the wind and sound like a black hole, engulfing the 3 of them directly. When Xuanhuan and the others saw this, their complexions changed slightly. And they saw a huge black python showing part of its real body from the strong wind. This boa constrictor is extremely huge, its eyeballs are as big as a millstone, its entire head is like an attic, and other parts, except the head, are covered by wind and sand. After swallowing 3 monks, it uttered snake letters and tilted its head to see to Xuanhuan and others. Hey! How dare a guy in the early stage of becoming a saint be so rampant? Qing Lingzi snorted. Immediately, he jumped up and rushed towards the huge python. He has been protected all the way, and he has been holding his breath for a long time. He wants to prove that he is not a burden. When he flew close to the huge boa constrictor, he was about to kick the boa constrictor with 1 foot. Seeing that he was about to kick the boa constrictor, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, like a fairy descending from the mortal world. The speed was astonishingly fast, like a meteorite falling. Shenong and Zhao Gongming were shocked. Di Jiangding stood up suddenly. What it is? Qing Lingzi only felt a terrifying gust of wind descending from the sky, and before he could do anything to avoid it, a foot had already kicked him in the chest. Boom! The Qing Lingzi fell directly from a height of hundreds of meters, shaking the ground and splashing billows of dust, reaching a height of thousands of feet. But King Lingzi didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Xuanhuan and Fairy Yinxia also stood up, both frowning and looking at the figure in the air. The powerful aura stirred up the sand and dust in the sky like a salon, hovering around his waist. His long hair fell vertically, exceeding his height, reaching 2.5 meters long. He lowered his head slightly, making it impossible for people to know what he looked like. A shabby robe, tattered, but the exposed muscles are as hard as steel. Amid the thunder and lightning, it exudes a metallic luster. The savage-like man was suspended above the giant python's head, and the aura emanating from it was extremely terrifying and frightening. Even the wind and sand all over the sky stopped, and the picture was as if time stood still. Who is he? Zhao Gongming's eyes widened. Even in the early stage of the Holy Realm, he felt that this person was invincible. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the entire space was filled with a strong, murderous aura. Xuanhuan's heart beat a little faster, and he had never felt the aura emanating from this person. Even Shangguan Yunfeng and Songlian Immortal Venerable did not have the terrifying aura of this person in front of him. Although he was floating there quietly, he gave off a pressure of death. The giant python calmed down slowly, and prostrated itself on the ground, as if worshipping its master, looking at the man above. This person's cultivation base is unpredictable, Your Majesty must be careful, Di Jiang said solemnly. While speaking, he slowly came to the crowd, looking at the savage in midair. The small mouth under Fairy Yinxia's veil was tightly pursed. She never thought that the prison was so dangerous. The information she gathered seemed to be false, and now she could no longer believe that someone was trapped here for thousands of years and escaped. This is simply a fantasy. No wonder, there are so many legends in the prison area, but they have not been targeted by the big forces. One here is completely a Jedi. Hey, this breath is familiar? The savage spoke suddenly. His voice was like a machine, not only sharp, but also hoarse. While speaking, he slowly raised his head. His face is covered with weird lines, which are liquid grains. Although the facial features are relatively distinct, they give people an unusual sense of Horror, especially the eyes, which are all white and have no pupils, but they seem to be able to see Xuanhuan and others when looking at them, which is extremely strange. Being stared at by his strange eyes, Fairy Inxia and the cat demon quickly lowered their heads to avoid their eyes. Even Xuanhuan's gaze met him, but he couldn't help but be terrified. Uncontrollably, the world tree in his body shook violently, and the yin and yang babies also suddenly opened their eyes. The blood all over his body boiled even more. Who is this person? Xuanhuan frowned and thought. On the other hand, Di Jiang erupted with a flaming red glow, wrapping around his body, filling him with boundless evil spirit like a volcan. As the leader of the ancestral witches, he naturally knows the methods of other great witches. Di Jiang is also the only ancestral witch who can use other ancestral witches' supernatural powers, and is called the leader. Hey, it's interesting, the late stage of the Holy Realm. The savage squinted at Di Jiang, with a slight smile on his lips. As soon as this person came out, Xuanhuan and the others all changed color. What kind of cultivation was he? He could tell Di Jiang's cultivation at a glance. And there seemed to be some contempt in the discourse. This savage told Di Jiang's cultivation level in one go. Obviously he didn't take Di Jiang seriously. Zhao Goming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Di Jiang's cultivation base was at the late stage of the Holy Realm. No wonder he was able to instantly kill the opponent when facing the enemy. Fairy Inxia's eyes showed doubts. What is the realm of the Holy Realm? She once asked her master, but her master didn't tell her, only she knew it after she reached the consummation of the Holy Realm. Now it seems that after entering the Holy Realm, it is the Holy Realm. Late stage of the Holy Realm. Even though she was always calm in dealing with things, she couldn't help trembling at this moment. Could it be that the Holy Appearance Realm and the Saint Realm are divided into 4 realms, beginning, intermediate, later, and consummation? If that's the case, then Di Jiang is not so powerful. And how strong is this savage who can tell the truth about Di Jiang's cultivation? Di Jiang, be careful. Xuanhuan opened his mouth to remind. His chance to be a strong man at the peak has been used up, and he can't be summoned now, so he can only rely on Di Jiang. Then again, even if this savage's cultivation is perfect in the Holy Realm, it will be difficult for him to easily defeat Di Jiang. But if it's a saint? Impossible? How could there be a saint in the prison? An ugly saint with missing arms and legs? Your order. Di Jiang responded. He stared fixedly at the savage, with a ferocious expression on his face, and the killing intent in his eyes was as real as it was. The savage twisted his neck, and the long hair on his back flew up like a silver-gray flame. He looked at Di Jiang, wiped his mouth, and said lazily, "Why, you want to fight me?" As soon as this remark came out, Di Jiang's eyes froze, and he became angry. Immediately. Bang. The Di Jiang exploded, causing the soil under his feet to burst violently, startling Xuanhuan and others soaring into the air, and retreating sharply. The huge wind directly uprooted the big tree, and the ground shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Facing Di Jiang, who was approaching forcefully, the savage grinned. The wood grain on his face made him extremely hideous and terrifying, and his white eyes were indifferent, without any emotion. He raised his fist lightly and slammed forward. Boom. The 2 fists collided suddenly, and in an instant the impact force was scattered in all directions with fluctuations visible to the naked eye. The Giant black python was blown away, and disappeared into the billowing sand in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan and others were also thrown upside down, and Xuanhuan hurriedly grabbed Xuanhuan's shoulders to prevent him from being blown away. Dijiang and Savage compete in the air, the two will not give in to each other. And neither will lose. The savage man still had a contemptuous smile on his face. Dijiang gritted his teeth and looked at him, his eyes met with murderous intent. How is this possible? How could his strength be so powerful? There was a storm in Dijiang's heart, and he couldn't understand why. Who is he? He is the ancestor who proved the way with strength, and the descendant of Pangu, the great god. The savage's arms suddenly exerted force, and Dijiang only felt a monstrous force coming from the sky in an instant, and the whole person rolled backwards, completely uncontrollably. Boom! Dijiang slammed down on the ground in the distance. The huge force made him unable to stop at all, and he fell to the ground and slid backwards at a high speed, stirring up rolling dust. The scene was spectacular. Xuanhuan and others instantly petrified. How is this possible? Dijiang actually lost to the opponent in terms of strength. Xuanhuan and Zhao Gongming were also completely dumbfounded. They all know the power of Zhuwu. Xuanhuan's face was frightened and angry. This person is definitely a strong man above the completion of the holy manifestation realm. Is this person a saint? No way. Is this what a saint looks like? Or is it that this person is also walking the path of physical cultivation, to prove the Tao with strength? Fairy Ainxia and the cat demon didn't know what to say anymore. Panic and despair would have filled their hearts. Even the most powerful Dijiang was easily defeated by that savage. Can they still live? The savage curled his lips and said sarcastically, "This stupid big guy has quite a lot of strength." Boom! The flames blasted away the dust and sand all over the sky, and Dijiang stood on the desert in the sky with an angry expression on his face. All the muscles in his body were shaking, and the explosive power made his aura even more astonishing. After his aura reached its peak, he disappeared on the spot with a bang. When he reappeared, he was already behind the savage, and he punched the savage without hesitation, directly hitting the savage's back. A look of surprise flashed across the savage's face, and before he had time to react, he was instantly blasted out. It's just that it only flew a dozen miles before stopping. He shook his body easily, and said with a raised eyebrow, "Hey, space speed. Supernatural power, your bloodline looks like some kind of chaotic creature. Could it be the descendant of some kind of chaotic creature? It's just a bit complicated," the savage said curiously to himself. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan's face suddenly turned ugly. The great god Pangu was indeed a chaotic creature, and he was a creature who opened up the world, and only then was the birth of the Tao of heaven. As a drop of the blood of the great god Pangu, Dijiang is naturally a descendant of the chaotic creatures, but the blood that has been divided into 12 parts is indeed not pure to some extent. This savage can even see Dijiang's heels at a glance, which shows how high this man's cultivation base is. "Who are you?" Xuanhuan asked loudly. Unlike Bailey Shi, the Jade Bone Demon Lord, this person obviously has a sense of autonomy. Could it be that he is also a strong man who came to prison to find opportunities? Hearing Xuanhuan's question, the savage turned his head to look at Xuanhuan, and said meaningfully, "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is who you are." Xuanhuan was shocked. Could it be that his identity as the ancient demon god was seen by the other party? At this moment, Dijiang punched again. Humph, overthinking yourself. The savage snorted coldly, and without dodging, he punched Dijiang directly. This punch was extremely fast, much faster than Dijiang's fist. Let Dijiang open his eyes wide, his pupils constricted, and he was directly bombarded by the savage's punch, hitting the ground hard. There was a loud bang. Dijiang smashed through the desert in an instant and penetrated deep into the ground. The whole prison trembled. At this moment, King Lingzi got up from the ground covered in blood, happened to witness all this, and almost peed in fright. Even Dijiang was hanged and beaten. This time it's over, it's dead, it's dead. Xuanhuan and others were completely stunned, the scene was dead silent, even Xuanhuan couldn't help shaking. Isn't it over this time? Zhao Gongming had a bitter look on his face. Facing such a strong man, even if all of them hit the ground, they were not enough to kill him. Knocking Dijiang down again, the wild man didn't feel complacent on his face. But his smile was the same as before, with a kind of contempt and playfulness. He suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Su Haotian. How? Xuanhuan screamed, and Zhao Gongming was frightened dumbfounded. The savage and Su Haotian were very close to each other, even if they wanted to rescue them, it was already too late. They dared not move because they were afraid that Su Haotian would be torn to pieces by the savage. Su Haotian looked at the savage calmly, even though the opponent was far stronger than him, he did not retreat, nor did he show fear. Because he knows all this is in vain. The savage was much taller than him, looking down at him, his eyes met, time seemed to be frozen. Fairy Insha was already flustered and worried. It's not because of my own safety, but because I'm worried about Su Haotian. Seeing Su Haotian in danger, she actually felt a heartache. What do you want? Su Haotian asked calmly, looking at the savage, his blood couldn't help boiling. It is the blood of the ancient demon god, with the momentum of never admitting defeat. What do I want? I want you to be my son. The savage grinned, but the wood grain on his face wriggled along with the smile, making him appear grim and weird. Son? Su Haotian was instantly dumbfounded. His expression was extremely stunned. And he felt that this matter was extremely absurd in his heart. Savage nodded with a smile on his face and said, How is it? Do you agree? Chao Nimas. I will not be your son. You are the son. Su Haotian's heart was burning with anger, and he was extremely aggrieved. He immediately said in a deep voice, I agree with your sister. If he hadn't considered the opponent's strength, he really wanted to kill this nasty savage with one punch. Your sister? The savage blinked suspiciously, obviously not understanding. Xuanhuan, Zhao Gongming suddenly became nervous again, especially Su Haotian was able to swear under the strength of the savages. While admiring him, he was even more worried. Rumbling. The earth trembled again, Dijiang flew out of the deep hole, like a sharp arrow, and landed beside Su Haotian and the wild man. But because the savage and Su Haotian were too close, Dijiang didn't move. Rashly, he said in a deep voice, if you have the ability, fight with me, don't touch my majesty. At this time, Dijiang's face was covered with blood, and he was extremely miserable. Even he couldn't resist the fist of the wild man, let alone Su Haotian. The wild man turned his head to look at Dijiang, grinned and said, if I wanted to kill someone, you and that little guy would have died long ago. The little guy he was referring to was Qinglingzi, who just got up from the ground in the distance. Lingzi was only at the late stage of the Holy Realm, so how could he resist his stampede? Su Haoyan's face was still calm, but at this moment he suppressed his anger in his heart and said, "What are you doing for? This feeling of being teased by others is really uncomfortable." The man grinned and said, "What else can I do? Just let you be my son." He stepped on the stone with bare feet, his body was strong, his hands pinched. His waist, standing in front of Su Haoyan's body, was very different, which made him look like a rainbow. Chow Nima. Su Haoyan's lungs were about to explode. He didn't see the great oppression brought to him by people with vision, and said in a cold voice, "Can you say something useful, and can we play together?" He was really speechless. Does this guy have snake spirit disease? Seeing this, the savage's face instantly turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent surged out of his body, startling Dijiang, Shenong's, Zhao Gongming, and Yinsha fairies' complexions changed drastically, and the earth trembled violently at this moment. "Get up," as if the prison may explode at any time. The monstrous, killing intent. For a moment, the sound of devil crying resounded in the entire prison area. And all kinds of venomous voices were instantly aroused. "Ha ha ha. I want to become a master. Prisoner Emperor, I curse you, I will make you pay with blood." "Why? I don't want to die. I don't want to." "Tai Shinchin, I curse you to go down to 18 levels of hell. Wang Mabai, I will make your ancient demon god clan unable to stand up forever." All kinds of roars sounded from all directions, and the entire desert was shrouded in various panic atmospheres. Whoosh! There was a sound of piercing through the air, and Bailey she was holding a spear high and blasting towards him, intending to smash the wild man to pieces. "Master!" "Haha!" Lingzi suddenly became excited, waved his arms, and called loudly. However, before he could finish speaking, the savage suddenly turned his head, raised his right foot high, and kicked Bailey Shi's chest as fast as lightning. Bang! Unparalleled, the powerful force directly caused this half-step sage to explode and scatter his flesh and blood in all directions. It was extremely cruel. Lingzi was dumbfounded, and his whole body instantly petrified. Dijiang saw the right opportunity, quickly came to Su Haoyan's side, grabbed his shoulder, and quickly backed away, instantly distanced himself from the savage. The speed and strength of the savage are outrageous, and no matter who they are, they will be crushed all the way without using their magical powers. No matter how unwilling Dijiang was, he had to face the reality. He couldn't beat the opponent now. The only thing he could do now was to find a way to save Su Haoyan's life. Shenong and Zhao Gongming quickly came to Su Haoyan, and the three stood in front of Su Haoyan, looking at the wild man very vigilantly. Kicking Bailey Shiyan very easily, he fell to the ground slowly, turned around to look at Su Haoyan, and said with a light smile, "The little guy is not bad, he looks very much like your father." "Father?" Su Haoyan frowned tightly, while the others were a little stunned. Could this strong man be a friend of Su Haoyan's father? With such a powerful friend, how powerful will Su Haoyan's father be? Because it is difficult for the weak to have friends with the strong. It has been the case since ancient times that someone is looking for someone. Is he Wang Mabai's friend? Su Haoyan thought suspiciously. The father that the savage said was Wang Mabai, not the emperor of Xuanhu Great World. Of course they are not friends, they may be enemies. If it's really a friend, do you still need to do it? Even if he shows mercy. Who are you? Su Haoyan asked with his eyes fixed. He understood now that the other party didn't want to kill him at all. Otherwise, the savages could kill everyone on the scene in a short time. The savage twisted his neck, then turned away, and was about to go. It doesn't matter who I am, you should leave now. Don't stay in the prison. Don't come here anymore. The savage seemed to be a different person, like an elder reminding the younger generation. I can't leave yet. I have something to do here, so I won't leave easily. Xuanhuan directly refused. He resented the savage's mystification. The savage stopped and turned around. His white eyes were extremely cold, and the wood grain on his face was twisted like a tadpole, which made people tremble with fear at first sight. He smiled and said, "Don't think that your background can be your backer. Prison is far from as simple as you think. If you insist on going your own way, how can you be worthy of your father?" As soon as these words came out, even Dijiang, Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Your Majesty's father, who is he? Xuanhuan is already angry. Who is this guy? It's really not ordinary trouble, he said with a cold face. In this case, go and pick the glazed cold night grass for me, and then I will leave. With this great god here, would he still be in danger alone? It's just a pity, trying to inquire about the whereabouts of Emperor Yan is going to waste. If Emperor Yan is trapped in the prison, his strength will definitely not be too weak. It must be the existence of an overlord. Xuanhuan was full of confidence in Emperor Yan's strength. In the heart of Wang Xiaofeng in the previous life, Emperor Yan was almost invincible. Any strong enemy would be killed and defeated by Emperor Yan. After all, Emperor Yan was his master. It is also equivalent to his adoptive father, because he was raised by Emperor Yan in his previous life. Glazed cold night grass? The savage murmured to himself. In the next second, the whole person disappeared in place. Seeing this, Xuanhuan and others looked at each other in blank dismay. Isn't this too refreshing? Fairy Inxia is also a little confused. Who is this person, and why does it feel that he can come and go freely in the prison area, and is not restricted by the formation prohibition at all? Your Majesty, do you know him? Zhao Gongming asked, carefully. Xuanhuan has always been mysterious in the hearts of these strong men. They all think that Xuanhuan has a deeper relationship. Now that they have seen the strength of the savage, they are even more in awe of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan directly shook his head and said, how is it possible? If I really knew him, would Dijiang still be injured? Hearing this, Dijiang wiped the blood from his mouth, and said in a deep voice, this person is quite powerful, at least he is a Dzogchen existence in the Holy Realm. However, there are even more incredible guesses in his heart that he hasn't spoken out. The Holy Land is complete. Shenong's Zhao Gongming fell silent. Although Xuanhuan had guessed before, his heart still trembled when he heard what Dijiang said. This kind of existence, looking at the 3,000 worlds, is also the existence of the pinnacle, and it feels like Xianyu Majuan and Ouyang Jing can compete with it. Just when Xuanhuan was thinking, the savage suddenly appeared again. This time, there were a handful of water plants shining with colorful lights on his back, emitting colorful halos. Glass cold night grass. Fairy Inxia murmured. Beautiful eyes are full of surprises. She didn't expect to get the glazed cold night grass so easily. What is the relationship between this person and Xuanhuan? No wonder Xuanhuan looked confident when facing the Star Alliance. With a flick of his hand, the savage threw the glazed cold night grass to Yunfeng and said, how about it, can we go this time? Xuanhuan, who took the glazed cold night grass, immediately felt a chill that penetrated deep into his bones along the palm of his hand and flowed to his whole body, making him shiver uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Fairy Inxia's eyes widened. The Liulihan Yekeo is the most inducing cold thing, Xuanhuan easily took it in his hand, and it's all right? The savage laughed when he saw this, stroked his beard, and said to himself, "It seems that the blood has awakened." Xuanhuan felt a little numbness in his right hand, and quickly said to Fairy Inxia, "Come quickly and put it away. This thing is so fucking cold." When Xuanhuan was thinking in his heart, Fairy Inxia had already come to him, waved his sleeves, wrapped the glazed cold night grass with magic power, and quickly put it away. Hoo! 2 balls of purple golden flames instantly wrapped his palms, and Xuanhuan's expression relaxed. Seeing this, the savage said, "Leave quickly." His words were full of impatience. He had already been delayed by Xuanhuan for a long time. Xuanhuan squinted his eyes and asked, "Excuse me, are you the owner of the prison domain?" Countless years have passed in the prison, and after a long period of fighting between the strong and the unjust souls inside, there will definitely be a strong person. Obviously, this savage is such an existence. Judging by his attire, it's not just recently, he just came in. I don't know how many years it has existed here. The savage waved his hand and said, "Get out, it's none of your business." "You little one, do you really think that I dare not kill you? I beat you so hard back then." The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched violently. It seemed that this person really had a close relationship with Wang Mabai, otherwise how could he be joking so casually? "Then do you know a man named Emperor Yan? Has he ever been here?" Xuanhuan asked. The main reason why he came to prison area was for Emperor Yan. The savage was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's your relationship with Emperor Yan?" The raging sandstorm stagnated again, and a more terrifying coercion erupted from his body, which shocked Dijiang and the other 3 to be on guard again. The King Lingzi, who had just crawled out of the soil over there, was crushed to the ground by the savage's terrifying momentum again. "I don't play anymore? This is to play me to death." King Lingzi cried out in pain. I almost cried. Most of his bones had been crushed by the wildlings. The meridians on his body were also injured, and now he managed to stand up, but was pressed down again, which almost made him lose his airs. Could it be that Emperor Yan really came to the prison area? Xuanhuan asked excitedly, eyes full of surprise, but also deep worry. Prison is not a good place, just like the guy in front of him. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest existence in prison. Emperor Yan of 200,000 years ago was only in the Saint Realm, and it was impossible for him to leap to the great perfection of the Holy Realm in 200,000 years, let alone fight against the savages. "Hurry up, don't come to the prison again," the savage shouted suddenly. The sound was like thunder, deafening, making Xuanhuan and the others tremble in fright. At this time, the savage suddenly became murderous, his eyes wide open, and the white eyes shone with a strange white light, making people afraid to look directly at them. He seemed to have changed into a different person, compared to the gentleness before. It was like turning into a tiger. The lightning on his head did not dare to strike. Xuanhuan was terrified. He didn't know why the savage suddenly became angry, but he could feel the killing intent. It was real. If he stayed around for a while, the wildlings really dared to kill them. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate anymore, and said in a deep voice, let's go. The main task of this trip to get the glazed cold night grass has been completed. He brought Dijiang, Shenong, Zhao Gongming, Fairy Inxia with the cat demon. And King Lingzi in the distance hurriedly followed, but his flying speed was too slow, and he was wobbly. All may fall. Wait a moment, cried the savage suddenly. Xuanhuan could not help but stop. Floating in the air, she looked back at him. But the savage took out a silver-white jade tablet and threw it at Xuanhuan. This jade tablet is 10 centimeters long and rectangular, with runes all over it, with mountains and waters. Can't tell what material it's made of. After catching the jade token, the tree of the world in Xuanhuan's body shook automatically, which is very miraculous. If you are in danger, pour mana into it, and I will come to help you no matter the ends of the world. Remember, it must be used when life is at stake, the savage said in a deep voice. As soon as this statement came out, everyone changed color. Fairy Inxia stared at her big beautiful eyes with an expression of disbelief. The King Lingzi, who flew over, almost fell from the sky, completely unable to believe what he heard and saw. This is Dijiang, Shenong, and Zhao Gongming were also dumbfounded. The result of the development of the incident made their brains a little dull, and half of them would not be able to turn the corner. One moment he was an invincible enemy, but the next second he became an incredible backer? With the strength of a savage, who can defeat the 3,000 worlds? Xuanhuan held the jade tablet tightly, took a deep breath, and solemnly asked, Senior, can you tell me your name? First of all, he helped him get the colored glaze cold night grass, and then gave him an amulet. This kind of kindness is not small. Until now he didn't even know the wildling's name. Now I have a great kindness with myself, and I have to know the name of the other party in terms of emotion and reason. My name? Just call me Taoist prisoner. The savage froze for a moment, shook his head, and said with a smile. After being questioned by Xuanhuan, he couldn't help but speak out. Taoist prisoner? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Obviously no one had heard the name before. Okay, get out of here. Prison Taoist waved his hand, impatiently driving away. Xuanhuan took a deep look at him, put the jade token into the lucky space, then turned around and left quickly. Prison Yuzhen will come back again, and one day, I will find Emperor Yan. Xuanhuan thought with a firm face. Even if Emperor Yan died, he would still see the corpse. Ding. Trigger the main task, find Emperor Yan. Mission details, Emperor Yan disappeared mysteriously. If the host finds Emperor Yan, the system will reward the host with a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to inherit skills, and a chance to copy the strong man. The system prompt sounded at this moment, causing Xuanhuan to focus his eyes. It turned out to be the main task? Unexpectedly, Emperor Yan could still trigger the main task, which shows that Emperor Yan's disappearance is not that simple. At least the place he is going now is the only way that the system plans for. Xuanhuan. Emperor Yan, Wang Mabai. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, this trip to the prison area has yielded a lot. Not only was he protected by a super strong man, but he also learned some ancient secrets. Wait for me. Wait for me. Qing Lingzi desperately chased Xuanhuan and the others, covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable, as if he would fall here at any time. Xuanhuan slowed down his speed. Although King Lingzi was a bit stupid, it just proved that this person had no city, and he didn't play any tricks along the way. Xuanhuan had a good impression of him, so he didn't mind helping him take him out. Hey, why are there no restrictions here? Shen Nong muttered to himself suspiciously. It caused others to check it out. They flew dozens of miles along the way, without encountering a single restriction, and the endless restrictions seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Xuanhuan's expression moved, and the others also had strange expressions. Could it be that prisoner Daoist can control the restriction here? He let Xuanhuan leave the prison. There was no restriction along the way. This is definitely not a coincidence. Your Majesty is really a blessing. With the help of such a strong person, it will be smoother in the future. Shen Nong sighed. The strong man who can easily defeat Di Jiang is definitely the top strong man in the starry sky. Moreover, Taoist prisoner didn't say that he would only help Xuanhuan once, and even wanted Xuanhuan to be his son, which showed that Xuanhuan was very important in his heart. With the complicated expression on Fairy Inxia's face, with the help of prison Taoist, whoever dares to kill Xuanhuan in the starry sky is courting death. Qing Lingzi, who followed the team, panted heavily, while looking at Xuanhuan. His eyes were full of envy and shock. Although he has no heart and carelessness, he also understands that Xuanhuan is a bomb that he dare not touch. After Xuanhuan got the help of Taoist prisoner. What is the origin of this guy? King Lingzi thought curiously. In the bottom of my heart, I have already started to think about how to build a relationship with Xuanhuan. After seeing prison Taoist's strength, instead of holding grudges, he admired him endlessly. Such a strong man is invincible, which makes people extremely yearn for. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said, "Let's let it go, as the saying goes. You must be on guard against others, so I'd better find him as little as possible." Prison Taoist obviously knew Wang Mabai and Emperor Yan, so he had to think a lot. At the beginning, Wang Mabai sent him away, but in the end, the Gui demon God clan was wiped out. Although Xuanhuan didn't know if Wang Mabai was dead, it was very difficult for Wang Mabai to live, because he didn't show up when the ancient fairy world besieged the holy court. Help Xuanhuan tide over the difficulties. And Yan Di was met by Xuanhuan, who was living in the Xuanchu Great World. He was 100% sure that Wang Mabai and Yan Di did not know each other. At least, when he mentioned Wang Mabai's name to Yan Di was indifferent. Prison Taoist, Emperor Yan, Wang Mabai. The more Xuanhuan thought about it, the more he had a headache. He always felt that he had discovered a big secret, but he couldn't understand it. He seemed a little out of control now. Then the group continued to fly outside the prison area. On the other side, prisoner Daoist stood in place, looking at Xuanhuan and others distant figures, his eyes slightly confused. You chose a tribe back then, but I chose an individual. You helped me selflessly back then, and now I also help him. Wang Mabai, if you were still alive and saw me like this, would you laugh at me, or would you envy me? Maybe you are not dead yet, hiding somewhere, but your child has already set foot on this road, and you, what should you do? Prison Taoist muttered to himself, then, while shaking his head, turned around and disappeared here. Without the obstruction of the magic circle, Xuanhuan and his party flew out of the prison in less than an hour. Ding! Complete the side mission, protect Fairy Inxia. The system rewards the host with a chance to summon a strong man. A chance to be a strong man. When Xuanhuan flew out of the prison area, the system prompt sounded. He looked back, the prison area was still like a beast in the dark night. Surrounded by countless thunder and lightning, ferocious and terrifying. There are countless tyrannical creatures hidden in the small prison, and there are even existences like prison Taoists. If he wants to unify the ancient immortal star field in the future, he must block the prison area. Although there are countless opportunities inside, those things are also extremely terrifying. Find a safe place to recuperate first. Xuanhuan ordered softly. Dijiang was injured, and he wanted to discuss the secret of Linzi's supernatural powers with Fairy Inxia. Everyone had no objections. Although the time in the prison was not too long, it made them mentally exhausted. After they left, the starry sky fell into silence again. About 6 or 7 hours have passed. A figure was thrown out from the prison. It was Xuanhuan Yunfeng. At this time, Xuanhuan Yunfeng was drenched in blood and was thrown millions of miles away before he managed to stabilize his figure in the starry sky. Hurry up, if it's not for the sake of the Holy Emperor, you must die today. Prison Taoist's voice came from the prison area, resounding throughout the starry sky. Xuanhuan Yunfeng's face was extremely ugly. After he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, he wisely didn't say harsh words, turned his head and left. It was the first time for Xuanhuan Yunfeng to be thrown out of the prison. And it was inevitable that he would feel humiliation in his heart. But Taoist prisoners' cultivation was too terrifying, he had to endure it by himself. On a khaki planet, Xuanhuan and others stopped by a small river to rest. Dijiang and Qinglingzi are adjusting their breath to heal their injuries. Xuanhuan was listening to Fairy Inxia explaining the origin of Linzi. Supernatural power. The supernatural power of Linzi is one of the 9 character mantras. It is said that these 9 characters are scattered in different big worlds in the starry sky. If the controller dies, such supernatural powers will reappear in other places. If you can gather Qi Jiuzi, will gain supreme supernatural powers, which is why countless strong people are crazy about it. There used to be a senior expert named Qin Chao, who was a very famous swordsman. Before Ouyang Jing grew up, he was the best swordsman in the world. Later, he obtained the supernatural power of Linzi, so he became obsessed and began to pervert, slaughtering all the creatures in the starry sky. In just 1,000 years, more than tens of billions of creatures have died at his hands, and they have been completely demonized and irrational. In the end, he was jointly suppressed by Tai Shinken and Eternal Night Demon Lord, and he was sealed in Linzi divine ability, and he will not be reborn forever. Fairy Inxia told a little-known secret. Although the dark years have passed, for a long time, she often heard people talk about the legend of Qin Chao, spread widely in the starry sky. Known as famous as his name is Linzi Shentong. Sung Lingdao tried his best to find the supernatural power of Linzi, obviously with ulterior motives, but because of Xuanhuan's appearance, the perfect plan was broken. Even Songlian Immortal Venerable's plan to resent the child was destroyed by Xuanhuan. Become the moon in the mirror, the flower in the water. Xuanhuan stroked his forehead and said, "Do you mean to say that Qin Chao is sealed inside this Linzi supernatural power?" No wonder when he wanted to integrate the supernatural power of Linzi, even the system hinted that there was danger in it. Qin Chao must be very powerful. The system has said that even the existence of strong people such as Tai Daoist will cause him harm. The existence that was jointly suppressed by Xuanhuan Majuan and Tai Shinken showed that Qin Chao was stronger than any of them. Of course, after such a long time, Demon Lord Xuanhuan must be stronger. Now the number one swordsman in the starry sky is not Qin Chao, but Ouyang Jing. In other words, this Linzi supernatural power is useless? Xuanhuan asked with a sigh. Such a result gave him a headache. Fortunately, this trip allowed him to meet a strong man like prison Taoist. And got his fart shelter. If you want to use the supernatural power of Linzi, there is only one way. Fairy Yinxia stared at Xuanhuan and said softly. Any solution? Xuanhuan asked. He has a lot of supernatural powers now, it doesn't matter if he has supernatural powers or not. However, he was still a little greedy for the supreme supernatural power after collecting the 9-character mantra. Release Qin Chao. Fairy Yinxia laughed suddenly. As soon as this remark came out, Xuanhuan immediately rolled his eyes. What kind of bad idea? Let Qin Chao go? How dare I? However, he did not refute or ridicule Fairy Yinxia. In a sense, he has countless masters now. Even if he releases the magic sword, he is not incapable of dealing with it. Only. Forget it, I'm a little uncertain. Let's talk about it later. After careful consideration, Xuanhuan made a decision that made him feel helpless. System, start summoning superpowers. Since the supernatural power of Linzi cannot be activated, don't I still have the powerhouse to summon? And he plans to leave the remaining peak of the strong to Shenong. After going through so many things, Shenong's loyalty finally exceeded 95, not to mention there are many strong people in Haoyan court, and with prison Taoist supporting him behind him, it is impossible for Shenong to rebel. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. The system prompt sounded, which represented the official start of the summoning. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't speak, Fairy Yinxia thought he was a little hesitant about whether to activate the Linzi supernatural power and release Qin Chao, so she said aloud, I think you should keep the Linzi supernatural power first. Qin Chao is extremely powerful, or wait for it. When the opportunity comes in the future, it will not be too late to open it. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan glanced at her, then nodded with a smile. Xuanhuan remembered this woman's kind reminder in his heart. Although he didn't say anything, he had already remembered the affection in his heart. Seeing this, Fairy Yinxia felt a little embarrassed. If it was before, she might not have cared, but now she seems a little disappointed seeing Xuanhuan, and feels a little distressed for no reason. From this, she made a decision in her heart. When she returned, she must persuade Yuxian Palace to cooperate with Xuanchu Great World. At the very least, she would help Haoshanting develop rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Lao Tzu from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to call again? When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan trembled in shock, and his eyes burst open. Nima. Do you want to be so scary? Even the old man is moved. Cold sweat broke out on Xuanhuan's forehead. Who is Lao Tzu? That is the first apprentice of Daozu Hongjun, the boss of Sanqing. The strength is naturally powerful. Otherwise, how could he be the senior brother of Yuanzhi Tianzuan, the master of Tongtian sect? However, because Laozi is devoted to Taoism and doesn't care about worldly things, he wasted Hongjuan's cultivation in vain. In the chaotic period, the ancestor Hongjun accepted Yuanzhi Tianzuan and Tongtian leader. Among the 3 disciples, Hongjun loves the 3rd disciple, Master Tongtian, the most, and fears the eldest disciple, Laozi, the most. It can be seen that Lao Tzu is against the sky. All in all, Lao Tzu is definitely the peak powerhouse in the myth system. How dare Xuanhuan summon him? Resummon. Xuanhuan was a little helpless. If Lao Tzu was summoned, this world would be in chaos. Ding. Start resummoning. When the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan couldn't help but began to pray. And he must summon similar strong men. On the other side, Qinglingzi opened his eyes, then took out a porcelain bottle, poured 3 red pills from it, and threw it into his mouth. Although he was injured, he was lucky to be able to escape. Qinglingzi muttered to himself, and looked at Xuanhuan again, with extremely complicated eyes. There was fanatical admiration and shock, mixed with deep doubts. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation is not as good as his, but if he opens his mouth, he will be instantly annihilated. This gap in strength and status completely changed his perception of Xuanhuan. No wonder Fairy Inxia wants to throw herself into his arms. This guy's background is so terrifying. Qinglingzi sighed inwardly. If Fairy Inxia found out about his thoughts, he would have to beat him until he didn't even recognize his parents. He has seen many pictures of Tianjiao showing courteousness to Fairy Inxia. But Fairy Inxia has always looked at her coldly and never smiled at any man. But since he met Xuanhuan, he saw Fairy Inxia smiling at Xuanhuan more than once, and even flirting with her. Really incredible. This proves that Xuanhuan must be a very powerful existence. From this, he made an important decision: we must get in touch with Xuanhuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Xuanhuan. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to suddenly shoot 2 streams of light. The head of the 5 emperors. The first ancestor of the humanities. The leader of the Alliance of Ancient China. National Republic. A series of titles flashed quickly in Xuanhuan's mind. Make his eyes brighter and brighter. Just summon him. Restore the memory of the previous life. Xuanhuan made up his mind. Just kidding, Emperor Xuanhuan is a powerful man. The head of the 5 emperors, how could he give up? The most famous battle of Emperor Xuanhuan was the Battle of Chasing the Deer, where he defeated Qi Yu, another powerful figure in China. Although Xuanhuan has gods to help him, he is not a weak person. In the end, he won and brought mankind onto the stage of history. Call out the attribute list of Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan hurriedly urged. I am very looking forward to how powerful Emperor Xuanhuan is. Emperor Xuanhuan, from ancient myths and legends. Another name, the head of the 5 emperors. The first ancestor of the humanities. Xuanhuan. Leader of the tribal alliance. Magic weapon, Xuanhuan sword. Trident. Cultivation method, Wanshi Jing. Supernatural powers, sacrifice to the heavens. Baichao illusion. Lucky level, early stage of holy realm. Special attribute, Emperor Long Wei. When facing the enemy, you can transform into a 9-day dragon, and under the blessing, the power is doubled. Loyalty, 84/100. Looking at this attribute, Xuanhuan almost burst into tears. He couldn't help asking again. Can Xuanhuan be stronger? The initial stage of the Holy Realm. As soon as he came out, he was in the Holy Realm, which made Xuanhuan's breathing hard. As for whether summoning Xuanhuan could induce Shenong to defect, Xuanhuan was not worried at all. Because soon he will push Shenong to the peak, and his loyalty will increase. Again. Unless Xuanhuan is an idiot, he won't do that. After summoning Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan's mood improved again. What Linzi supernatural powers, what Qin Chao, have all been left behind by him. Now he has an extra strong man. This is the real one, stronger than anything else. Whistling, Xuanhuan stood up with his hands behind his back, and said to Xuanhuan, "Xuanhuan, come with me." Zhao Gongming quickly opened his eyes, and instantly understood what Xuanhuan was going to do next. Last time, Xuanhuan called Zhao away alone, and then Zhao became a super strong man. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhao's face changed slightly, and he soon realized that his position as the strongest was in jeopardy. Zhao Gongming was full of envy, but he had already experienced it once. Who let their own potential is not great. Xuanhuan suppressed his excitement and flew towards the sky with Xuanhuan. Fairy Yinxia and King Lingzi looked curious. Why did Zhao and the others have such envious expressions on their faces? The 4 dragons in the distance lay there like mountains, and when they saw Xuanhuan flying towards them, they trembled in fright. Fortunately, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan just passed by them and ignored them at all, letting them have a false alarm. After about a cup of tea, Xuanhuan flew back alone. Fairy Yinxia and King Lingzi were puzzled. Where did Xuanhuan go? Could it be? Fairy Yinxia suddenly thought of the fact that Zhao had changed from De Luo Wanxian to manifesting Saint Realm in one day, and her delicate body couldn't help shaking. When he looked at Xuanhuan again, his eyes were extremely complicated. Who the hell is he? To be so heaven-defying, to be able to improve the cultivation of his subordinates? Is it because of this that the strong can protect them? For a moment, Fairy Yinxia's heart was completely messed up. Qing Lingzi didn't think much about it. He thought Xuanhuan was sent by Xuanhuan to perform some mission. So I closed my eyes again and practiced my skills to heal my injuries. This planet is relatively desolate, but it has mountains and water. The residents here are all creatures who have not yet activated their spiritual intelligence. To them, it is no different from non-existence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining some ancient secrets, which prompted the system to open some functions. Just then, the system beep sounded again. Xuanhuan was startled suddenly. What kind of functions are open? Xuanhuan asked quickly in his heart. It's getting harder and harder to get the system to unlock new features these days. Because the new functions of the system not only depend on the cultivation of the host itself, but also on the understanding of this world. And this kind of secret has a great relationship with me to some extent. This prompted the system to open up some new features. From now on, the system will cancel the monthly chance to summon the strong and replace it with a chance to give a copy of the strong once a month. If you have accumulated 5 copies of strong men, you can combine them with 1 chance to summon a super strong man. In addition, the opportunity to awaken beyond the limit has been added. Awakening beyond limit, the system can make the master summoned by the host surpass the most powerful awakening of its bloodline, that is, after awakening beyond limit, the strong person can surpass the limit of his own cultivation in his previous life. For example, if Zhao Gongming is awakened beyond the limit, the system will set a state in the current universe where he is not suppressed and has been cultivated to the limit, and then this limit will be given to Zhao Gongming. Xuanhuan was completely stunned by the continuous system prompts. Let's not talk about the monthly opportunity for strong dungeons, and you can also directly integrate designated summons. Let's talk about this super limit awakening. Nima. This is the real cheating. Xuanhuan instantly became a new trend. I was very excited. Awakening beyond the bloodline, and still under the new way of heaven. Because there is no restriction of the prehistoric world, no restriction of previous lives. So, do those strong people who have stopped before the saints have the hope of becoming saints? Where is Sun Wukong's overrun? Yang Jian, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, Huang Tianhua, etc. Haha. Didn't you say that there is a holy market in this world? Can it be compared in front of me? Xuanhuan sneered again, and the laughter suddenly became louder and louder. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Ding. Because the host let the system open new functions for the first time. When the host's strength has not improved, the system specially rewards the host with 5 strong copies. Is the host fused? Xuanhuan, who was laughing maniacally, stopped laughing quickly when he heard it, was a little stunned, and then ordered, merge right away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for merging 5 chances of copying the strong into one designated chance to summon the super strong. Listening to the system prompt, Xuanhuan stroked his chin and pondered. Should I summon it now? The designated summons fused from the dungeon of the strong do not necessarily have to be used immediately, but can be used in the future. Now that he is already in the perfect state of Delusion's fairyland, even if he is summoned to a perfect existence in the holy state, he will not defect. Forget it, now I have a lot of strong people under my command, including Dijiang, Zhao Gongming, Shenong, and the upcoming Xuanhuan. I will not be afraid of anyone. Xuanhuan shook his head with a smile, and decided to keep this designated call for now. He is now very interested in, and looking forward to that beyond limit awakening, and he doesn't know when such a task will be triggered. Afterwards, he continued to practice. All things are inferior, only cultivation is the root. Time passed quickly. About 5 hours later, a figure exuding infinite majesty struck from the sky. He was more than 2 feet tall, wearing a golden brocade robe with long black hair scattered behind his head, with a majestic face and a straight waist. Standing there is extremely majestic. The initial stage of the holy realm. Zhao Gongming's eyes showed a strange light. This aura, how does it look a little like Shenong's? Can't see the realm? Is it another strong man? Why did he come here? Is he going to attack them? Xuanhuan didn't raise his head, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He already knew who was coming. The first ancestor of the humanities. Emperor Xuanhuan. In the distance, the 4 dragons were lying on the ground, trembling, all looking at Emperor Xuanhuan in horror. Emperor Xuanhuan stood in the void, majestic, his eyes like lightning, ignoring the 4 dragons over there, looking at Xuanhuan and others. To be precise, he set his sights on Xuanhuan. You are Emperor Huyan? As soon as Emperor Xuanhuan opened his mouth, he asked majestically. His eyes wandered, looking at Dijiang, Zhao Gongming, Fairy Yinxia, and Qinglingzi. He couldn't help being surprised. What kind of cultivation is that rough man? Why can't he see through it? There was also the middle-aged man, whose aura seemed to be stronger than his own. As for Fairy Yinxia and Qinglingzi, he ignored them. Xuanhuan didn't get up, didn't even open his eyes. He also said majestically, Ji Xuanhuan? Ji Xuanhuan? Zhao Gongming was shocked all over, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost. Could this be the legendary Emperor Xuanhuan? Dijiang narrowed his eyes. He had heard about Emperor Xuanhuan. The first ancestor of humanity, the leader of the ancient alliance tribe, the ancestor of mankind. Wait, the name is extremely loud. Although Fairy Yinxia and King Lingzi were paying attention to Emperor Xuanhuan, they didn't dare to face him squarely. Xuanhuan, who was in the early stages of the Holy Realm, wanted to kill them more easily than crushing an ant. Hearing Su Haoyan's words, Xuanhuan smiled. He has distinct facial features. Although he is not handsome, he gives people a very majestic feeling. This is exactly the effect of being in an important position for a long time. He knelt down on one knee, looked at Su Haoyan's back and laughed loudly. I am Ji Xuanhuan, and I am here to pay homage to His Majesty Haoyan. Xuanhuan is Xuanhuan, even if he comes to worship, he still does not lose his majesty. Even though Su Haoyan has strong people around him, he is not afraid, and is still extremely majestic. Well, I will accept you. I hope you will kill all the powerful enemies for me. Su Haoyan lowered his head and said. From the beginning to the end, he never got up and went to see Xuanhuan. He understood that the other party was the former emperor after all, and his majesty was still there, so he couldn't show too much enthusiasm for such a strong man. Xuanhuan's prestige is too high to guarantee that he will be ambitious. A strong man like this is even more arrogant than him. Only then can it be suppressed as it should be. Ji Xuanhuan laughed loudly. Then he stood up, walked to Su Haoyan and sat down. God, did I make a mistake? In this way, he subdued a strong man who was suspected of appearing in the Holy Realm? Qing Lingzi blinked, but there was still horror on his face. He never thought that Su Haoyan subdued a super strong man without wasting any power of words. Is Emperor Haoyan famous? He even suspected that the starry sky he was trapped in was not the same starry sky as before. Is he just? After Xuanhuan sat down, his attention was always on Dijiang. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this burly man looks like the legendary ancestor witch. Soon, his expression changed drastically, because he was already sure who Jiang was. Feeling his gaze, Dijiang grinned and continued to heal his wounds. Xuanhuan's face was cloudy and cloudy. It took a long time to suppress the shock in my heart. A little bit of arrogance has also subsided a lot. Such a scene was seen by Su Haoyan with his divine sense, which made him feel very funny, but he didn't say anything. Just like that, the scene fell silent again. Such a half-day is fleeting. A system prompt brought Su Haoyan back to reality from his practice. Ding. Shenong has recovered to the peak of the strong, and will return immediately. Su Haoyan opened his eyes, and there was a gleam of joy in his purple gold pupils. Call out the list of Shenong's attributes. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. How strong is the emperor? Shenong? Shenong, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Emperor Yan, human emperor. Title, Shenong, Lianshan, Lieshan. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Kung Fu method, 5 elements righteous, Qi Ju. Magic weapon, Shenong Ding, Qiankuan sword. Supernatural powers, the righteousness of the 5 elements. The power of the Emperor. Luck in the world. Special attribute, gathering luck, can increase the luck of the human race. Under the host's rule. Loyalty, 100/100. Hang. It really is the completion of the Holy Realm. And there are more special attributes, gathering luck. Su Haoyan almost salivated when he saw it. Who can resist such a Shenong? family without the saint? Even the great immortal Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, could fight against him. Because Xuanhuan is the leader of the human race, Emperor Yan, who ranks as the emperor of human beings, his strength will naturally be much stronger than that of the ordinary Dzogchen in the Holy Realm. The system suddenly explained. Let Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly light up. Surpassing the power of the great perfection in the Holy Realm. At this time a black hole suddenly appeared on the top of his head, followed by a vast and boundless coercion coming out of it, startling Dijiang, Zhao, Gongming, and Xuanhuan quickly opened their eyes. Fairy Yinxia, Cat Demon, and Qing Lingzi jumped up, thinking that a strong enemy was coming. I saw Xuanhuan, who was dressed in animal skins, stepping out of it slowly. His image was the same as before, but his momentum had undergone a huge change. Xuanhuan's mentality has also returned to its peak. His eyes were like running water, extremely flat. Xuanhuan gently landed in front of Xuanhuan, ignoring Dijiang, waiting for the eyes of others, and knelt down at Xuanhuan's feet with a plop, and solemnly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding." Reaching this height again, Xuanhuan feels like a world away. The reason why he was able to reach this height in his previous life was all due to the merits of the human race accumulated by Xuanhuan's tasting of hundreds of herbs. In this life, if he is allowed to cultivate from the holy realm to perfection, he may not be able to return to the day of the great perfection in his entire life. Xuanhuan stood up, helped him up, and said with a smile, "I will rely on you to protect me in the future." Xuanhuan smiled and nodded, patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, with me around, no one will dare to hurt you at all." This guy. Dijiang looked at Xuanhuan with fear in his eyes. The day before, Xuanhuan was still an unknown follower beside Xuanhuan, but now he directly surpassed him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Fairy Yinxia's eyes were dull, and there was already a huge wave in her heart. The Xuanhuan family really became stronger. How did Xuanhuan do it? This is the second time she has seen Xuanhuan's subordinates make such a big leap in cultivation. Looking at Dijiang's expression, it was obvious that Xuanhuan was stronger than him. Isn't this guy the reincarnation of a powerful person from ancient times? Fairy Yinxia thought in amazement. King Lingzi was directly petrified on the spot, and the breath of Xuanhuan gave him a feeling of facing Dijiang. He even had a feeling that Xuanhuan was stronger than Dijiang. What exactly is going on? King Lingzi couldn't figure out. Could it be that Xuanhuan had been hiding himself all the time? Zhao Gongming felt uncomfortable watching it. Since he beat Dijiang, Xuanhuan has surpassed him again. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded, and his heart was even more turbulent. Xuanhuan, why is he here? And, his aura is much higher than mine. I can't even see his cultivation level? How can that be? One must know that in the previous life, the three emperors of heaven, earth, and man practiced together in Huayun Cave, and their strength was not much different. They had fought with each other before, but they were on par. But now, as the third child, Xuanhuan surpassed him by so much all of a sudden, which made him feel a little absurd. No, what did he say? "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding?" And, on your knees? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan again, with a little more solemnity. "Brother?" At this moment, Xuanhuan also saw Xuanhuan standing beside him, his eyes filled with shock. This is the emperor of the human race? The eldest brother in Huayun Cave, he is the third child, and the second brother is Fuxi. Why did you come here? Could it be? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan in shock. At the same time, I felt even more odd towards Xuanhuan in my heart. Third brother, congratulations, you have made great progress in your cultivation. Xuanhuan quickly adjusted his mentality. No matter why Xuanhuan's cultivation improved so much, he must be happy for him. Haha, big brother, thanks to His Majesty, without His Majesty, I would never have reached this height even if I spent my entire life. Upon hearing this, Fairy Ainxia showed such a look in her eyes. King Lingzi was a little confused. Staring blankly at Xuanhuan, he was speechless for a long time. Xuanhuan turned around and said to everyone, let's go, the next goal is the ancient immortal realm. He didn't interrupt and immediately returned to the Xuanxu Great World, but planned to conquer the ancient immortal realm first. Then the Haotian court was moved to the ancient immortal realm and became the real heavenly court. Di Jiang and Zhao Gongming got up quickly, and Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan also stopped talking. Xuanhuan said to Fairy Ainxia and King Lingzi, you two, let's see each other. By fate. Although he has some interest in Fairy Ainxia, it is far from being possessive. Besides, after getting the glazed cold night grass, Fairy Ainxia will definitely return to her sect and practice in seclusion, which will take care of her children's personal feelings. As for King Lingzi, he had no time to care about him. Fairy Ainxia was stunned for a moment, then she cupped her hands and said, Ainxia will remember the great kindness of the Heavenly Emperor in her heart. Next time we meet, Ainxia will definitely treat His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor well. Looking at Xuanhuan, who is handsome, there is indescribable emotion hidden in her beautiful eyes. She was a little panicked about the restlessness in her heart, but she suppressed it all. She kept telling herself that she would not be emotional in her life, because she wanted to cultivate. Xuanhuan waved his hand and flew towards the starry sky. The four of Xuanhuan followed closely. Wait, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, wait for me. King Lingzi shouted behind Xuanhuan. Immediately, dragging his seriously injured body, he chased after Xuanhuan. Fairy Ainxia shook her head and said nothing, then brought the cat monster back to the dragon chariot, and then the four dragons pulled the chariot and left at a high speed. The group of people dispersed quickly like this. The next time we meet, maybe in a few months, maybe it will be a long time. Xuanhuan and others were flying extremely fast, and King Lingzi was seriously injured, so they couldn't catch up at all. Soon, he was left far behind. This kid is quite interesting. Standing beside Xuanhuan with his hands behind his back, Xuanhuan laughed loudly. The voice of King Lingzi behind him became weaker, and it was obvious that the distance was getting farther and farther. Xuanhuan shook his head and said with a smile, don't care about him, it's the best of humanity to rescue him. He looked towards the bright light in the depths of the starry sky, and said excitedly in his heart, ancient immortal realm, I'm here again. This time is different. Last time he went to take revenge, this time, he wants to dominate the ancient immortal realm. Holding the heavenly book in his hand, even millions of gods and demons can't resist him, otherwise the gods and demons will be wiped out. In the vast starry sky, countless stars are shining. However, the seemingly peaceful starry sky is actually turbulent and murderous. In the ancient immortal star field, many starry sky islands and big worlds are now discussing one thing. That is Xuanhuan Yunfeng appeared in the ancient fairy world. Some people even saw Xuanhuan Yunfeng go to the prison and was thrown out. Failed. As soon as this news came out, everyone was shocked immediately. How is this possible? How did Xuanhuan Yunfeng come to the ancient immortal Starfield? The prison area is a desperate place? Where is Xuanhuan Yunfeng going? Nonsense? Who saw Xuanhuan Yunfeng being thrown out of the prison? That's Xuanhuan Yunfeng. He has never been defeated since he was born. It is said that Fairy Yinxia and Emperor Haoyan have also gone to the prison area. The starry sky is too vast, and there are creatures everywhere. Su Haoyan and others went to the prison area and were seen by other creatures, and the disappearance can easily spread. What's more, after experiencing the Great War in the ancient immortal realm, hundreds of millions of living beings knew what Su Haoyan and others looked like, so it was not uncommon for him to be recognized when he went to the prison area. And Xuanhuan Yunfeng's name has long been spread. He is a strange person in the present age, but he rarely appears in the ancient immortal star field. This time it appeared suddenly, and it was a result of failure, so how could it not excite the living beings? The news spread more and more outrageous, and some people even rumored that there was an existence in the ancient immortal star field that could defeat Xuanhuan Yunfeng. In addition, the Xianming wrathful embryo has also recently begun to disturb the ancient fairy world. It is said that the Xianming rod embryo is slaughtering a large world, causing countless creatures to flee to the starry sky. Xuanming's resentment of fetus is an existence that makes cute babies and Zhao Gongming extremely headache. There are thousands of blood vessels hidden in the body, and they grow crazily as soon as they are born. No force can restrain him. All kinds of true or false news are circulating in the starry sky. Listening to Xuanhuan's narration, Su Haoyan couldn't help thinking. Xuanhuan has great supernatural powers, and can intrude into the souls of living beings, and even invade a starry sky island to eavesdrop on the voices in it, so as to obtain information. Xianming grieved child has already started color a starry sky? Su Haoyan frowned, although the Xianming resentful fetus was cultivated by Songlian Xianzuan, it was still activated by the cute baby. But when he thought of Xianming's resentful fetus killing innocent creatures, he felt very angry. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, released his soul, and communicated with Pingtian City. Everyone in Pingtian Palace, I order you to hunt down Xuanming's resentful fetus. Fate City is incomparably miraculous, no matter it is thousands of mountains and rivers. Su Haoyan, as the controller of Fate City, can contact in an instant. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, let Pingtian City face off against Xuanming's resentment, and it will definitely become famous in the starry sky. At the same time, on the other side of the distant starry sky, Pingtian City was floating in the starry sky, aimlessly moving forward. At this moment, Su Haoyan's voice suddenly resounded throughout the city, shaking the strong men in Pingtian City. The voice of Pingtian Demon Emperor? Xianming grieves? Is that the famous devil in the starry sky? Yes, it is the magic tire that is wreaking havoc on the starry sky. Very good, Jingqiu has nothing to do. Pingtian City suddenly exploded. The high-level officials held an emergency meeting, and Sun Wukong, as the highest cultivation person here, presided over the meeting. Su Haoyan still trusts Pingtian Palace very much. Tathagata and Randang, together with the three monkey kings showing their holy realm, suppressing or killing Xuanming's resentment will not be a problem. Even if Xuanming's resentful fetus is talented against the sky, he cannot break through the holy realm in a short time. So Su Haoyan was quite at ease. Xianming resentful fetus is the most evil thing, get rid of him, and you will definitely gain the merits of heaven. Xuanhuan nodded and said, he is a woman of the human race, so naturally he can't understand Xuanming's resentment, so he wants to use merit to attract Su Haoyan to get rid of him. Su Haoyan smiled and said, don't worry, I have already sent people to kill Xuanming's resentful fetus. As soon as this remark came out, not only Xuanhuan was shocked, but Di Jiang and Zhao Gongming were also taken aback. Didn't Su Haoyan follow them all the time? Why didn't they see that Su Haoyan sent someone? Xuanhuan looked puzzled. What exactly is Xuanming resentment? Let everyone hate and fear so much? But he just joined in, so it's not easy to look down and ask. At this moment, a powerful force came from ahead, destroying the planets along the way one after another, like a raging wave, sweeping towards Su Haoyan and his party. Xuanhuan waved his hand lightly, and the huge momentum, blowing in front of him, dissipated and became invisible in an instant. It roared past from both sides of the crowd. Someone is fighting. Su Haoyan wanted to see clearly, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't see clearly. There are two holy bastards fighting. Zhao Gongming cursed and cursed, obviously not paying attention to the two people in front of him. Su Haoyan frowned, although he couldn't see who was fighting in front of him. But one of the aura gave him a familiar feeling. Is it not? Could it be him? A strange look appeared on Su Haoyan's face. In the starry sky tens of millions of miles away, two figures were colliding at a very high speed. The speed was as fast as lightning. During the battle, they smashed through huge planets one after another, causing the starry sky to roar and explode. Soon, Su Haoyan and others also came to the place where the two were fighting, and only then did they see their figures clearly. One of them was actually a boy. He held a dragon's head crutch in one hand and kept talking with the other hand. It is the ancient emperor. His opponent was a burly monster with a wolf head and a human body, more than 10 times the size of the ancient emperor, wearing a bronze-colored armor. Without any weapons, he fought against the ancient emperor with only fists and feet. The power of the monster clan with the wolf head and human body is extremely terrifying. With a wave of both fists, space cracks were torn apart in the starry sky. Endless gusts gushed out from the cracks in space, raging across the starry sky. Soon they flew out from the other side of a planet. This monster is too difficult to deal with. While fighting, Gu Di frowned while thinking. He had just recovered from his injuries and was born, but he did not expect to meet a strong man in the middle of the Holy Realm. But he wasn't afraid, because this guy's aura was far less powerful than that of the Demon Emperor Dijuan. However, when he thought of the Demon Emperor, he felt an inexplicable anger lingering in his heart, as if the enemy in front of him was the Demon Emperor. Dijun, his aura suddenly increased, and the dragon-headed crutch in his hand became more dense, beating the wolf-headed monster in a hurry. This kid, why did he become stronger all of a sudden? The monster clan with the wolf head and human body was shocked. He was the sanctification of the wolf clan, but he couldn't beat the sanctification of a human race. In the starry sky, there are countless races in the 3,000 worlds. Although the human race is the protagonist of the world, but in a lot of time, the human race in the same realm is often suppressed by the monster race. 4. Example, wolf demons. The wolf demon clan is quite famous in the starry sky. The wolf ancestor came from the era of demon lord Xianyi. Roll. The strong man of the wolf demon clan roared, and suddenly blasted out his Washbasin-like fist. In an instant, a giant fist like a mountain appeared in the starry sky wrapped in black flames. In front of this fist, the ancient emperor was as small as dust. Regarding this, the ancient emperor did not panic at all. He grabbed the void with both hands, and a blood-colored guqin appeared in his hand, and he swung it away in the next second. Boom! The giant black flame fist was blown away instinctively, and the billowing waves of fire swept away in all directions, burned everything in its path. This scorpion has become stronger again, Xuanhuan muttered to himself. The ancient emperor was defeated in the battle with Zhao Gongming, and when he was about to be killed by Zhao Gongming, a mysterious and powerful man appeared to rescue him. Xuanhuan was worried about that matter before, for fear that the ancient emperor and the strong behind him would sneak attack the Xuanchu great world. Who would have thought that he would meet the ancient emperor in the starry sky? That human being is in the early stage of entering the holy realm, and that wolf clan is in the middle stage of entering the holy realm. Xuanhuan said softly. I actually met my defeated general here. Zhao Gongming gritted his teeth. The fact that he failed to kill the ancient emperor kept Zhao Gongming in his heart. The ancient emperor who was fighting against the strong wolf demon suddenly felt a monstrous murderous intent fall on him, which shocked him unceasingly. Hastily turned around to look. How is it possible? How did you meet him? Gudi gritted his teeth and thought. Xuanhuan has become his heart disease. In fact, Xuanhuan's own cultivation is nothing. But his subordinates were ridiculously strong, which drove him extremely crazy. So there was an instant thought of retreating. Those people standing next to Xuanhuan were obviously very powerful. Especially Zhao Gongming's knife-like gaze made him feel scared. Thinking of this, he swung the blood harp suddenly to push back the powerful wolf demon clan, then turned around and swept towards the depths of the starry sky at extreme speed. Gongming, go get revenge, Xuanhuan ordered with a sneer. As soon as the words fell, the anxious Zhao Gongming, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the ancient emperor, so frightened that the ancient emperor stopped immediately and almost collapsed to death. This guy is so strong. The ancient emperor looked terrified. But before he could react, Zhao Gongming slapped him on the body, causing him to vomit blood and turn back. The powerful force caused him to smash countless meteorites and smash through many star worlds along the way, and he flew hundreds of millions of miles before barely stopping. As soon as Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, he grabbed the ancient emperor, flying past him, and the powerful force directly stopped the ancient emperor. At this time, of course, the consciousness of the ancient emperor has fallen into chaos. Even if Zhao Gongming didn't use all his strength, it made him extremely uncomfortable. Xuanhuan looked at the ancient emperor with a smile and said softly, "You flee there, did you escape?" The ancient emperor was finally captured. Xuanhuan was in a good mood. At this time, the ancient emperor's consciousness gradually came to his senses. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and happened to see Xuanhuan's face. His eyes widened in fright, and he tried hard to break free from the shackles, but it was all in vain. "Calm down for a while, you can't escape," Xuanhuan snorted lightly. Hearing this, the ancient emperor looked back, and when he saw this nightmare-like face, he gritted his teeth. "Why is it you again?" The short 3 words contain the journey of the ancient emperor's ups and downs. The former ancient emperor was the #1 person in the Xuanchu Great world, and his cultivation base was also a strong one in the starry sky. As a result, Xuanhuan was born out of nowhere, stepping on the hero all the way, and finally challenged him step by step. In the end, he failed and lost consecutively. This time, he was unlucky to fall into Xuanhuan's hands again, which made him almost collapse. Why did he become unable to move when he met Xuanhuan? I said, Xiaozi, do you miss me very much? Xuanhuan said jokingly. He will now consider whether to kill the ancient emperor directly. To be honest, he has no enmity with the ancient emperor, it's just that they stand on different positions. Although the ancient emperor was paranoid, he was still upright. He was always an upright challenge, and he never made a knife behind his back. It's not entirely true to say that he is stupid, it's just that he has stood in the invincible position for too long, and he can't see conspiracies and tricks at all. Fall into your hands again, you'd better kill me. The ancient emperor closed his eyes, knowing that he couldn't escape this time, and he didn't want to beg for mercy, so he just begged for death. Xuanhuan was amused. The character of the ancient emperor was very similar to his previous life, and he had the aura of not saying anything even if he was killed. Just when Xuanhuan was hesitating whether to kill the ancient emperor, the emptiness beside the ancient emperor suddenly opened a hole, and a big hand as black as ink protruded from it, directly shooting Xuanhuan away, and at the same time, grabbed the ancient emperor in his hands. Seeing this, Dijiang quickly stood in front of Xuanhuan to protect him. Xuanhuan and Zhao Gongming did the same thing. This breath, not good, it's demonic energy. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, the aura emanating from that black hand was too astonishing. He had fought against demons in his previous life, so he was extremely sensitive to demonic aura. At the same time, I felt a little terrified. As if facing a formidable enemy, Dijiang said coldly, "Who is it? Why don't you come out and fight?" At this time, Xuanhuan's heart had already set off a stormy sea. Just now, that black claw even sent Xuanhuan, who has completed the holy realm, flying away. How strong is the opponent? Is it a saint? Thinking of this, he felt chills all over his body. There is actually a saint behind the ancient emperor? He put his hands together subconsciously, wanting to take out the jade token given by Taoist prisoner, ready to summon Taoist prisoner at any time. The black hand holding the ancient emperor did not withdraw immediately. A gloomy voice came out from the crack, "Little guy, your cultivation is pretty good, even the person I like can be defeated twice in a row by your hands. Gooey demon god? Very interesting." What? Xuanhuan was terrified when he heard that. The voice in the crack could actually see through his identity. Both Dijiang and Zhao Gongming looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. They all suddenly remembered what the Jade Bone Demon Lord said. It turned out that the person Jade Bone Demon Lord mentioned was Xuanhuan. The ancient emperor was sluggish in the black hands, he said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, I let you down again this time." Unexpectedly, when he came out of the mountain again, he met Xuanhuan again. He thought he was too unlucky, and his heart was full of shame, ashamed of the teacher's teaching. "He's my man, gooey demon god's little guy, don't stare at him in the future. How about giving me some face?" That voice sounded again, as if it came from ancient times, full of domineering aura. Xuanhuan frowned, and said in a deep voice, "You should let me know your name, right? How about giving you some face?" Xuanhuan, Dijiang, Zhao Gongming, and Xuanhuan all stared at the black hand, preventing him from protruding and hurting others. Name, if you don't mention it, I will almost forget it. Hey, forget it, since you are chosen by someone, it's okay to tell you. My name is Emperor Prisoner. The voice was laughing loudly, and as soon as the words fell, it grabbed the ancient emperor and retracted into the crack. Xuanhuan and others, directly petrified. Prison? Imprisoning Emperor Zun? How is this possible? Xuanhuan's face changed from cloudy to sunny, and he was dumbfounded. Instantly. Isn't prisoner Emperor Zun a strong man from ancient times? Is he still alive? And he also said, Xuanhuan was chosen by someone. Who is that person? Can the prisoner emperor be so frightened that he dare not make a move? Xuanhuan's mind became confused like a paste. At this time, the crack disappeared, and the aura of the ancient emperor also disappeared, but Shenong, Di Jiang, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming all fell silent. Emperor Xuanhuan was fine, he didn't participate in the operation of the prison area, and he didn't have much impression of this ancient strong man. After the ancient emperor and prisoner emperor disappeared, Xuanhuan and others were suspended in place, unable to calm down for a long time. Prisoner Emperor Zun gave him the feeling that it was too shocking, making it difficult for them to maintain a calm state of mind. Shenong, do you estimate how strong prisoner emperor is? Xuanhuan raised his head and asked Shenong. Prisoner emperor had no hostility towards him, otherwise he would have killed them long ago. It's just that the ancient emperor had this strong man as his backer, which made him a little depressed. There is no way to estimate, it is likely to be a saint. Shenong's face was ugly, but he was beyond the ordinary consummate existence. And it was very difficult to fail under the title of saint. But facing the aura of prisoner Emperor Zun, his soul trembled. But he didn't understand one thing, why the aura of prisoner Emperor Zun was demonic aura. The way of magic is bound by the way of heaven, and it is not even compatible with him. In the prehistoric world, there used to be a demon ancestor who tried to compete with Dao ancestor Hongjun, but unfortunately, the Dao of heaven could not tolerate him, and eventually he died and Dao disappeared. Among the saints he knew, there were no demons at all, and how did prisoner emperor achieve the holy position? Could it be that the rules of this universe are completely different from those in the prehistoric period? Saint Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming and Emperor Xuanhuan were all shocked. To them, a saint was the ultimate pinnacle. It's just that none of them reached that height in their previous lives. Ding. Trigger the supreme mission, defeat prisoner emperor. Task details. Because the host was defeated by prisoner emperor twice, he was very unwilling to trigger the task. If the host can defeat prisoner emperor, he will get a designated a chance to summon a super strong man. A chance to reach the peak of the strong man. A chance to copy the strong man. A chance to pass on skills. A chance to die loyal to the peak. A chance to enter the dojo. A chance to awaken beyond the limits. Supreme level task? And there is also the awakening beyond the limit. I didn't expect this prisoner emperor to be so important. It's just that whether the opportunity to awaken beyond the limit is met, this supreme level task is a bit far away. After a while, it can't be completed. Must be as hard to trigger as Die Hard Pinnacle. Disaster? It can be triggered even when it is difficult, and it will be triggered sooner or later, don't worry. Let's go, it's just a prisoner of Emperor Zun, and he can't make any big waves. If he could come out, he would have come out a long time ago. Why bother to warn? Xuanhuan said in high spirits. Let everyone shine. Xuanhuan's words, like enlightenment, made everyone wake up. Some of the pressure is gone. Everyone showed bright smiles again, chatting while following Xuanhuan to the ancient immortal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the sky resounded in the starry sky, and all the monks were flying with their swords, tearing apart the aura along the way. Flying in the front is the sword lord Qin Tong. Qin Tong stood on the sword, with his hands behind his back. His face was cold. And he didn't know what he was thinking. The 7 sword cultivators following behind were all in the holy realm, and their auras were extremely powerful. Senior Qin's complexion is ugly. Emperor Haoyan is really as powerful as in the legend. Aren't you talking nonsense? Even Songlian Shenzhuan was killed by him. With us joining forces, are you still afraid of Emperor Haoyan? The 7 sword cultivators were discussing in low voices, and the worst among them was also in the middle stage of the Holy Realm. One of them was also listed as the 30th emperor in the Starry Sky list. He was wearing a blue robe, imposing, and although his face was ordinary, he gave people a sense of ease and elegance. His name is Qianlan's cultivation in the late stage of the Holy Realm. Qin Tong heard their discussion and said aloud, "Don't underestimate the enemy. The Songlian immortal has not appeared until now. It is very likely that he has been killed by the other party. Can the 7 of you work together to kill an immortal?" As soon as these words came out, the 7 sword cultivators fell silent. Instantly, Qianlan moved her lips and said, "Aren't you still here? With your strength, it is not impossible to defeat Songlian immortal." When they heard that Qin Tong asked them for help, they agreed without hesitation. Although they are also sword cultivators, they are far behind Ouyang Jing's lineage. Ouyang Jing's disciples are few, but all of them are very powerful, and Qin Tong is even known as the gentleman in the sword. We must go all out, pay attention to safety, let alone underestimate the enemy. Qin Tong reminded. He had an intuition that Xuanhuan was not simple, and he had to nip it in the bud. If Haoyan court becomes stronger in the future, it will be troublesome. And the direction they are going here is the ancient immortal realm. The starry sky is incomparably vast, and Xuanhuan is elusive, but Emperor Haoyan might want to invade the ancient fairy world after taking down Songlian immortal, and they plan to go there first and wait for work at ease. Under normal circumstances, unless you want to be an immortal, no one is willing to occupy the immortal world, because it will be targeted by heaven. A group of 8 people quickly rushed towards the bright place in the depths of the starry sky. They didn't suppress their aura. They flew all the way at a very high speed, and no one dared to stop them. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed by in a hurry. After prisoner emperor disappeared with the ancient emperor, he never appeared again. Let Shenong and others breathe a sigh of relief. And Xuanhuan has been cultivating for a while. Although he has not made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he will explode sooner or later due to his accumulation. It is estimated that in 2 more days, we will be able to reach the ancient immortal realm. Shenong looked at the starry sky ahead and said. They stood on the white clouds and used the technique of vertical clouds to move forward. Very good, let's go all the way this time. Xuanhuan nodded and said. Along the way, they met many monks, so the news of their trip had to be revealed. Even faster than their speed. Now the entire starry sky is spreading the news that Emperor Haoyan is leading his men to kill the ancient fairy world. For a moment, the entire ancient fairy world became strange and unpredictable. As the distance from the ancient immortal realm got closer, the strange aura became more and more serious. The monks who came and went did not dare to make a sound, and left in a hurry as soon as they met. The starry sky islands near here are all open, far away from the ancient fairyland. All because of one name, Emperor Haotian. Not long ago, the ancient immortal realm was split open by Emperor Haotian's men, and Songlian immortal venerable was directly taken away, leaving the ancient immortal realm leaderless and incomparably chaotic. Now it is rumored that Emperor Haotian is attacking the ancient fairy world. Can they not be flustered? On a fiery red planet, Xuanhuan Yunfeng was sitting cross-legged on a boulder to heal his injuries. A golden roulette is suspended behind it, exuding dazzling light. He is surrounded by a dense forest, covering the sky and the sun. The sunlight shines in through the gaps in the leaves and reflects on the ground, forming light spots of various shapes. Occasionally, there are strange calls in the jungle, which makes this place full of strength. Thriller. At this time, Xuanhuan Yunfeng seemed to feel something, suddenly opened his eyes, frowned, and suddenly shouted, "Who, get out?" As soon as the words fell, a figure shot out from the grass leisurely, and the light faded. It was Qin Tong. At the same time, behind him, the figures of Qianlan and the others appeared. They looked at Xuanhuan Yunfeng with embarrassing expressions. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, Xuanhuan Yunfeng's reputation is too great. In the starry sky, no one has heard of Xuanhuan Yunfeng's name. Especially Qianlan, who is also a strong man on the starry sky arrogance list. He has always been a role model for Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Did not expect to meet here today. What's the matter with you? Xuanhuan Yunfeng obviously knew Qin Tong, and after his face calmed down, he closed his eyes again and asked softly. With a smile on Qin Tong's face, he said softly, "I want to ask you to do me a favor." "You want me to help you avenge?" Xuanhuan Yunfeng continued. Recently, the news that Qin Tong wants to seek revenge from Emperor Haotian has been widely spread, so he must have heard of it when he came to the ancient immortal realm. Qin Tong said with a smile, "Yes, looking at the entire ancient fairy world. The only helper I can find now is you." The 7 people behind were relatively honest about this matter, and they were more reserved when facing Xuanhuan Yunfeng. "Give me a reason to help you," Xuanhuan Yunfeng said indifferently. Even if Qin Tong is a strong man in the holy realm, even if his master is Ouyang Jing, he still dare not trust Xuanhuan Yunfeng's attitude. To be able to achieve today's status, Xuanhuan Yunfeng must be backed by a powerful force, a super strong man no less than Ouyang Jing. Qin Tong still said with a smile on his face, "The thing you want is not only in the prison area, but also in another place. If you help me kill Emperor Haotian, I will take you to find it myself." As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan Yunfeng opened his eyes. Immediately, he traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to the ancient immortal western regions, but he didn't expect that the prison domain was beyond imagination. Although he was unwilling to do so, he took a break before going to the prison domain. Prisoners are not so powerful. "Are you serious?" Xuanhuan Yunfeng asked. "Even if I lie to others, can I still lie to you, Xuanhuan Yunfeng?" Qin Tong still said kindly. Xuanhuan Yunfeng fell into deep thought. He hesitated for a while before saying, "Okay, I'll help you just once." Hearing these words, Qianlan and the others suddenly showed surprise expressions. With the help of Xuanhuan Yunfeng, their confidence in this trip is even greater. Of course, what is more important is that they have the opportunity to fight with the idol Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Even get into a relationship. Xuanhuan Yunfeng's aspiration to become the world's #1 Tianjiao has long been recognized by Xingkong. Therefore, being able to establish a relationship with Xuanhuan Yunfeng will be very helpful for their future practice. Just like that, after Xuanhuan Yunfeng got up, he followed Qin Tong and others and flew towards the starry sky. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Su Haoyan and others were able to see the outline of the ancient fairyland, the densely packed stars, and countless flying islands. Witnessing the majestic appearance of the ancient fairyland again, he could still feel its magnificence. Su Haoyan stood on the cloud, looked at the ancient fairy world, then grinned, and then waved his right hand. A bright light suddenly appeared. It is the heavenly book. From today onwards, I will become the real emperor of heaven, Su Haoyan said with a smile. While he was speaking, he spread out the heavenly book, and there were glittering golden names floating in it, so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. With a thought in his mind, the name on the heavenly book suddenly stopped floating, and just remained motionless. At the same time, in the ancient fairy world, millions of immortals suddenly felt a surge of supreme heavenly power from the bottom of their hearts, and they lost control of their bodies. This coercion. The immortals were terrified, and some of them began to scream. What's going on? Could it be the immortal venerable? No, someone is manipulating the heavenly book. Wait, could it be Emperor Haoyan? You mean Emperor Haoyan killed the immortal venerable and won the control over the heavenly book? Are you talking nonsense? An atmosphere of panic erupted in the ancient fairy world, and the bodies of the immortals flew up uncontrollably. Some flew out of their own palaces, some flew out of dangerous places, and some flew out of closed doors. They all radiated divine brilliance, and they all flew in one direction. Such a scene was immediately seen by the creatures in the ancient fairy world, and thought it was Emperor Haoyan's attack, and the immortals and demons collectively dispatched to fight against Emperor Haoyan. But they don't know that the immortals in their minds are about to turn their backs. Haha, as expected of the immortal world, this recovery ability is fast. Su Haoyan sighed. A few months ago, the ancient immortal world was split open by Daoist Tai, and he never thought it would be restored so quickly. Shenong nodded and said, this fairyland is protected by the way of heaven, and it is normal to be able to recover quickly. Fairyland? Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled. But when he saw the low-key Shenong next to him, he wiped out the ambition that had just arisen. Looking at the countless golden lights floating in the ancient fairy world, Su Haoyan's smile became even brighter. Soon on the starry sky island near the ancient immortal realm, some cultivators spotted Su Haoyan and his party. Here we come, Emperor Haoyan is here, someone exclaimed. Ever since Songlian Immortal Venerable was defeated by Su Haoyan's subordinates, Su Haoyan has become the nightmare of the ancient fairy world. Coupled with the recent rumors that Emperor Haoyan was coming to kill the ancient fairy world, they all panicked. At the same time, the immortals and demons all flew out of the ancient fairy world, and they flew towards Su Haoyan and others like golden beams of light. The picture is magnificent. Such a scene made many monks nervous, especially the soldiers in front of the city gate. The battle is about to begin. That's General Dong, and there are other generals. Heavenly soldiers and generals are dispatched. Emperor Haoyan will definitely die. However, last time 1,000,000 immortals failed to stop Emperor Haoyan's footsteps. Can they really do it this time? That's a must. Immortals and demons protect the ancient fairy world. If they can't do it, who else can there be? The soldiers at the city gate talked with all the creatures, and more and more. Creatures rose into the sky and looked out of the ancient fairy world, looking expectantly and nervously. Zhao Gongming turned his head and said with a ferocious face, "These bastards came at the right time. I don't want to kill these awful, I want to keep it and it's still useful. But those who don't remember the rebels, let's kill them." Xuanhuan shook his head and said with a smile, looking at a famous fairy. The strangeness in his eyes is getting stronger and stronger. From today, these immortals belong to Emperor Haoyan. Whizzing. A golden beam of light flew towards the sky. The speed is so fast that people's eyes can't keep up. The creatures in the ancient fairy world were very excited. Usually it is difficult for them to see these revered immortals and demons. What made them most happy was that all these immortals flew towards Emperor Haoyan. Obviously, the immortals and demons all have the determination to kill Emperor Haoyan. Fengshen is also dispatched. Isn't that the 72 cave Xingjuan? Unexpectedly, even they were alarmed. I'll go. No way, isn't that the 4 major families headed by the Yun family? They have also dispatched. This time Emperor Haoyan is doomed. With the appearance of a fairy demon who had not been around for a long time, the entire ancient fairy world exploded in an instant. Many powerhouses who have been sealed as immortals also fly to the sky. This is a good opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Maybe they can take this opportunity to be favored by immortals and rank in the immortal class. From the point of view of Xuanhuan and the others, countless tyrannical figures were flying towards them at a very high speed. If an ordinary saint saw such a scene, he would definitely be nervous and feel his scalp tingling. Shenong blocked all the coercion for Xuanhuan and watched millions of immortals flying towards him with ease. Emperor Xuanhuan's hands trembled a little. Even though he was the leader of the human tribe in the wilderness, and even though he had been watched by everyone, it was the first time he felt being watched by millions of immortals and demons at the same time. Looking at Xuanhuan's calm face, there was a complicated look in his eyes. Well, that's right, there's an aura of heaven, such a good show is about to begin. Soon, the fastest flying demon stopped 100 meters in front of Xuanhuan, each of them stiffened, and their faces were covered with bean-sized beads of sweat in the golden light. Looking at the heavenly book in Xuanhuan's hand, their eyes were full of panic and despair. The heavenly book is really in Emperor Haoyan's hands, so that means Songlian Immortal is dead. If they dare to resist, Xuanhuan has mastered the heavenly book, and a single thought can knock them out of their wits. Xuanhuan didn't open his mouth, just looked at them with a smile. He was waiting for all the immortals to arrive. 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 200,000. As time went by, the number of immortals and demons in front of Xuanhuan became more and more, and the golden light shone brightly, illuminating the starry sky, making them look magnificent. Zhao Gongming was very excited. If he could control the ancient immortal world, what kind of height would he achieve? Dijiang and Shenong were relatively calm. Xuanhuan also calmed down from the initial shock. No matter how many immortals and demons there are in front of them, they are not enough to look at in front of the sage. Soon, the number of immortals and demons exceeded 1 million, and the entire starry sky was dyed golden. That's right, it's getting more and more interesting. Xuanhuan's smile became brighter and brighter. The strength of the immortals and demons is very strong. A large proportion of immortals and demons have reached the Dou Yu realm, which is much stronger than the heavenly court in the previous life. After all, it's just a small fairy world, not even the big Xuanhuan world. But the ancient immortal realm controls more than 200 big worlds. Of course, the demon court controlled by the demon emperor Dou Yu is really uncertain for the time being. Hey, what's going on? Why don't you fight? Wait a minute, didn't you notice that the expressions of the immortals and demons are a little different? Indeed, why are they standing there motionless, and their breath has completely restrained? It's not right, it's absolutely not right. Why are you just watching and not talking? The surrounding creatures were talking a lot, and an inexplicable panic spread rapidly. They are all monks with quick minds, and they are not fools. They quickly discovered the clues from the performance of the immortals and demons. At the same time, in the distance of the starry sky, 9 figures flew over. They were Qin Tong, Xuanhuan Yunfeng and his group. Looking at the nearly 1,000,000 immortals in front of him, Qin Tong frowned and said, "What's wrong? What happened? Why are these immortals standing still?" Xuanhuan Yunfeng also frowned, suddenly feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. At this time, Xuanhuan's voice suddenly sounded, "Kneel down." He deliberately used enough mana, which was equivalent to suddenly shouting in the starry sky. In an instant, the voice rolled out, resounding through the entire starry sky, and the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven was inviolable. As soon as his words fell, millions of immortals and demons knelt down neatly and worshipped Xuanhuan. The scene was extremely shocking and spectacular. The creatures behind the fairy demon who were watching the excitement and preparing to fish in troubled waters were dumbfounded. "Nima, what's the situation? Why did the fairies just kneel down?" Xuanhuan looked at Longyan with great joy, holding the heavenly book in his right hand, and laughed wildly, in high spirits, as if he was the lord of the starry sky. "Humph, what about the ancient fairyland? From today onwards, the ancient fairyland will be renamed Haoyan." His arrogant voice spread out loudly and unscrupulously, making the immortals kneeling in the void grieve with hatred, but they were unable to speak. The rest of the creatures were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened. The development of the situation is too ridiculous, right? Both Qin Tong and Xuanhuan Yunfeng's expressions changed wildly, and they knew what happened in an instant. Songlian, Immortal Venerable, is dead. The Book of Heaven was obtained by Xuanhuan. Emperor Haoyan. Xuanhuan Yunfeng muttered to himself, his consciousness swept forward, and he suddenly remembered the young man he met in the prison. And Qin Tong had an ugly look on his face. He didn't expect that celestial Master Songlian really died. But he also found that Xuanhuan and his group did not have the aura of Daoist Tai. That Master Tai, who had completely abused Songlian Immortal Venerable, didn't come with Xuanhuan. Thinking of this, he was suddenly ecstatic, and quickly shouted, "Kill me! Kill Emperor Haoyan!" As soon as the words fell, he rushed out first, and the long sword at the bottom of his feet was held in his hands suddenly, and the others followed closely behind. Xuanhuan and others had already discovered the arrival of Qin Tong and others. At this time, without Xuanhuan's order, Zhao Gongming flew out first. 24 Dinghai pearls on the right hand flew out, ready to bloody these bastards. Mr. Zhao's cultivation speed in the early stages of the Holy Realm was naturally not slow, and he was about to bump into Qin Tong in the blink of an eye. What? Go away. Qin Tong didn't release his divine sense to sense the incoming person at all. And in anger, he raised his sword and slashed away. His current deity is not the clone from last time. His deity has the cultivation base of the initial stage of the Holy Realm. His sword energy blasted out across the starry sky, intending to cut Zhao Gongming in half. Zhao Gongming had no expression on his face, so he raised his palm and patted it. Boom. The long sword collided with the Dinghai pearl in Zhao Gongming's palm. Instantly, and in an instant, the spiritual energy in the starry sky exploded, forming a spiritual energy storm visible to the naked eye, sweeping away in all directions. Qin Tong's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in his heart, "What kind of treasure is this?" With a bang, Qin Tong was directly bounced away by Zhao Gongming, but Zhao Gongming was also bounced out. Seeing this, Xuanhuan Yunfeng led 7 of them to become a saint, and directly killed Su Haoyan. Su Haoyan sneered again and again, with a look of sarcasm on his face. A group of guys who don't know the depth. Ever since meeting prison Emperor Zun and prison Taoist, Su Haoyan has no feeling for this rare genius in a million years. Just like ordinary people. Ji Xuanhuan gently drew out the Xuanhuan sword, which was as wide as a door panel and 1.5 meters long, with ferocious and terrifying dragon patterns engraved on the surface. Full of infinite arrogance. It was Xuanhuan's sword. Xuanhuan's sword was once practiced by a sage and benefited from the luck of the human race. The refinement of merit has already become a chaotic spiritual treasure, and it is also the best among the chaotic spiritual treasures. Holding the Xuanhuan sword in his hand, Ji Xuanyuan's entire aura suddenly changed, revealing a domineering aura of a king who despises the world. "Shen Nong, protect your majesty, brother, I'm new here, I should behave well. So I'll kill this thief," Ji Xuanyuan said with a chuckle. Let Shen Nong smile slightly. The two were practicing together in Huiyun Cave, and their relationship was naturally unusual. At this time, Xuanyuan's half-joking words made Shen Nong smile and said, "Go, clean up." "Clean up? Nima. Are you two killing people?" The corner of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched, slandering endlessly. Ji Xuanyuan smiled and disappeared on the cloud in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he flew to a place tens of miles ahead of Xuanhuan Yunfeng. Without hesitation, he swung the Xuanhuan sword and slashed at Xuanhuan Yunfeng. In an instant, Xuanhuan's sword slashed out a 10,000 zhang sword energy, and a blue light suddenly appeared, sweeping towards Xuanhuan Yunfeng fiercely with incomparable momentum. In an instant, Xuanhuan Yunfeng only felt an unimaginably violent and domineering sword energy, and his complexion suddenly changed. He only had time to block the golden wheel in front of him, and he was blown back. Instantly, there was a crackling sound. A generation of legendary Tianjiao was directly defeated by Emperor Xuanhuan. And it almost died. Seeing this scene, Qin Tong's eyes widened, Qianlan and the other 7 people almost fainted from fright. Eyeballs are about to pop out. Why is Xuanhuan Yunfeng so weak? Hey, where are you looking? Zhao Gongming held 42 Dinghai beads, and when the moment came, he slapped the stupid Qin Tong on the forehead. The hit made his eyes stare, and he flew upside down. The millions of immortals watching this scene stared wide-eyed, and countless creatures who watched the excitement gasped. That's Xuanhuan Yunfeng? Sword Lord is also completely suppressed. What's the situation? How did the strong in our starry sky become so fragile? Why are Emperor Haotian's subordinates more monstrous than one? It's over now. The creatures talked a lot, and some even slipped away when they saw that the situation was not good. Those creatures who are still stuck in place are nothing more than seeing that the millions of immortals have not left, there is still a last ray of hope in their hearts. Qin Tong was beaten to the ground by Zhao Gongming, his breath was unstable. And in a frenzy, he rushed towards Zhao Gongming again. However, before he could move, a majestic sword aura suddenly struck Qin Tong's eyes, and was pierced by the long sword directly, and Xuanhuan's sword was stirred by Xuanhuan for a while. Boom. Before Qin Tong could turn around to check who it was, he was blasted by the powerful sword energy, and his flesh and blood scattered in all directions. The dead can no longer die. Ding. Complete the side mission, The Wrath of the Sword King. The system rewards the host with a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to pass on a skill, and a chance to copy a strong man. Su Haotian, who was holding up the heavenly book, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Let him suddenly laugh out loud. Fuck, who else is not convinced? The voice shook all directions and the starry sky, making everyone who heard it terrified. The creatures suspended behind the fairy and demon were directly sluggish, and it was difficult to recover for a long time. Facing the mighty Emperor Haotian, they were powerless to threaten them. Even at this moment, their brains became dull, and their bodies were unable to react, let alone the thought of running away. Xuanhuan laughed softly, if you are so strong, a great event has been accomplished. Millions of immortals and demons turned against each other. The ancient immortal realm has become Su Haotian's cyst. Millions of immortals were controlled by Su Haotian, and they couldn't resist at all. They could only grit their teeth and endure it. The shock and helplessness in their eyes had now turned into fear. Xuanhuan and Zhao Gongming are already strong enough, and there are two strong men behind Su Haotian who have not made a move. Under normal circumstances, the last one to make a move must be the strongest of the strong. What's more, Su Haotian still holds a big killer like the Book of Heaven in his hands. This war has been over since the beginning. Roar. Suddenly Di Jiang flew towards the starry sky, shouted angrily, and his figure rose extremely quickly, reaching a height of 10,000 zhang in an instant. Amidst the red light, shake the sea of clouds all around. Countless creatures were shocked by this roar, and their consciousness was in a trance. Shangguan Yunfeng, who was suspended millions of miles away, was covered in blood. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor he had before, and he was in a state of embarrassment. Looking at the tall Dijiang, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Whoever defeated him with a single sword blow shattered the self-esteem of this once-in-a-million-year genius. And the aura of this giant and strong man is even stronger. Who are they? Shangguan Yunfeng thought in horror. He was a little confused. Why would there be such a powerful person in the small ancient immortal star field? The mighty Tianjiao is the one standing on the front line in the starry sky. What's more, he is still ranked in the top 10 on the Tianjiao list. He clearly saw that Su Haotian's cultivation was only in the Deluasian immortal realm, and he didn't understand why Su Haotian would have someone from the holy realm following him. Shangguan Yunfeng's background is also quite strong, even to a certain extent. He is not inferior to the Star Alliance, but even so, there is still no strong person following the Holy Realm, and Qin Tong is also in the early stage of the Holy Realm, but he was still defeated by that person. Jianbang killed. For a moment, Shangguan Yunfeng's heart also became confused. Su Haoyan didn't notice Shangguan Yunfeng's expression, because in his eyes, Shangguan Yunfeng was no longer important. Immortals obey orders, all return to the ancient fairy world. Su Haoyan shouted loudly. As soon as his words fell, millions of immortals and demons all turned around and flew up. The scene was incomparably spectacular. The golden light on their bodies is dazzling, and they gather together like a sun. This frightened the creatures, watching the excitement behind. Facing millions of immortals and demons, the shock was enough to make them tremble with fear. And their scalps went numb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fairy demon turned around and flew towards the ancient fairy world quickly, like a pop of rain, illuminating the starry sky with incomparable brilliance. Oh my God, the immortals actually obey Emperor Haoyan's orders? Why did it become like this? Look, Emperor Haoyan holds it. Is that the legendary heavenly book? Countless creatures were scattered by the wave of fairy demons turning and flying away, and the screams of exclamation echoed in the starry sky for a long time. The return of the fairy demon to the fairyland is extremely powerful, like a meteor shower across the starry sky, rumbling and shaking the entire starry sky. So what about millions of immortals and demons? In the end, they were called around by me? Su Haoyan laughed vigorously, looking at the ancient fairy world in front of him. His eyes were full of madness. Songli, an immortal venerable Dai, can he quell his 170,000 years of hatred? Wrong, the hatred has not been reported yet, and there are still people who have not paid the price for it. The immortals and demons who besieged the holy court back then had to pay the price of death, even if they had different positions. Repaying debts, killing people and paying their lives is justified. Whether it's past life or this life, Su Haoyan only wants to enjoy his kindness and hatred. I am sorry for those comrades who died. Seeing Su Haoyan's crazy eyes, Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling a little worried. Will Su Haoyan lose his mind by obtaining the ancient immortal realm so easily? Of course, Su Haoyan's kindness is too great. Let him return to the peak. He will naturally not betray Su Haoyan because of this. But thinking of all the inconceivable things that Su Haoyan has come along this way, he is almost making great strides forward. If he gets lost, he will no longer be the current Su Haoyan. What should we do? Senior Qin has already fallen. Should we withdraw? At the very least, we must let the patriarch know the cause of Uncle Qin's death. 3 of the 7 people brought by Qin Tong were left at this time, and the other 4 died not in the fighting, but in the aftermath of the fighting, which can be described as extremely unlucky. The 3 of you look at me, I look at you, and the next second they all turn around and run away the way they came. Shangguan Yunfeng didn't hesitate, turned around and staggered away. The overall situation has been decided, and it doesn't make any sense for him to stay. It's better to leave early, so as not to cause a fatal disaster. Ding. Trigger the side mission, The Wrath of the Sword Master. Mission. Details, because the host killed Qin Tong, the disciple of the Sword Master. Ouyang Jing, the Sword Master, is famous in the starry sky for protecting his weaknesses. If the host defeats Ouyang Jing, the system will reward the host a chance to summon the strong, a chance to copy the strong, a chance to awaken beyond the limit. Another system prompt sounded, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to freeze suddenly. Sword Master Ouyang Jing. The legendary figure in the starry sky, the #1 swordsman, has no record of defeat, and a strong man with various honors, making him a legendary Existence in the starry sky. How many creatures grew up listening to Ouyang Jing's story when they set foot in the starry sky? Because the big world in the starry sky is different from the mysterious big world in the sealed state. They are all open. All the big and small things in the universe will be transmitted to these big and small worlds. For a long time in the past, Ouyang Jing was the master of everything. His deeds spread across every corner of the starry sky. His legend, and his undefeated record made Ouyang Jing the standard by which people judge the strong. Xuanhuan just entered the starry sky and kept hearing about Ouyang Jing. Facing Ouyang Jing, who was about to become an enemy, he didn't have the panic and worry he imagined. On the contrary, very excited and excited. What about Ouyang Jing? Can he be stronger than Di Jiang? Can you beat Xuanhuan? What excites Xuanhuan the most is that the task of defeating Ouyang Jing will give him a chance to awaken beyond the limit. If Yang Jian, Neza, Tai Daoist, and other extremely talented existences are allowed to completely surpass their talents and awaken, what heights will they reach? Even Xuanhuan couldn't imagine it. This is not a prehistoric world, and sanctification does not depend on the illusory merits of the heavenly Tao, the majestic purple energy. At least Prison Emperor Zun's strength is definitely higher than that of saints, so Prison Taoist may also be in the realm of saints. Hey, Ouyang Jing, your invincibility will be the stepping stone for me too. Truly walk towards the starry sky. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth raised high, and he smiled meaningfully. At the same time, the immortals and demons all returned to the ancient fairyland. Those creatures who still had some hope fled in all directions with terrified expressions. The speed is so fast that it has surpassed their own limits. I was afraid that if I was too slow to escape, I would be bombarded and killed by Xuanhuan. Sword Lord is dead. That fellow Xuanhuan Yunfeng chose to run away? Emperor Haoyan is really invincible this time. Even Ouyang Jing's disciple dared to kill him. Leave quickly, Emperor Haoyan is a lunatic. We can't afford to suffer along with him. Hearing the screams echoing in the starry sky, Xuanhuan's face was filled with a bright smile. Haotian Court's domination of the ancient immortal realm is just around the corner. Let's go back to the new heaven. Xuanhuan laughed out loud, making Xuanhuan, Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming and Ji Xuanhuan very excited. Taking down the ancient immortal realm, Haotian will definitely take off. As great heroes, they will naturally not lose their benefits. At the same time, they will also become famous in the starry sky immediately. Apart from being excited, Ji Xuanhuan's eyes were full of complexities when he looked at Xuanhuan. In his previous life, even if he was called the emperor of the human race, even if everyone in the world praised him, he was not as strong and a real war leader as Xuanhuan is now. Xuanhuan is too strong. Witnessing Xuanhuan easily conquering a fairyland, Ji Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling admiration for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's ability to subdue Di Jiang, Xuanhuan, Zhao Gongming and other superpowers must be great. At least he is extremely envious. While everyone had different thoughts, Xuanhuan and his group flew towards the ancient fairy world. During the flight, Xuanhuan ordered in his heart, system, start summoning the strong. He still chooses to keep the designated opportunities. As for these ordinary summons, he can use them as he comes. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Then the system notification sounded, which made Xuanhuan feel more refreshed. This time, his state of mind was very stable, without any urgency, that is to Say, he could summon anyone he wanted. With Dijiang and Shenong at their peak, who else could he be afraid of in the starry sky? What's more, he still has a super strong man standing behind him. Apart from the mysterious, prisoner Emperor Zun and Xingxiu, who else would he be afraid of when looking at the 3000 Great World? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Meng Jiangnu. It comes from an unofficial legend. Does the host choose to summon again? Meng Jiangnu? Summoned to cry the Great Wall? He just wanted to cry, but he didn't. Su Haoyan rolled his eyes secretly, and directly chose to call again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Bixiao. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Bixiao? I'll go. Come whatever you want. First there was Yunxiao, and now there is another Bixiao. If Qiongxiao is recruited in the future, wouldn't it be possible to set up a 9-curved yellow river formation? Then the saint can't come out, invincible exists. Thinking of the scene where Mistress Sanxiao had set up a 9-curved yellow river formation in the starry sky, making all the major forces in the starry sky helpless, Su Haoyan felt a surge of newness. Summon, restore the memory of the previous life. Su Haoyan happily ordered. Now he has been summoned to Erxiao, and he is still 1 xiao away. It's not that he didn't expect to use the designated summon to summon the last Yun Xiao. But after another thought, now that there are so many strong people in my hands, it's not time to desperately, so let's wait and see. After all, leaving a way out for yourself is the way to be a human being. With that in mind, he called up Bai Zhao's attribute list. Mistress of 3 Xiaos, Bai Xiao, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the 3 fairies with the world. Cultivation level, great perfection in the saint realm. Cultivation technique, 9 heavens divine kung fu. Supernatural powers, Juku Yellow River Formation. The universe is everywhere. Magic weapon, Hunyuan Jindo. Loyalty, 79/100. Hunyuan Jindo. When he saw Bai Zhao's magic weapon, Su Haoyan immediately became happy. It was the name of Hunyuan Jindo that really excited him. In the Romance of the Gods, there is a poem describing Hunyuan Jindo in this way. This fight grows out of the sky, and the heavens and the earth are hidden in the 3 talents. They are taught by Bio Palace, and all the disciples of the Changjiao are affected. He has all the treasures in his collection. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Su Haoyan's mind, which made Su Haoyan laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Dijiang, Shenong, and Zhao Gongming were all baffled. They thought Su Haoyan was excited about getting the ancient immortal realm. After entering the ancient immortal realm, they flew directly to Immortal City. After the restoration of the ancient fairy world, it is still so magnificent. As if it has not experienced the previous battle, nor was it split in half by the real Tai. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Shangguan Yunfeng was flying with an ugly expression. His mind was full of Xuanhuan's sword and Dijiang's majestic figure. He is not reconciled. The revenge of this sword will definitely be taken back twice in the future. Just as Shangguan Yunfeng was gnashing his teeth, a gloomy jet-black Dharma ship suddenly appeared in front of him. It was 20,000 feet long, and the flag, printed with blood-colored patterns, was fluttering in the wind, like a starry sky beast roaring towards it. Shangguan Yunfeng's face changed slightly, and he muttered to himself, Zhang Wuchen from the Star Alliance? Zhang Wuchen, one of the elders of the Star Alliance, even Shangguan Yunfeng, was extremely afraid of the existence beyond the Saint Realm. Because Zhang Wuchen's attack is fierce, as long as it can kill the other party, he doesn't care what kind of method it is. Zhang Wuchen actually came to the ancient immortal starfield. Could it be for Emperor Haoyan? What enmity does Emperor Haoyan have with the Star Alliance? Thoughts were racing through Xuanhuan Yunfeng's mind, and he continued to fly forward. Hee. Isn't this Xuanhuan Yunfeng? How did this happen? Isn't this too miserable? In the pitch-black French boat, a mocking voice suddenly came out. The voice was sharp, hoarse, and it sounded like goosebumps. Zhang Wuchen. Xuanhuan Yunfeng's face became even uglier. He didn't talk to him, and continued to move forward. Looking at this posture, you were also defeated by Emperor Haoyan, right? It's really embarrassing for the Holy Emperor. I think it's better for the old man to deal with Emperor Haoyan. Zhang Wuchen's strange voice came again, making Xuanhuan Yunfeng's eyes flash with murderous intent. He still didn't say a word, and quickly passed the French boat. He didn't have the obligation to tell the other party that Qin Tong was dead. So it's better to let Zhang Wuchen be unlucky. Although Zhang Wuchen was stronger than Qin Tong, he was still limited in strength. In his opinion, Zhang Wuchen's troubles with Emperor Haoyan must have gone forever. Emperor Haoyan. Xuanhuan Yunfeng's eyes sparkled, and he had already firmly remembered the name in his heart. The Star Alliance's magic ship continued to fly forward, aiming at the ancient immortal realm. After entering the immortal city, Su Haoyan was suspended in the air, overlooking the entire immortal city. At this moment, the entire fairy city was surrounded by millions of fairy demons, and all the creatures in the city had already run away. So the place is dead silent now. Looking at the Shanzuan peak, which was mostly collapsed, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, held up the heavenly book, turned to face the immortals, swept their faces one by one, and finally said loudly, "In the future, I will be called the Emperor of Heaven. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven." Millions of immortals shouted in unison. The voice rumbled and went straight to the sky. Even so, their faces were full of unwillingness. If they weren't manipulated by the heavenly book, would they be like this now? While hating Su Haoyan in his heart, he was also helpless. The dominance of Tianwu is that it can speak or act according to Su Haoyan's consciousness. Tianwu has absolute control over immortals and demons. Therefore, there is a price to pay for longevity. For immortals and demons, their own freedom is the price they need to pay. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the ancient fairy world could hear the cries of the immortals, which made them extremely terrified. Emperor Haoyan really won the control of the ancient fairy world. In the future, he must obey Emperor Haoyan, and how will Haoyan treat them? 17,000 years ago, everyone who participated in the Battle of the Holy Court in the Xuanchu Great World came to Xiancheng. Su Haoyan shouted suddenly. With the heavenly book, the immortals would not dare to lie. As soon as the words fell, a fairy demon flew out of the team and flew into the fairy city. 100, 200, 1,000, 10,000. The number is still increasing, and a monstrous killing intent spreads in the ancient fairy world. Zhao Gongming grinned, his eyes were full of bloodlust. He knew what Su Haoyan was going to do next. Su Haoyan wants to kill everyone. He wants revenge, the great revenge of 170,000 years ago. Murdering again. Shenong closed his eyes and muttered to himself. He didn't open his mouth to stop Su Haoyan, because he couldn't. Because if it were him, he would do the same. The true nature of a man is to kill the person who deserves to be killed, and He must be worthy of his own conscience. From Xuanhuan's standpoint, those immortals deserve to be killed. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world, it's just a matter of different positions. After about one stick of incense passed, a total of 410,000 immortals flew into the fairy city. Xuanhuan stood in front of the entire team, so that all the immortals and demons who were close at hand could clearly see Xuanhuan's appearance. Immediately, the pupils shrank. This look. With the gradual awakening of the blood of Dou Yu demon god, Xuanhuan and his previous life Wang Xiaofeng became more and more similar, especially the innate arrogance between his brows. Almost exactly the same. Seeing this, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and manipulated the heavenly book with his mind to make these immortals speak. Wang Xiaofeng. Ah? Wang Xiaofeng, how is that possible? Didn't you let the immortal kill you? How could you still be alive? Emperor Haoyan? So you are a descendant of Wang Xiaofeng. So what? Are you capable of killing us? It wasn't that we insisted on embarrassing your holy court back then, it was all caused by Xuanhuan immortal venerable's willful will. The 410,000 immortals exploded immediately, some roared at Xuanhuan, some just exclaimed, and of course some feared death and knelt down on the ground, begging for mercy. Xuanhuan sneered, he wanted to torture them slowly, and kill them when their hearts were on the verge of collapse. Without Xuanhuan opening his mouth, Dijiang directly turned into the real body of Wu, with yellow light lingering around his body, making him look extremely ferocious. Looking at Dijiang's real ancestral witch, the immortals panicked even more. Except for speaking, all their instincts were controlled by Xuanhuan. Now he can only be slaughtered by Xuanhuan. Those immortals and demons floating outside the city were terrified to see it. But they didn't expect Emperor Haoyan to have a relationship with Wang Xiaofeng. The angry curses of the 410,000 immortals also spread in the ancient immortal world, making the entire ancient immortal world boil. For the monks in the ancient fairy world, most of the monks grew up listening to the stories of the slaughter of the holy court in the ancient fairy world. Legend has it that in a big world controlled by the ancient fairy world, a demon named Wang Xiaofeng appeared, trying to rebel, and the countless demons sent by Xuanhuan Xianzuan failed to kill him. In the end, Xuanhuan Xianzuan took action himself, killed this monster. In this legend, Wang Xiaofeng is an out-and-out demon, while Xuanhuan Xianzuan plays the role of the savior of mankind. So now that Emperor Haoyan is heard to avenge Wang Xiaofeng, can all the creatures in the ancient fairy world not be frightened? Kill them all, Xuanhuan said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, Dijiang shot directly. His arms trembled, and countless yellow flames blasted towards the 410,000 immortals and demons like thousands of beasts galloping. In an instant, 410,000 immortals and demons were instantly submerged in yellow. The flames shot up into the sky. Let Xianqing become a sea of fire. What? Wang Xiaofeng, you must die. How dare you disobey Tianwu, Emperor Haoyan, you will not survive in this world for long. Please, Emperor Haoyan, let me go, I was forced to do nothing back then. The 410,000 fairy demons screamed again and again, turning the fairy city into a purgatory in an instant. A fairy demon was burned to death by the flames released by Dijiang. Even the chance of reincarnation was deprived. Such a scene made the immortals outside the city tremble with fear, and couldn't help secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, 170,000 years ago, they had not achieved the immortal position. Dizhong's control over this yellow flame was extremely subtle, so that Xianqing did not suffer the slightest persecution. A fairy screamed in pain in the flames, with hatred, despair, regret, and fear of death on his face. Seeing their expressions, Xuanhuan felt as calm as water. The resentment hidden deep in the soul was completely dissipated. He finally got his revenge. He didn't shout happily, nor did he feel guilty about slaughtering 410,000 immortals. This is tit for tat, ashes for ashes, dust for dust. Shenong, Emperor Xuanhuan, and Zhao Gongming all watched all this expressionlessly. Their indifference made the immortals outside the city even more nervous and frightened. Will they be next? Soon all 410,000 immortals and demons were wiped out, not even a piece of clothing left. The sky above Xianqing suddenly became silent. Who else is not convinced? Xuanhuan's majestic voice spread over the sky of Xianqing. While speaking, he restored the mobility of the immortals and demons. Immediately, an immortal demon cursed angrily, "Emperor Haoyan, you must not." Before he finished speaking, a yellow light suddenly struck beside him, fell directly on his body, and instantly turned it into a wisp of black smoke. Quiet. Deathly silence. Although hundreds of thousands of immortals and demons have regained their freedom, no one is speaking, and no one wants to try to escape. The tragic death of 410,000 immortals can already explain everything, and it is enough to shock their minds. Do they still dare to have an opinion? At this time, Zhao Gongming frowned, and then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked somewhere in disbelief. I saw a beautiful woman in a green skirt floating on the side of the fairy city. She has a beautiful appearance, and her generous cultivation has reached the perfection of the holy realm. When she saw this woman, Zhao Gongming immediately knew who was coming. Junior sister Bixiao? My God, why is he here? He was puzzled. But as soon as he thought of Yun Xiao in the Xuanchu Great World, he immediately understood. This was done by Xuanhuan again. Xuanhuan didn't notice Zhao Gongming's gaze, nor did he see Bixiao's figure in the distance. From this moment on, you all have to serve me, otherwise you will be punished. Lightly. Of course you follow me, and I will lead the ancient fairy world to an unprecedented height. Xuanhuan laughed loudly. A threat, coupled with a subsequent promise, will not drive people to a dead end. At this moment, a monstrous killing intent blasted from the starry sky, like a violent wind and huge waves, making hundreds of millions of creatures in the ancient fairy world tremble with fear. Such a strong murderous aura. Xuanhuan frowned, and looked up, only to see that in the distance, as far as his eyes could see, the sky had been replaced by blood. Who is this? Could it be the Star Alliance? Xuanhuan muttered to himself, there are only a handful of enemies he offended in the starry sky. Just as he was secretly guessing, Zhang Wuchen's voice suddenly sounded. Emperor Haoyan, hurry up and die. The killing intent contained in the words made one's scalp tingle. Zhang Wuchen seemed certain that Xuanhuan would die. After all, he is a strong man in the holy realm. Although he cannot be said to be invincible in the ancient immortal realm, at least in the ancient immortal realm, when Songlian immortal venerable disappeared, no one could cause him any harm. Even the presence of Songlian immortal would not cause any harm to him. This is also the root of Zhang Wuchen's conceit. I saw Zhang Wuchen standing at the highest point on the Dharma ship of the Star Alliance, with a black robe fluttering in the wind, long silver white hair tied behind his head, and his eyebrows raised sharply, giving people a sinister and vicious feeling. Below and below are tens of thousands of Star Alliance believers. Although their cultivation levels are uneven, no one dares to provoke them with their vicious aura. Zhang Wuchen? Zhang Wuchen from the Star Alliance? My God, why did he come here? This time it is completely over. First there was Emperor Haoyan, and now Zhang Wuchen came. Our ancient fairy world is over this time. I heard that after Zhang Wuchen kills, he will slaughter innocent people. It's over. I hope Emperor Haoyan can stand up. The creatures who were still staying at the edge of the ancient fairyland immediately exploded when they saw the Star Alliance's magic ship. Compared with Emperor Haoyan, Zhang Wuchen's notoriety is even more frightening. Humph, killing me? What a wishful thinking. Su Haoyan said sarcastically. Even if he didn't know who the other party was and why he wanted to take his life, he was definitely dead. Because everyone who killed Su Haoyan is already dead. This person is in the early stages of the Holy Realm, and he is only one step away from the middle stage. Xuanhuan said relaxedly. His eyes were full of disdain. Now, even if he comes to the consummation of the Holy Realm, he is not afraid. Zhang Wuchen in the early stages of the Holy Realm? The corners of Su Haoyan's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. These people really think that they are slow to die, and they are in a hurry to die. If Zhang Wuchen were to witness Qin Tong's tragic death earlier, maybe he would change his mind. But unfortunately, it's too late. Su Haoyan shook his head, and he didn't need Su Haoyan to tell Di Jiang to take a step towards the void. When it appeared, it was already in front of the Star Alliance French ship. The speed and aura of the space ancestral which are so powerful, wherever he stops, the creatures in the entire starry sky feel the endless pressure from Di Jiang in the first place. Zhang Wuchen's expression changed instantly, standing on the Star Alliance's French ship, his eyebrows frowned, and his eyes shrank suddenly. It's like seeing a ghost. This monstrous momentum, impossible. Zhang Wuchen gasped. He felt that Di Jiang's aura was stronger than that of the leader of the Star Alliance, Kusha Demon Emperor. This? Am I dreaming? In Zhang Wuchen's heart, there are not many strong men in the world today who can rival the Devil Emperor Drai Sha, but they are rare. Basically there are not many to be found. There are a few of them, and as the elders of the Star Alliance, he still recognizes them. However, the big man in front of him had a very strange face. Obviously he had never seen it before. Emperor Haoyan's subordinates actually have such strong men? Could it be that this person is the one who killed Sunlian Immortal? Venerable? Zhang Wuchen panicked in an instant, and immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Even the disciples of the Star Alliance, Xuanhuan, ignored. Such a scene stunned the believers on the French boat, and they were stunned immediately amidst the roar of their heads. Elder Zhang escaped? What exactly is going on? God, am I dazzled? Hurry up and run away. Even Elder Zhang has run away. What are we waiting for? The believers widened their eyes, and after recovering, they chose to flee from this place. However, it was too late. Di Jiang jumped up and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the huge French boat. The right fist slammed out, and the space in front of him shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The extremely frightening fist wind carried the power of destroying the world, causing everything to be destroyed. The Dharma boat, which was more than 10,000 feet long, also shattered instantly under this punch. Countless believers turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye and died instantly. Zhang Wuchen, who was fleeing at high speed, felt the coercion. Looking back, he saw that the magic ship of the Star Alliance had turned into a mass of flames, hunting and burning in the starry sky. Killed all his subordinates with one punch. Zhang Wuchen was so frightened that his scalp was numb and his heart was trembling with fear. He was about to activate his supernatural powers and speed up his escape. However, "You son of a bitch, where are you going to escape?" At this moment, in front of him on the left, there was a sudden fluctuation in space, and Di Zhang's tall figure stepped out of it. The ferocious face was reflected in Zhang Wuchen's eyes, and it looked extremely terrifying. The moment Di Zhang appeared, he swung his iron fist and threw a punch at Zhang Wuchen. "Ah! Impossible? How could you be so fast?" Zhang Wuchen was almost scared to pee. This speed was already comparable to the speed of light. The common people don't know that Di Zhang, who is known as the ancestor of space, only used less than half of the speed. Before Zhang Wuchen had time to react, Di Zhang's fist was already in front of him. Boom. Zhang Wuchen tilted his head subconsciously, but half of his head was still smashed, revealing the white bones, dripping blood, making people terrified. Feeling that thick iron arm, Zhang Wuchen's eyes burst open in fright, and the eyes were full of horror. "You cannot." Zhang Wuchen was about to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was pulled on the head by an iron arm drawn like a steel whip. Boom. The strong wind crushed the surrounding air, and Zhang Wuchen's head was directly blown off, and he died directly under Di Zhang's subsequent kick. Even the soul was crushed. There is no chance of reincarnation. One force down 10 will. The dignified elder of the Star Alliance, the fearsome existence in the starry sky, was mercilessly bombarded and killed just like that. Ding. Complete the side mission, The Wrath of the Star Alliance. Get a chance to get a copy of The Strong Man. A chance to be the peak of the strong man. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind in Xianqing, making him smile brightly. Although the distance was too far, he did not see the battle between Di Zhang and Zhang Wuchen, but there was a system notification sound indicating that Zhang Wuchen was dead. Under Di Zhang's supernatural power of space speed and domineering power, Zhang Wuchen had no power to resist at all. Haha, what about the Star Alliance? What about Sword Lord? What about Shangguan Yunfeng? Xuanhuan floated above the fairy city, raised his hands, and shouted domineeringly, "Here, I am the sky, and I am the emperor." Shenong, Zhao Gongming, and Ji Xuanhuan's heart was full of excitement and their blood boiled, especially Shenong and Zhao Gongming, who followed Xuanhuan to fight in the ancient fairy world. Seeing that they are now above all gods, the feeling in their hearts is naturally the heaviest. Seeing Xuanhuan's wild laughter, hundreds of thousands of immortals and demons outside the city gritted their teeth, while others remained silent. But no matter whether they are willing or not, whether they are forced to do nothing or not, they will have to obey Xuanhuan's orders in the future. At the same time, the monks who stayed on the edge of the ancient fairy world witnessed the battle between Di Zhang and Zhang Wuchen, and fell into silence. For an instant, they are in disbelief. That's the Star Alliance, that's Zhang Wuchen. Just like this, an army of more than 100,000 people, including a strong man in the Holy Realm, was brutally abused by one person like this? Hiss, who is this person? He should be Emperor Haoyan's subordinate? Emperor Haoyan? Oh my god. This person has so many strong supporters, no wonder he dares to snatch the ancient fairy world. It's really scary, we must not provoke Emperor Haoyan. Incomparably powerful. Shouts filled the entire starry sky. Regarding this, Di Jiang withdrew his fists with no expression on his face, and walked back to where he had passed. The monks along the way all avoided. Dare not say anything. Didn't even dare to look at him. Everything seems to have settled down. Bai Xiao, who was floating outside the fairy city, nodded slightly, with an overwhelming smile on his face, and immediately flew towards the fairy city. At the same time, the aura of perfection in the holy realm erupted, so powerful that hundreds of thousands of immortals and demons turned pale with fright, thinking that there was another powerful attack. But facing Su Haoyan's powerful subordinates, they had already given up. After Shenong and Ji Xuanhuan sensed this aura, they all looked at the person coming. Only Zhao Gongming had a smile on his face. Huh? She is? Could it be that Bai Xiao has arrived? Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment, but immediately looked up as if thinking of something. Chen Bixiot came to pay homage to His Majesty. Bai Xiao came up to him, cupped his hands, and greeted Su Haoyan. His eyes turned around from Su Haoyan, and finally fell on Zhao Gongming. There was also a look of surprise on Qiao's face. Haha, it's Fairy Bi Xiao. It just so happens that Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao are a little lonely, so you're here. Su Haoyan said with a smile. Let Bai Xiao surprise again. She didn't expect that Su Haoyan recruited his brother and her good sister Yun Xiao. This made her treat Su Haoyan differently. With such a majesty, is it too easy to become famous? Zhao Gongming thought to himself while chatting with Bai Xiao. Su Haoyan was surrounded by strong people who came to worship. Although he was in the early stage of the Holy Realm, he was still not good enough in front of Dijiang and Shenong. If he didn't have Ding Haizhu in his hand, he would be ashamed to make a move. However, will their old acquaintances show up in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming shuddered all over, shook his head, and cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind. Afterwards, Dijiang returned, and Yunfeng also released Tianchu's control over the immortals and demons. Let's all go down separately, sort out your duties, and upload them herein. 3 days. From today, this place will officially be renamed Haoyan Immortal City. Su Haoyan announced loudly. The immortals did not dare to disobey, and they all bowed their hands and left. After today, the entire ancient immortal star field will become extremely chaotic. The top priority is to establish a teleportation point first. Su Haoyan looked around Xianqing and said with a smile. Before he came again, he had already established a teleportation point in the Xuanhu Great World, as long as he established a corresponding teleportation point here, the people from Haoyan Court would be able to teleport over. Waiting for the ministers of Haoyan Court to come, he can completely control the ancient fairy world. After the First World War in the ancient immortal realm, news spread quickly. Shangguan Yunfeng, Sword Lord Qin Tong, Star Alliance Zhang Wuchen, and Emperor Haoyan all became the most talked about names in the ancient immortal starfield in an instant. This kind of news is widely spread in the ancient immortal star field, and it is still spreading to other regions. How is it possible? Emperor Haoyan is so powerful? After killing Qin Tong, he also killed Zhang Wuchen? Dijiang? This name is a little strange. Really, fake? This is Shangguan Yunfeng's first defeat? Who is Emperor Haoyan? Since he was born, he has disturbed the ancient fairy world. Everywhere in the big world, countless small worlds, and Starry Sky Island are discussing this matter, and such discussions can be heard. In addition, because of the chaos in the ancient fairyland, Emperor Xuanhuan forcibly robbed and exercised his power, which made the big world under his control and the surrounding fairylands start to move around. This is the best time to carve up the ancient immortal realm. For a while, the ancient immortal star field was undercurrents, and the strange atmosphere was extremely depressing. In 2 days, Xuanhuan asked the immortals in the ancient fairy world to set up teleportation points. There are 5 teleportation points in total, located in the 5 areas of Xuanhuan court. These teleportation points were exchanged by Xuanhuan in the Lucky Mall. The ultimate teleportation array can teleport the creatures in the mysterious world in a short time. At noon that day, Xuanhuan took Xuanhuan into the teleportation array and returned to Xuanhuan court. Di Jiang, Zhao Gongming, Ji Xuanhuan, and Bai Xiao stayed behind in Xuanhuan Immortal City. About a stick of incense time has passed. Xuanhuan and the two stepped out from the teleportation point, came to the Imperial Garden located in Xingdi Peak. When he came back again, Xuanhuan felt a little different. Different from the past, this time he is dominating one side of the fairy world. Although the process is extremely easy, the achievements he has achieved are extremely high. If it is spread, no one will believe it. Go and ring the convening bell. After half an hour, the Hall of Supreme Harmony will discuss matters. Xuanhuan told Xuanhuan that as long as the summoning bell was rung on Xingdi Peak, it proved that Xuanhuan was going to hold a court meeting. As for the length of time, it was determined by the number of bells ringing. Xuanhuan nodded, turned around and disappeared. Xuanhuan turned around and left. He was very anxious now and wanted to see his son Su Ling Tian, but he didn't know how this little guy was doing recently. A few minutes later, Xuanhuan came to Ling Hushanlin's bedroom. "See your majesty." In front of the palace gate, a large group of court ladies knelt down, looking at the handsome Xuanhuan with admiration and excitement in their eyes. Now Xuanhuan has become the lord of the Xuanchu Great World, a legendary lord. Now Xuanhuan has become the lord of the Xuanchu Great World, a legendary lord. Some even said that Emperor Xuanhuan could be recorded in the annals of history, on par with Tai Shenken and Emperor Yan. He is the person who truly implemented unity in the history of the Xuanchu Great World. In a sense, his status is even higher than that of Tai Kanqin and Emperor Yan. And he also led the human beings in the Xuanchu Great World to fight beyond the sky and stand tall in the starry sky. Everything gathered together, his achievements have surpassed the ancient times. And he hasn't reached his peak yet. No one can predict how far his future will go. But certainly not only this achievement now. Xuanhuan came to the gate of the palace and was about to open the door to enter when he suddenly heard a burst of childish laughter from inside. Hee hee, hee hee. The laughter is very immature, and even has a weird feeling. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, and his expression suddenly became weird. Boom. Suddenly, a mass of red flame smashed through the palace gate, flashed past Xuanhuan, and flew towards the sky. Xuanhuan looked up and saw the flames hovering in the air. After the flames dissipated, a petite figure of a baby appeared. It was Su Ling Tian. His arms are wrapped with golden flames, although they are not as powerful as Xuanhuan's flames, but they have already surpassed the golden fire of washing karma. This is too heaven-defying. How old is he? 2 months? The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched suddenly, and he suddenly felt that he had created a freak. He couldn't help thinking of the child Shui Miao Miao was carrying. I miss it, eh? Little. Su Ling Tian suddenly saw Su Haoyan standing there, giggled immediately, and flew towards Su Haoyan. This little guy seemed not to be limited by his body at all, and he was able to fly just 2 months after he was born, as if he was born with such a talent. The maid next to her was already used to it. The monstrosity of the son of the Emperor of Heaven has spread, making all the creatures in the world curious. They all speculated about what kind of height the little guy would have in the future. Seeing that the little guy was about to fall into Su Haoyan's arms, Su Haoyan quickly avoided it. This kid was covered in flames, so don't burn him. Boom. After all, Su Ling Tian was still a baby less than 3 months old, so he didn't know what dodging was, so he bumped into the wall of the palace. What? A baby hit the wall, directly. How could this not make the maid standing next to them terrified? The corner of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched. It seemed that, although this little guy was extremely enchanting, his IQ was not too high. But he is only 2 months old, and his IQ is high, so he can go there. Xiao Ling Tian bumped his forehead against the wall, his body tensed, and the whole bedroom trembled, which shows how powerful he is. He slowly landed on the ground, sat down on the ground, curled his mouth, his forehead became red and swollen in an instant, and touched his forehead tremblingly with his small hands, looking extremely pitiful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As soon as Xiao Ling Tian touched his head, he burst into tears instantly. The flames on his body were also absorbed into his body. At this time, a red shadow flew out from the bedroom. It was Linghu Xuanhuan. She quickly came to Xiao Ling Tian and hugged him up. Seeing the redness and swelling on Xiao Ling Tian's forehead, she instantly felt distressed and quickly comforted him. Su Haoyan was extremely embarrassed standing beside him. Cough, cough. It seems that he still hasn't adapted to being a father. Fortunately, his son is physically tyrannical, otherwise he won't regret it for the rest of his life. Su Haoyan leaned forward, scratched his head and said, "Is there nothing wrong?" Linghu Xuanhuan snorted coquettishly, ignored Su Haoyan, and rubbed his forehead desperately for Xiao Ling Tian. After a while, Xiao Ling Tian stopped crying, but his eyes were red, and his nose was still dripping with tears, making him look pitiful. He glanced at Su Haoyan, and hid in Linghu Xuanhuan's arms with great aggrievedness. This glance melted Su Haoyan's heart, and he couldn't help but blame himself. I really shouldn't have dodged just now. Your Majesty, didn't you accompany Fairy Inxia to the sky? Why did you come back? It has to be said that since having Xiao Ling Tian, Linghu Xuanhuan's thoughts have completely shifted to Xiao Ling Tian. Don't care about other things. Su Haoyan smiled and said, "Of course I'm here to pick you up to the ancient immortal realm." Before he came back, he had already made a list of going to heaven. In addition to his family members, this first batch included all civil and military officials of rank 4 or above. Of course, he has to save a part to suppress the mysterious world. Take us to heaven? Has His Majesty already? Linghu Xuanhuan seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face was full of disbelief. How long has Su Haoyan been out? He has already conquered the ancient fairyland, so he can let them move to the fairyland? Su Haoyan chuckled, then put their mother and child into his arms, and began to tell them about the experience of this period of time. Of course, he didn't mention anything about prison domain and prison emperor. Zun, and he even kept Shen Nong and the others strictly confidential. Both prisoner Emperor Zun and prisoner Taoist are extremely powerful. If it spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar. In the depths of the starry sky, Ouyang Jing sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain in this continent, closed his eyes and meditated. A stone sword in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if something was about to break through. And in front of him, there are 4 figures floating, all of which are light and shadows. They are the projections of the soul that only the strong in the holy realm can use, not the real body. Master, the younger brother died very badly, so let's just leave it like this? Forget it, how can it be done, although junior brother is usually a bit arrogant, but he is also one of us. To take revenge for others, first the avatar was killed, and now even the deity is killed. The arrogant personality of the younger brother still hurt me in the end. Emperor Haoyan is too sharp and has many powerful people under his command. If you don't get rid of him, I'm afraid it will be a serious trouble in the future. The 4 lights and shadows were talking to each other. They were all Ouyang Jing's apprentices. When they heard that Qin Tong had been killed, they couldn't sit still. Although the huanqi between these brothers and sisters is not too close, but after all, they are teachers from the same school, so they can't sit idly by. Ouyang Jing kept his eyes closed all the time, as if Qin Tong's death had nothing to do with him. Are you finished? Ouyang Jing suddenly spoke. The 4 of them shut their mouths instantly. I dare not say a word. Even though they are the overlords of one side, they are still in awe of Ouyang Jing. Tonger's strength is not as good as others, and his fall is also reasonable. Ouyang Jing's tone was extremely calm, but it made the 4 apprentices anxious. What they cared about was not Qin Tong's life or death, but the impact on Ouyang Jing. They were able to get to where they are today, and they couldn't do without Ouyang Jing's name. With Ouyang Jing's name, they will be superior to others. Wherever they go, no one dares to provoke. If the matter is left to this point, it will definitely affect Ouyang Jing's reputation in the starry sky, which they don't want to see. Okay, let's go back. Ouyang Jing didn't open his eyes from the beginning to the end, as if he was receiving others. Seeing this, the 4 of them looked at each other, feeling unwilling. One of them couldn't help but said, Master, don't you want to avenge your brother? As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Jing suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out, instantly illuminating the gloomy continent. The 4 quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. If you have that kind of heart, why don't you join hands to avenge him? Ouyang Jing slowly closed his eyes and said softly. Hearing this, the 4 of them were extremely embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Leave, Ouyang Jing said without rebuttal. They had a lot of things to think about, since Su Haoyan was able to kill so many strong men. They must be invincible. Naturally, they will not be stupid enough to challenge. Not long after they left, Ouyang Jing sighed, stood up slowly, and muttered to himself, although Tonger is domineering and reckless, I like him the most among all the disciples. However, it seems that before I made the wrong choice. As soon as the words fell, he held the stone sword and walked away through the air. Even if Ouyang Jing's apprentice was in a terrible situation, it would not be his turn to kill Emperor Haoyan. Emperor Haoyan? I want to see what kind of arrogant you are. The indifferent words spread in the air, and his figure gradually disappeared. In this continent, the great Xuanhuan world, the heavenly world of the southern territory, and the Hall of Supreme Harmony on the Holy Emperor Peak. Thousands of civil and military officials looked excitedly at the handsome figure on the dragon chair in front of them. The fire in his eyes was like seeing a god. Lu Bowen suppressed his excitement and said, "Your Majesty, you mean that we can go to the ancient immortal realm at any time?" Su Haoyan smiled back and said, "Yes, but it's not the ancient fairyland, but the Haoyan fairyland." Boom. As soon as this remark came out, the whole hall suddenly exploded. Even Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, Jiuling Yuanxing, and other high-ranking officials who were usually reticent were extremely excited. Haoyan Immortal World? What a domineering name. Haha, Your Majesty is too awesome, just conquered a fairy world after unifying the Xuanhuan Great World. I can also fight in the starry sky in the future. Finally, the moment has come, and I will always listen to His Majesty's orders. The civil and military officials all happily expressed their excitement. Shen Nong stood under the high platform with a smile on his face. He could understand everyone's mood. Of course, he used to be the emperor of a human race, and his cultivation level even surpassed that of ordinary saints, but with his courage, he would not dare to openly dominate a fairy world like Su Haoyan. I'm calling names now, and those who read their names can go to the rest of the fairy world to wait for the next opportunity. Su Haoyan said with a smile. When he opened his mouth, everyone shut their mouths, waiting for Su Haoyan to continue. Zhen Yuanzi stood on the top of the mountain, facing the demon lord Xuanhuan far away. Xianyi, we've been fighting for 2 months, why don't we just end with a draw? Zhen Yuanzi had a calm expression on his face, and at this moment he spoke lightly. Cut. You are really unkind. You can win easily, but you choose to hold back. Demon Lord Xuanhuan had a serious expression on his face, but he wasn't really angry either. If he hadn't met Zhen Yuanzi and given him the opportunity to become a saint, he would probably still be setting up a stall to sell goods in an ordinary market. Okay, let's go. Lord Xuanhuan shook his head, and Yuanzi Tongzhen left quickly. After they left, more and more monks gathered here. As early as the arrival of the 2 Xian Mojins, the whole world was shaken. But because the aura of the 2 Zhen Yuanzis was too strong, no monks dared to approach them. 2 days passed in a hurry, and Su Haoyan brought 500 generals and officials of Haoyan court to Haoyan Immortal City. At the same time, the immortals and demons in charge of various political departments came to Haoyan Xianqing to hold a court meeting. This is the first meeting of the ancient immortal realm after it was renamed, and it is related to the future direction of the ancient immortal starfield. This court meeting lasted for 7 days. It made the creatures in the entire Haoyan immortal realm very nervous. They are not worried. Su Haoyan obviously wanted to proclaim himself emperor, and it was impossible to carry out a massacre, otherwise how could he proclaim himself emperor if he had no one under his command? After the Immortal Realm court meeting ended, new regulations were promulgated, one after another, which shocked the entire Haoyan Immortal Realm. For the management of Haoyan Immortal Realm, it is no longer the use of immortals and demons. At the same time, the regulations have also been changed. For the aristocratic families and big sects in Haoyan Immortal Realm, it is no longer unlimited and extremely strict. At the same time, Su Haoyan also restricted the cultivation of Haoyan Immortal City. From now on, all monks or living beings who have not reached the Tai realm are not allowed to enter the Haoyan Immortal Realm. All creatures that are not in the Great Luo Realm are not allowed to enter the Haoyan Immortal City. without authorization. As for the original Aborigines, Xuanhuan didn't kill them all, he didn't drive them away. His rules are only for outsiders. He wants to restore a real fairy world. If the fairy world is like the mortal world, with a miasma, how can we talk about the word fairy? As soon as the various rules of heaven were promulgated, they instantly shocked the Haotian immortal realm, and at the same time, passed them on to all ruling worlds in the entire ancient immortal star field. What Xuanhuan wants to convey is an attitude. Those who follow the Haotian immortal realm live, those who go against the Haotian immortal realm die. Xuanhuan has always used a domineering posture to suppress external strategies. If Haotian's court wants to be strong, it must treat its own people well, and at the same time frighten the world. Xuanhuan doesn't know what it means to compromise. He only knows that if people respect me, I will respect others. Otherwise, die. Emperor Haotian is too overbearing, isn't he? When Songlian Xuanhuan was around, he wasn't so overbearing. Do you really think you are a fairy? Don't you know? The star field next to it wants to annex the ancient fairy star field. Why don't we turn against it? Emperor Haotian is too rampant. Is there no one who can suppress him? I think so too, but the premise is, give me Xian Yi Majuan and Ouyang Jing to recruit as thugs. As soon as each world got the new Tiantiao, it immediately exploded. Because the new rules of heaven, promulgated by Xuanhuan, directly harmed the interests of many great forces, and concentrated the rights of the entire ancient immortal star field in Haotian immortal city. How could this be possible? How could it be convincing? For a moment, the entire ancient immortal star field became turbulent because of the new sky rules. At the same time, Xuanhuan sent people to set up teleportation points on the flying islands around Haotian immortal realm for the creatures of the Xuanchu great world to come and go. But in order to distinguish the boundaries between immortals and mortals, he did not establish all teleportation points in Haotian immortal realm. Although he has feelings for the Xuanchu great world, it doesn't mean that he will pamper the creatures in the Xuanchu great world. The road still has to rely on oneself to go further. When this news was sent back to the southern sky world, all the ministers were very excited. It was announced to the world that day. From now on, creatures of all races can go to the outer space to experience their adventures. The Xuanchu great world boiled, and countless creatures knelt down in the dust, shouting for the great grace of Emperor Haotian. Ding, ding, ding. In Haotian immortal city, in the central area of the entire immortal city, a group of immortal demons who are calling for wind and rain outside are currently sweating profusely to rebuild Xuanhuan Peak, which should be renamed Tiandi Peak in the future. A powerful immortal has already moved a large mountain and landed it in Haotian immortal city. The next step is to build pavilions and attics. Xuanhuan always cared about saving face, so the Tiandi Palace must be upscale. At this moment, Xuanhuan, who was wearing the 9 Dragon Supreme dark gold robe, was standing in a large hall, and behind him stood Shenong, Tai, Daoist, Di Jiang, Tianwu Emperor, Ji Xuanyuan, Zhao Gongming, and 6 other powerful men in the Holy Realm. Those who have the weakest cultivation base also have the early stages of the Holy Realm. The whole picture is beautiful, as if the whole world is under their eyes. Although the Haotian immortal realm has been established, how we will subdue the entire ancient immortal starfield is the problem we have to face now, and it will take a lot of time. Master Tai said with a smile while wiggling his beard. Although he said so, he didn't have any embarrassment. Because it is not difficult to subdue it, it is really just a matter of time. Xuanhuan looked at Tianwu Peak and said, the most important thing I need is time. Emperor Tianwu grinned and said, it's that guy named Ouyang Jing. When is he coming? Recently, I heard that he wants to seek revenge from His Majesty. I really want to meet him. Recently, rumors spread throughout the star field that Swordmaster Ouyang Jing was about to take revenge on his apprentice Qin. Emperor Tianwu would go out to play occasionally, so he heard about it. Di Jiang said disdainfully, Jian Hidu Starry Sky, Ouyang Jing is invincible in the universe? I guess this guy is bragging, right? Ever since he met Prison Emperor Zun and Prison Taoist, he has a little disdain for this strong man in the starry sky. The real strong ones hide in the dark, and if they don't make a move, they will be fine, and once they make a move, the situation will change dramatically. Xuanhuan shook his head and said with a smile, with the list, will I still be afraid of Ouyang Jing? In fact, in his heart, the most worrying thing is the holy ruins, and now the rumors about his identity as the ancient demon god are getting more and more popular in the starry sky, and the exclamation of the immortals and demons was heard by many creatures. According to Xuanhuan's understanding, the force that finally wiped out the Gui demon god clan is the holy ruins. That battle let all the ethnic groups in the universe know the existence of the holy ruins, which is a superpower that surpasses the 3,000 great worlds. Since it is called the holy ruins, there must be saints in the holy ruins. The way of heaven does not tolerate the ancient demon god, so naturally the saint will not tolerate it either. Now that the disaster is coming again, will Xingshu make another move to destroy him, the descendant of the ancient demon god? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes became sharp. So what about the holy ruins? So what? Sooner or later, it will become my Xuanhuan stepping stone. Go down and call Dou Yu over. Xuanhuan shook his head and said with a smile. He still has a chance to reach the peak of the strong, a chance to copy the strong. As one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 sovereigns, Dou Yu, even if he is not as good as the 3 sovereigns, he will definitely be able to become a saint. As for Xianyu, because of his huge merits, he can become stronger himself, and he doesn't need to be a strong one. As for Zhao Gongming, Xuanhuan felt that his limits had been squeezed out. Because he has already used the peak of the strong on him once, it is not within his consideration. As for the others, he couldn't be promoted because he didn't have merit. The current Haotian court is no longer a small force that blindly seeks the strong, and the strong at all stages are similar. Looking at the 3,000 great world, as long as the holy ruins do not come out, Haotian court can do whatever it wants in the starry sky. Your order. The 6 answered in unison. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Haotian Immortal City is still being rebuilt, and it is estimated that it will be completed soon. At that time, he will stand on Tianwu Peak overlooking the entire Haotian immortal world and become the real Emperor of Heaven. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The Tianwu Palace has been built, and the Empress and concubine have moved here. Haotian Immortal City was completely stabilized. And the original Yuling Yunyao of the Southern Sky World also came to Xiancheng. Xuanhuan did not stop this. Although Yunyao came from an illusion. But now she has self-awareness, which means that she has also embarked on the path of cultivation, and she can also be regarded as a living being. Moreover, he is Xuanhuan's younger sister, so he is naturally reluctant to take her with her in the southern region alone. At this time, Yunyao took Xiaoling Tian to play on Tiandi Peak, enjoying herself. In terms of civil servants, Liu Bowen, as Su Haoyan's chief military advisor, began to distribute manpower to the entire Haoyan immortal realm to carry out a power transition. This will take some time, and at the same time, Su Haoyan is also selecting capable and trustworthy immortals in the entire fairy world. Hundreds of thousands of immortals are not weak, he can't just be used as a soldier. In this way, Haoyan immortal realm began to rule in the true sense. At this time, the situation in the outside world also began to change. 1. After another shocking and angry news was sent back to Haoyan immortal realm. Report, Yongqian Great World announces its separation from Haoyan immortal realm. Report, Qingling immortal sect announces defection from Haoyan immortal realm. Report, first when the Great World announces its defection from the Haoyan immortal realm. Report, Kuilong Great World announces its defection from Haoyan immortal realm. Su Haoyan sat on the dragon chair and calmly listened to the news from a famous fairy, without any expression on his face. Under the high platform, Shenong, Tai Daoist and other powerhouses in the Holy Realm stood at the top, and their faces were not particularly good looking. The rest of the powerhouses, and many immortals, were all pale. These big worlds and big forces are clearly negotiated, and they want to attack the new immortal realm together. The strong men are Su Haoyan's confidants, and the whole family will naturally be extremely angry. And the immortals are controlled by the heavenly book, and the ancient immortal star field is their home, even if their local land has changed rulers, there is actually no difference in essence. Hearing that one side of the world wants to defect and want to carve up their homeland, they will definitely be furious. After a while, when there were no more immortal soldiers coming in to report, Su Haotsai casually asked by Suzhen, who was sitting next to him, Queen of Heaven, how is the yellow robe of my heavenly emperor doing? After becoming the master of the fairy world, he finally had the idea of changing his outfit, and quickly put it into action. Let people remake a set of yellow robes that are unique in the world, a set of yellow robes that can show the might of the Emperor of Heaven. It's coming soon. In about 2 days, this yellow robe will be finished. Bai Suzhen said with a little dignity. At the same time, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Su Haoyan closely. A worried look flashed across his face. He just took over Haoyan immortal world and encountered such an emergency situation. How will Su Haoyan deal with it? Su Haoyan nodded, and then turned his gaze to the strong men in the hall, the immortals and demons. What do you think about this? As soon as this remark came out, no matter whether it was the former generals and ministers of the Haoyan court, or the immortals and demons named by the heavenly book, they immediately became excited. Yang Jian took the lead and said, is there still a need to discuss it? Of course it is to beat him up. Although he was once the god of Erlang with incomparable majesty, he is still an out-and-out god of war in his bones. Believe in the fist is the last word. His words immediately got the approval of many people in the hall, including those immortals. In the past, even though the ancient immortal realm did not have such a strong control over the ancient immortal starfield, it has always used those big worlds and other forces as slaves to order them. Immortal envoys will be respected wherever they go, such as Jing Jianqing went to the Xuanhuan Great World. Very good, continue the summons. If anyone betrays the Haoyan immortal realm, he will die. If you defect, kill one. If you defect a group, then kill a group. If you defect to a world, you will destroy a world. If other fairy worlds dare to intervene, treat them directly as enemies, and settle accounts after the fall. Xuanhuan ordered in a deep voice. A series of orders made everyone in the hall excited. The immortals are equally excited, but they are more worried. Now that the new immortal world is not stable, they will offend other immortal worlds, right? The powerhouses in Haotian court are different. After following Xuanhuan for so long, they already have a kind of blind trust in Xuanhuan in their hearts. Whoever dares to oppose Hao Tianting will have no good end. Your Majesty's courage is really amazing. Dou Yu sighed. Next to him stood Xiangyu and Li Yuanba. Now 3 of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have become Xuanhuan's subordinates, and they also admire the current Xuanhuan. No matter where Xuanhuan goes, he is incomparably crazy. This kind of arrogance falls on other people, and they have long been burned. And they can't die anymore. But Xuanhuan chose to fight his way through all obstacles, no matter how strong the enemy was. In the end, he had to die at his feet. The Lord of the World, the Emperor of Luck, is indeed the #1 person in history. Xuanhuan nodded in admiration. Although Xiangyu didn't speak, the excitement in his eyes was extremely intense. Following the sound of Sanchao, the decree promulgated by Xuanhuan was quickly conveyed to the ancient immortal star field. All the creatures who heard Xuanhuan's will exclaimed that Xuanhuan was too arrogant. Isn't this obviously trying to provoke the rhythm of other fairy worlds? Could it be that Emperor Haotian has lost his mind and lost his mind? Emperor Haotian just offended Ouyang Jing, and now he is making enemies again. It seems that this person has a lot to rely on. Hey, Emperor Haotian, the sharpness is too strong. Sooner or later the game will be over. The Star Alliance and Ouyang Jing are all eyeing Emperor Haotian, and he definitely doesn't have a few days left to live. I just want to know when Haotian court will disintegrate. In countless worlds, starry sky islands are spreading the will of Emperor Haotian. Most of the cultivators believed that Emperor Haotian would not be able to survive this catastrophe. Just after dominating the ancient immortal realm, he started provoking everywhere. Isn't this a death sentence? On the other side, Xuanhuan gathered Ji Xuanhuan, Dou Yu, and Xuanhuan together. Dou Yu's attribute list has changed after reaching the peak of the strong Dou Yu, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 5 emperors. Lucky level, entering the holy realm, Dzogchen. Cultivation method, water control formula. Supernatural powers, 10,000 waters return to 1. The water dragon is in the sky. Magic weapon, the ruler of the world. Loyalty, 98/100. It has officially become a perfect existence in the holy realm. I don't know why His Majesty summoned me to come here. As the strongest of the 3, Xuanhuan was the first to ask. Xuanhuan picked up the teacup, took a sip and said, "Do you 3 want to resonate with Haotian court's human luck?" As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan, Ji Xuanhuan, and Dou Yu's breaths became short of breath. In their previous lives, they were the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and they were also connected with the luck of the human race, and they especially knew the importance of luck. What's more, the human race still occupies a dominant position under the law of heaven and is still the protagonist of the world. But although they have always been coveted about the luck of the human race, they never thought that Xuanhuan would take the initiative to propose it. This kindness is too great to be repaid at all. Why, don't you agree? Xuanhuan said playfully. He naturally saw the excitement in the eyes of the 3 of them, but he couldn't help but tease a few words.